What's up, guys? Today we've got an absolute masterpiece of a high martial arts series, taking us 10,000 years into the future. I probably don't even need to tell you how incredibly good this one is. This exhausted-looking guy right here is Lu Shang. Before he could even figure out what was going on, his teacher was already yelling at him. Lu Shang, you've been sleeping all damn day. Look at yourself. There are only a little over 200 days left until the national exam. If you don't start working hard now, what's the point? From morning to night, all you do is sleep, sleep, sleep. He pointed his finger, scolding loudly. With that attitude, nobody's even going to hire you to carry bricks after you graduate. Do you have any idea what the bare minimum vitality requirement is for a cement worker? Hearing that, he sadly replied, "It's 0.8. Before he could even finish his sentence, the teacher cut him off. "And have you reached that standard?" Right then, the rest of the class chimed in to mock him. "Sir, just ignore Lu Shang. Let him sleep." "Yeah. His vitality is barely at 0.7 anyway. What else can he do but sleep?" In the end, the teacher just sighed. Zero ambition. A while later, his voice rang out again. Class dismissed. Qiming turned around and asked with a bright smile, "Hey, Lu Shang, did you have a nightmare again?" "That's Lu Qiming, one of Lu Shang's very few friends." Lu Shang just gave a slight nod. "Yeah." Right then, his mind flashed back to the scene in his dream. It was that same ruined, desolate wasteland. Not a single soul in sight, just monsters roaming everywhere. Remembering it, Lu Shang tiredly held his head. "Don't even bring it up, man. That nightmare completely ruined my focus. My vitality even dropped by 0.02. Do you know how many supplements and how much training it's going to take to get that back? This sucks so bad." Seeing this, his friend gave a bitter smile and tried to comfort him. "Hey, don't overthink it. Your vitality isn't even as high as mine anyway. We're just normal guys. Let's just leave all that great hero and world-saving stuff to the actual geniuses." Speaking of which, Qiming suggested, "Let's hit the cyber cafe." But Lu Shang shook his head, turning him down. "Nah, I'm passing. Not in the mood. I just want to go home." Qiming looked a bit surprised. "Going home this early? That's not like you at all. Come on, let's go play. I'll cover your internet time. You just buy the drinks." Lu Shang gently shook his head. "I'm really not going, man. I want to go home early and catch up on sleep." Not long after, someone shouted from a distance, "Lu Qiming, you coming to the cyber cafe or what?" Hearing that, he quickly yelled back, "Coming, coming, be right there." Qiming turned back to Lu Shang and sighed. "All right then, we'll play next time." Lu Shang smiled softly and waved him off. "Yeah, see ya." A while later, he was already on his way home. Lu Shang tiredly rubbed his face. "I can't believe I transmigrated to a whole new world, and I still have to worry about taking exams." Thinking about this, Lu Shang let out a dumbfounded laugh. "I don't have to stress over math, physics, or chemistry anymore, but now I gotta stress over the crazy news in this world." His footsteps started to slow down. From the looks of it, this world wasn't much different from his previous one. Lu Shang stopped in front of a billboard. But right then, a girl carrying a massive stack of cargo boxes sprinted past him. "Coming through! Don't just stand in the middle of the road." Witnessing this, Lu Shang couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. So strong. When will I ever be able to do that? The scene shifts to an old, run-down apartment building, where Lu Shang's mom was pressing a pain relief patch hard onto a back. Dahai cried out in pain. "Honey, please go a little lighter." She smiled gently, comforting him. "Just grit your teeth and bear it. You'll feel better in no time." Just then, Lu Shang walked in. "I'm home." Seeing him, she turned around with a warm smile. "Lu Shang, you're back?" his dad asked caringly. "Are you hungry, son? How about you grab an apple for now?" His mom chimed in, "I'll start cooking right away. It'll be ready right when your little sister gets home." Lu Shang looked at his dad with worried eyes. He hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to suggest, "Dad, why don't we buy a vitality massager? Using it can stimulate blood qi and clear up the meridians. It would really help with your back injury. My classmate has one at home, and I heard it works wonders." But Dahai just smiled brightly to reassure him. "This injury is nothing. You get older, you get a few aches and pains, that's all. Your old man is made of iron. This is a piece of cake." Saying this, he suddenly remembered something and started rummaging around. "Oh, right. I actually have a present for you." A second later, Dahai pulled out 2 vials of the newest vitality powder from Renshin Pharmacy. "Do you like it?" Seeing this, Lu Shang's mom was completely shocked. "Honey, is that the vitality powder they said on TV costs 20,000 yuan? She was so shocked that she repeatedly smacked his back. "Are you serious? You're amazing. I heard this is the most effective supplement for students. Look at you go. I guess your hard work really paid off this time, Dahai cried out in pain. Ow, ow, ow. Lu Shang's mom laughed out loud and said, "What perfect timing. My manager gave me a pig's head at work today to bring home. Let's have a huge feast tonight to celebrate." Hearing that, he looked at her with pure joy. Huh? Really? Pig head meat? Their happy voices echoed throughout the room. What kind of day is it today? Why are we so lucky? It's our lucky day. Everything is coming up roses. Then she suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, "Oh, right, Lu Shang. How's your vitality looking? Did you break through to 0.85 yet?" Hearing this, Lu Shang was startled as his mom continued. "Your little sister's vitality is about to hit 0.9. You're the one we're most worried about. The news just said that the vitality requirement for the national exam went up by another 0.01 this year." Immediately, he grabbed his backpack and walked away. I know. After that, Lu Shang headed straight back to his room. I just need to hurry up and train. Taking a deep breath, Lu Shang raised his hands and began practicing the 24 stance body forging technique. A while later, he struck a pose, beginning the 14th set of the broadcast calisthenics. As he trained, he thought to himself, the 24 stance body forging technique was developed by the Global Martial Arts Alliance. Rumor has it that the grandmasters in the alliance created it by combining ancient yoga, ancient martial arts, and ancient judo. It's the absolute perfect foundation for martial arts beginners. The version I'm currently practicing is the 30th revised edition. Over 300 years ago, the world underwent a massive change. A colossal rift tore through the sky and the earth, and outpoured horrific, grotesque monsters, completely altering the course of the world. Thermal weapons became useless. But suddenly, humanity awakened to a new power. A genetic lock within the human body was broken. Physical strength could now easily break through to unimaginably high levels. Because of this, humanity stepped onto the path of martial arts. But even so, in this life and death struggle against the monsters, humans are still at a massive disadvantage. It seems like towns fall every single day, and humanity just keeps losing. Suddenly, the image of his teacher giving a passionate speech flashed through Lu Shang's mind. You were all born in a turbulent era, which means you must carry the weight of this era on your shoulders. You practice martial arts for the advancement of humanity. Every single one of you is a spark of martial arts. A while later, he sat on the ground, panting heavily, after doing 3 consecutive sets of the body forging technique. Yet my blood vitality hasn't changed even a tiny bit. My sister's blood vitality has already hit 0.9, while I can't even recover the energy I lost from these nightmares. Lu Shang looked absolutely exhausted. Mom and Dad worked so hard to buy me supplements, and the heavens finally gave me a second chance. I transmigrated into this martial arts world, only for it to end up like this? But I'm not giving up yet. If training 3 times doesn't work, I'll do it 4, 5, 6 times. Just as he was about to stand up, Lu Shang's vision suddenly went dark. I absolutely. Before he could finish, he jolted awake, and Lu Shang found himself in a wasteland of bones. What is this? Is this the desert from the nightmare again? He pinched himself hard. What the hell is going on? Am I dreaming again? Is there seriously no way to wake up from this? Just then, a monster suddenly lunged at him from behind. Lu Shang was knocked over but caught himself. It took him a second to realize it was a zombie. Seeing its jaws wide open, Lu Shang cursed furiously. Damn it! I've been running for so many nights, and I still get caught by this thing? He glared at it, gritting his teeth. Screw you. Don't you dare look down on me. Then, Lu Shang kicked the creature hard. Even if my performance in combat class sucks, even if a loser like me only has 0.7 blood vitality, the zombie was sent flying back instantly. That still counts as a bit of martial arts, right? He snatched up a rock from the ground, lunged forward like a madman, and stomped down hard. Thud, thud, thud. After a while, he finally stopped. Lu Shang sighed and stood up. That should be the end of it, right? Zombie's weak point must be the head. But the next second, a black stream of energy surged toward him. What? What is this? The energy poured directly into Lu Shang's body. Suddenly, countless memories flooded his mind. What are you planning to do after graduation? I plan to join the Defense Corps. The training is brutal, you know, and extremely dangerous. It's fine, that's always been my dream. Starting today, you are a member of Defense Corps Unit 1359. Do you understand? I-8, 48, 549, loud and clear, Commander. Harsh memories of training, breathing techniques, body tempering techniques. You two need to master these. Whether you're eating, sleeping, or using the bathroom, you keep training. Every bit of extra strength is a chance to stay alive. Understood, Commander. And then, fighting the monsters. The main gate has been breached. Aberrations. They're everywhere. What? What is this black fog? Lu Shang's hands trembled. What are these things? Are these the zombie's previous memories? How can I have his memories after killing him? He finally noticed the power surging inside him. What is happening to me? He was distracted, and another monster lunged from behind, but he reacted instantly. Lu Shang moved with incredible speed, taking the zombie down in a heartbeat. His eyes flashed with a golden light before returning to normal. Lu Shang realized with horror what was happening. Is this my doing? Since when did I become so strong? He watched the black energy being absorbed into his body. Power was coursing through him in waves. Lu Shang clenched his fist. Could it be? From that zombie? By killing them, I don't just get their memories, I can actually absorb their power? Lu Shang looked at his hands, stunned. It's hard to believe. Gaining someone else's lifetime of experience this easily? Isn't this basically cheating heaven? But a second later, he sighed and accepted it. If only all of this weren't just a dream. Lu Shang tried to get up. This place feels like a dream, but it's so surreal. It's too real. As he looked at the black energy, a sharp pain shot through his head. These memories, all these chaotic memories, rushed into Lu Shang's mind. He clutched his head in pain. Unit 1359. This unit appeared in my previous memories too. It seems I need to find Unit 1359. Maybe that's where I'll find the truth about these dreams. Lu Shang seemed to realize that this time, absorbing the memories didn't feel as intense. It seems like to inherit power, I need to find combat-type zombies. Their memories would be more useful to me. Thinking this, he was startled, and the sky suddenly brightened. Lu Shang stumbled. What's going on? The next second, he pushed off the ground and groaned. Sitting up, I'm awake. Lu Qinghuo's voice echoed. Lu Shang, come out and eat. How much longer do you plan on rotting in that room? He opened the door, drenched in sweat. Qinghuo. She frowned, looking annoyed. Don't tell me you call that training just lying in your room sleeping? Lu Qinghuo, Lu Shang's only sister. Her face clearly showed how irritated she was. Lu Shang just gave a wry smile. As the door swung open, his abdominal muscles were faintly visible under his shirt. I just accidentally dozed off for a bit. Lu Qinghuo was shocked by the sight, but turned away in an instant. If you're up, get out here. Don't keep Mom and Dad waiting. Lu Qinghuo's face turned red without her realizing it. Since when did his body get so toned? I guess he really has been working hard. He gave a bitter smile. Coming. At that moment, Lu Shang remembered how she used to be when they were little. She was so clingy back then. Ever since she entered the academy and got her first test results, her attitude toward him had changed, and it was hard to blame her. After all, her blood vitality was over 1, and her combat power index was over 100. At this rate, she'd easily qualify for direct admission into a top martial arts university. To put it simply, Lu Qinghuo was a genius, a genuine, born genius. He got dressed and smiled bitterly. And here I am, the loser brother of a genius sister. Looking in the mirror, Lu Shang noticed how muscular his body had actually become. He flexed his hands and stretched. He had just woken up, yet he felt no fatigue at all. In fact, he felt full of energy. He threw a few punches. Not only that, but he remembered everything from those zombies, all the combat techniques as well. Finally, Lu Shang exclaimed, I can't believe it. I think I'm even physically stronger now. Does this mean I can actually bring the power from my dreams into reality? Getting stronger by dreaming? That's insane. Not long after, he stepped into the dining room. You're here. Sit down. I'm bringing the soup. Lu Shang finished his bowl in a few bites. Mom, your cooking is even better than usual. The rice is so good today. I can't stop. Thinking this, he held his bowl out. Can I get another? The whole family stared at Lu Shang. He smiled awkwardly. Never mind. I'm full. What's wrong with me? When did I start eating so much? As soon as he finished speaking, his father snatched the bowl away. What the heck? Like we'd ever let our own kids starve in this house? Here, give this to Lu Shang's mom so she can cook another bowl of rice and whip up a few more dishes for him. All right, Dahai let out a loud laugh, clapping him hard on the shoulder. That's exactly how teenage boys should be. You can eat all day and never feel full. You're shooting up before we even know it. Tomorrow, I'm heading out to buy some more supplements. Puberty is the prime time to boost your blood qi. We can't let this chance go to waste. Lu Qinghuo chimed in from the side. How much more could he possibly boost it anyway? He's already 18. Remember his last blood qi test? It was only 0.8. It's not like gaining weight, where you can just bump it up whenever you want. Hearing this, His dad scolded her in annoyance. "You little brat, stop taking jabs at your brother like that. He'll boost it as much as he can." Whether it's a regular martial arts college or a top-tier university, they all end up becoming true, larger-than-life heroes someday. Meanwhile, Lu Shang was still lost in thought. Could my blood chi really be going up in my dreams? Was it just my imagination? I need to head to the martial arts dojo and test it out. A while later, standing in front of the building, he stared at the flyer, turning things over in his head. Hongchuan Dojo. Master Ni Hongchuan. Specialized in ancestral boxing techniques, and once made it into the top 10 of Baihei City's 23rd Martial Arts Exchange Tournament. A level 4 martial artist. From what Lu Shang knew, the Global Martial Arts Alliance's standard for a level 1 martial artist was a blood chi level of 1.5 and a standard combat power index of 150. The blood chi standard for a level 2 martial artist was 15, with a combat power index of 1,500. The jump from level 1 to level 2 was exactly 10 times the standard. Meanwhile, a level 3 martial artist required a blood chi of 100 and a much higher combat power of 10,000. Peak blood chi surpassed 200, and their combat power had to hit 100,000 before they could even become a level 4 martial artist. His blood chi already broke past 200. He stared wide-eyed in sheer disbelief. A blood chi over 200. That's roughly 300 times higher than mine. The gap between martial artist levels was literally a difference in the hierarchy of life itself. High-level martial artists were genuine, certified superhumans. Just then, Lu Shang turned his head slightly. The price for this prep class, only rich kids could ever afford to sign up for something like this. A short while later, Lu Shang walked right inside. If Lu Qinghua wanted to do this, the family would probably scrape the money together for her. But for me? Forget about it. Besides, with my ability to absorb zombies in my sleep, I don't even need extra classes like this anyway. Spotting him, Xiaoling immediately greeted him with a warm smile. "Hello there. Welcome to Hongchuan Dojo. Are you a student here to sign up for our advanced martial arts class?" Lu Shang replied shyly. "Oh, no. I'm just here to test my blood chi and combat power." In her head, she quietly sized him up. No personal tutor by his side. He definitely didn't look like some wealthy heir. Not long after, Xiaoling pointed the way. He followed the hallway into room number 8. "The testing machines are inside. Do you need my help with them?" He gave a bright smile and replied, "I know how to use them, so I won't be needing any help. Thank you, though." A little while later, Lu Shang was standing alone in the testing room. First up, the blood chi test. He gently placed his hand on the sphere, and a surge of energy completely wrapped around him. A moment later, the system flashed his results. Blood chi level at 0.963. Rank, Martial Apprentice. He clenched his fists in sheer excitement. 0.96. It really did go up. It increased by 0.2 in just 1 hour. Now this. This is what real training feels like. Lu Shang couldn't hide the huge smile on his face. I might even catch up to my sister soon. She's a total genius. But if this keeps up, I can make it even further on the path of martial arts. Burning with curiosity, he turned his head. "So, what about my combat power?" Lu Shang stepped up to the testing machine and reeled his arm back. A surge of raw power radiated from his arm. "No problem. Every single combat trick and bit of experience from that zombie is already hardwired into my brain." A second later, Lu Shang planted his foot hard into the ground and threw a devastating punch straight at the machine. The machine rattled violently before the display screen lit up. A moment later, the data popped up. Combat Power Index 113. 113. Seeing that number, he let out a shocked yell. It went up so much. It even broke past the limits of my blood chi. This is real. I can actually become a true martial artist. Lu Shang was secretly overjoyed. That was just 1 hour of sleep, and my blood chi and combat power jumped up this much. What if I slept for 8 hours? Or 9 hours? Or even 10 hours? In just one single night, I could completely transform myself. But when he got home that evening, he couldn't fall asleep to save his life. Lu Shang angrily slammed his pillow down. "I want to sleep so badly, but I'm completely wide awake. I really do sleep way better during class. Is my biological clock set like a total gaming addict?" Exhausted from tossing and turning, he finally dragged himself out of his room. "It's only 9 o'clock. It really is a bit too early to sleep. Screw it. I might as well work out for a bit. Once I'm tired out, I'll naturally fall asleep." Lu Shang took a deep breath. Since his blood chi was running high right now anyway, let's reinforce it a bit. The 13th broadcast exercise, let's go. He slowly circulated his energy, getting into the first stance. But a split second later, Lu Shang froze. He raised his arms in utter confusion. What? What kind of move is this? Why the hell am I doing this? Lu Shang's body instinctively executed a set of martial arts forms. I've memorized all 24 stances since I was a kid. How could I be doing it wrong? Right at that moment, an unfamiliar memory flashed through his mind. Wait, this is… Lu Shang's eyes went wide with sheer shock. It's the body tempering technique from that zombie's memories. It was late into the night, but his bedroom light was still blaring. Lu Shang fiercely swung his fists, his breathing growing heavy and ragged. There are over 2,000 more movements in this routine compared to what I used to practice. Lu Shang's hands were now crackling with an intense surge of energy. And what's more, every single time I move, I can actually feel the power surging wildly through my veins. As he kept practicing, he realized something wasn't quite right. It's not just the body tempering technique itself. As Lu Shang followed along, pulling from the memories of his past life, it's the breathing method too. This breathing technique and body tempering method requires people to practice it non-stop eating, drinking, or resting. You have to do it 24/7. This is way too incredible. Absolutely mind-blowing. Just a few simple movements, and it beats an entire year of my usual training. Wait. No. It's even better than several years of hard work. So the dream world is the real treasure trove here. Just as he finished his set, his stomach let out a furious growl. Lu Shang clutched his stomach, collapsing straight onto the floor. I'm so freaking hungry. What the heck is going on? It hurts. I'm starving. It's unbearable. He tried to analyze it while piecing the memories together. Could it be that, because my blood chi shot up so fast, my body just doesn't have enough energy to keep up? Normal food isn't going to give me nearly enough of the nutrients I need. I desperately need supplements. Lu Shang's body was literally trembling now, but with my family's income, there's absolutely no way we can afford those crazy expensive supplements. If things keep going like this, it's definitely going to drag down my progress. I have to find a way to make some cash and buy those supplements myself. Every semester, they give out cash rewards to the top-performing students. I remember the Tier A scholarship at Baihei Academy is a solid 10,000 bucks. But if I want to get my hands on that money, his face was locked in utter determination. I have to show off strength and talent that's worthy of it. Sometime later, in the locker room of the school's gym, as he changed into his gear, Qiming spoke up. It's super rare for our class rep not to hijack this period for extra lectures. But man, it's been a hot minute since we actually had a live combat class. The moment he saw Lu Shang's physique, he shrieked in absolute shock. Whoa! Lu Shang, since when the hell did you get so jacked? Qiming kept poking and feeling his muscles, completely in awe. I haven't seen you for a few days. How the heck did you get so huge? I didn't even recognize you. These muscles. You've really been putting in the work lately, huh? Stop poking around. He brushed his hair back with a laugh, saying his hair had gotten too long and he needed a trim. Lu Kai frowned at that. I think you're just trying to show off for the girls during today's combat training. I saw through your cheap tricks a long time ago. Lu Shang laughed helplessly. You're the one being petty. The exam is coming up. You should focus on your own training. A moment later, he put his jacket on. But how should he show what he's capable of? Perhaps this was the perfect opportunity. Scene change to the martial arts hall. Instructor Zheng Guo stood in the center and spoke up. Today's combat training will focus on reinforcing the basic sparring techniques I taught you all previously. Below, Instructor Zheng Guo began the lecture. Liu Kai leaned in close and whispered, They say Mr. Zheng is an official level 2 martial artist. He's actually seen real combat and fought off savage beasts. Look at the scar on his right arm. He was still explaining as he spoke. Lu Shang watched carefully. Level 2 martial artist. Huh? Honestly, his combat techniques seem way too simple and rough. What I've learned in my dreams is far more advanced than this. Zheng Guo landed a powerful kick before pulling his leg back. Alright, those are the key points. Focus on them. Zheng Guo then pointed toward a student. Yang Tufei, come up here and practice with me to demonstrate for the rest of the class. Yang Tufei agreed immediately. Yes, sir. He stepped forward to the admiration of the girls. Tufei is so cool, and he's so strong too. I know, right? He's the class top student and the heartthrob. I'd really love to practice with him. You just want to practice? I bet you have other motives. Don't talk nonsense. Liu Kai looked on, feeling a bit dissatisfied. It's this guy again. Every chance to show off goes to him. He's rich. He's handsome. Is there no justice in this world? He gets the best blood-replenishing tonics at every stage. His last blood gas check was already 1.2. Liu Kai looked at them and added, The teachers even give him private guidance. How are us ordinary folks supposed to survive? Hearing this, Lu Shang felt a sense of empathy. Yeah, if it were me back then, I could only lament the unfairness of fate. Thinking of this, he frowned. But things are different now. I have to take everything back with my own hands. On the platform, the sparring session finally came to an end. Zheng Guo praised him. Good. Not bad. Your movements are decent, but your center of gravity needs a little work. I'll correct it for you later. Keep training hard. You have a bright future. Next, it's time for real combat call. A few classmates up to spar with you. He bowed and replied, Yes, thank you for the guidance, sir. On the surface, he was respectful, but inside, Yang Tufei was sneering. Correct me? A measly level 2 martial artist. He can't even compare to my private tutors. Compared to the cannon fodder on the battlefield, he's nothing. Of course I have a bright future. Then, the instructor turned to the class and asked loudly, Is there any student who wants to come up and spar with Yang Tufei? Everyone remained silent. Anyone want to come up? Anyone at all? Lu Kai sighed. Who could possibly beat him? Going up there is just asking to be his stepping stone. Who would be stupid enough to do that? Seeing this, Zheng Guo couldn't help but feel disappointed. Every time we mention real combat, these students get timid and hide like ostriches. How am I supposed to teach them? Even though the school focuses on blood gas cultivation and physical training, once they graduate and enter the military, only the true elites will survive on the path of martial arts. He glanced around. Everyone below whispered that he favored the top students. But these kids didn't stop to think other than Yang Tufei. How many of them actually dared to step up? Then, he met Lu Shang's determined gaze. Zheng Guo paused for a second, wondering worriedly, This kid, what's with that look? It's like he's actually seen real bloodshed. Before long, Zheng Guo pointed at Lu Shang. All right, you there, come up and spar with Yang Tufei. Hearing this, he stood up immediately. Yes, is there really a hidden gem in the class? Lu Kai whispered worriedly from the side. Lu Shang, just admit defeat early, okay? The exam is coming up. Getting hurt now will have a huge impact. Don't push yourself just to save face. You hear me? Lu Shang reassured him. Don't worry, Liu Kai. Didn't I tell you? I've been training hard lately. Zheng Guo explained the rules. A 10-minute time limit, and safety is the top priority. Remember the key points I mentioned during the lecture. Yang Tufei and Lu Shang walked onto the mat. Lu Shang frowned as he looked at him, his gaze sharp. Yang Tufei, however, remained indifferent. Remember to pull your punches. Seeing Lu Shang's expression, Zheng Guo couldn't help but be impressed. Not afraid on the field, calm and collected. With a temperament like that, why didn't I notice him before? Zheng Guo turned and asked curiously, What was your last blood gas test result? Lu Shang answered honestly. My last result was 0.802. Hearing this, the instructor frowned slightly. 0.8? That's so low. It doesn't seem right. Could my eyes be deceiving me? Pay attention to the force of your exchanges. It's about technical interaction. Understand? Prepare to begin. Yang Tufei smiled mockingly. Ready? Lu, did you listen to the lecture? Remember not to use your hands to break your fall or you'll snap a bone. Protect your vitals, especially your head. Lu Shang remained perfectly calm. Thanks for the reminder. I've got it. I'm ready. Please, go ahead. No sooner had he finished speaking than a punch was already right in front of Lu Shang. Okay, right now. He carefully recalled what Lu Kai had said. Lu Shang, do you know what's most important in real combat? Controlling your distance, observing the opponent's movements, predicting their attacks, choosing counter tactics, balancing offense and defense, mastering the rhythm of the fight, using short, fast probes, then landing a decisive heavy blow. No, that's not it. It's the gap in blood gas, speed, and raw power. The crowd watched in horror as Tufei lunged forward aggressively. The outcome is already decided. The strong will win, and a loser like him deserves a humiliating end. But a split second later, the force of his attack vanished. Lu Shang had dodged the move with ease, leaving Tufei stunned. Huh? Before he could even recover, he took a clean punch to the gut. In a flash, Tufei was sent flying, knocked out cold in a single blow. Zheng Guo caught him, astonished. The other students at the scene were also in shock. All eyes shifted to Lu Shang, and everyone screamed in surprise. Lu Shang took him down in one punch. Just one punch. Lu Shang himself stood there, surprised by the sheer strength he had just unleashed. After taking that punch, Yang Tufei was completely unconscious in Zheng Guo's arms. The surrounding crowd broke into an uproar. What just happened? Someone gasped. Lu Shang defeated Yang Tufei in one move. Zheng Guo stabilized Tufei and yelled at the surrounding students. What are you all staring at? Get someone from the infirmary, quickly. The students scrambled to reply. Yes, sir. A moment later, the medical team arrived, carefully bandaged him up, and loaded Tufei onto a stretcher. The school medic spoke up. Easy there. I've finished stabilizing him. Let's move. Seeing them take young Tufei away, Lu Shang cautiously approached Zheng Guo and called out, "Teacher Trung." He scratched his head, stammering, "Teacher Trung, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just couldn't control my strength for a second." Zheng Guo looked at him with a thoughtful gaze. Then he patted Lu Shang's shoulder and said, "In full contact sparring, injuries are hard to avoid. Don't worry, he isn't seriously hurt. Come to my office. I have something to discuss with you." He immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Walking behind Zheng Guo, Lu Shang turned back and said, "Lu Qiming, I'm heading to the teacher's office for a bit. Please cover for me in the next period." Liu Qiming was still shocked by his friend's transformation. Before he could react, as soon as Lu Shang left, a wave of whispers broke out. "Oh my god, did Lu Shang take something? How is he that strong? One hit and he blew Yang Tufei away," they exclaimed. "Wait, is that guy Lu Shang? Is that the Lu Shang we know?" A student wondered aloud. Yang Tufei's vitality stat of 1.22 couldn't even hold up against Lu Shang. Just what is Lu Shang's actual vitality level? Hearing these words, Lu Qiming looked at Lu Shang's retreating back, silently thinking, "Old Lu." Zheng Guo opened the door and led Lu Shang into his office. Lu Shang looked around curiously, then suddenly stopped in front of the tea table, admiring something. "A bonsai tree? I didn't know you liked these, Teacher Trung." Zheng Guo smiled dismissively. "Just a little personal hobby. Besides, everyone has their own little secrets." He glanced meaningfully at Lu Shang and asked, "Wouldn't you agree?" Zheng Guo said sharply, "Student Lu Shang, with a vitality stat of 0.8. "Wait." Lu Shang looked at him without much explanation. "You already said it yourself, teacher. That was from the last test." Thinking he had been using supplements, Zheng Guo sternly warned, "You shouldn't use vitality-enhancing drugs. You know the school strictly forbids it. Not only is it extremely dangerous to your health, but if you get caught, it won't just be a simple warning." Lu Shang was startled and immediately denied it. "What? What drugs? Of course I haven't. I can guarantee I absolutely haven't used any banned substances." Zheng Guo then brought out a strength-testing orb and said, "Fine. If that's the case, I'll recheck your vitality stat now. If you've been using volatile vitality-boosting drugs, the readings will show major fluctuations." He pointed to the combat power machine next to them and ordered, then checked his combat stats. "If your combat power matches your vitality, that will also prove your true strength." Lu Shang replied, "Understood." He stood before Zheng Guo and slowly placed his hand on the orb. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from around the orb. Then, Lu Shang's vitality stat appeared. Zheng Guo saw it and gasped, "What? 1.5? He was stunned, thinking, a 1.5 vitality score, a full-fledged martial artist? An 18-year-old official martial artist, not just at this school, but in the entire Bakha city, he would be called a genius. While the teacher was still dazed, Lu Shang walked over to test his combat power. Suddenly, a loud bang startled the teacher, snapping him out of his thoughts. Zheng Guo asked anxiously, "What's wrong? What happened?" Before he could finish, he saw that Lu Shang had literally blown the head off the combat robot, and it had even crashed into his bonsai tree, snapping it in half. Zheng Guo rushed over, heartbroken, and cried out, "Damn it, my prized pine tree, how could you just leave me like this?" Lu Shang pried the robot's head out of the wall, looking flustered. "I'm sorry, sir. I really didn't mean to, Teacher Trung." Even though he was heartbroken, Zheng Guo couldn't help but evaluate this kid. Even though he was just a student, he should have at least been able to withstand an attack from an official martial artist. Seeing him scrambling over there, he was certain this kid's combat power was way beyond level 1. After things settled down, Lu Shang sat nervously opposite Zheng Guo. The teacher suddenly spoke up. "Earlier, you said." Zheng Guo looked at him, asking seriously, "Your last vitality test result was 0.8. So how long ago was that?" Lu Shang recalled, "Well, the last time." He honestly replied, "That was half a month ago." Upon hearing this, the teacher stood up abruptly and asked, "Half a month ago?" Zheng Guo couldn't believe it. "What are you trying to say? In just half a month, you went from a vitality stat of 0.8 to exceeding that of an official martial artist?" he asked in confusion. "Which major family are you heir to? Or are you following some great grandmaster's training?" Lu Shang smiled awkwardly. "My family is just normal, not some big clan, and I don't have any masters guiding me." Not wanting to discuss it further, he said, "As for why my strength improved so fast, that's my secret." Zheng Guo frowned, thinking to himself, in less than a month, his vitality has nearly doubled, and his combat power far exceeds standard level 1 martial artist requirements. He couldn't help but reminisce. Back when he was a student, his own grades were considered quite good. He had trained hard for many years, eventually breaking through to become a level 2 martial artist before joining the army. Remembering those grueling days, he realized that after entering the battlefield, he understood one truth. The state cannot accept humans who cannot defeat monsters. He recalled fighting them, and how helpless and small humans felt when facing those unreasonable, powerful beings. However, in front of Zheng Guo back then, another force had appeared. They had arrived with their freakish powers, people who could defeat monsters. He remembered those who possessed special abilities and sighed to himself. Only those who are just as unreasonable, a different kind of monster that humans can't comprehend. Returning to the present, Zheng Guo could only sigh and reply, "I understand." He suggested, "With your performance, you should definitely be in the advanced class, where the best teachers can guide you." Then, Zheng Guo added, "I'll contact the registrar immediately." Suddenly, Lu Shang declined. "Thank you for your kindness, sir, but that won't be necessary. I feel like my current class is just fine." Lu Shang had his own plan, thinking, learning from someone else isn't as fast as cultivating in the void. Zheng Guo asked, puzzled, "Not necessary? But for a student with your talent, the school will definitely pull out all the stops to train you," he persuaded. "Is there any trouble with your training? Is there anything the school can help you with? You can tell me." Lu Shang, hearing this, boldly said, "If that's the case, I won't hold back. I have 2 requests. I want to apply for a martial arts scholarship, and I hope the school can give me a more flexible class schedule." At this point, Zheng Guo understood why he had refused. "I see. Money and freedom. Huh." He considered it and asked, "Fine. I will apply for a special school scholarship for you. How does 30,000 yuan sound?" Zheng Guo easily met Lu Shang's requests, saying, "As for the school hours, I'll talk to the registrar. The scholarship money might take a few days to get approved, but your training cannot be delayed." He pulled out his own black card and generously handed it to him. "Take this as an advance from me. Pay me back whenever you've got plenty." Teacher Zheng Guo readily agreed to Lu Shang's request, saying, "I'll talk to the registrar's office about your school schedule. The scholarship money might take a few days to get approved, but your training can't be delayed." He pulled out his own black card and handed it to him generously. "Take this as an advance, kid. Pay me back whenever you're flush." Lu Shang suddenly stammered, Wait, is this a black martial arts card? There must be at least 10,000 yuan in here. That's way more than my scholarship." He couldn't believe Mr. Zhang had actually granted his request, and said excitedly, "Thank you, Mr. Zhang." Zheng Guo smiled and reminded him, "Don't get lazy with your training. I expect you to make the academy proud. All right now, go back to class." Lu Shang clutched the black card and said happily, "Yes, sir. Thank you." With that, he headed back to class. As Zheng Guo watched him leave, only then did he let his excitement show. "Good. Lu Shang. Our Baihe Academy finally has a Lu Shang. Not even 18 yet, and already at the level of a rank 2 martial artist," Zheng Guo said expectantly. "Before the national exam, I have to keep him well hidden. He'll be our secret weapon. Then I can really shock the other academies." He stood up, feeling invigorated. "That's right. I need to report this to my superiors immediately. It's not just about the national exam," Zheng Guo thought hopefully. "After all these years, we finally have someone who might be able to reach that place." Inside a high-end martial arts equipment shop, a clerk said brightly, "You have a great eye, don't you? This is the Yang Qi powder infused with Yanlan Heart, the latest release from Renshin Hall." She enthusiastically introduced it to a mother and daughter. "It's most effective when your blood energy reaches point 8. Plus, this medicine is specially made for female martial artists. It's only 30,000 right now, so it's a great deal." The daughter, acting spoiled, said to her mother, "Not bad, wrap it up." After the pair left, the clerk bowed. "Thank you for coming." Outside, the mother, Jiang Chao, said, "All right, after you take this, make sure you focus on your training. You hear me?" The daughter hugged her mother happily and replied, "Don't worry, Mom. I'll definitely take back the #1 spot in this mock exam." Lu Shang was walking back from the market and watched them. He thought to himself, 30,000 a bottle. Mom and Dad work day and night just to afford 3,000 yuan worth of Yang Qi powder. Powerful martial artists can make so much more money, and the more money there is, the more martial artists can be cultivated. Lu Shang sighed, realizing just how hard it was for kids from poor families to succeed. He felt guilty toward his younger sister. Lu Qingwo was a true genius, someone with the talent to change her own destiny, but she was being held back by him. The resources she got were pitifully small. Lu Shang remembered his own past weakness. And what about him? As he walked down the street, he berated himself, unable to accept that he was just average. Yet he wasn't doing enough to change his fate either, just living a mediocre, muddled life. Right then, he saw someone on the street proudly telling his friend, "I'm gonna carry you to gold rank today. Trust me, I'll take you out there to crush everyone. Come on, grab onto this carry." The other guy teased him. "You? Carry me? If you actually knew how to away from keyboard, we would have ranked up ages ago. Know your place, man." Watching them made him think, I want to learn about the martial arts world, yet I'm still hiding in games, clinging to those bits of connection from my past life. Lu Shang mocked his own helplessness. He was like a fish trapped in a bowl, wanting to reach the vast, infinite ocean, yet greedy for the comfort and stillness of the bowl. Recalling the opportunity he had just gained, he thought, but everything has changed now. Lu Shang felt as if the invisible wall separating him from the world had been shattered. He had finally broken through the water's surface, seeing the world outside and getting another chance to change his destiny. Looking up at the sky, he made a silent vow. He knew what he wanted, he knew what he had to do, and this time, he wouldn't choose wrong. Suddenly, Lu Shang felt a change happening within his body. He tried channeling his internal energy and realized he was absorbing the combat memories he had gained earlier, understanding them fully in that very moment. I've broken through the bottleneck of my fist techniques. Now, these techniques are truly my own. Lu Shang clenched his fist, thinking, mind clear, seeing the truth. Is this the enlightenment the teacher was talking about? At this rate of progress, he told himself, he had taken another step on this path. Lu Shang was determined. Lu Qinghuo, Mom, Dad. I will keep getting stronger until I take back everything I want. Scene shift. In Lu Shang's dream, a zombie with crimson eyes appeared. It growled and spun around sharply. The moment it saw Lu Shang, it lunged at him. Lu Shang raised his hands to block the attack. By now, the energy surging around his body had increased significantly. With sharp, focused eyes, he took advantage of the moment before the zombie could strike again and dodged to the side. Lu Shang then grabbed it from behind and slammed it hard onto the ground. Once it stopped moving, he panted and assessed the situation. This zombie must have been a martial artist when it was alive. Even as a zombie, it still uses grappling techniques. Lu Shang looked into the distance and calculated. According to the zombie's memories, base number 1359 should be right in front of me. He was a bit confused, but the base should be filled with black smoke and countless exotic beasts. Yet here, there isn't a single beast in sight. That's strange. On the way, he had only encountered zombies, and with his current strength, he had easily dealt with them all. After fighting for a while, he looked up in surprise at the view ahead. Lu Shang stood on a cliff, staring at the city surrounded by circular walls, and sighed. Finally found it. Base number 1359. Without hesitation, he slid down the cliffside and stood beneath a fissure in the city wall. Lu Shang muttered, "This wall is majestic. Surely this whole place is a city. It doesn't look like a base at all." He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. He felt that if two giant monsters grew out of the ground right now, he wouldn't even be surprised. Looking down from above, Lu Shang, walking through the fissure, looked like a tiny ant compared to the massive wall. Gusts of wind blew through the cracks in the city, creating strange, wailing sounds. Lu Shang thought, the wall is so thick, it must be at least 20 meters, right? He was bewildered. It was hard to imagine. With a scale like this, what kind of force could even breach this base? Whether it was martial arts or the level of civilization, this world was far beyond his own. But even a civilization as powerful as this one had been swallowed up by the claws of exotic beasts. Lu Shang lamented, then what will become of our future? At the end of the fissure, he was a bit surprised. This architecture doesn't look like the others. It must be a military base or some kind of command center. Suddenly, Lu Shang's gaze fixed on a building, and he caught a glimpse of a silhouette inside. He thought, what is that? Trying to look closer, Lu Shang voiced his suspicion. It looks like a... Before he could finish his sentence, a fierce, intense wave of killing intent shot out from the creature's eyes. He was stunned by the force of it. Lu Shang trembled, fell to the ground, and scrambled back in fear, panting as he remembered that energy signature and wondered, what was that? A shockwave? Spiritual power? How could it have such massive strength? He stared at the central tower. Lu Shang realized that wasn't a place he could approach, so he decided to put it out of his mind for now. Standing on the edge of the crevice, he assessed the situation, determined to observe his surroundings first. The zombies below didn't seem too threatening. As they shambled down the street, something suddenly leaped onto the head of one of them and darted away. It then vaulted onto a fence and scrambled up a nearby building. It was Lu Shang. He was quite surprised when he peered inside the structure. Lu Shang stepped inside to take a look. There were no zombies. It looked like an ordinary home, He picked up a spoon from the table, noting that the occupants must have been eating when the apocalypse hit. They hadn't even cleared the table. Lu Shang glanced back outside. The windows showed no signs of damage. Could it be that ordinary people didn't qualify to be turned into zombies by that terrifying black smoke? Suddenly, something caught his eye. Spotting a device that looked like a robotic vacuum, Lu Shang touched it, feeling skeptical. What's this? It actually still has power. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from it, causing him to recoil. A steady, mechanical voice rang out, announcing that it was exiting standby mode and rebooting. Soon, a woman with a strange, stylized appearance materialized within the light. She greeted him. Greetings. Welcome to Tianheng Technology. Lu Shang stared at her, bewildered. What is this? A 3D hologram? A reality simulation? He suddenly noticed a strange detail. Wait, were they speaking the same language? He was caught off guard. Lu Shang realized the language used here was the same as the one in his own world. Was it some kind of advanced automatic translation tech? As if reading his mind, she began her introduction. I am a product of Tianheng Technology. I am the integrated artificial intelligence supported by the 16th generation optical brain, i.e., responsible for managing the server network of Facility 1359. Listening to these terms, Lu Shang thought to himself, optical brain, artificial intelligence. This really is futuristic technology. He spoke up. So, IE, can you show me the latest news from this past week? She nodded immediately. IE replied, Of course, it is my pleasure to serve you. With that, she attempted to establish a network connection. A notification sound rang out. The network connection failed. IE quickly switched to a command to connect to the civil database of base 1359. The notification sounded again. The connection was successful. Immediately after, a massive amount of data began uploading, leaving Lu Shang startled. Summarizing the information from her, on June 21st, in the year 1124 of the Martial calendar, the main base number 2 successfully launched its 58th life exploration spacecraft. It was targeting the Tianjin star system. On the 12th of the same month, base number 105 was overrun. On the 24th, Lieutenant General Chong Kangxi successfully reached the 10th level of the star realm, becoming the 472nd powerhouse of the 10th star realm level in the history of the Martial world. Currently, the Martial Alliance has a total of 23 powerhouses at the 10th star realm level. On the 30th of the month, bases 114, 893, and 102 fell one after another. The 8th Division has been dispatched to search for and rescue survivors. On November 19th, the Martial world will hold the 24th Grandmaster Conference at Main Base Number 1 to discuss short-term strategic direction. Lu Shang quickly processed the information, thinking, 10th level martial artists. If the grading system of this world is the same as mine, I can't imagine how far their martial arts development has reached. Then, a screen slowly appeared before him, showing a replay of the monsters shattering the city walls and swarming inside. The residents inside were desperately trying to fight them off. He couldn't help but be shocked to his core. The martial arts and technology of that world had developed at a speed almost impossible to conceive. Lu Shang watched what followed, but regardless of whether it was the 10th level of martial arts, the outcome was already clear. Whether it was high, sturdy walls, everything was helpless against the shadows and claws of the strange beasts. As he watched the screen, he saw that they eventually decided to abandon their home planet, sending a search team on an interstellar voyage to find a second habitable planet. Lu Shang looked at the ship that had flown away, thinking, yet, on the day human civilization completely collapsed, they didn't even leave behind any information that could inspire hope. Approaching a sofa, he sighed. In the end, they couldn't escape the fate of extinction. Lu Shang sat down in front of IE, lamenting, such a powerful and glorious civilization, what a tragedy. He asked, so, IE, can you show me the history of this world? She smiled and replied, of course. IE waved her hand, retrieved the information, and produced a scroll, saying, World History. It opened before Lu Shang, revealing specific details. He read the clear notes, his heart heavy with sorrow. This world was so strong, yet couldn't escape its destruction. Perhaps he could learn something from their experience to help his own world avoid such a fate. IE began to introduce it. In the first year of the Martial calendar, great rifts appeared all over the world, birthing countless alien creatures. In the 34th year of the Martial era, the Gulong nation produced the world's first internal Qi martial artist. The same year, the Martial Alliance was founded. Lu Shang scrolled through the eras of this planet. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong and panicked. No, isn't this the history of our own world? He lowered his head and started connecting the information he'd gathered. So that's it. The same language, the same martial artist grading system. Lu Shang realized with horror that what he had just seen wasn't the destruction of another world, but the future of his own world 10,000 years from now. Suddenly, he thought of another possibility. Wait, not necessarily. It's not definitely the same world. Lu Shang reasoned it could be a coincidence or a parallel world. He jumped up and asked, "I.e., can I search for information on a specific human?" I.e. quickly began uploading the data. "Lu Shang," she announced. "Search complete. A total of 36 results found." Lu Shang quickly found himself in the results. June, year 297 of the martial calendar. He was surprised he was actually there. Looking at the information, he was startled. What? I only live until I'm 28, and I'm still just an ordinary person? He ordered IE to continue searching. Lu Shang said, "The year 299, someone named Lu Qingwo." IE shook her head in refusal. "Insufficient authority. Guest user. You cannot query martial artist information. Please provide genetic blood samples to create a registered user." Lu Shang looked at his hands, thinking, "I need to provide a blood sample to register?" He looked around, searching. "How do I provide it? Is there a syringe or something inside this machine?" Suddenly, IE leaned forward, took hold of his finger, and bit down. Lu Shang blushed, completely embarrassed, and stammered, This is. In an instant, IE already had his blood in her mouth. She announced that the blood sample processing was complete. As the analysis began, Lu Shang gripped his hands tightly, feeling uneasy. These futuristic will really go all out, even if it's just a fictional character. Suddenly, IE's expression shifted, her eyes widening. Noticing this, Lu Shang asked with suspicion, "What's wrong?" At that moment, the light surrounding IE seemed to fluctuate. A flame appeared around her, and the interface, initially blue, shifted to red. She announced that human genetic blood samples had been detected. IE continuously executed commands. The Spark plan was initializing and connecting to the resources of Spark Library number 1359. Connection successful, authorization unlocked. Lu Shang thought in a daze, the Spark plan? What on earth is that? Could it be a plan to leave Earth and find a new world? Just then, another profile of him appeared on the information screen. Lu Shang exclaimed in surprise, "Why has my identity profile changed?" He quickly scanned the information, then panicked internally. The future has changed, he thought, looking at the details. According to the original timeline, Lu Shang graduated from Baihe Academy in Baihe City, ranked 23rd in Baihe City that same year, enrolled in Baihe Wuhan University, joined the military region 3 years later, and then served in the Tiannan military district. He died in the southern combat zone. He was shocked to read the information about his death at age 37, unmarried, with the rank of lieutenant, and no significant contributions. Lu Shang wondered, does the future change once I become stronger? He scrolled back to the previous information and realized that in the data, even his life trajectory before age 18 was identical. Even the power spike before the college entrance exam was recorded. Lu Shang thought heavily, but in the face of such a weighty history, that small shock didn't even cause a ripple. Within the vast database of humanity, there were no geniuses to speak of, but he sighed, feeling a sense of clarity. After all, in over 10,000 years of history, there are countless geniuses. Those who make a name for themselves in history are but a few. Lu Shang frowned, staring at the profile. However, there were discrepancies in the data regarding his current starting point. He calculated that his blood gas score in the college entrance exam was 2.012. His combat power index was recorded as 257 if you set aside the space. Based on his current pace of physical training, breathing techniques, and the maintenance of existing resources, it is normal to achieve this result in over 200 days. Lu Shang then thought of his current potential, but if he factored in his cultivation and gains within the dream space, then his achievements should be far beyond that. He found it unacceptable, thinking, how could I, Lu Shang, only rank 23rd in the city? I should be on the national list, and everyone should know who I am. His eyes filled with determination. His future, and the resources of the Spark Library, must not stop there. With what he possesses, Lu Shang is convinced that if he keeps growing stronger, he can change the future. Grasping his hands with iron will, he promised himself that even if future human civilization faces extinction, I, Lu Shang, will change history. He would turn the tide, his heart surging with a resolve he had never felt before. I will be the spark that starts a prairie fire. The scene shifted to Lu Shang's old apartment. His mother was preparing breakfast for the family. Seeing him still in his pajamas, she asked, "Why aren't you dressed yet? Don't you have school today?" He smiled and replied, "Yes," the teacher said. We can choose to study from home now. There's no need to go to class anymore. Hearing this, his mother was surprised and whispered, "There's such a thing?" Nearby, Lu Qinghuo also thought incredulously, "Schools actually allow self-study from home? How come I've never heard of that?" After quickly finishing his meal, Lu Shang stood up and said, "I'm full." Looking at his mother, he said apologetically, "I'm going back to my room to train now. Sorry for the trouble with the dishes, Mom." She just smiled gently and urged him, "Go ahead, keep up that enthusiasm." Lu Qinghuo glanced at him, suspicious of her brother's change. This brat, he feels like he's changed so much lately. Lu Qinghuo sensed the aura around Lu Shang. He no longer looked like the fool he used to be, and he had become calm and mysterious. Lu Shang entered his room and locked the door carefully. After warming up for a while, suddenly his phone rang. Lu Shang picked up. "Hello, Mr. Zhang." On the other end, Mr. Zhengguo happily reported, "Lu Shang, your scholarship is ready. Come to school this afternoon to pick it up." Lu Shang replied politely, "Yes, thank you for your hard work, sir." Zhengguo then reminded him, "By the way, why didn't you come to school today? Didn't we need to discuss your school schedule?" He was about to continue, I was thinking, when Lu Shang cut him off. "Mr. Zhang, I don't have much time left, so I can't afford to waste any more," he explained briefly, and prepared to hang up. "I can't explain everything to you right now. Let's talk about it later, sir." On the other end, Zhengguo was helpless with his student. Lu Shang began preparing to enter the dreamscape to train. There is no more time to worry about whether being too outstanding will make others jealous or envious. I have to reveal my talent. I must shock everyone. Looking at the brilliant peak in the distance, Lu Shang continued to strive forward. He whispered to himself, "Only by displaying more talent can I obtain more resources. I must reach the top at the fastest speed and find a way to change the future." Inside the base where Ai was, Lu Shang summoned her and asked, "Ai, please access my permissions and search for all cultivation methods, insights, and records related to martial arts." She replied dutifully, "Yes, searching for you." Then the system announced that the search was successful. There were a total of 465,751 results. A long list of information appeared before him. Lu Shang looked at the sheer volume and commanded, "This is way too much. Filter out the most suitable techniques for first-level cultivators and extract the most valuable content." Ai quickly replied, "Yes, filtering for you." She uploaded the command to the system, restricting the scope to first-level cultivators, filtering down to 34,521 results. She organized them and selected the highest-rated results. After a few seconds, a notification sounded, "Filtering complete." Lu Shang was also surprised by Ai's capabilities. She reported, "There are a total of 3 results." He focused, thinking, these must be the best techniques in the last 10,000 years. The first technique, the Stellar Body Refining Art, Beginner Edition, created by Wang Hong, the strongest level 11 martial artist, added to the Spark Plan. The second technique, the Natural Breathing Technique, an introductory manual created by Yang Yidun, the strongest martial artist at level 11 of the Martial Alliance, and included in the Seed Project. And the third technique, the Crystalline Visualization Method, the introductory manual created by Duan Yifeng, the strongest at level 11 of the Martial Alliance, also part of the Seed Project. Looking at these 3 manuals, all created by level 11 masters, Lu Shang couldn't help but marvel at the martial arts standards of the future. Right now, even the strongest fighters haven't surpassed level 9, so having level 11 techniques here is just absurd. He cherished the thought. Even if these were just introductory versions, their value was beyond words. Seeing how carefully these manuals were preserved, Lu Shang guessed they must have been saved for the Seed Project. It seems the powerhouses of the Martial Alliance had long foreseen this fate. While studying the techniques, he felt a touch of vanity, thinking they must have lacked the power to turn the tide, leaving them with no choice but to pass down the essence of their lifelong learning, hoping that someone in the future would carry on the Seed Project. Lu Shang sighed. Sadly, they could never have imagined that the one finding these seeds wouldn't be their descendants, but him. He quickly entered a state of deep cultivation, the Stellar Body Refinement Technique, turning his body into a miniature universe, clearing his mind of all distractions, his spirit transcending the physical. He felt every flow of energy within him, refining his life force, strengthening his soul, and sharpening his mind, reaching into every single cell to make each one a star with boundless power. Lu Shang contemplated the sutras, letting the blood in his veins turn into galaxies, transforming the internal energy of his body into stellar regions. The foundation of the technique relies on the raw physical strength of the martial artist. When a martial artist's body density reaches its peak, their strength and defense become unimaginable life force as mighty as a planet, as vast as a galaxy. He panted, suddenly realizing, this is insane. If my old body refinement techniques were a 1, then this stellar body refinement is 1,000, maybe even more. Lu Shang compared the two. At first, it felt just like any other workout. Nothing special. He moved on to the second manual. Alright, next up, the natural breathing technique. Lu Shang closed his eyes and focused on his breath. Natural breathing technique. First stage, fire breath. Each breath became searing hot, and Lu Shang's body was soon surrounded by flames born from his own respiration. After grasping the technique, he exhaled, feeling lighter. He clutched his chest, stunned by the effect on his body. Is this really fire breath? It feels like there are countless flames burning inside me. Even my blood is starting to boil. Lu Shang marveled. This is just the first breathing method, and there are so many more attributes. This is way too powerful. Quickly, onto the third technique, crystalline visualization. Lu Shang sat on the ground, entering a meditative state, purifying his thoughts, and strengthening his will, the most mysterious energy in martial arts cultivation. As he studied the mental cultivation, he realized this was about spiritual power. Let's see what I can do. A blue energy surrounded him. Suddenly, everything became deathly silent. He slowly opened his eyes. Lu Shang was floating in a strange world. Seeing another version of himself nearby, he whispered, "This must be the spiritual world." Lu Shang approached his other self to observe it. He reached out to touch it, thinking, spiritual will is incredibly important for martial arts. A martial artist with a firm will, free from distractions, will always surpass those with a weak mind and excessive desires, both in combat and cultivation speed. He tried everything to interact with it, but nothing happened. Lu Shang was puzzled. How on earth do you practice this? I just don't get it. He helplessly looked at his doppelganger and sighed. Looks like I'll have to take this slowly later on. Returning to the real world, Lu Shang slowly opened his eyes, sitting up, gasping for air with a worn-out body. That exhaustion. It feels so real, not like a dream at all. Suddenly, he noticed his body was covered in grime, and he blurted out, "Gross, is this sweat coming out of me?" Checking himself, he realized, the results from the dream training actually affect my real body. This is amazing. Lu Shang stood up, changed his clothes, and muttered, "Time for a shower." The effects of the stellar body refinement and the natural breathing technique actually purged the impurities from my body. I never expected this. Walking over to the medicine he bought the day before, Lu Shang calculated, my cultivation is growing rapidly now. Once I get my scholarship money tomorrow, I can start brewing medicine. Thinking of the dream realm made him excited. Alchemy recipes from 10,000 years in the future wouldn't just boost his strength, they'd revolutionize the entire pharmaceutical world. The next day at Bakha Academy, in Zhengguo's office, the teacher handed Lu Shang his scholarship, reminding him, "Next time, you should at least let me know before you show up." He bowed his head and said, "I understand. Sorry for the trouble, sir." Teacher Trung Zhengguo looked at Lu Shang and advised, "Go handle your business, but make sure you come to school to check in at least once a week." He obediently replied, "Yes, sir." Zhengguo watched him walk away, thinking, "This kid, I haven't seen him in 2 days, but..." Assessing his aura now, Zhengguo felt confused. Why does it feel like I can't read him at all anymore? After receiving the scholarship, Lu Shang went to buy medicine. Looking at the card in his hand, he thought, finally, I've got money. I have to solve this lack of blood energy quickly. With the recipes from the future, making my own supplements is the best approach. Remembering the formulas he asked Yi about, Lu Shang thought about the recipes. He'd checked in the Seed Project database. In this era, at this stage, the most suitable ones for me are the Spirit Essence Blood Strengthening Liquid and the Marrow Nourishing Pill, he pondered. Even for the simplest herbal concoction, I need professional equipment. The slightest difference in heat or dosage will completely change the result. After weighing his options, Lu Shang decided he needed a professional lab. Given his current situation, he knew building his own was impossible. He didn't have enough money. Lu Shang thought of another way. Let's see. Maybe I can rent equipment from a pharmacy. Cut 2. A bearded man shouting, "Rent a lab room?" He glared at Lu Shang and barked, "Are you kidding me? The lab is the heart of my pharmacy. Do you think I'd let you in to steal my family's secret recipes? I'm not that stupid." He slammed the door in his face and shouted, "No way, get lost." Lu Shang sighed helplessly. That was the 7th pharmacy already. Yeah, this isn't going well. The lab is a restricted area. You know. What? Are you trying to snoop around for my pharmacy's secret formulas? I'm not stupid enough to let you in. He slammed the door shut in his face and declared, "Not a chance. Get lost." Lu Shang sighed helplessly. This was the 7th pharmacy already. No luck, as expected. Clutching the pile of medicine in his hands, Lu Shang felt a bit down. He had already bought enough ingredients to make the blood-fortifying soup. Heck, he'd even bought extra. When paying, he'd checked his balance. The card Mr. Zhang gave him didn't just have 30,000, it had 80,000. Lu Shang thought gratefully. Must be his own money again. As he stepped out of the pharmacy, Lu Shang considered his final option. If this really didn't work, he'd have to go online and buy some old equipment to try it himself. After walking past a street, Lu Shang suddenly spotted another pharmacy. He looked at the exterior, sizing it up. There's another pharmacy here? It was in such a desolate, remote spot that Lu Shang took a gamble and pushed the door open. A young guy, busy on his phone, looked up from the counter. Lu Shang started, "Hello, The young guy sounded sluggish. "If you want to buy something, just look around yourself. Pay at the counter when you're done." Lu Shang continued, "I'm not here to buy medicine." Without looking up, the guy cut him off. "Don't even think about stealing. My shop is covered in cameras. They're super high res." Facing that attitude, Lu Shang frowned, thinking, even the pharmacies with bad service before would at least have the decency to ask what I need. This guy was something else, acting like he didn't care about business at all. Turns out, he was glued to his phone, watching some influencer dance. Suddenly, Lu Shang stepped up and pressed his hand down on the guy's phone. The guy blew up. "What the hell? You want to die?" Facing Lu Shang's cold expression and intimidating gaze, the guy stammered, "Die?" Snatching his phone back, he stuttered, "What do you want?" Lu Shang leaned over the counter, getting right in his face, and asked, "I'm here to ask you something. Does your pharmacy have a lab for compounding medicine?" The young guy replied, terrified, "What if I do? What if I don't? Aren't you here to buy medicine?" Lu Shang shifted his expression and smiled. "If you do, I want to talk business with you." A moment later, the young guy led him to the back, into the shop's prep room. Lu Shang was excited to go in, but the guy blocked him. He gestured, "We had a deal, 500 per hour. Even if you don't use the full hour, you pay for it. You get 3 hours max." Also, Lu Shang got the hint, pulled out his card, and replied, "I know, pay up front, right?" The guy happily grabbed the money. "All right, make yourself at home." After putting on his safety gear and apron, Lu Shang spoke up. "All right." He looked around the prep room excitedly. "Let's get started. First time brewing medicine." He picked up the first ingredient. "Let's start by processing these." Lu Shang focused on each step. Mutant greenscale tenderloin, descaling while fresh, adding the neutralizing agent, and conditioning the mixture to 35% concentration at a stable temperature. Setting that aside, he moved on to the second ingredient. Next, he condensed the moonstone, using a laser, adjusting the radiation of the light, to split the ingredient into liquid and fluid states, then collected them to cool. Lu Shang carefully operated while wearing safety goggles, and finally, he cut 300 grams of petrified sumac root. The mutant root was incredibly tough. He had to precisely control the dosage after processing. After the sequence adjustment to harmonize the medicinal properties, he carefully mixed the first 2 ingredients, following the exact order and reaction ratios. Finally, he had it. Lu Shang held the test tube with the pink liquid in his hand. "Spirit-enriching blood-fortifying soup," he exclaimed happily. "It worked! I can't believe I pulled it off on the first try. This is a supplement from 1,000 years in the future." Holding the tube, he took off his mask, thinking, but whether it actually works or not, I won't know until I try it. Lu Shang took a daring sip and tried to focus, but nothing. No feeling, no taste. Was it a failure? A few seconds later, his body suddenly felt a massive change. Lu Shang collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest and screaming in pain. Under his skin, veins bulged and throbbed violently. After a while, Lu Shang lay on the floor, gasping for air. He slowly sat up, amazed. "This medicine is so potent." In an instant, it filled the void in my chi and blood from leveling up too fast, and there's even some left over. Lu Shang braced himself on the table, silently marveling at the effectiveness of the medicinal materials, and it didn't cause any damage to his body either. He looked at himself, stunned. It was truly unimaginable. Not only that, the blood-fortifying supplement was so powerful that it even had cosmetic benefits, like improving skin elasticity and shrinking pores. This was 10,000 years of martial arts wisdom crystallized. Suddenly, a knock echoed. Lu Shang opened the door, exhausted and suspicious. "What is it?" "It's not time yet. Didn't I tell you not to disturb me?" The young guy, looking panicked, shouted, "No time to explain. Get out of here. Through the back door. Fast. He blurted out. She's back. Our boss is back. Outside, a woman slowly stepped out of a car. She was wearing a daringly modern cheongsam and was walking into the shop. Hatutu was alone in the lab. She grabbed a container full of test tubes. Without hesitation, Hatutu tried them one by one, gulping them down. Finally, frustrated, Hatutu slammed the table. No, it's just not working. The reaction of the medicine is too weak. It's not releasing the medicinal properties at all. No way. How can something like this be considered a supplement? While despondent, Hatutu thought of that man. How could a martial artist so easily admit defeat? You have to stand up and let the past blow away with the wind. Don't dwell on the wounds of yesterday today. Only by cherishing the present can you have a tomorrow. Her body trembled incessantly. Long Gang, Yang Huan, you deserve it. Hatutu's eyes were a burning red. With the rapid development of martial arts and the growing pharmaceutical industry, new and better formulas were being discovered every single day. The old ones were being discarded, she snapped, slamming her hand on the desk. My Ha family is falling to this point because our concepts are too conservative and outdated. We're clinging to the old ways and refusing to accept new ideas. In a state of confusion, Hatutu bit her fingernails. The formulas at the Xing Shantang pharmacy were all hundreds of years old. They had no competitive edge in the market anymore. Her nail-biting grew more frantic as her thoughts raced. If she couldn't find a new formula, the legacy her father personally entrusted to her would be ruined. Finally, Hatutu left the lab in despair. Forget it. If I don't have the talent to research it, I'll just have to partner with an old master. The new formula that Elder Zhang developed, I have to get my hands on it this time. Whether the Ha family can bounce back or not depends on this. A moment later, she returned. Ma Fei hurried to greet her. Miss Ha, aren't you supposed to be at the market today? He gently pulled back the curtain for Tutu to enter. Back already? So soon? Seeing her, Ma Fei couldn't help but gush. Miss Ha was still as breathtaking as ever. Such elegant poise, such stunning beauty. You will always be my goddess. He started daydreaming about his future. Married life with two, in this fading family clan. Only I have stayed loyally by my goddess's side. Those meant for each other will eventually find their way back together. Success in both my career and love life, reaching the peak of existence just like in those novels, right? The more he thought about it, the more Ma Fei started drooling with desire. Ma Fei, her sharp voice jolted him back to reality. Miss Ha, what's wrong? Tutu held up a stained garment. Explain yourself. What is this? Did you sneak someone into my lab? Look at this. Everything is ruined. Seeing her expression, Ma Fei did some quick calculations. Even when angry, she was gorgeous. Regaining his composure, he defended himself. It's nothing like that, Miss Ha. How could I ever do something so reckless? Disgusted, Tutu covered her face and commanded, You're fired. Don't come back tomorrow. Her decision stunned Ma Fei. Miss Ha, please, let me explain. A moment later, the shirt was tossed into the trash. Damn it, I'm so annoyed. Leaning against the desk, Tutu muttered while assigning tasks. Everything, every test tube, the desk, it all needs to be sanitized. Suddenly, she screamed in shock. Did this guy use an activation gas and a laser control device? Holding a test tube, Tutu stared at the chemical. Is this catabolized green-scaled lizard? Using activation gas on a green-scaled lizard, yet he discarded the most valuable scales? I've never heard of this processing method before. Realizing she was daydreaming, she squeezed her eyes shut. This must be some kind of pipe dream. To develop a high-quality drug, one needed profound pharmacological knowledge, a massive amount of capital, and countless experiments. A guy who didn't even have his own lab, was he trying to get rich overnight? However, a new thought occurred to Tutu. But isn't pinning my hopes on these intangible things exactly what I'm doing right now? She spotted a test tube Ma Fei had broken on the floor. Great. Sneaking into someone else's lab, using equipment without permission, and now dropping things just to top it off? Fantastic. Just how many more surprises do you have for me today? Tutu knelt alone to pick up the test tube. The scent from the tube made her freeze. This shape, this smell. Ning Yue stone? Calcined fragrant spring roots? What kind of combination is this? And it caused this kind of reaction? Tutu quickly examined the formula. This smell. Could it be? She risked it, dipping her finger into the solution, and tasted a drop. An invisible wave of power surged through her body. Tutu's eyes widened a feeling beyond words. Meanwhile, Ma Fei was dragging his suitcase, wandering aimlessly. That jerk, he ruined me. If I had known, I wouldn't have chased after that measly bonus. He looked back, sighing sadly. My goddess. Is this where our fate ends? Oh heavens, let me just see my goddess one more time. In the distance, Tutu was sprinting toward him. Even if it's just one last time, she yelled at the top of her lungs. Ma Fei, don't go. Stop right there. Seeing her, his eyes welled up with tears. Miss. No, Tutu. Ma Fei dropped his bags and sprinted toward her. I knew it. You have feelings for me. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay right by your side. You are my eternal sanctuary. But it seemed he was celebrating too soon. His tutu gripped his shirt tightly and demanded, Tell me, who exactly came into my lab earlier? I need to see them immediately. Tutu shook him violently. Ma Fei, are you deaf? I'm telling you, I need to meet that person. If you can find them, you can keep your job. And I'll double your salary, do you understand? Dizzied, he quickly pulled out his phone. I have a way to contact him. Getting the info, Tutu shoved Ma Fei aside. Give it to me, fast. Her eyes were glued to the phone. This formula has 10 times the blood toning effect of the product selling for $100,000 on the market. And it has so many other benefits, skin whitening, muscle building, yet the ingredients are mostly common materials. The production cost is less than 5,000 yuan. This is a revolutionary drug for the entire world. Holding the phone to her ear, Tutu smiled faintly. Finally, I've found you. This is the Ha family's big break. Meanwhile, Lu Shang was in the middle of training. He fell into a state of absolute focus. As time passed, Lu Shang finally woke up, hand resting on his chest. He pondered. The stellar body tempering technique really lives up to its reputation as an 11th level art from 10,000 years in the future. It's a massive breakthrough for human physical potential, truly unimaginable. If I keep this up, could my body actually create a star? Lu Shang was now brimming with power. The natural breathing method is also miraculous. It has such overwhelming power. Without this technique, the effect of the body tempering art wouldn't be this good. His eyes darted to the vials in his bag. My chi and blood have increased significantly. The effect of the spirit essence serum is top-notch. I made 12 vials earlier. With my physique, 2 a day is enough. I'll need to figure out how to brew more in 6 days. Suddenly, his phone rang. If I don't recognize the number, I don't answer. Why would I bother? Lu Shang picked up the call. On the other end, Tutu was ecstatic. Master, greetings. I'm so sorry to bother you. I'm Hatutu, the manager of the benevolent clinic. I've seen the medicine you left behind. It's a product that will open up a new era. We can collaborate. The benevolent clinic will spare no effort to promote this product. He calmly specified a time. Maybe we can meet in a week. Her eyes widened. A week? Can it be now instead, master? Tutu refused to wait a week. She grabbed Ma Fei by his collar. Tutu commanded, From now on, your job is to find this master for me. The faster, the better. If you find him before 6 days are up, I'll give you a 10,000 yuan bonus for every day early you are. That's the deal. Got it? Hearing the word money, his eyes lit up. For real? Boss, a promise is a promise. But Ma Fei hesitated, mumbling, But, boss, are you sure you didn't get this wrong? His words made her freeze. The person who borrowed my lab. He was only in his teens. He looked like a high school student. Is he really the master you're talking about? Tutu screamed. What? A high schooler? The image of a young student sitting there, conducting research. The more she thought about it, the more she broke into a cold sweat. Who on earth is this kid? In a long-abandoned area, Lu Shang threw a punch straight into the monster's mouth, decapitating it with blinding speed. Then, someone caught the monster's head. The figure stared at him without fear, and Lu Shang dared him. Bring it on. Come on. Today's target. He lowered his voice, looking at the demon. It's you. Finishing his sentence, he lunged forward like a gust of wind. Let's see if a first-level martial artist like me can fight a fourth-level one like you. He didn't hold back either, throwing a punch in retaliation. The sudden punch caught Lu Shang by surprise. He lost his momentum and flew backward. So strong, this power is at least twice as much as mine. Lu Shang gritted his teeth, contemplating he couldn't just keep trading blows head-on. On the other side, the demon quickly pulled his arm back and threw another punch, but Lu Shang nimbly dodged it. Seeing the demon's back exposed, Lu Shang was stunned, then took his chance, striking the demon's back and knocking him off balance to the ground. From above, he delivered a kick straight to the head. The outcome was sealed. The demon was done for, clutching his chest. Lu Shang sighed. A soldier dies on the battlefield. A beast guards the city. He looked back at the demon's corpse. They aren't just monsters that give easy experience points. They were once human. At this, he folded his hands and bowed his head, honoring their undying spirit. Lu Shang looked at the source of spiritual energy before him. To think this was once a 5th-level martial artist. No wonder the power of that punch earlier was so intense. The more he thought about it, the more he felt sure. If it hadn't been missing an arm and lacked conscious thought, just using the remaining combat instincts in its body to fight me in such a cycle, I would never have been able to defeat it. Lu Shang recalled his grueling training, practicing the stellar body tempering technique, the natural breathing method, and the crystal visualization method for nearly a week now. Through the blood essence, increasing the vitality soup, along with the insights gained from absorbed memories if he combined the secret techniques of the stellar body, tempering with the heat breathing, he thought, with a satisfied sigh. Then, the power he could unleash could reach 10, maybe even 100 times more. Suddenly, many zombies surrounded Lu Shang. He calmly soared into the air. With this combined technique, a single blow of his wiped out everything. He'd call it. The next day, at a building's reception desk, Lu Shang spoke up. "Hello," he stated his request. "I'd like to rent testing equipment. Are there any rooms available?" Ling stretched and asked, "Little brother, why are you here again? Isn't the vitality exam coming up soon?" "Let me tell you, that's not something you can just boost in a short amount of time, you know?" Her question left Lu Shang feeling quite awkward. Right. Just wanted to make a little progress. That's true. This was his 2nd time here this month already. Normal people usually take at least half a month or even half a year to come for a checkup. Even if schools care about student performance, they only have monthly exams. Covering her mouth with a light laugh, Ling hinted, "Room 206 is still free. Go on in yourself. Good luck. Hurry up and claim the room." "All right, thank you." A moment later, in the spacious room, Lu Shang thought, if my strength wasn't increasing so fast, who would want to come for tests so often when my body shows no visible development? Blood test first. Placing his hand on the orb, he looked at the reading. 15.6. It increased that much? How is it so far above the standard for a 2nd-level martial artist? Lu Shang smiled, remembering the items he had collected. Come to think of it, it makes sense. The supreme martial arts from 1,000 years in the future, combined with the most advanced supplements, it would be strange if it didn't increase this much. He rolled up his sleeves and walked to another machine. Okay, now for the combat power test. Lu Shang punched the tester hard. The robot hunched over after the powerful strike, showing the result on the screen. The number 3,137 appeared. So high? It's more than 3 times the standard. He opened his eyes wide, thinking silently. Could it be because of the martial arts techniques? Not just that. If that's the case, my ultimate combat power is something that can't even be measured. Pulling his arm back, Lu Shang decided to try one more time. This time, he looked quite determined as he readied his fist. A while later, Lu Shang walked out of the room, clutching a stack of papers. Ling asked, "Little brother, done testing already? You look pretty satisfied." He pursed his lips slightly, a smug tone in his voice. Very satisfied. She leaned over to say goodbye. "Well, good luck with your exams. Go get 'em." Lu Shang left the building, leaving Ling dazed. Because of that smile. Teen. The kid tries to act all cool, except when he smiles, he actually looks handsome. Her behavior was teased by Ni Chang. "Who are you talking about?" The voice startled Ling. "Sister Nga, and this little brother too." She walked over to the reception desk. "I just took the kid to soak in the medicinal bath, and I see you looking love-struck." "Ah, the person who came for the test earlier." She was teased and her face turned bright red. "Oh please, when was I love-struck? That was just a normal high school kid, though he was quite handsome." On the side, Lam Ni spoke in a dismissive tone. "What's the use of being handsome? You can't eat it, can you? In this society, only martial arts are everything. Looking at his clothes, I can tell he's just from a normal family. Testing more is useless." That remark made Ni Chang uncomfortable. Poor kids study, rich kids train. The capital for martial arts cultivation is arguably the biggest factor. She glanced lightly at her. Little Lam Ni had taken all sorts of supplements and hadn't even started cultivating yet, but her vitality index was already twice that of a normal person. Now that she was practicing various martial arts, she was constantly widening the gap between herself and her peers. No wonder she was so arrogant. Ni Chang used a light tap to correct Lam Ni. "Don't go around comparing yourself to kids from normal families." She kept emphasizing the girl's mistake. "You have better resources, so you should be working even harder on your cultivation. Don't spend all day being arrogant over such minor achievements." Clutching her head, Lam Ni whined, I know. With teary eyes, she suddenly remembered something. Lam Ni grabbed Ni Chang's hand. "Sister Ni Chang, let me ask you a favor. I want to see the test results of that person from earlier." The request baffled her completely. "Huh? Why?" She began to explain. "He looked a few years older than me." He's probably a student. I just want to see if all his hard work actually has any effect. Otherwise, I just don't feel secure in my own heart. Please, please. Letting out a long sigh, she finally agreed, unable to argue with her. All right, but remember, he's just a normal person. Don't get too smug. Lam Ni nodded obediently. Of course, of course. Ling handed over the test sheet immediately. Since he was the only one who came to test today, you can see the results right here with me. She glanced briefly at Lu Shang's profile. Lu Shang. He really is just a student. Suddenly, Ni Chang's eyes widened. Something was off. Wait. This. Beside her, Lam Ni collapsed to the ground, trembling. Is this machine broken? Hearing that, Ling confidently stood by the results. No way. This machine was just checked yesterday. Ni Chang hesitated in shock. So that means? She opened both eyes wide. Is this score for real? Ni Chang immediately shouted an order. Ling, do you have his address or phone number? At the reception desk, Xiao Ling was on the phone. He's not a member, no registration info, but he's always coming to our Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. He must be around here somewhere. She immediately ordered the available staff to gather information on all students in the area. We have to find him. Quickly. Xiao Ling nodded in agreement. Ni Chang looked back at his file, murmuring, Lu Shang. The screen clearly reflected the determination in her eyes. I will definitely find you somewhere else in the city. The taxi stopped. The driver looked at Lu Shang with interest. Talking to you was really fun. Next time, if there's a chance, I'll introduce my daughter to you. Getting out of the car, he chuckled. Sure, for sure. Lu Shang strode forward. That uncle was way too enthusiastic. If I'd known, I would have said I was heading to the martial arts center to take the rank 2 martial artist exam. Watching the crowd go by, he thought to himself, if I had, he'd definitely think something was wrong with my head and wouldn't have talked to me for the whole ride. A moment later, Lu Shang reached out to grab the door handle. Suddenly, a man pushed past him, running out. No way. No way. My combat power at home clearly passed 150. How could this be? How could it be? An outsider criticized him. There's no other way. The martial arts equipment is officially manufactured. It's obviously more accurate than other machines outside. The guy knelt on the ground. My strength is fading. Another person sighed in frustration. Looks like your usual score has to be even higher to pass the test here. Watching the situation, Lu Shang smiled, satisfied. The more accurate, the better. Finally, I can truly understand my real strength. He hurried to the reception desk and asked, Excuse me, may I ask which way to go for the martial artist assessment? The receptionist quickly handed him a paper. Please fill out this form first, then head to room 2003 for the examination. Holding the paper, he went inside, and the crowded scene left Lu Shang stunned. Whoa, this line is way too long. He stepped into line with a bored face. There was clearly no time to waste. What should he do? In front of Lu Shang, 2 guys were gossiping. See that? That girl is so pretty. Is she here to test too? The other guy looked lecherous. I see her. A young girl like that daring to test. Her ability probably isn't ordinary. He was also curious about the beauty nearby, pretty and strong. God really opened another door while giving this path. Lu Shang glanced at the surrounding candidates. Those in line were all around 25. He was already considered young, yet she seemed even younger than him. From the door, a massive figure stepped in, and everyone gasped. He spoke up. Sorry. Please let me through. On the other side, holding a paper, a guy acted cocky. All right, Njui Ni. Today is the moment I step onto the path of a martial artist, starting a new phase of my life. His girlfriend cheered spoiledly. Go for it, baby. You'll definitely succeed. Zhao Changfeng pointed at the guy. Sorry, please move aside. His demeanor made the guy's eyes widen. Relying on his physique, Zhao Changfeng strode forward confidently. People around whispered, that body is too muscular. Feels like he's bigger than both of us combined. So strong. The guy looked at him, confused. If he was in a hurry, he might have let it slide. But his girlfriend was different, arguing to the end. Who are you? Don't you know who was here first? Queue up. Don't you have any manners? The girl criticized him repeatedly. Don't think that just because your head is big, you can break the rules, but the exam official cut her off. He can, because I just saw his student registration form. Zhao Changfeng should be the first to be tested. Zhao Changfeng stood proudly as the official read out his name. He is a rank 3 martial artist. The couple from before stood frozen. A rank 3 martial artist? Yang Yan broke into a sweat, and the crowd gossiped. A rank 3 martial artist assessment. Oh my god, how rare. Even this whole Bakha city only has a little over 10 rank 3 martial artists. Lu Shang was also quite surprised by him. The highest level in the martial arts world, the strong, naturally have the right to special privileges. Once decided, Zhao Changfeng moved forward. He began his check, the first category being blood qi levels. Outside, the girl was still bitter. He's just a rank 3 martial artist. Big deal. It's not like just showing up makes you a rank 3 martial artist. What's he acting so cool for? The guy beside her smiled, comforting her. Ngut yet ni. Okay. Stop it. The results were in. The display board made them both drop their jaws. 107. He even surpassed the standard requirements. A crowd around them cheered. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen someone with blood qi over 100. So strong. He placed his hand on the table for the next requirement, the second category. Combat power test. Zhao Changfeng took his position, threw a punch, and the impact left everyone shocked. Yang Yan covered her face. What was that? Lu Shang calmly raised his arm. A voice rang out. Don't touch me. The device manager looked on, eyes wide. In front of him was Zhao Changfeng. The test results, the combat power index. 10,831. Jitian's eyes brightened as he looked at him. Truly not to be underestimated. Congratulations, Zhao Changfeng. From now on, you are a rank 3 martial artist in Bakha City, recognized by our Martial Arts Association. Starting now, you will receive 30,000 in martial arts subsidies every month. Zhao Changfeng looked smug, glancing at Yang Yan and Lu Shang. She stood behind, knees buckling, face twisted. Blood qi over 100, combat power over 1,000. This is a rank 3 martial artist. The wind force from that punch just now made it hard for the rank 1 martial artist to even stand. He practically smashed the equipment. Not far away, he let out a comment. Is this the level of a rank 3 martial artist? The remark left Yang Yan soulless. What do you mean, is this the level of a rank 3 martial artist? It's just standing firm under someone else's punch. So what? What's there to be cocky about? Lu Shang held his paper and stepped forward. Can it be my turn to test next? Everyone behind him was completely defeated. After all, there was no one else left in line anyway. Looking at Lu Shang, Jitian laughed. Seeing that punch just now and still able to keep such a calm mood, your mentality isn't bad at all. He nodded in agreement immediately. All right, next person. Lu Shang began his test. Standing behind him, Jitian even advised, don't be too nervous, just stay in your normal state, just be normal. But the numbers shocked him. Huh? 157? Watching from outside, Yang Yan was terrified. Huh? This guy is only 17 or 18 years old, right? What the hell? Is his windpipe full of boosters? Watching Jitian chasing after Lu Shang, Zhao Changfeng looked confused. A rank 2 martial artist? An 18-year-old rank 2 martial artist? Too young. To have blood qi like this at such a young age. He lowered his voice to remind him, relaxing his posture. Don't let that punch from Zhao Changfeng get to you. You can take the combat power test as many times as you want. Just throw the punch that feels best to you, and that's enough. But Lu Shang's answer left Jitian stunned. Thanks, but that won't be necessary. He clenched his fist and delivered the final blow. Once was more than enough. The punch lit up the entire room. Yang Yan, who was watching from outside, widened her eyes as a pocket of space erupted in light. The sheer force was so immense it shattered the glass. Everyone present gulped, and even Yang Yan was shocked. As the dust settled, the results screen flickered to life, displaying a combat power reading of 1,115,709. Lu Shang sighed, looking rather pleased with himself. Whoosh! One punch shattered the limit. Combined with the stellar force technique and the natural breathing method, he closed his eyes in contemplation. His combat power had soared, reaching over 9 times the standard blood qi value. So this is the charm of martial arts techniques? Suddenly, the machine manager, GTN, came rushing over. Hey, Student Lu, congratulations on passing the level 1 martial artist test. No, that's not right. Your strength has completely surpassed a level 2, maybe even a level 3 martial artist. He leaned in close to Lu Shang's face. I'm sorry, I can't give you a proper rating right now. But rest assured, I am going to report this to the top brass immediately. The Martial Arts Association won't let a talent like you go unnoticed. No, a genius. Especially a genius like you. With that, GTN grabbed his papers and sprinted off. I'm going to submit this report right now. I'll stake my entire career on it. I guarantee you'll get a satisfactory answer, don't you worry. He left Lu Shang standing there, confused and motionless. Huh? What? Lu Shang called out wearily. Hey, can I go home now? Suddenly, a massive figure loomed over him from behind, whispering, You looking for me? Zhao Changfeng quickly pulled back his arm, offered a polite, firm handshake, and spoke in a low voice. Zhao Changfeng. Lu Shang hesitated for a moment before shaking his hand and introducing himself. Lu Shang. At the mention of his name, Zhao Changfeng's eyes lit up, and a crowd immediately swarmed Lu Shang. Hey Lu, shake my hand. I'm Wang Dameng. Lu. I'm Hu Changming. Can I have a minute of your time? Everyone was looking his way. Panicked, Lu Shang bolted. Lu, wait. Please stop. Damn it. Should have let that Zhao guy take the heat first. Outside the gate, someone was waiting. Huh? Senior Sister Yang hasn't come out yet? Lu Qingwo worried. I wonder if it went well. Good thing Fan is here. Haha, don't worry. A simple level 1 test is a breeze for a genius like her. That made her feel a bit better. Lu Shang staggered out, and the sound of someone calling his name made him jump. Lu Shang, he walked toward his younger sister. Lu Qingwo, what are you doing here? She put her hands on her hips and started nagging. I should be the one asking you that. Why aren't you in school? You hide in your room all day, and now you're running off to the Martial Arts Association? He felt a bit awkward. Skipping school was one thing, but how did she know how much time he spent in his bedroom? Lu Shang cleared his throat to deflect. Ahem. I just came to take care of some business. What about you guys? Why are you all here? Fan looked at him and introduced herself. Hi, Lu. We're Lu Qingwo's classmates. I'm Feng Fan, everyone just calls me Fan, and this is Shu Nuo. We're here today because we came with Senior Sister Yang Yan from the martial arts dorm to take the test. She couldn't stop showering him with praise. Wow, you're so handsome, Lu. Nothing like what Lu Qingwo told us. The compliments made Lu Shang blush. Haha, thanks. Seeing her friends not cooperating, Qingwo felt annoyed. You guys are something else. Did you forget who takes care of you at school, huh? Fan teased her even more. Of course it's you, our dear mother hen. Lu Shang immediately squeezed her head in warning. Well, I'm heading home now. Lu Qingwo waved goodbye reluctantly. Bye. Fan sighed, watching him walk away. The relationship between you two isn't bad at all. You know. That comment made Lu Qingwo snap. Not bad? Are you two traitors blind or something? A friend shouted from a distance. Oh, Senior Sister Yang is out. The three of them rushed over to Yang Yan. Senior Sister Yang. Senior Sister, Lu Qingwo asked curiously. How was it? Did you pass? She hung her head sadly. Don't even ask. Something unexpected happened, and the test had to be suspended. I guess we have to wait until the afternoon. Fan looked stunned. Huh? Something unexpected? What kind of accident could stop the whole exam? She described the person she saw. A monster. No. A freak of nature. He looked to be about our age, but he had 15.7 blood chi, and his combat power even surpassed a level 3 martial artist, reaching over 10,000. The more she thought about it, the more Yang Yan sighed in frustration. I used to think my potential wasn't bad, but meeting someone like that made me realize my talent is just a joke. Lu Qingwo felt bad for her. Fan was determined to get to the bottom of this. Right, Senior Sister. What was his name? Do you know? With wide eyes, she emphasized, Haha, his name is Lu Shang. The answer made Lu Qingwo freeze. Huh? Meanwhile, Lu Shang was munching on a steamed bun when a group of men in black appeared. The neighbors were gossiping loudly. Who are they looking for? The Hongchuan martial arts gym is out in full force. Word is they're hunting someone down. Who the heck crossed the Hongchuan martial arts gym? Talk about bad luck. These martial artists are terrifying. If they catch him, who knows how many bones they'll break. Lu Shang wiped his mouth with a napkin. He checked his phone. Hongchuan martial arts gym. Isn't that where I took the test? Are they really that scary? Calling me when I'm not answering. What good is that? Forget it. It's none of my business. It was a call from an acquaintance. Han Jiantong was calling again. He put his phone away and walked off. Let them deal with it. After all, a single medicine formula from the future could easily fetch a fortune, but he still needed to investigate whether they were even worth dealing with. In an old-looking building, his face lit up with a blue glow. Lu Shang pressed the light brain switch, and a bright red screen appeared before him. Who is investigating my life history? Acknowledged, searching for information for you. A detailed profile of his own life popped up. Lu Shang looked at it, completely stunned. It was a meticulous list of everything he had been through. At 18, he became a level 2 martial artist, causing a shock throughout Baihe City. Later, nominated by the Baihe Martial Arts Association, he participated in the Genius Training Camp in Dongning Province, reaching the top 20. 3 years later, he graduated from Dongning Martial Arts University and enlisted in the military. After being nominated by the White River City Martial Arts Association, he participated in the Genius Training Program in Dongnin Province, cracked the top 20, graduated from Dongnin Martial Arts University 3 years later, and then enlisted in the military. As time went on, his rank climbed higher. 5 years later, after being discharged as a lieutenant, he established the Holy Martial Arts Hall in Baihe City. At 45, he upgraded to a level 6 martial artist, but then a crisis struck. At 45, he failed his breakthrough to become a level 7 grandmaster. In the end, Lu Shang became an old man in July of the year 383 of the martial era, dying in Baihe City during a fierce beast attack at the age of 87. Looking at his lifespan stat, he screamed, "It really is like this. The future can be changed. At the very least, my own future can be changed." Lu Shang clenched his fist. A week ago, he was still a level 4 martial artist with a lifespan of only 37 years. Now, he was a level 6 martial artist, living past 80, with even a glimmer of hope to reach the level 7 grandmaster realm. Suddenly, his eyes turned contemplative, but it still wasn't enough. Lu Shang recalled the onslaught of the zombies. This tiny bit of change meant nothing to the world, nothing to the future. To change human destiny and influence the world 10,000 years from now, he needed more power, much more. By that time, his hair had already turned silver. A level 6 sub-grandmaster was nothing. Even a level 7 grandmaster, a level 8 great grandmaster, or even a level 9 martial saint couldn't save the situation in such a future. Thinking of that, Lu Shang raised his hand. If he wanted to change this destiny, to change this outcome, he had to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Breaking past level 10, or even level 11, was the only hope. He placed a hand over his heart, silently promising himself that even though the hope was slim, he had chosen this path, and he would never turn back. At the office of the Baihe Martial Arts Association, President Xiao Yuhe was deeply focused on his calligraphy, with a video chat screen in front of him showing the old director. The director spoke, "Purify the soul, move like a dragon. Energy flows through the bones, intent drives the spirit commands the energy, the form follows the flow." Beautiful calligraphy. One can see your mental strength, President Xiao. Entering the level 7 Grandmaster realm is perhaps only a matter of time. However, if President Xiao could apply this much effort to his teaching duties, it would be much better. Seeing the old director, criticizing him, President Xiao's hand slipped, ruining a stroke. He laughed lightly and said, "Haha, director, please, stop mocking me. Don't you think I want our Baihe to produce more martial arts geniuses? But you know as well as I do, Baihe hasn't had any major martial arts family legacies for years, and we don't have the vast resources to support them. Anyone with a bit of talent finds a way to leave. I'm truly helpless." The old director's expression suddenly darkened. He was silent for a moment before saying, "President Xiao, the time for the training camp is almost here. We haven't sent anyone in many years. A city as large as Baihe cannot have absolutely nothing to show for itself. Not being able to send anyone is our greatest shame. This time, no matter what, you must save face for our Baihe. Do you understand?" The old director coldly issued the order to President Xiao and immediately hung up, not giving him a chance to respond. After the call ended, Xiao Yuhe angrily crumpled the paper in his hand and shouted, "Damn it! Do you think I don't want to develop talent and achieve better results?" He sat down at his desk, grinding his teeth, clutching his hands that were trembling with rage, as he thought to himself, "If I could sit in a higher position and possess those resources, who would be sitting here writing this calligraphy? Advancement is hopeless." Just as he was wallowing in frustration, his secretary rushed in. Slam! She called out urgently, "President, there's an issue at the Martial Artist Examination Center." President Xiao frowned and barked. "Why are you in such a rush? Don't you even know how to knock? What's going on?" The secretary hurriedly clutched a stack of documents and handed a survey sheet to President Xiao. "I'm sorry, but this is truly urgent. The examiner from earlier brought some incredibly important news. A genius has appeared. A level 2 martial artist, only 18 years old, with a combat power of over 10,000. President Xiao's eyes went wide with shock. He snatched the tablet from the secretary's hand and yelled, "Quick, show me the footage." The secretary was startled by his reaction, but quickly said, "Ah, yes." President Xiao stared intensely at the surveillance video. In the video, it was Lu Shang taking the certification exam. After carefully verifying it, he gasped in shock. "This is perfection-level fist technique." The secretary standing nearby didn't understand and hurriedly asked, "What does that mean?" President Xiao, eyes glued to Lu Shang's movements, explained impatiently, "It's a term in our martial arts world. You're not a martial artist. You just need to know one thing. In this world, there aren't even 10 people who can train a fist technique to the perfection level like him. Suddenly, President Xiao realized something. He thought to himself, no, that's not right. Even with a perfection-level fist technique, it's impossible to reach. A blood energy value of 15.7 and a combat power of 10,000. Even at the perfection level, a fist technique only boosts combat power by at most double. 18 years old, 10 times the standard blood energy value for combat power. A normal kid? As if he realized something, President Xiao's face lit up with joy. It must be it. It has to be. Otherwise, there's no way to explain it. The secretary stood by, confused as he muttered to himself, and then suddenly burst into loud laughter. She quickly called out to the president. Suddenly, the secretary was lifted off her feet. President Xiao hugged her, spun her around, and laughed heartily. Haha, kid, this is a rare martial arts genius. To think one could appear here in our Baihei city. The secretary, being spun around by the president, became dizzy. She shouted hopelessly while being spun. President, ah ha ha ha. What is a talent-gifted martial artist? President Xiao, having finally found a genius after all these years, couldn't stop smiling. There are those in martial arts cultivation who possess a gift favored by the heavens. They awaken abilities so powerful they exceed an ordinary person's imagination. After awakening, their blood energy increases tremendously, and they possess unique innate talents with explosive power. Sometimes their speed is fast as lightning. These are called talent-gifted martial artists. President Xiao hurriedly grabbed his coat and rushed out. Ha ha ha, hurry up. I want to personally go to Lu Shang's house and visit his parents. I need to thank them for giving birth to such a brilliant son. Ha ha ha. The secretary, still dizzy from being spun around, hurried after him. Yes, sir. I'll go notify the driver to prepare immediately. At the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall, Miss Ni Chang was also mobilizing her staff to find Lu Shang. Just then, her junior disciple rushed over and shouted, Found him! Found him! Senior Sister Ni. Ni Chang hurriedly asked, How is it? The junior disciple gasped for air and said, Huff, huff. His name is Lu Shang, a student at Baihei Academy. His father works as a delivery driver at Thanhan Logistics, and his mother works as a cashier at Jia Gi Supermarket. He also has a younger sister in her first year of middle school. They live in the Bitch Lam Complex, Zone 15. Ni Chang said seriously, preparing to leave. Wait. Seeing Ni Chang about to head out, the junior disciple panicked. Why are you looking for him? Did he mess with you? Listen, senior sister. He's just a kid from a poor, ordinary family. There's no need to go this far. Ni Chang glared at her junior, shouting, Shut it. It's not what you're thinking. She turned away to take a call, looking quite tense. Hello? I see. I understand. I knew it would be soon, but I didn't expect them to move this fast. The junior disciple stood aside, feeling miserable, thinking, It's not what I thought? Wait, is this some kind of arranged marriage? After ending the call, Ni Chang turned back and gave a quick order. Go immediately and buy some expensive gifts suitable for his parents and a young girl. The junior disciple was stunned for a few seconds before scrambling off. Huh? Oh, right. Yes, of course, he thought to himself as he ran. Is it really a marriage prospect? Ni Chang clutched her phone, whispering, Finally, I found you. Lu Shang. Lu Shang was training in his room when his sister, Lu Qinghuo, called out hurriedly. Brother Lu, come out quick. There are people here to see you. Lu Shang stood up and said calmly, Got it. I'm coming. He threw on a jacket and stepped out. It had been a long time since he'd heard Lu Qinghua call him brother like that. People here to see me? Could it be? As he left his room, he saw his whole family talking with some strangers. Seeing Lu Shang emerge, his mother reached out and introduced him. Lu Shang, come here. This person is. Before his mother could finish, the man spoke up to introduce himself. Greetings, Student Lu. Association President Xiao stood up and extended his hand politely. I am Xiao Yuhei, President of the Baihei Martial Arts Association. I came here specifically regarding your assessment. Lu Shang thought to himself, the president of the Martial Arts Association is at least a level 6 grandmaster. He shook his hand in return. Nice to meet you, President Xiao. I'm Lu Shang. Seeing Lu Shang's composed demeanor, the president was impressed. Not bad. Very calm. His temperament alone is a rare find. Lu Shang pointed to the girl sitting nearby, asking, And this is? His mother stepped in. This is Miss Ni Chang from the Hongchuan Martial Arts Gym. Ni Chang introduced herself. Hello, Student Lu Shang. We've met at the gym before. Do you happen to remember? Lu Shang nodded politely. Hello, Miss Ni. Once they were seated, Lu Shang got straight to the point. he asked President Xiao. However, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Since the association is giving us so much, I have to give back in return. Is there something you need us to do, President Xiao? President Xiao was surprised by Lu Shang's straightforwardness and sighed. You really are an eye-opener. He pulled a card from his jacket and said, I'll be direct then. We want you to join the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp. Ni Chang suddenly stood up. President Xiao, are you talking about the Genius Training Camp? She added helplessly. It is indeed a place that gathers the most talented martial artists, but it's also a place that destroys geniuses. Our gym once had a senior who attended that camp. He went in full of spirit, but after he came back, he was completely broken, fading into obscurity. She hurriedly tried to stop him. Student Lu Shang, you have a bright future ahead. There's no need to take such a risk. President Xiao quickly reasoned. It's true, there is risk. It's a place that selects the true elites. You might be the top genius in this whole city, and yes, you might become a stepping stone for others, but you are different. From the strength and potential you've shown, your future height is definitely not limited to this place. But, student Lu Shang, I will respect your choice. What is your answer? Lu Shang thought in silence, before reaching out to take the card. You're right, President Xiao. I don't believe this is my limit either. President Xiao sighed with a hint of relief. Very well. I'll come to pick you up in 2 days. I won't disturb you any further. President Xiao stood up to leave. We'll meet in 2 days, student Lu Shang. After the president left, Lu Shang turned to Ni Chang. Now, Miss Ni, tell me why you're here. As Ni Chang looked at Lu Shang's handsome face, she blushed shyly. She thought to herself, he looks even better in person than in the photos. She cleared her throat, covering her mouth with her hand. Ahem, I came here to invite student Lu Shang to serve as an honorary disciple of our Hongchuan martial arts gym. Lu Shang asked calmly, what does honorary disciple entail? Ni Chang quickly explained, it means you don't have to show up regularly, though you're welcome anytime. All lessons and equipment are completely free, and you can even have my father teach you personally. The highest level of training, yet it was mostly just for show. He wouldn't have to fulfill any obligations. Ni Chang calculated in her head, if we show off an 18-year-old level 2, maybe even level 3 martial artist as our own, our gym will become the talk of Baihe City, right? I can't even imagine how many parents would fight to bring their children here. Just then, Lu Shang crushed Ni Chang's beautiful daydream with a blunt refusal. No. Ni Chang hurriedly stood up, adding, the benefits can be negotiated. Please don't refuse me so quickly. Lu Shang replied, an honorary member is fine. You can claim that I train at your gym, which is technically true. Anything else is off the table. I am not your disciple, not even in name, because I don't need to be. If you can accept those terms, great. If not, then I'm sorry. Of course, I'll still go to your gym for assessments from time to time, since it's pretty close to my house. Ni Chang thought for a moment before compromising. Fine, fine. But this honorary status is a done deal for the Hongchuan gym. I'll send over your monthly salary immediately. I'll have 100,000 delivered directly to your home. After the deal was settled, Ni Chang stood up to leave. I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. The sound of the door closing echoed. Slam. Seeing that Ni Chang was gone, the whole family looked at Lu Shang with pride. Lu Shang, we aren't dreaming, right? A $1 million bonus and a monthly salary of 100,000? Lu Shang's father couldn't believe his eyes. He asked, that was really the president of the Martial Arts Association? He came all the way here just to visit? Lu Shang, when did you become a level 2 martial artist? What on earth is going on? Lu Shang quickly took his mother's hand and said gently, it's all true. I really have become a level 2 martial artist. Mom, you don't have to work night shifts anymore. Staying up late is dangerous for your health at your age. Dad, you don't have to do heavy labor anymore either. How much longer are you going to keep straining your back? I can earn money now. Everyone can stop pushing themselves so hard. The whole family hugged Lu Shang tightly, overcome with joy. What a warm and happy scene. Back at the Xing Shantang, Hatutu was biting her finger in frustration. It had been a week, and she didn't even know his name, let alone what he looked like. She was tearing her hair out, digging through one file after another. The desk was buried in books, leaving her feeling utterly helpless. Ugh, I've checked all the recent pharmacist registrations, she muttered. I can't find where this genius pharmacist came from at all. How is there absolutely no information? Hatutu gritted her teeth, thinking about the potion Lu Shang had concocted. The nutritional supplement he refined, the more she analyzed the data, the more shocked she became. It wasn't just stronger than a level 1 supplement, it was several times more powerful. It even surpassed the standards of most level 3 supplements set by the Pharmacist Association. It offered dozens of secondary effects with almost zero side effects. The duration of the potion's effectiveness was terrifyingly long, yet it cost less than 3,000 yuan, while level 3 medicine could go for as much as 100,000. This is a revolutionary medicine that marks a new era. Hatutu slammed her hand on the table in a fit of rage and yelled, "Damn it! Where the hell is this guy? Did he just vanish into thin air?" Ma Fei, standing to the side, trembled in fear. Suddenly, Ma Fei gasped in shock. Miss He, I found that master." Hatutu jumped up and asked, "What? Where is he?" Ma Fei quickly pointed at the TV, stuttering, It's him." On the news was a young man who had just turned 18. Yesterday, our city saw the emergence of an exceptionally talented martial arts genius. At just 18 years old, he passed the official Level 2 martial artist exam. His combat power index even exceeded the standard for a Level 3 martial artist. This achievement has shattered all records for his age group at the City Martial Arts Association. Let's all celebrate. And this genius was none other than the student Lu Shang, currently attending the White River Academy. After seeing Lu Shang, Hatutu was so stunned she fell backward. She stammered for a long time before finally getting the words out. He's just a student? In Shuhai City, Guhu Mountain, the peaks were tall and covered in lush, dense forests shrouded in white mist. The scenery on the mountain was poetic, with clear, peaceful streams. Suddenly, a pure white bird perched on a branch seemed to sense danger. It quickly flapped its wings and flew away. Out of nowhere, a streak of light appeared, moving many times faster than the bird. If you looked closely, you could see the silhouette of a person running. It was Lu Shang, moving like the wind. He sprinted with incredible speed, like an arrow shot from a bow, effortlessly displaying his martial arts skills as he darted through the dense forest toward the summit. As he ran, Lu Shang thought to himself, "I never expected Star Force could be applied to movement techniques. With the fourfold amplification of Star Force, plus the absorption of the Dream Realm, my movement technique has reached a whole new level. I'm 5 times faster than an average level 2 martial artist. I'll call this the cloud-chasing step." Lu Shang stood on the mountain peak and looked out into the distance. Surrounded by swirling clouds and bathed in 5-colored sunlight, the air was crisp and rich with energy. Lu Shang took a deep breath, tuned into every sense in his body, and threw a punch with all his might. Lu Shang's internal force caused the surroundings to tremble. The mist was blown away instantly, revealing the magnificent natural landscape below. Lu Shang let out a satisfied breath. "Phew, I've broken through. My blood gas values have clearly increased, and my Star Force has improved as well. Maybe I can hit a 6-fold amplification now." Lu Shang quickly gathered some herbs. He thought, "This really is a pleasant surprise. My trip to Guhu Mountain was originally just to gather ingredients for the nurturing marrow pill. I didn't expect to have such a big breakthrough in my cultivation as well. The spirit blood-enhancing pills are all gone too. The effectiveness of the medicine drops the more I use it. I need to start refining the nurturing marrow pills. This kind of medicine hasn't had its true value discovered in this era yet. If the system hadn't told me, I never would have found this stuff. The other herbs should have been ordered at the foot of the mountain by now. They should be ready. This is a perfect chance to test how fast I can descend." Using the cloud-chasing step, Lu Shang used his technique to dash down to the foot of the mountain at an incredible speed. As soon as he arrived, Lu Shang saw the herb seller already waiting there. Lu Shang hurried over to greet him. "Hi there, I'm the one who ordered the herbs. Are they ready?" The herb merchant held a pipe in his hand and laughed. "Young man, you're here. Haha, don't worry, everything is ready. It's all right here." Lu Shang checked the herbs. Sun lotus grass, dew bone leaf. Everything's here. The herbs are very fresh, new, and the maturity is just right. Lu Shang stood up, took out some money, and said, "All right, I need 10 of each herb at 5 yuan per plant, as we agreed before. That's 5,000 yuan. The herb merchant replied, "Hey, don't be in such a hurry." He wore a malicious grin as he looked at Lu Shang and said, "It's not 500 per plant, it's 1,000. And you have to buy all the herbs here." With that, he pointed at the baskets of herbs surrounding him, threatening him. Lu Shang realized the merchant was trying to rob him in broad daylight. With a cold expression, he asked, "What do you mean by that?" The herb merchant smirked blatantly and said, "Exactly what it sounds like, kid. You're not a local from Shuhai, are you? When you come to our turf, you follow our rules." Suddenly, about a dozen thugs lunged out from their hiding spots. They brandished knives in their hands, their faces twisted with malice as they approached. "Did your parents never teach you? When you're out here, you need to know when to be afraid." Lu Shang's expression turned serious. He gave a cold, mocking laugh and began to unleash his true power. "I see, so you're planning a forced sale, huh?" The leader stepped closer, clueless that he was courting disaster. They stomped forward aggressively. "Hey, Take my advice and don't try anything funny. We're all legitimate level 1 martial artists here. You reported this to the police? There are no cameras here. Even if they came, they wouldn't trust an outsider like you. So, if you don't want to play nice, don't blame us for making you suffer. The leader signaled his gang to charge, but halfway through, they all slammed on the brakes, their faces turning deathly pale, trembling in terror. Lu Shang had punched a massive boulder, leaving it covered in cracks. The thugs who had been so eager to bully him earlier were now shaking in their boots, cold sweat drenching their heads after witnessing Lu Shang's strength. Pulling his hand back, he asked them, "So, may I ask you guys, does this look like a situation where I need to be afraid?" He then crushed a piece of the rock like it was a block of tofu, leaving them paralyzed with fear. It took a while for them to snap out of it, and they immediately dropped to their knees, kowtowing. "We're sorry, we're so sorry. We were blind, please. We didn't know who you were. We're truly sorry." Lu Shang leaned down to pick up his basket of herbs and asked, "Are you done? If so, I'll be taking these." Seeing that Lu Shang had no intention of finishing them off, they quickly started buttering him up. Yes, please, take it all. Don't leave a single penny behind." Lu Shang hoisted the herb basket and turned to leave, saying, "I'll step in for your parents and teach you one thing. When you do business, you need to be honest, no scamming." The thugs, feeling as if they'd just escaped death, wagged their tails like obedient puppies at his words. They raised their hands in gratitude. "Thank you for the lesson, sir. We swear we'll turn over a new leaf and start fresh." Seeing their sincere expressions, Lu Shang thought to himself that he'd actually wanted to pay for the herbs, but they wouldn't take it. Now that the materials were ready, it was time to head to the training camp. The leader watched Lu Shang walk away, his eyes wide with shock. What kind of world is this? Are students these days all monsters? Honestly, maybe I should look for a new line of work, crushing rocks to dust with his bare hands. He's at least a level 3 martial artist. Isn't that a bit hard to believe? A day later, Lu Shang arrived in Dongning province at the Genius training camp. Seeing the military checking documents, he thought, "Is this the training camp? It looks like a military base." Lu Shang noticed all the surrounding students wearing medals, which made him feel a bit nervous. "Is wearing a martial artist medal mandatory here? My mom put mine away. Is it a big deal that I forgot to bring it?" He helplessly recalled the medal his mother had tucked away in a glass display case. Just then, an officer walked over and asked, "Which city are you from? Why are you alone?" Lu Shang replied, "I'm from Baihe City. Something held me up, so I'm a bit late." A group of young men heard Baihe City and began whispering among themselves. Baihe City? Didn't they arrive yesterday? How is there one left behind? He probably got in through connections. He doesn't even have a medal. Strange. No one from Baihe has come in years. Yet 2 showed up this year. After checking his records, an officer spoke up, one person arriving. "Are you the Lu Shang, the chairman of the Baihe Martial Arts Association mentioned?" A gossip nearby sneered. No wonder. So he's the one the chairman of the Baihe Association is so invested in. Impressive. Having connections with the association chairman is even better than being a level 3 martial artist. I wonder how many gifts he had to pull strings for this. Seeing the guys getting out of line, the officer pointed at them and barked, "Everyone, pipe down." After silencing the gossips, the officer signaled to him, "You go in with the people from Qingyuan City." Once inside, it was time for the induction ceremony. "Place all your luggage on the ground. Someone will come by to collect it for you shortly." Lu Shang quickly agreed. "Got it." As he stepped into the camp, Lu Shang wondered, the induction ceremony requires going in by groups? Doesn't sound like a typical ceremony. Clang. Suddenly, the doors slammed shut, leaving everyone in a state of panic. What the hell? What's going on? Are they trying to swallow us whole, or is there some mistake? As the crowd erupted in chaos, the officer stepped up to restore order. "All right, quiet down and listen closely. Your task is to reach the exit at the other end of the corridor. If you succeed, you pass the induction test. Fail, and you're sent straight back. Good luck." With that, the officer left, ignoring their protests. "What? I thought this was an induction ceremony? Why a corridor test? What kind of corridor? Explain yourself." Before the group could recover from the shock, they fell through a trapdoor. "What the hell is this?" Screams. Lu Shang, having prepared in advance, landed safely, but some others weren't as lucky. Some landed on their butts, others face first. Thud. One guy's chin slammed hard against the ground after the freefall. He clutched his jaw and yelled in anger, "Ow! Where the hell are we? This hurts like crazy. What kind of ancient trap is this?" Lu Shang looked toward the end of the base, using his divine sense to scan for traps, but the result wasn't very surprising. As expected, it's no ordinary corridor. What are these black shadows? The effect of mental energy is truly wondrous. It's almost like a superpower from a novel. While observing the corridor, Lu Shang heard Lin Xiaowu say confidently, I thought they'd have some special tricks up their sleeves, but is that all? How boring. Just then, the man who had face-planted earlier angrily pointed at him. Lin Xiaowu, you knew this induction ceremony was a setup. You didn't give us a heads up. And now I've been humiliated because I fell. Lin Xiaowu looked at him with smug disdain. You don't even have the basic ability to adapt to a situation? What face do you have to call yourself a formal martial artist? When you go out there, don't you dare claim you're a genius from Qingyuan City. Training here, you're an embarrassment. The ridiculed man was furious. He was about to charge at Lin Xiaowu when the others stepped in to stop them. Lin Xiaowu, enough! Everyone else, come on, stop arguing. We're all from the same city. It wasn't easy getting into this training camp. We should be sticking together. Right now, the most important thing is to find a way to pass this test. Lin Xiaowu chimed in. You're right. We from Qingyuan City should stand united. Nobody wins if we all take a loss. This genius trainee has a huge reputation, so this entrance exam definitely isn't just a simple formality. Since there's an extra person here right now, maybe this kind soul would like to go in and scout the path ahead for us? Lin Xiaowu immediately pointed the finger at Lu Shang, trying to force him into the line of fire. A kind-hearted girl spoke up. That's not right. But others seemed to really like Lin Xiaowu's idea. Haha, great idea. Using a lab rat to test the traps is brilliant. Haha. Lu Shang just snorted without saying a word. Seeing his silence, Lin Xiaowu sneered. If you aren't planning on going, then get out of the way. Lu Shang quickly brushed his hand aside and prepared to enter. Seeing him step up voluntarily, Lin Xiaowu looked at him with contempt. So you finally know how to step up? You better put on a good show, kid from Bakha City. If you perform well, maybe we'll consider letting you tag along for a bit. Lu Shang entered the tunnel and looked back with a dark grin. Haha, beasts roam alone, only livestock herd together. Seeing Lu Shang humiliating him, Lin Xiaowu stood frozen, completely stunned. He sputtered. What did you say? Lu Shang turned back to give him a provocative look and flashed a mocking smile. What was that? Being provoked like that made Lin Xiaowu lose his mind with rage. He pointed his finger straight at Lu Shang and shouted, You better watch it. You dare call me livestock? I'll castrate you. Before he could even finish his threat, the tunnel's mechanism triggered, and dozens of pink spheres came charging out at once. Lu Shang remained calm. While facing the same thing, Lin Xiaowu panicked, backed away, and screamed, What the hell is that? From those pink metal spheres, the moment they touched the ground, they automatically transformed into dozens of robots with power far exceeding that of a Tier 1 martial artist. They were combat automatons. Seeing the robot's true form, even Lin Xiaowu was terrified. The weakest of these mechanism puppets had power surpassing that of an official Tier 1 martial artist. There are so many of them. Is the training camp trying to get us killed? The group started clamoring in panic. The space was so narrow, there was nowhere to run. What do we do now? They say these puppets can mimic high-level martial arts techniques. The strongest ones are on par with a Tier 4 martial artist, though they cost way more to build than training a Tier 4 human fighter. This is my first time seeing one. Lin Xiaowu looked at Lu Shang and laughed disdainfully. Is this hick from Bakha City an idiot? These mechanism puppets are designed to activate and attack automatically the moment they sense a living being. Tier 1 puppets are built from special alloys. Even a hard punch will shatter your hand. A few people watching from the outside were excited to see Lu Shang face the robots directly, thinking, that kid isn't even a Tier 1 martial artist yet. One punch, and he'll probably turn into a total vegetable. The kind girl saw a robot closing in and called out a warning. Be careful. The robot sensed a human and unleashed a powerful punch with thousands of pounds of force, aiming to crush Lu Shang to dust. Yet, Lu Shang stood firm right in front of the robot's fist. He just smirked, and as the punch slammed into him, a cloud of dust erupted, causing chaos all around. Everyone covered their faces as the shockwave was intense. Lin Xiaowu saw the power of that punch and smiled triumphantly, sure that Lu Shang was now flattened like a bug. But as the dust settled, everyone stared in shock. Lu Shang had actually caught the robot's fist with one hand. They gritted their teeth, faces darkening in anger. He actually stopped it. Lu Shang didn't just stop the punch. He confidently tightened his grip on the robot's fist with even more force. Is that all you've got? Then, Lu Shang lifted the robot high into the air with one hand and smashed it into the ground. The robot was completely wrecked, its body shattered, parts and wires scattered everywhere. After witnessing Lu Shang's strength, the group from the other provinces didn't dare to mock him anymore. They silently sized him up. Holy crap, is he even human? What do we do now? He seems incredibly strong. Suddenly, that idiot Lin Xiaowu laughed loudly, scratching his head, and said, I almost got tricked by him. That wasn't a tier 1 puppet. It was just a pile of junk. The combat power is probably just on par with a wooden dummy. It just looks intimidating. Otherwise, how could so many people pass the exam if these robots were actually strong? Plus, with that pathetic strength, this loser who got in through connections isn't even a tier 1 martial artist. How could he handle a real mechanism puppet? In everyone's eyes, Lin Xiaowu was just a delusional fool, imagining all these scenarios. Someone spoke up. I don't think so. These puppets look. Seeing the crowd didn't believe him, Lin Xiaowu looked at them with contempt. Forget it. Explaining this to you idiots is a waste of breath. If you don't get it, keep your eyes open and watch how I clear this stage. Lin Xiaowu, full of confidence, took a running start and jumped high, kicking hard at the switch on the robot's body. Huh. Seeing Lin Xiaowu's quick movements, everyone gasped. Whoa. Lin Xiaowu stood in front of the robot he thought he had defeated, spread his arms, and said confidently, Haha, didn't I tell you I was right? Before he could even finish his sentence, a robot behind him swung its fist. Lin Xiaowu, still full of himself, got punched into oblivion. As a result, Lin Xiaowu was sent flying, crashing hard into the wall, which cracked from the impact. His face was beaten to a pulp, he lost a few teeth, and yet he still struggled to mutter a few words. What the hell? This isn't a tier 1 puppet. It's a damn tier 2. After that, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out. Someone from the group ran up. Lin Xiaowu, wake up. Are you okay? Lin Xiaowu was now out cold, his handsome face swollen with a blackened eye. People dragged him into a corner, some sweating with anxiety. A tier 2 mechanism puppet. How strong is he exactly? Meanwhile, Lu Shang was still casually and effortlessly disposing of the rest of the robots. Lu Shang sighed as he fought. Ugh, every puppet has a core component. Hit it, and they go down. But there are just too many of them. How boring. After a while, Lu Shang finally cleared out all the robots in the tunnel. In front of him stood the final door. The officer in charge of the robots stared at the monitor and his jaw dropped. What the hell? How did all the puppets malfunction? Aren't these all brand new? Notification alerts were blaring one after another. Subject 99 had gone silent. The officer holding the control panel panicked. They're all malfunctioning. How can a bunch of brats who just reached level 1 smash through level 2 mechanical puppets? The officer was spiraling. Suddenly, a crushed robot was tossed right in front of him. Lu Shang said calmly, The second checkpoint is open. You're finally here. The officer stared at the control panel, receiving global disconnection alerts, then heard Lu Shang add, Come on, gatekeeper. The officer was left completely bewildered. He thought to himself, Since when did I become the gatekeeper for the second stage? Lu Shang stood there with a razor-sharp gaze, ready to give it his all. He looked like Yama, the king of hell, stepping out to claim souls. He said coldly, I hope you don't disappoint me. Lu Shang went all out, cloud-piercing step. Using the tenfold starlight burst, the power he unleashed was so overwhelming that the officer faced absolute strength and could only surrender. A shrill scream echoed through the central monitoring room. Notification alerts kept ringing out. Contestant disqualified. Number 8. Disqualified. Lieutenant Colonel Dong Tingxue was closely watching the camera feeds. She typed away at her keyboard clack, 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 as the surrounding machinery hummed incessantly. Beep, beep. Major Qin Tiaojun strolled in with a coffee in hand, humming a tune as he walked. It really was a day full of sunshine and happiness. Qin Tiaojun looked up, saw Dong Tingxue intently watching the monitors, and greeted her. Oh? You're here? Dong Tingxue turned around, furrowed her brows, and reminded him, Don't call me that, Major Qin Tiaojun. If you're free, come over here and help me read these files. Qin Tiaojun happily walked over, sat down, and asked, Sure, Lieutenant Colonel Dong Tingxue. So, how's the quality of the geniuses in this training camp? Dong Tingxue clutched her head and sighed. Nothing special, only 8 candidates meet our standards. They're all official martial artists who have already awakened their talents. 5 of them are pretty standard just strength-based talents. The other 3 are speed or defense types. Qin Tiaojun asked, Any mental types? Dong Tingxue gave a high rating. The mental type is the most outstanding. Xia Lin, 18 years old. She awakened her mental talent less than 2 years ago, and she's already nearing the level 1 mental esper standard. Her martial arts talent isn't bad either. She's about to hit level 2. Qin Tiaojun joked, Isn't that pretty good? An absolute genius, just like you were back then. He was still grinning until he saw Dong Tingxue's cold glare, which made him shut his mouth immediately. Better not say anything else. Her eyes are already turning cold. Ha ha ha. Dong Tingshui narrowed her eyes as a warning. Don't mess around. I've already listed her as a key candidate for special training. Qin Tiaojun hurriedly forced a laugh and switched the subject. The others aren't bad either. He tapped the screen to scroll through the surveillance footage. Suddenly, an unexpected scene made him frown. Once he saw what was happening, he spat out all the coffee he was drinking. Panic was written all over his face. What the hell? What is this? Seeing the situation, Dong Tingshui also turned serious and watched closely. At the same time, in Exam Arena 7, a robot appeared right behind Xiaolin, trying to ambush her while she wasn't looking. But Xiaolin was quick, using her mental powers to fight back, knocking the robot flying until it smashed into the wall, leaving a massive crack. After dealing with it, she let out a sigh of relief. Huff. That was the last one. Right? Seeing the pile of robot wreckage and a heavy iron door ahead, she didn't rush in. Xiaolin used her mental powers to scan the surroundings, thinking to herself, there's a very dangerous presence there. At least level 3 strength, but they aren't coming out to stop me. Maybe it's not part of the exam? Perhaps it's some supervisor overseeing the test? But the moment Xiaolin stepped through the door, she froze. The chaotic scene inside made her suddenly tense. Inside, officers were wearing bulletproof vests and shields, their faces filled with fear. They gripped their weapons, all aimed toward another gate. They were on high alert, as if a terrifying beast were waiting just behind it. Seeing this, Xiaolin thought, what on earth is happening here? This is a huge setup. What are they so scared of? Xiaolin was quite curious about what was behind the gate, so she used her mental powers to peer through it. Is something going on inside? Xiaolin saw 2 people fighting and felt bewildered. Are these 2 people fighting? Why is the opponent a human? Isn't the goal of the exam supposed to be robots? Xiaolin saw a dark figure, like a demon, wearing a cruel grin as he lunged toward her. She instinctively thought, who is that? Just as she was watching, the demon suddenly spotted her. Those eyes stared right at her, carrying an immense sense of pressure. A chilling feeling of terror ran through her entire body, leaving Xiaolin petrified. Xiaolin let out a shriek, quickly slammed the iron door shut, and decided to hide in the tunnel, using her mental power to seal the door so it couldn't be opened again. The officers outside were confused by her panicked screaming and flight. Xiaolin hid in a corner, trembling with fear, her eyes welling up with tears. Ha, ha, ha. What was that? That feeling of fear. It was so terrifying. Just then, Dong Tingshui and Qin Tiaojun arrived at the control room. When the officers saw them, they were relieved and called out, Lieutenant Colonel Dong Tingshui, Major Qin Tiaojun. Qin Tiaojun asked anxiously, what's the situation inside? Where is the supervisor? The soldiers hurriedly replied, several cameras near the door have been destroyed. It's unclear for now. The supervisor lost contact 3 minutes ago. We were just about to report to our superiors, Qin Tiaojun commanded. Get everyone on channel 12. I want every bit of data. Suddenly, Dong Tingshui said, no need. The door was suddenly struck with an incredible force, creating a small crack. All the officers gritted their teeth as if facing a deadly enemy, gripping their weapons tightly. Lu Shang smashed the door and the surrounding wall, calmly stepping out with an expression that screamed he feared no one. Seeing it was just him, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and lowered their weapons. Huff. What? Just a student? But before they could celebrate, their faces turned pale. Their eyes widened in horror. Lu Shang was dragging an unconscious person behind him. It was the missing supervisor. Everyone immediately went back on high alert. Dong Tingshui asked, aren't you a student from Thonwen City? Who are you, exactly? Lu Shang dropped the supervisor to the ground with a thud and introduced himself. Lu Shang, from Bakha City. Qin Tiaojun grinned and praised him. Not bad, kid. You dismantled an expensive combat puppet like it was nothing. Not to mention you even took down the instructor. Are you sure about that? Lu Shang scratched his head, looking embarrassed. It was just a misunderstanding. I assumed it was part of the test. He was really strong, so I didn't hold back. Dong Tingshui suddenly used her psychic power to scan Lu Shang. Lu Shang stood perfectly still, showing no reaction at all. Only then did Dong Tingshui withdraw her psychic energy. Having confirmed her findings, she congratulated him. Congratulations on passing the entrance exam. Follow the staff member, student Lu Shang, and they will take you to your dormitory. Lu Shang smiled. Understood. He quickly followed the guide. Once he was out of earshot, Dong Tingshui hid. This kid is absolutely insane. I just rewatched the footage. The level 2 combat puppet looked like a toy in his hands. Qin Tiaojun picked up the file in his hand, looking skeptical. The data says his vitality is only 15, and his combat power is 10,000? That's hard to believe. Dong Tingshui recalled what happened earlier. I just tried to probe him with my psychic power, but I couldn't sense anything at all. He didn't even react. Qin Tiaojun asked, "So, how are you planning to handle this monster?" Dong Tingshui thought for a moment before replying, "I'm not sure yet, but his file data is definitely inaccurate. For now, let's list him as a top-tier seed, just like Xia Lin, and cultivate him. It looks like the competition is going to get even more interesting." On the way to the dormitory, Lu Shang thought to himself, "Was that a psychic probe just now? Instructor Dong Tingshui's psychic power is at least 5 times stronger than mine. I retracted all my energy just in case. I wonder if she noticed." As he was lost in thought, Lu Shang's stomach suddenly growled loudly. Noticing this, the staff member smiled and led him to the cafeteria. "Student Lu Shang, it's mealtime now. Let's head to the dining hall to eat first, then I'll take you to your dorm." Lu Shang thanked him sheepishly. "Sorry for the trouble. Just one quick question. Is the food here all you can eat?" he whispered. "I'm a little—" The military staff member laughed. "Haha, don't worry. The first meal is unlimited." The best dishes from the kitchen were brought out in front of Lu Shang. Lu Shang beamed at the sight of the delicious food. Even after finishing 20 or 30 plates, he kept ordering. "This is delicious. Give me 5 more plates. No, make it 10. And I need this too." The officer standing nearby watched him eat with his eyes wide, speechless. Just as he was focused on his meal, a pretty girl walked over to greet him. "Are you student Lu Shang? My name is Yang Yan. I'm also a student from Bakha City participating in this training. We met during the martial arts exam, remember? Mind if I sit here?" Reflexively, Lu Shang quickly hugged his pile of food, his mouth stuffed, and said, "The food here is unlimited. You can go find a spot with the others." Yang Yan thought angrily. "Who would want to mooch off your food? And you just said it's unlimited. What are you doing?" Lu Shang asked between bites. "I remember the president saying that no one from Bakha City had come here in a long time. What's that about?" Yang Yan explained. "Huh, you might have misunderstood. Actually, students from Bakha City come here every year. It's just that for many years, very few have been able to pass the entrance exam. Even if they do pass, they often get kicked out quickly because they can't earn enough points. After all that hard work, they just end up being stepping stones for others. No one wants to put that on their record." Lu Shang seemed to understand the issue. He asked, "I see. So, what exactly are these points?" Yang Yan added, "Points are the currency here. You need them to use the training camp's resources, operate training machines, ask instructors for coaching, get supplements, and even the dormitories require points. Even the beast meat you're eating is meant for the military. You can only get it by spending points. And so far, only 3 people in this camp have any points." Lu Shang asked again. "Only 3? How did they get their points?" Yang Yan didn't hesitate to share what she knew. "You can only earn points through trials and examinations. The points they have were earned through the entrance exam. There's Cao Yong, a level 2 martial talent from Duanglam City with rock-based abilities. The second is Meng Jinhe, a level 2 martial talent from Donglam City with speed-based abilities. And the last one is even rarer than a martial talent, a psychic-type spiritual master. They say their strength and talent are the strongest in this batch, Xia Lin." Just then, the psychic Xia Lin went to grab some food and saw Lu Shang eating nearby. She panicked, her whole body trembling, and she shouted in terror, "Ah!" Seeing Lu Shang sitting there, Xia Lin immediately turned away in fear, her hands shaking as she tried to control her psychic energy to keep the food on her tray from flying off. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Xia Lin hurried away. While Lu Shang was chatting with Yang Yan, he saw Xia Lin and realized who it was. "Ah, it's her," Yang Yan asked. Do you know her?" Lu Shang took a sip of water and said casually, "We met once." Lu Shang continued, "You just said only 3 people passed the exam, right?" Yang Yan, who had heard some rumors, recounted, "Word is there's a 4th person, though the rumors are a bit exaggerated. They say he's not only terrifyingly strong, having single-handedly demolished almost all the level 2 combat puppets, but also incredibly arrogant, and he even beat an instructor so badly they had to be hospitalized. A total, uncontrollable lunatic." Lu Shang choked on his water and hurriedly agreed, "Haha, that sounds crazy. Sounds a bit exaggerated." Yang Yan thought, "But this training camp lives up to its reputation. Everyone is a genius. Even that monster Lu Shang, who caused such a stir in Bakha City, seems overshadowed by many here." Seeing Lu Shang choking, she kindly handed him some napkins and comforted him. "Don't worry, Lu Shang. I believe in you. With your talent and strength, if you stay in this camp for a while, you might not be any worse than them." Lu Shang took the napkins, stammering, not sure what to say. Cough, cough, thanks. That is, before he could finish his sentence, a group of people walked over and asked with a serious expression, "Are you student Lu Shang? Considering you destroyed 18 training puppets during the entrance exam and even hospitalized an instructor, we need to ask you a few questions. Please come with us." Duong Dian saw the fourth legendary candidate she had just been talking about was actually Lu Shang, and her jaw dropped in shock. Everyone around them was equally stunned by the situation. They were so shocked they nearly fell over, dropping their food everywhere. "What?" Lu Shang calmly stood up and said, "Understood." He then asked the officer, sounding a bit shy, "But I haven't finished my meal yet. Could I possibly pack some to go?" The officers were so taken aback, they froze for a few seconds before answering, "Sure." After packing up his food, Lu Shang politely said goodbye to Duong Dian. "Sorry about that. I'll be going now." Duong Dian still hadn't recovered from the Watching Lu Shang walk away with the officers, the cafeteria erupted. The rumors were actually true. "Oh my god, this kind of monster actually exists. Damn, the fourth legendary candidate really is Lu Shang from Bachha City." Duong Dian fell into a deep silence, her heart chilling at the thought of the stupid things she had just said in front of Lu Shang. She felt like she wanted to hide her face in shame. Arrogant, out of control, flashy, delusional. What on earth was I saying? In the command room, Lu Shang was having a private talk with Lieutenant Colonel Dong Tin Tuyet. She held a damage report in her hand and said coldly, "Pretty impressive, Student Lu Shang. Your little display of talent just wiped out half our annual budget." Lu Shang stiffened when he saw the repair costs. Dong Tin Tuyet mused. "Each of those puppets costs tens of thousands, and none of them can be repaired. Impressive, truly impressive. However, after some discussion, we've decided not to hold you accountable this time. After all, it was just a normal performance during the assessment. The responsibility wasn't on him." Hearing he didn't have to pay for the damages, Lu Shang let out a sigh of relief. Just then, Major Tun Thia Quan walked in with the top 3 candidates who passed the exam. As soon as the door opened, Tun Thia Quan exclaimed, Oh, you're already here? Great, everyone who passed is here now." Lu Shang looked over at the other 3. Tianha glared at him with pure disdain, not even bothering to acknowledge him. Tao Dung stared at him with eyes full of rage and contempt. As for Hat Lam, he had been startled the moment he saw Lu Shang. Right now, he just wished he could turn into a turtle and hide in his shell to escape. Dong Tin Tuyet glanced over the 4 top-tier candidates and began to praise them. "Good. First, congratulations to everyone for passing this entrance exam. You all did well." Dong Tin Tuyet held up 4 cards as a reward. "In this training camp, the stronger you are, the more resources you can get. Since you passed, I'm giving you rewards and corresponding points. Once your points hit a certain value, you'll store them on this card. These are your point cards." She used her telekinetic energy to hand each of them a gold card. Tao Dung held the card, thinking joyfully. "This is the gold point card the teacher mentioned earlier. It has 100 points inside." Tianha was also beaming, thinking, "Excellent, I'm already in the lead." Ha Lam clutched his card, thinking excitedly, 100 points. That's enough to get a legendary high-level psychokinetic grand instructor to give me private coaching. Suddenly, everyone noticed Lu Shang was holding a plain white card. They all stared at it, curious. "Huh? Why is his card white?" Lu Shang examined the card and asked, "I've never heard of a white point card. Could it be empty? A beast meat meal costs 5 points. Using a training room for an hour costs 10 points. Regular instructor coaching costs 30 points. Grand Instructor or Deputy Grand Instructor coaching costs 100 points." After reading the terms, Lu Shang remarked calmly, "It seems only the meat is actually useful in here." As soon as he said that, Tun Tia Quan, who was sitting down, fell right off his chair in shock. "Huh?" The other students were speechless. Tun Tia Quan pointed at the card and said, "Hey kid, what do you mean by that? Don't be ungrateful. You've got 1,000 points on that card. If our instructor hadn't intervened with the higher-ups, you'd still be in debt for all the damage you caused." Everyone gasped in disbelief. "What? 1,000 points?" Tao Dung sneered. "Huh, I thought this camp was based purely on skill. I didn't expect to see such blatant favoritism. How disappointing." Tianha stood by with his arms crossed. Who exactly does he know? That's terrifying. Hat Lam covered his mouth in fear. "Huh, do you guys not know what he did during the exam?" Tao Dung, looking for a fight, snapped, "Of course I know. Someone started a rumor that he bribed the students and instructors, right? The examiners are at least Tier 3 martial artists. To defeat them, you'd need to be at least Tier 4. Even the strongest prodigies of the past couldn't do that, especially without showing any signs of physical strain. If the goal of this camp is to reward the strongest, then prove it to me right now." Seeing they were about to fight, Tun Quan moved to stop them. Hey, you guys. Dong Ting Tuit quickly held him back. She wanted to see Lu Shang's true strength for herself. Lu Shang asked nonchalantly, Ha, are you sure? Tao Dung charged at him, screaming, Cut the crap. Today, I'm going to see if you can break my special talent technique, if I take even one step back. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Shang flicked his finger effortlessly. With double the force of his star-crushing technique, Tao Dung was sent flying before he could even land a blow. He crashed through the thick base wall, leaving a massive hole and collapsing on the spot. Seeing it happen so fast, everyone watching let out a gasp of shock. What? Lu Shang, realizing he might have gone a bit too far, said sheepishly, He asked me to hit him. Don't expect me to pay for the repairs, after witnessing Tao Dung get flicked through the wall. The situation unfolded so quickly that the onlookers couldn't help but shriek in shock. What? Lu Shang, realizing he might have gone a bit overboard, felt a pang of guilt and said, He challenged me to a fight, don't pin the medical bills on me. After witnessing Cao Yong get sent flying by just a flick of Liu Shang's finger, when they hit the wall, Xia Lin and Meng Jinhe were completely stunned. As if struck by lightning, unable to stutter out a single coherent sentence. Lu Shang didn't want to cause any more trouble. Right now, he just wanted to head back to his room to cultivate. Qin Tiaojun turned his face away, whistling as if he had already predicted this result. Lu Shang calmly continued, Can I go now? And then he quickly walked away. Dong Tingshui saw that Lu Shang was about to leave and called out to him, Student Lu Shang, what is your plan for your cultivation next? If you use your accumulated points, you can get my personal guidance. Lu Shang gently pushed the door open and stepped out. Thanks to the chief instructor, but there's no need. I have something more important to do. Qin Tiaojun, quite curious, asked, You have something more important than guidance from the chief instructor? Meng Jinhe and Xia Lin were also listening intently, wondering what could be so important. Lu Shang confirmed, That's right, I want to go back and take a nap. Hearing such an unconventional reason left Meng Jinhe and Xia Lin truly wide-eyed with awe. What? Qin Tiaojun also laughed until he was doubled over. Ha, this kid. Dong Tingshui's face looked dejected, unable to say anything more. After everyone had left, Dong Tingshui checked the surveillance cameras and saw that Lu Shang had actually gone back to the dormitory to sleep. Qin Tiaojun acted as if he had just heard an incredible joke. This kid really went back to sleep. Ha. Dong Tingshui also didn't understand what he was thinking. What is he doing? There are no resources in the dormitory. Qin Tiaojun, in a mood to enjoy the show, said, This is the first time I've seen such an interesting genius. Let him do whatever he wants. Dong Tingshui spoke in a low voice, evaluating the situation. You don't understand. He is an excellent whetstone. He can stimulate the growth rate of others. Qin Tiaojun said seriously. A whetstone? I'm afraid this whetstone is stronger than all the blades here, don't you think? Dong Tingshui seemed to be recalling a memory. Do you remember our cohort? Hearing that name, Qin Tiaojun stood up, clutched his chest, and said, Of course, just mentioning him makes my chest start to ache. In that training camp, he put pressure on every genius, stepping on everyone under his feet. He was truly a well-deserved king. Dong Tingshui mused. That's right. Those with pure strength-based talent had a huge advantage in the past, easily able to hit tens of thousands in combat power, and even fighting enemies above their own rank. But skills, speed, observation, judgment, experience, tactics, strategy, real strength isn't just power. During the continuous process of growth and accumulation, martial artists who only rely on the power granted by their talent, in the end, only shine for a moment. I fear this is the path Lu Shang is on. At that moment, Lu Shang was in a dreamscape, battling with all his might against a blonde zombie with a muscular physique. Both sides were evenly matched, trading blows for 100 rounds, neither willing to yield. The zombie suddenly threw a powerful punch, but Lu Shang caught it firmly. He quickly grabbed an iron bar from the side, drove it through the zombie's thigh and foot, pinning it to the ground, and seized the opportunity to unleash his stellar technique, landing a massive punch right on the zombie's face. That one punch sent the zombie directly to the afterlife. After it died, Lu Shang also received the zombie's skills and memories. Lu Shang exhaled a sigh of relief after struggling for so long with this zombie. Whew. Before it died, it was a level 6 Grandmaster, equivalent to the level of the Martial Arts Association Minister, Xiao Yuhe. No wonder it was so strong. Just now, if he hadn't used the full power of his mental energy to block that move, he might have. Lu Shang began to enter the stage of absorbing martial arts techniques, combat skills, and fighting experience compared to increasing his blood energy. These were the real rewards in his dream world. Movement techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, leg techniques, spear techniques, sword techniques. Human capacity is limited. No matter how skilled someone is, one person cannot master everything. But he was standing on the shoulders of countless people. Comprehensive and flawless, this was his martial path. The perfect martial way. After grasping the techniques of that level 6 zombie, Lu Shang sat down to rest. And there's the mental energy. Just now, if it weren't for my mental energy, I probably wouldn't have been able to block even one strike from that zombie. It's a pity I'm still just using my mental power in the most basic way. For now, I can only use it against zombies like that. If I were to face a real level 6 powerhouse, it's hard to say what would happen. I need to further refine my mental energy cultivation. After saying this, Lu Shang quickly dove deep into his own mental energy, focusing his mind, clearing away external thoughts, concentrating, and refining his mental energy. After the refinement was complete, Lu Shang touched the peak of his mental energy with his awareness. The layer of stone surrounding his mental energy gradually cracked, emitting an incredibly mystical light. At that moment, Lu Shang felt pulled by a powerful force. His whole body ached as if being torn apart. Finally, his mental energy was completely unleashed. The force released was enough to shatter all the glass windows in the building. After fully releasing that energy, Lu Shang felt like a dried-out husk. He stood there, weak, huff, huff. A look of joy couldn't be hidden from his face. He had broken through again. After recovering, Lu Shang eagerly opened his AI to see if his future self had achieved any more breakthroughs. Next, it's been a long time since I checked my own life history. I wonder what it will look like this time. Lu Shang ordered his AI. AI, show me my personal file. Processing data. Gathering information for you now. Just a moment later, Lu Shang's biography appeared in full. Name: Lu Shang. Gender: male. Lifespan: June. Year 297 of the martial era to April. Year 452 of the martial era. Martial strength: Level 7. Martial artist. Authority level: 3. Experience. At 18, he became a level 2 martial artist, causing a sensation in Bakha City. Later, recommended by the Bakha Martial Arts Association, he joined the Dongnin Province Genius Training Camp, won first place in training that same year, ranked number 1 in the whole school, number 1 in the province, and ranked 53rd in the National College Entrance Exam, admitted to Dongnin Martial Arts University. 3 years later, he graduated and began military service. 5 years later, he was discharged with the rank of Major General and founded the St. Martial Dojo in Bakha City. At 65, he was promoted to a level 7 martial artist. In July of the year 452, old wounds flared up. Lived to the age of 156. Marital status: married, 2 sons, 1 daughter. Highest rank: Major General. Historical rating: 3 stars. Lu Shang saw that his personal information had been upgraded again, and he was extremely happy. Level 7 Grandmaster. I can reach the level 7 Grandmaster realm in my lifetime. If this were the ancient era, he'd be considered a powerful regional feudal lord. Even now, he's a figure of immense influence. Lu Shang thought to himself, wait, now that I've become a master, my ranking and permissions should have been upgraded, right? Lu Shang promptly issued a command. Who the star refining body technique? And the natural breathing and crystal meditation methods? Someone quickly replied, yes, sir. Just a moment later, countless techniques appeared around Lu Shang. The advanced star refining body technique, an advanced version created by the level 11 Martial Alliance powerhouse, Wang Hong, has been added to the Seed project. The advanced natural breathing method, an advanced version created by the level 11 Martial Alliance powerhouse Yang Yidan, has been added to the Seed project. The advanced crystal meditation method, an advanced version created by the level 11 Martial Alliance powerhouse Duan Yifeng, has been added to the Seed project. Lu Shang marveled. As expected of level 3 permissions, I can finally search for higher tier techniques. Suddenly, a rather strange book caught his eye, piquing his curiosity. What's this? Lu Shang quickly opened it, and its contents left him completely stunned. The Divine Brilliance King Scripture, an advanced technique created by the level 11 Martial Alliance powerhouse Duan Yifeng, added to the Seed project. After reading through it, Lu Shang couldn't help but exclaim, this was a complete, masterful technique. As Lu Shang pored over the manual, he was filled with amazement. This is the Divine Brilliance King Scripture? Heavenly horse galloping through the sky, floating in thought. I can't believe it. No wonder this technique wasn't in the combat skill report. This is a technique specifically designed for spirit readers. It doesn't just cover combat essentials and methods for using mental energy. Most importantly, it's completely different from other mental energy techniques. The core content of the Divine Brilliance King. Scripture is using the mental energy within a martial artist's body to construct a second physique. You could say it's a second self. And the precision of this body can reach the level of muscle fibers, cells, and even down to the genetic level. And all of this serves one purpose, to enhance oneself in every possible way, with zero blind spots. The first layer of the Divine Brilliance King, Scripture utilizes mental energy to strengthen the body's organs, thereby achieving the effect of increasing blood energy. This is exactly my biggest weakness. My combat power has hit a plateau, but my base blood energy value really can't be changed. Blood energy has always been what's holding me back. If I can break through this, I can boost all of my personal attribute capabilities. Using mental energy to influence a martial artist's blood energy, truly unbelievable. I really did underestimate the crystallized wisdom of 10,000 years of martial arts. A technique of this caliber, let alone creating it today. You couldn't even dream of it. Duan Yifeng, I will remember this name. A talent of this caliber is hard to come by even once in a civilization. He must have been an absolute top-tier existence among level 11 powerhouses. And yet, even someone like that couldn't stop the destruction of the human civilization. I still have so much to do, and the road ahead is long. Every single minute, every single second, I must give my all to become stronger. 1 month later, in the training room, Xiaolin was intently honing her mental energy. She was currently standing in a testing chamber, outfitted with automatic ball-firing systems on all sides. Xiaolin's mission was to use her mental energy to control weapons and destroy the incoming balls. Xiaolin closed her eyes, sensing the trajectory of the balls, then controlled several mental spikes to strike and destroy them simultaneously. The incoming balls were shattered in the blink of an eye. Lieutenant Dong Tingshui, observing from outside, saw that Xiaolin had passed with flying colors and stepped inside to praise her. Not bad. You're progressing very quickly. You've already mastered controlling 3 mental spikes. Once you can master 6, it means you've stepped into the first level of the Spirit Reader tier. Xiaolin, receiving the praise, bowed to thank Dong Tingshui for her guidance. Thank you, head instructor. It's all thanks to your coaching. Dong Tingshui responded politely. It also has to do with your talent and hard work. Dong Tingshui frowned and said, however, I've noticed something. There seems to be a huge void in your mental willpower. Someone left some kind of psychological trauma on you, didn't they? Xiaolin immediately recalled the look in Lu Shang's eyes when they first met, which still made her tremble to this day. Xiaolin bit her lip, cold sweat breaking out as she trembled. Yes, head instructor. May I ask if there is any way to resolve this problem? Dong Tingshui said coldly. It's very simple. Find the person who left that psychological trauma on you, beat them, or kill them. Naturally, the trauma will be gone. Hearing that she had to defeat Lu Shang left Xiaolin panicked. She screamed in terror. Huh? This? Seeing Xiaolin's reaction, Dong Tingshui frowned, wishing she could forge iron into steel. What's wrong? You're in a period of rapid strength growth. Surely a small matter like this shouldn't stop you? Xiaolin thought for a moment. She had heard that the terrifying guy had been in a state of mental decline during this period. And if his strength had remained stagnant, maybe, just maybe, she really could do it. Xiaolin made a major resolution. Her gaze grew firmer, determined to defeat Lu Shang. After finishing the training session for Xiaolin, Qin Tiaojun, who had been gossiping outside, asked, Done? How was it? Dong Tingshui said, somewhat frustrated, the talent is fine, but her personality is a bit weak. Qin Tiaojun laughed. Do you think everyone is like you? Besides, how could her personality be any better than the one I'm teaching? Dong Tingshui said, Meng Jinhei, the teaching is done. In any case, there's still a month or 2 left. He'll just have to grit his teeth and get through it. Right. Is he still the same? Qin Tiaojun recounted the situation with frustration. Every day when I bring him food, I find him sleeping. I guess he's a lost cause. Qin Tiaojun then turned to mock Dong Tingshui. Remember what you said when you were training students? As long as you like, you can sleep in the dorm every day, and no one will stop you. Ha ha ha. Dong Tingshui covered her face and sighed. I shouldn't have said that in the first place. Qin Tiaojun, with a thick-skinned personality, still wanted to poke at her a bit more. So, do you still want to use him as your whetstone? Dong Tingshui was so angry she started cursing. Whetstone my foot! You're getting cocky now, aren't you? Dong Tingshui left in a huff. Forget him. Focus on teaching your Meng Jinhei well. Or else when the test comes, Xiaolin is going to beat him into the ground. Qin Tiaojun stuck out his tongue to provoke her. Who's afraid of who? At the physical training room, Yang Yan was cleaning up with some friends. She wearily swept the floor, sighing in frustration as she did. Just then, a friend ran over and called out cheerfully, "Yang Yan, not finished yet? Let me help you." Seeing someone coming to help, Yang Yan happily expressed her gratitude. "Yeah, thanks," her friend replied. "No big deal. You helped me out the same way last time." Both of them kept sweeping the floor, sighing as they worked. Man, I really envy those guys. The ones who managed to get 100 points, that's enough to last them 2 whole months, Yang Yan said, sounding sympathetic. Poor people like us have to suffer. We only scrape enough points to survive after skipping a meal or two. Man, you just can't compare. Suddenly, her friend asked Yang Yan, "What has Lu Shang from your city been up to lately? Aren't you two pretty close?" The mention of Lu Shang piqued Yang Yan's curiosity too, and she said sadly, "I don't know about him." Her friend continued the gossip. "I figured you wouldn't know either." She said that Lu Shang fellow really is something else. He was so powerful when he first arrived, bullying people from the main camp. But look at him now. The very next day, he was finished. Lu Shang has been cooped up inside without coming out, so his strength has probably been surpassed by others by now. Yang Yan, do you think he's scared? He probably realized how overwhelming the competition is, and since his strength is fading, he decided to just crawl into his shell to add a bit of mystery to himself. Thinking back on Lu Shang's abilities, Yang Yan still had total faith in him, and she thought to herself, no way. Lu Shang isn't that kind of guy. Yang Yan quickly snatched the broom from her friend's hand, turned away, and said, "You should go get some rest. Just leave the rest of the work to me." Seeing Yang Yan act that way, her friend was quite confused, not understanding what was going on. Oh, just then, a crowd gathered on the balcony, shouting and rushing to see the gossip. "Hurry up and check it out. It looks like Cao Yong is about to try 4 times the gravity." "For real?" Her friend heard such shocking news and screamed, "Ah, did you hear that? 4 times gravity? Is that for real? That's insane." Yang Yan said, also finding it hard to believe. "Last time I only went into the level 1 gravity room and couldn't last even 20 minutes. I almost died. This is 4 times the gravity." Her friend was so excited to watch the drama that she grabbed Yang Yan's hand and pulled her along. "Let's go see for ourselves." Yang Yan was caught off guard as she was dragged away. Ah. As she walked, Yang Yan thought to herself, "Lu Shang, what on earth are you doing right now?" Meanwhile, Lu Shang had just woken up from a long dream, his strength having increased significantly. He gently opened his dormitory door, stepped outside, his face looking a bit colder than before. At the gravity chamber, Cao Yong was focused on training under triple gravity, bracing himself against the crushing pressure, his muscles tensing up. Everyone watching from the outside exclaimed, "Amazing. He's been at it for almost 4 minutes, 4 minutes longer than last time." Finally, after holding on for 4 minutes, Cao Yong quickly pressed the stop button. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he was showered with praise by everyone. "That is seriously impressive. I can't even last 10 minutes under double gravity, and Cao Yong can persist for 4 minutes under triple gravity." After finishing his gravity training, Cao Yong stepped out looking quite confident, letting out a relieved breath. Phew, that feels good. Seeing everyone gathered around to suck up to him, Cao Yong smugly said, "If you're all so scared by this little level, then what will happen when I hit 4 times gravity?" Haha, a sycophant ran over and said, "Big brother Cao Yong, it looks like you'll be adapting to 4 times gravity very soon, and you'll break through to become a level 3 martial artist. By then, I don't see anyone in this training camp who could be your match." Hearing this guy butter him up reminded Cao Yong of his rival, and he unconsciously touched his forehead, feeling like it still hurt. He asked, "How's he doing now?" The sycophant chuckled and said, "Him? Lu Shang is still the same. Every time the students bring him his food, they see him sleeping in bed or even dreaming about something." Haha, Cao Yong sneered, scoffing in his arrogance. "Even if I wasn't as good as him at the start, a slow turtle will eventually catch up to a sleeping rabbit. Plus, he's been sleeping for over a month now, wasting 1,000 points. I'm not so sure I'll lose to him anymore." Just as Cao Yong was daydreaming, a figure suddenly flashed past him, catching Cao Yong off guard for a few seconds. As Lu Shang walked by, he said, "Make way." Once Cao Yong realized who it was, he shouted in shock, "Lu Shang." Lu Shang stood before the gravity chamber door and calmly said, "So this is the gravity training room? Doesn't look too bad." Cao Yong leaned against the door and mocked him. "So you finally decided to come out? What's wrong? Did you finally remember the gravity chamber after sleeping for over a month?" Lu Shang didn't even care about whatever nonsense Cao Yong was spouting. He swiped his card to activate the gravity room, thinking to himself, I didn't expect food to cost so many points. I'll start with 3 hours. After checking the training room system, Lu Shang selected the 3-hour option, 3 hours of level 2 gravity, deducting the points. After starting the gravity room, Lu Shang stepped inside. Before going in, he turned back to taunt Cao Yong. Still here, huh? Just my luck. I can use this to test out my growth and strength a little. Cao Yong yelled in anger. Damn it. You sleep in your dorm every single day and you still want to improve your strength? Are you kidding me? The door gradually closed, and the system announced the countdown. 5, 4. Cao Yong poked his head in, kindly warning him. Hey, you're going into the gravity room without warming up first? The system continued to announce that due to the gravity effects, one should use the physical buttons. 3, 2. You are using Lu Shang's level 2 gravity. Outside, Cao Yong was excited to watch the show, thinking, the gravity training room isn't something to play around with. If you don't follow the rules and start it properly, suddenly enduring the external pressure while completely unable to move easily leads to internal organ rupture and bleeding. Whether he's just ignorant or arrogant, he's a dead man this time. Cao Yong and everyone watching the gossip looked inside, only to see that absolutely nothing was happening. Lu Shang was just standing there, causing the surrounding air to turn strangely quiet. Cao Yong braced himself and asked, the gravity system is already on, right? Why isn't he showing any reaction at all? Lu Shang punched the ground hard and began to practice his martial arts, throwing out a few strikes, leaving Cao Yong and the spectators wide-eyed with shock. Cao Yong couldn't believe his eyes and stood there frozen in place. The sycophant from earlier had his legs go weak and couldn't even stand properly. He stuttered in fear. Everyone watching Lu Shang nearby saw him, practicing martial arts casually in the gravity room, their jaws dropping. Wait, isn't that Lu Shang? Look, everyone. Lu Shang is actually able to create crack sounds from his movements in this gravity environment. People swarmed over to watch, and some still stubbornly refused to believe it was fake. They began to scream in a panic. What is going on? After finishing his set, Lu Shang felt quite refreshed and satisfied. This feeling, it's pretty fresh. He walked over to the control panel, wanting to test a higher gravity setting. He looked at it curiously for a moment, wondering, is this the button? Outside, Cao Yong watched Lu Shang pressing things on the panel, frowning as he thought, is he already at his limit? Does he want to stop? As soon as Lu Shang pressed the button, the gravity room suddenly emitted a piercing, ear-splitting sound. It was so intense that everyone watching couldn't take it. They all clutched their ears, unable to stand the noise. Some people even collapsed, unable to get back up. What's going on? Cao Yong's jaw dropped, cold sweat trickling down his face as he stammered. Outside the gravity chamber, the display board reads, Gravity Level 4. Cao Yong realizes that Lu Shang has actually cranked the gravity up to 4 times normal. After feeling the intense pressure surrounding him, Lu Shang thinks to himself, so this is what it feels like when the gravity is boosted. Nice. Let's see what I can do. Lu Shang drops to one knee, driving his hand firmly into the floor. The crowd outside bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha! He can't take it anymore. But then, Lu Shang strains every muscle, lifting his hand until he's balancing on just 2 fingers. Just then, Xia Lin returns, exhausted from a long training session. So tired. That instructor is brutal. As she passes the gravity chamber, she notices a crowd gathered and whispering. Being naturally curious, she wants to see what all the fuss is about. Xia Lin rushes over to get a look. As she gets closer, she sees everyone standing there with their jaws dropped, staring in shock at something insane happening inside. Still oblivious to what's going on, she asks, "What are you all looking at? Is it that interesting?" She peers into the gravity chamber and lets out a panicked shriek. Wait, is Lu Shang doing a handstand on 2 fingers in a level 4 gravity chamber? That is absolutely terrifying. She makes the same speechless face as the rest of them. In her head, she's flooded with massive question marks, laughing on the outside while crying on the inside. Even Cao Yong looks as shocked as I am. Cao Yong collapses to the ground, slamming into the wall. Thud. Right now, he's having a total existential crisis. Just a minute ago, he was so confident he'd beat Lu Shang, but now he realizes the gap between them is light years wide. Why? Why is he so damn strong? Cao Yong is losing it, gritting his teeth, unable to accept reality. Didn't he sleep for over a month? The tortoise and the hare. Lu Shang is the hare that overslept, and I'm supposed to be the tortoise in the deep abyss. The tortoise Cao Yong whimpers and rolls around, crying, "Didn't I already surpass him? After cranking out nearly 100 push-ups, Lu Shang thinks, 4 times gravity is decent. This feeling is starting to get familiar. He quickly walks over to the control panel to adjust it. The people outside notice the gravity increase immediately and start screaming. 5 times gravity. Holy crap, get someone over here, fast. Lu Shang feels the gravity shift and begins his technique, a natural breathing method that exchanges breath with the very earth. Word spreads that Lu Shang is testing level 5 gravity. Every student in this intake comes scrambling over to watch. Their faces are filled with uncontrollable terror. Hey, did you hear? What? Let's go. Is it true? Or are they messing with us at the gravity chamber? Lin Xiaoyu, who originally mocked Lu Shang, now grits his teeth in frustration. Damn it. That guy. He's back. Is this for real? The area in front of the gravity chamber is packed with people. It's really him. Lu Shang really knows how to keep everyone on edge. Cao Yong's eyes are bulging so far out of their sockets they look ready to pop as he presses his face against the glass. He is utterly bewildered. Even at 5 times gravity, Lu Shang is jumping around calmly, showing absolutely no signs of discomfort. Lu Shang thinks, 5 times gravity is just right for my current cultivation state. I might even be able to pull off some moves from the stellar body refining technique. If I go any higher, just moving might be enough. After throwing a punch, Lu Shang sighs. Not enough. This is nowhere near enough. I need more pressure to force my limits. Seeing Lu Shang head to the control panel, the crowd lets out a sigh of relief. What's he doing now? Finally, had enough and about to turn it off? Staying at 5 times gravity for that long is already impressive enough. If it were me, I wouldn't last a single second. To everyone's shock, Lu Shang doesn't turn it off. He cranks it up even further. Seeing this move, the entire student body is blown away, completely shell-shocked. Back at the command center, Dong Tingshui sits there looking bored, wondering, 2 people again today? It's only been a few days. And so many students have already dropped out of the camp? Qin Xiaoyun hands Dong Tingshui a refreshing glass of lemonade. He says softly, they're all coddled kids from wealthy families. They aren't used to suffering like this. It's normal that they can't handle it. Dong Tingshui sips the lemonade and says dejectedly, they can't even handle this little bit of hardship? How are they going to survive on the front lines, fighting real beasts with real weapons? She winces after a sip. A bit too much sugar. Qin Xiaoyun replies, you're just too hard on them. Actually, the quality of this batch is pretty decent. I'd guess about 80% of them will make it to the end of the camp. Qin Xiaoyun looks at the monitor and says happily, look, someone just broke the record in both the gravity chamber and the agility room. As he speaks, he suddenly freezes in place. That's unbelievable. Hey, someone just set a historical record in the gravity chamber. Dong Tingshui replies nonchalantly, is it Cao Yong? I remember he was close to hitting level 4, right? Qin Xiaoyun smiles awkwardly. Ha, it's not him. It's someone you'd never expect. Lu Shang. He's at 8 times gravity. Upon hearing the name Lu Shang, Dong Tingshui is so stunned she crushes the cup in her hand. What did you say? You said Lu Shang? Qin Xiaoyun praises. What level is this kid actually at right now? Dong Tingshui replies, I don't know, but the person we've been looking for. We finally found him. Inside the gravity-free training room, Lu Shang is being crushed by terrifying pressure. He's being forced down so hard he can't even sit up straight. Huff, huff. My body can't take much more of this. Lu Shang thinks. 8 times gravity is a huge burden on my current blood energy. I'm hitting my limit. My endurance is running dry. Lu Shang thinks. Time to try that new technique. Lu Shang quickly channels his mental power to recreate a complete heart, down to every single cellular molecule. He then uses this newly created heart to envelop his actual heart, forming a super strong, protective membrane. As the heart reconstruction finishes, a surge of terrifying power flows through his chest. It runs along his blood vessels, and the sheer force is so great that Lu Shang is knocked flat on his back. He stands up to feel this new surge of power, panting. Just by building part of the cardiovascular system, my blood energy has spiked by nearly 10%. So this is the Light King's divine reflection scripture. Lu Shang clenches his fist with a smile, thinking, all right, let's see where my true limits really are. He runs back toward the control panel. This is the God-refining Ming Wang Sutra. Lu Shang clenched his fist excitedly, smiling as he thought, good, let's see what my true limits are. With that, he quickly ran back to the control panel. When the others saw Lu Shang heading back to the panel, they went crazy with shock. What is he trying to do now? It's already 8 times gravity. Could he possibly want? Just then, the glass of the gravity room cracked instantly. As the intense pressure inside escaped, Some students were crushed and pinned to the floor by the sudden force. Cao Yong was truly terrified now. He shouted, "Lu Shang, what the hell are you doing?" Ah! System alert. 10 times gravity activated. Under 10 times gravity, Lu Shang was slammed into the floor, unable to budge. Even the floor began to crumble, unable to withstand such immense pressure. Lu Shang struggled, gasping, "So heavy. My bones are practically screaming, and it feels like my blood is about to stop flowing. Forget moving, just staying conscious is taking everything I've got. This is 10 times gravity. This isn't something I'm supposed to be able to handle." But then, Lu Shang felt a surge of excitement. The desire to conquer it fueled him, and he yelled, "Perfect! To change the future and turn around this doomed fate. What does it take? Is it being a high-level cultivator? A genius with unparalleled talent? Or someone with infinite resources?" Lu Shang poured every ounce of his strength into standing up. He roared, "It takes someone who can break their own limits." Finally, after an immense struggle, Lu Shang stood tall and released a massive surge of energy. Everyone watching could feel the sheer power radiating from him. No one had the guts to stand their ground against it. Lu Shang's power was unmatched. Seeing him face it so boldly, Yang Yan thought to herself, Lu Shang is back." After Lu Shang stepped out of the gravity room, everyone looked at him with sheer awe. They instinctively parted to clear a path. Lu Shang walked out, drenched in sweat. A pretty girl shyly stepped forward, offering him a towel to wipe his face. Student Lu Shang, here, take this towel." Lu Shang looked at her, confused, while the other girls nearby watched her with envy. Lu Shang calmly took the towel, not wanting to brush off her kindness, and said with a smile, "Thanks." Lu Shang walked away with the towel, while the two girls jumped for joy. Lu Shang didn't pay them any mind. He checked his phone and thought, "If I'd known it would only take this much time, I wouldn't have wasted 3 hours worth of points. What a loss." A notification popped up on his phone, and upon tapping it, Lu Shang was pleasantly surprised. Huh? Breaking records actually awards bonus points? A chime rang out. Record broken. Bonus points awarded. Lu Shang shot to the top of the leaderboard, his balance hitting 4,335 points. Seeing Lu Shang's points, everyone was stunned. Someone looked at their own score of 6 points and sighed. What? 4 digits of points? All of us combined don't even add up to half of his. I haven't even had meat for 3 days. Lu Shang was thrilled to get so many points. Over 4,000. That's enough to eat well for a while. Next, Lu Shang headed toward the training room. Someone standing nearby saw him walking their way and delusionally thought, "He's coming toward me." Everywhere Lu Shang went, people naturally backed away to make way for him. Under everyone's stunned gazes, Lu Shang just kept walking, hands in his pockets, totally relaxed. Seeing that Lu Shang wasn't stopping, the other students quickly scrambled to follow him. "Lu Shang! It's really Lu Shang! Where is he going? Hurry, let's go see." Yang Yan stood still, watching Lu Shang's back, thinking, Lu Shang, that presence is so overwhelming, it's far above everyone else. The people around her were buzzing with excitement about the 10 times gravity. He's really not human. It's just too terrifying. Looking at Lu Shang, Yang Yan felt a deep sense of admiration. His silhouette was like a tiger stepping out, with all the beasts following behind. Yang Yan's friend sighed. Lu Shang is a strength-type genius. He even broke Cao Yong's record for defensive endurance in the gravity room. Could his blood vitality have actually broken through to the 4th stage? Hearing her friend praise Lu Shang made Yang Yan realize something. The direction he was heading was the agility training room. Inside that room, Meng Jinhe was pushing himself to the limit, using his speed talent to dodge dense laser beams with great agility. Even though Meng Jinhe was agile, the long duration was draining his stamina, making movement difficult. Despite his best efforts, he was eventually hit by a laser. The system chimed. Training session ended. Performance. 2nd stage completion. 87%. Seeing the data, Meng Jinhe let out a satisfied sigh of relief. Phew. The system displayed a notification. Congratulations, martial artist ID. Do 284363. Your agility has surpassed that of the trainer, reaching the 52nd percentile. Meng Jinhe felt smug, looking at his stats. He chuckled, thinking that his agility rankings in the training room would be broadcast throughout the entire martial alliance. He could reach a world-class ranking at any time. He had already surpassed half the people on the planet. That was at least hundreds of millions of people. Indeed, the gap between people really existed. With my speed, talent, and personal instruction from Instructor Chin, the gap between me and the others is incomparable. And anyone watching my training session must have already realized how extraordinary I am, right? Meng Jinhe smugly opened the door, expecting to be met with everyone's praise. Everyone would praise him as a one-of-a-kind genius, but the reality hit him like a bucket of ice-cold water, leaving him frozen in shock for a full minute. His training room was completely deserted. Everyone had flocked to the room next door. Meng Jinhe wondered, "What on earth is going on? Where did you all run off to? Even Instructor Dong and Instructor Tan are here. What are they watching? Are the instructors demonstrating it themselves?" He quickly rushed over and grabbed a friend, asking, "Hey, what's the situation? What are you guys watching here?" The friend, annoyed at being grabbed, snapped, "Huh? We're obviously watching Lu Shang. Who else would it be?" Hearing the name Lu Shang, Meng Jinhe scoffed. "Lu Shang? The sleeping god from Baihe City? Don't tell me you guys actually think that sleeper could break my record? You've lost your minds." Seeing Meng Jinhe being so arrogant, the friend got angry. He turned back and retorted, "The hell? Who the hell do you think you are?" Meng Jinhe, stunned by the sudden verbal lash, stood there blankly, not understanding what he did wrong. At that very moment, the answer to Meng Jinhe's earlier mockery arrived. The friend shouted in shock, "Holy cow, what is happening?" Meng Jinhe looked inside and was struck with panic. No way. Are those all the lasers firing? At full capacity? Lu Shang, meanwhile, calmly started the system. After observing his surroundings, he quickly grasped the training method. He thought to himself, so that's how it is. Just need to dodge the lasers, right? Looks like there's no way to predict which direction the beams will fire from. That's one of the hardest parts of movement technique training. But for me, that difficulty basically doesn't exist. The system was ready, and the lasers began firing at a high density. It looked like a tangled spiderweb of light, but with his lightning-fast footwork, Lu Shang dodged them with ease. Seeing this, Meng Jinhe trembled and screamed, "How is that even possible? How? There are thousands of lasers in that training room. No one knows what's going to happen the next second. With that density and frequency, how?" Terrified, Meng Jinhe grabbed his friend by the collar and hauled him up. "Are you sure this is seriously Lu Shang's first time in the footwork training room?" The friend, trembling, replied, "It's true. We all followed him here. Before this, he even broke the historical record in the gravity room 10 times the gravity." Hearing about that achievement, Meng Jinhe felt like collapsing. His eyes were bloodshot, unable to believe the truth. Meng Jinhe slumped to the ground, thinking in agony. Lu Shang, isn't his talent supposed to be strength-based? Didn't he spend a month sleeping? How is this possible? The gap is just too huge. The people around him saw him dejected on the floor and asked anxiously, "Hey, what's wrong?" By now, Meng Jinhe had lost all fighting spirit, feeling completely desperate and helpless. Watching Lu Shang's form, Dong Tingshui grew suspicious. She thought to herself, "Lu Shang, is this really his first time practicing movement techniques? That can't be right. Even after hundreds of tries, it wouldn't be this effortless. His movements, rather than reacting, it's like he's predicting them. Could he be?" In the training room, Lu Shang was in his element, unleashing his full potential, agility, and sharp judgment. Step by step, Lu Shang glided through the dense lasers effortlessly, smoothly, and with elegant grace. Standing outside, Dong Tingshui couldn't resist trying to probe Lu Shang's mental power. Seeing her preparing to use her mental power, Tan Xiaojun asked, "What are you doing?" Dong Tingshui quickly pulled her mental power back. She felt an urge to test him again, but her intuition made her stop. She thought, "There's nothing strange about me. Didn't I already probe him last time?" He had zero reaction to mental power. Why do I want to try again? Have I lost it too? The system displayed a notification. Movement Training Phase 2. Completion rate 62%. Lu Shang thought, this practice session isn't bad at all. I feel like my movements could get a bit faster. Soon after, the system announced that he had passed the second phase. Everyone watching was stunned by the terrifying speed. Holy crap, it's only been a few minutes. Phase 2 is already over? Yeah. Lu Shang's second phase looked especially simple, right? It didn't look like the second phase we've seen before, did it? Seeing the students dismissing the challenge as simple, Tan Xiaojun turned to show them what a real gap in skill looked like. He wanted them to understand what it really meant to be a genius. It wasn't especially simple, it was just that Lu Shang's performance was so flawless, his movement technique had already reached the perfection stage. Dong Tingshui stood with her arms crossed, looking challenged. I want to see just how far he can go. Seeing her stubborn look, Tan Xiaojun laughed out loud. Haha, Dong Tingshui. This might be the first time you and I have thought exactly the same thing. The system then announced, beginning movement training phase 3. This time, thousands of balls flew at breakneck speed, leaving almost no room to dodge. On top of that, thousands of lasers rained down. Everyone watching was panicked by the overwhelming scene. Beams of light flashed constantly, blindingly bright. Even just watching, people had to cover their eyes. Wow, is this really the third phase? Meng Jinhe had lost all ambition to compete. His jaw dropped in horror, and he started shivering, thinking to himself, this is way too hard, isn't it? Thousands of balls combined with lasers makes the difficulty jump way up. And the speed is insane. Now, clusters of lasers were lighting up all at once, looking like a rain of light. Lu Shang thought, it's getting harder and harder. They're even trying to use the beams to block my escape routes. All right, I guess I have to use a bit of real strength to test this. To break through the encirclement, Lu Shang directly unleashed his power, exploding all the incoming balls. With a loud bang, Lu Shang quickly darted out. Tan Xiaojun saw a wave of power lingering behind him and panicked. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, damn, that's the micro stage. Did he just break through right here? Even among 4th or 5th level veterans on the battlefield, very few can master their movement techniques to the micro stage. It took me until I was 22 to reach that. Dong Tingshui also dejectedly admitted it. I'm 25 already. Qin Tiaojun couldn't believe it, he shouted out. That's not the same. I'm a speed-type talent warrior. Speed type? I was born with a massive buff. This kid is only 18 years old. Damn. The system announced once again. Level 3. Movement technique. 15% complete. Just then, a laser beam zipped past right in front of Lu Shang at an incredibly close range, just millimeters away. But Lu Shang still managed to dodge it with ease. The laser beams were getting faster and faster, making him start to break a sweat. As he struggled to dodge, he thought to himself, the difficulty is ramping up. Relying solely on mental energy to predict is getting pretty exhausting. Seeing Lu Shang start to slow down, Qin Tiaojun speculated. Lu Shang is starting to find it difficult. At that moment, the laser beams were like a web setup, just waiting for Lu Shang to trip the trap. Sensing that things were taking a turn, Lu Shang quickly unleashed his technique. With wind breathing, his speed suddenly surged to an astonishing level. He was almost invisible, just a blur of light streaking past. The system pinged rapidly. Movement technique stage 3, 62% completion. Even those watching from outside couldn't keep up with his pace. They pointed and whispered, where did Lu Shang go? Did he just vanish? The system announced again. Movement technique stage 3, 81% completion. Qin Tiaojun watched the situation intently, quickly realizing the kid's speed was so extreme that the naked eye couldn't track him anymore, making it seem as if he had disappeared. Finally, it ended, and the system displayed. Movement technique stage 3, 100% completion. Inside the training room, Lu Shang was completely drained, standing still to catch his breath. Thinking it was over, Qin Tiaojun prepared to leave, full of praise. The younger generation is truly formidable. Today he's shown us everything level 10 gravity and stage 3 of the movement room. He looks exhausted. Let's head back. Dong Tingshui remained silent, but when Qin Tiaojun urged her to leave, she frowned and said, no, it looks like Lu Shang still wants to continue. Qin Tiaojun looked confused, but his curiosity got the better of him, and he turned back. The system rang out once more. Movement technique, stage 4, initialization. Seeing Lu Shang keep going, Qin Tiaojun gasped in shock. No way, even I have only just started the 4th stage. Is he actually trying to break through all at once today? Dong Tingshui focused silently on Lu Shang. As he activated the mode, he accidentally collided with a strange machine. Suddenly, not just one, but countless such machines rose up. 4 laser beams shot out from each of them, interlinking like a giant web surrounding Lu Shang. The grid wove together perfectly, leaving almost no gaps. The entire web slowly lowered, enclosing Lu Shang completely. Standing inside the web, Lu Shang gritted his teeth, feeling helpless. The onlookers were terrified and cursed. What the hell is that monster of a trap? Is it even possible to dodge that? Meng Jinhe stuttered, unable to find words. Yet, after a moment, Lu Shang miraculously slipped through it successfully. The system flashed a notification. Movement technique stage 4, 30% completion. Seeing the difficulty scaling up, Qin Tiaojun rested his chin on his hand and said seriously, it's finally reached this level. Let's see how Lu Shang handles this. Originally, it was just a small net, but the system had now upgraded it to a whole new level. The laser beams were interwoven in a massive, chaotic mess, leaving almost nowhere to escape. Lu Shang thought to himself, his wind-breathing speed was reaching its limit, so he decided to unleash the spiritual power of the God Illumination Sutra. His mental energy surged, surrounding him like a blazing flame. With a single move, he distorted the space around him, and everything in his vision seemed to stand still, even the laser beams. Lu Shang felt his surroundings and realized that time felt like it was slowing down. If he remembered correctly, in the professional terminology of a spiritualist, this was called time perception. Lu Shang utilized this window to easily bypass the laser beams. Right now, he was moving at the speed of light, invisible to the naked eye. This was a manifestation of qualitative change in his spiritual power. And for such a transformation to occur in a level 3 spiritualist meant, does this mean I've finally officially entered the ranks of level 3 spiritualists? Dong Tingshui watched in horror at Lu Sheng's power. She could feel an immense surge of spiritual energy. This power even cracked the reinforced glass of the training room, and not just that, the floor itself was splitting under the pressure of his aura. Standing before the shattered glass, Dong Tingshui smiled excitedly and asked, "Are you really a spiritualist?" Lu Shang and Qin Tiaojun turned toward her, and seeing Dong Tingshu, they were frozen in place for a long moment. Dong Tingshui had fully unleashed her mental energy, and a translucent figure made of spiritual energy began to manifest. Seeing such terrifying power, the people around scrambled back in fear, and Qin Tiaojun shouted in a panic, "You! What are you doing? Are you out of your mind?" Dong Tingshui ignored everyone, directing her spiritual energy toward Lu Shang. With a deadly serious expression, she said, "I want to test him again." Dong Tingshui quickly commanded the projection. "Go!" The figure didn't hesitate, lunging straight at Lu Shang. Still struggling to dodge the lasers, Lu Shang saw the projection coming at him, carrying enough power to tear him in half. Lu Shang didn't panic, remaining calm as he countered and dodged the lethal strikes controlled by Dong Tingshui. Seizing an opening, Lu Shang quickly unleashed a powerful strike at the projection, sending it flying. The figure shattered into a swirling vortex and vanished, leaving Dong Tingshui severely injured. As the spiritual energy returned to her, Dong Tingshui clutched her chest in agony. That one strike from Lu Shang had left her unable to even stand straight. Gritting through the pain, she gasped, "Lu Shang. He really is a spiritualist, and his mental power is no less than mine." Qin Tiaojun, standing by, was just as stunned to hear her confirm it. Seeing Dong Tingsui's actions, Lu Shang thought to himself, testing is one thing, but that was a bit much. He looked at the chaotic web of lasers, feeling tired, but he knew he was at his limit. Who would have thought that opening his time perception would consume so much energy, and then having her interfere on top of that? Stage 4 was only halfway done. Relying on wind breathing and the blood energy of the God Illumination Sutra, this was as far as he could go. Forget it. Lu Shang moved toward a laser to let it strike him. The system displayed a notification. Training complete. Performance results, Stage 4, 56% completion. Congratulations, Martial Artist ID U285632. Your movement technique has surpassed 97% of trainees. Everyone watching from outside exploded into thunderous cheers upon seeing Lu Shang's stats. Oh my god, is this really the performance of a student? Lu Shang. He's already surpassed hundreds of millions of people just in the movement technique category alone. Meng Jinhe stood there, practically petrified, smiling on the outside while crying on the inside. The game was over. I only just mastered 52%, and he's already 45% higher than me? Wait, is he still a strength-type talent? Lu Shang walked calmly out of the training room. Seeing his ranking on the leaderboard, he thought dejectedly, so there are still 3% of people stronger than me in movement techniques. 3% of the whole world. That's gotta be tens of thousands of people, right? I'm still way too weak. I need to keep training hard. Dong Tingshui stepped forward and applauded to congratulate Lu Shang. Congratulations, student Lu Shang. You just broke the training camp's all-time record for the gravity room, and you've once again refreshed the record for this base's movement room. Where are you planning to go next? The combat training room or the mental energy room? Lu Shang really did lead everyone from one surprise to the next. He said indifferently, I'm not going anywhere. It's almost time to eat. I'm heading to the cafeteria. As he spoke, Lu Shang checked the canteen's announcement board for today's new menu. Seeing Lu Shang's casual expression and Dong Tingshui's speechless look, Qin Tiaojun burst into hysterical laughter. Ha ha. As expected of this kid. Ha ha. 3 hours later, after a full meal, Lu Shang was summoned to the command room. He walked in and greeted, "Chief Instructor, were you looking for me?" Inside, Qin Tiaojun and Dong Tingshe were waiting for him. "Yeah, come on over." Lu Shang greeted them respectfully. "Hello, Instructor Qin." Qin Tiaojun spoke up. "I called you here mainly to do a quick check of your strength, and then we'll discuss a few things with you." Lu Shang answered quickly. "Yes, sir." Dong Tingshui held a blood collection needle in her hand and asked, Every dormitory is provided with blood collection needles. Have you checked your vital energy during this time? Lu Shang answered honestly. I haven't. The needles in the dorms won't penetrate my skin. He remembered dejectedly how every time he tried to check his energy, no matter what he did, he couldn't pierce his skin. The needle would even break. Qin Tiaojun laughed. He. I knew this kid had already hit rank 3. Without this level of physical toughness, how could he possibly have broken the gravity room record? Dong Tingshu, bring out the needle. Dong Tingshu pulled a high-end gold-plated blood collection needle from her pocket. This is a needle prepared for rank 5 warriors. This should be enough for you to use. Lu Shang held out his hand for Dong Tingshui to draw blood. Once a sufficient amount was collected, the vital energy value appeared on the needle's display. 24.65. Rank 3 warrior. Both instructors were quite shocked by the data. Qin Tiaojun forced a laugh and said, Man, it's been over 10 years since I've seen such a young rank 3 warrior. Qin Tiaojun pointed to the power level measuring machine and said, All right, let's see what your combat power is. Lu Shang turned serious. All right, he thought to himself. Since they want to check, I have to give it my all and see what my limit really is. Lu Shang poured all his strength into the punch, and not only that, he combined multiple combat techniques together, creating a shockwave, the flame chi breathing technique, perfect stage fist technique, and 8-fold star falling force. This one punch was truly terrifying. The machine quickly displayed the reading. Combat power 271,920, rank B warrior level. Qin Tiaojun was stunned for a long time by the figure. 270,000, he thought. A rank 3 warrior, putting out combat power close to a rank 5. This kid is a total monster. Qin Tiaojun hurried over, patted him on the shoulder, and couldn't stop praising him. All right, you've already graduated from this training camp. Whatever you want to do next is up to you. Just remember to report your warrior rank to the association to get it recorded. Lu Shang, humbled by the praise, said, Thank you, Instructor Qin. Dong Tingshui suddenly stood up and said, Wait a moment, Lu Shang. There's one more test. This is called a soul crystal, a special, unique type of crystal mineral discovered over 100 years ago, found in the Anstra Canyon of the Master Kingdom. It has an extremely strong absorption rate for mental energy. Once activated, it shows the intensity of your mental energy. It's specifically used to test mentalists. You just need to touch it with your hand and channel your mental energy into it, and it will measure your mental intensity. After explaining, Dong Tingshui quickly used her mental energy to touch the stone. The stone immediately lit up, displaying Dong Tingshui's information. Seeing the chart of her mental intensity, Qin Tiaojun praised her. Whoa, your strength has increased again. Even the purity of your mental energy has leveled up quite a bit. If I remember correctly, before you were only at 3 points. Mental intensity 143.2, purity 4.2. Dong Tingshui looked at him with contempt. You think I'm like you? Only knowing how to eat and wait for death all day? Qin Tiaojun quickly retorted. Dong Tingshui, you can insult me, but you can't insult my lifestyle. Lu Shang then took the stone from Dong Tingshui and cautiously used his mental energy to touch it. Both instructors stood by, watching seriously. Suddenly, Qin Tiaojun turned to Dong Tingshui and whispered, If you told me Lu Shang had half your strength, I'd believe it. But not being any less than you? I really can't accept that. Dong Tingshui was focused on watching Lu Shang, and seeing Qin Tiaojun chattering in her ear, yelled angrily, Shut up! Stop bothering me. As soon as Lu Shang held the stone, his surroundings were immediately covered by a layer of golden power. The stone also emitted a brilliantly blinding light, making Dong Tingshui truly shocked. She gasped in surprise. How is this possible? The stone now displayed Lu Shang's mental energy data. Mental intensity, 113.56. Mental purity, 20.3. Dong Tingshui, completely stunned, couldn't help but gasp in shock. How is this even possible, she thought. His mental power purity is 20.35 times higher than my own. For any psychic, refining mental power bit by bit is an incredibly arduous process, like taking ordinary towels, stacking them layer after layer, and compressing them until they become dense, hard blocks. And that's not even mentioning a level 5 times higher than mine. I've been grinding for 2 years and only managed a slight improvement, and he's only 18 this year. His potential is just too absurd. Calling him a genius doesn't even cut it. He is. As she was lost in thought, Qin Tiaojun, standing beside them, started howling like a stuck pig. Insane. This is insane. Totally broken. He's so strong he's about to ascend to the heavens. Dong Tingshui glared at him, her face darkening. and she immediately sent a blast of mental power his way. Wham! A solid hit silenced his mouth. Qin Tiaojun got clocked so hard his eyes nearly popped out of his head, and he let out a sharp, ragged scream. Ah! After shutting Qin Tiaojun up, Dongting Shui immediately asked, Lu Shang, you have a mentor, right? Have you studied mental energy cultivation techniques before? Qin Tiaojun clutched the lump on his head, suffering in silence. Lu Shang replied calmly, Yes, I have a mentor. They taught me a unique mental energy cultivation technique, along with specific skills and methods for wielding it. Dongting Shui let out a sigh of relief. Whew, she thought. Of course, having a mentor makes sense. If Lu Shang didn't have one, and reached this level purely through his own talent, I just wouldn't be able to wrap my head around it. Dongting Shui praised him, adding that even with a mentor, it was enough to prove his extraordinary talent. You probably only awakened your talent recently, right? Lu Shang thought for a moment before replying, Yeah, less than 3 months. Hearing Lu Shang's answer left both of them in a daze. It was a mind-blowing, insane revelation. Qin Tiaojun laughed and scratched his head. Seriously. Even Dongting Shui took a moment to process this. Awakened for only 3 months, and his mental energy intensity has already reached level 3 with such high purity? Even within the Psychic Association, it would be hard to find a monster like you after decades of training. Lu Shang was surprised and asked, There's an association for psychics too? Dongting Shui explained, Yeah, it's a completely different system from the Martial Arts Association. Mostly because awakening psychic talent is just so rare. Even though the population of the Long Kingdom is massive, less than 1% of people have the potential to awaken as a psychic. Maybe your mentor kept it from you on purpose, fearing it would distract your training. After all, the more you know, the more stray thoughts you get, which can lower your mental purity. But for a genius like you, I still hope you'll join the association. They can provide you with more resources to aid your progress. Dongting Shui took out a necklace with a shimmering gemstone pendant. She gently handed it to Lu Shang and said, This is my token. Take it to the association, and they'll provide you with the proper support. Lu Shang took the necklace and said, To be honest, I've never even seen what my mentor looks like. Every time I receive guidance, the methods are always very mysterious. Dongting Shui replied, Your mentor must be a truly formidable person. She thought to herself, someone with Lu Shang's raw talent is like a gold mine waiting to be tapped. His mentor, letting him train on his own, not even wanting to show their face, only someone at the very top would have that kind of style. Indeed, there's no such thing as an unearned genius in this world. Lu Shang stayed silent, thinking, at this point, using natural talent as an excuse is getting hard to justify. Maybe I should just admit my mentor comes from 10,000 years in the future? His strength is at level 11, and his name is Duan Yifeng. Qin Tiaojun interjected. Ahem, I hate to interrupt this pleasant conversation, but I have a few things I need to discuss with you today. Lu Shang gestured for him to continue politely. Qin Tiaojun pulled out a card. First, here's 5 million. Even though the training camp hasn't finished yet, you're clearly the top performer, and this is a bonus for your exceptional work. Lu Shang was stunned by the amount, and asked loudly, 5 million? Seeing his stunned expression, Dongting Shui frowned. Don't be unhappy. That's the maximum budget we could secure. The Eastern Military District's budget has always been tight. Most of the funding for this training camp went into the 3 meals a day for you students. Lu Shang was still stuck on the reward amount. 5 million. Heh. Qin Tiaojun leaned over and patted his shoulder. Kid, you're the biggest foodie in the camp. If we added up what you've eaten, it would be around 7 or 8 million already. Lu Shang gasped at the figure. 7 or 8 million? He went numb, his face turning pale. Were those meals really that expensive? Does that mean I won't be able to eat anymore? Dongting Shui said, sincerely. Lu Shang, even though this amount is a bit small, it shows the sincerity of our Eastern Military District. Now, for the second thing. Lu Shang held the card and asked, Is the Eastern Military District trying to recruit me? Qin Tiaojun praised his wit. You could say that. Dongting Shui added seriously. You understand, as a martial arts prodigy like yourself, you'll eventually have to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. A sword is forged in blood and iron, and the enemy is the sacrifice for a hero's soul. You can't raise a true dragon warrior in a safe zone, Qin Tiaojun added. The country and the Martial Arts Alliance give warriors so many privileges and support, it's not for you to just sit back and enjoy. You'll reach that point sooner or later. We hope that when you do choose a military branch, you'll consider our Eastern District first. Qin Tiaojun leaned in, grabbed Lu Shang's shoulder, and said familiarly, Heh, and we have another perk in the East. Our female soldiers are the best in the entire country. Stunning looks, amazing bodies, every one of them is a beauty. As he was rambling on, Qin Tiaojun was suddenly hit in the face by a chair controlled by Dongting Shui's mental energy, sending him flying. After dealing with him, she turned to Lu Shang. And one last thing. We have decided that you will represent the geniuses of Dongnin Province in the upcoming Kaiming General Star selection for the Eastern District. Lu Shang was surprised. Kaiming General Star? Dongting Shui explained. That's right. Every year, the entire Eastern District holds a training camp for geniuses. The main goal is to pick 1 in 10,000 to be a true General Star candidate. You know what a General Star represents, right? Lu Shang answered solemnly. Yes, they are the high-level powerhouses. The geniuses among geniuses, the ones at the very peak. A Grandmaster. Qin Tiaojun added, the Kaiming General Star is a future Grandmaster, a general in waiting. Only one person in the entire Eastern District is chosen each year from all the prodigies. Lu Shang, think it over. Lu Shang didn't need to think twice. He immediately agreed. I'm in. He was, after all, the one handpicked from all the top prodigies. Lu Shang, think about it. Lu Shang didn't even hesitate. I'll do it, he thought to himself. Since he's living in this era, there are some things he simply cannot avoid. If he wants to seize the power to change the destiny of his people, he must turn the tide and ignite the flames. Qin Tiaojun patted him on the shoulder approvingly. Both Chief Instructor Dong and I have complete faith in your ability. If even you can't do it, I don't think there's anyone else in the East Ning Province training camp who can. Oh, and I almost forgot to tell you, the rewards for this selection are issued directly by the Eastern Military Region, so they're far more generous than anything a small training camp like ours could offer. Lu Shang replied. I understand. He was also secretly calculating the more talent he revealed, the more resources he could snatch up. Dongting Shui stepped to offer a reminder. The selection for the Kai Ming War General was still a few months away, and it wouldn't officially begin until all the provincial training camps had wrapped up. I'll let you know when the time comes. I wouldn't want you to miss your college entrance exams. Qin Tiaojun added casually. With your skill set, college doesn't even matter. You can take your pick of any martial arts university in the entire Eastern region. Lu Shang asked, Can I stay at the training camp? Then, Qin Tiaojun replied, Whatever you want. Didn't I tell you you're free to do as you please? If you don't want to stay, you can leave whenever you like. Lu Shang pondered for a moment, then quickly turned to leave, a hint of joy in his expression as he spoke. In that case, I'll stick around for a while longer. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading off. Qin Tiaojun turned to Dongting Shui and muttered, I'd bet anything that kid is staying just for the food. Watching Lu Shang walk away, Dongting Shui sighed. I never thought Dongting Shui, would ever be jealous of someone else's talent. Qin Tiaojun agreed, with a sigh. True, but he's not like us. He was destined for greatness. I'm telling you, Lu Shang is going to bring about earth-shattering changes to this era. Early the next morning, Lu Shang arrived at the White River Martial Arts Association. Stepping into the building with a folder of documents, he looked around and thought, It's been a while since I was last here. I remember Chief Xiao's office is on the 6th floor. As he was searching for the office, Lu Shang heard shouting echoing from inside. That's enough. Old man Xia, are you trying to drive me crazy on purpose? Seeing Lu Shang approach, the assistant outside smiled awkwardly. Lu Shang, you're finally back. Lu Shang pointed inside and asked, Is everything? The assistant quickly opened the door and ushered him in. Before stepping inside, the assistant announced, Chief Xiao, Lu Shang is here. Lu Shang walked in coolly. As soon as he entered, an old man trotted over excitedly, while Chief Xiao sat there, fuming and silent. The old man exclaimed, So, old Xiao, is this the top-tier geniuses you've been bragging to me about? Not bad at all. Truly a brilliant youth. Look, old Xiao, don't be so grumpy. Take it easy. Not everyone can be as gifted as my own precious granddaughter, you know. Chief Xiao was trembling with rage. He couldn't even hold his teacup steady. Old man Xia continued to gloat, pulling up his phone wallpaper to show off, acting like he was comforting Lu Shang, but really just bragging. My Xia Lin is in a league of her own, even in White River City. Lu Shang handed his documents to the chief of the small White River Association for approval. When old man Xia saw the folder, he sneered, Kid, did you get into some kind of serious trouble at the training camp? Dragging Chief Xiao into your mess? That's not a joke. Chief Xiao quickly stepped forward, snatched the folder, and glared at the smug old man Xia. He tore open the envelope with a scowl and scanned the contents. Upon reading them, Chief Xiao was utterly stunned by Lu Shang's results. He pressed the paper against his face to make sure he was seeing it right. Seeing him frozen in place, old man Xia laughed. eager to pour oil on the fire. Old Xiao, try not to faint from the anger, will you? Chief Xiao completely ignored him and shouted, Lu Shang, since when did you break through to a level 3 martial artist? Hearing this, Old Man Xiao's eyes bulged in shock. What? Lu Shang, standing there, replied calmly. About a month ago at the training camp, the chief instructor personally tested me. She said the military region has the authority to certify a martial artist's rank, and that I just needed to come find you to get it stamped. Chief Xiao's face lit up with a massive grin. Authority? Of course I have the authority. Ha ha ha. Your chief instructor represents the entire Eastern military region. I'll stamp this for you right now. Before he could even grab the stamp, the fuming old man Xia snatched the report away and snapped, Let me see if this is real or fake. He read the paper carefully, and the more he read, the more he broke into a cold sweat. Level 3, martial artist, 18 years old, combat power of 270,000. Old man Xia still couldn't believe it. He looked from the paper to Lu Shang and back, suspicious. Did you forge this document somewhere? Chief Xiao snatched it back, finally getting his chance to humiliate old man Xia. Give it here. A fake document? You go try and forge one of these for me. Don't you see the embossed seal of the Eastern Military Region right there? Chief Xiao pointed at the red seal, looking smugly at old man Xia. Humiliated. Old man Xia roared in anger. Chairman Xiao pointed at the red seal on the document and looked at old Ha with a smug grin. Humiliated. Old Ha exploded in anger. I don't believe for a second that a brat like you, who got kicked out of the training camp early, has a combat power of 270,000. What do you have to back that up? Liu Shang sighed. Look, I never said I was kicked out of the camp. That was just an assumption you kept making. Oh, right, Chairman Xiao. The chief instructor wants you to call her back. She was worried you wouldn't believe this document, so she needs to verify it right in front of you. Chairman Xiao chuckled, patting old Ha's shoulder with the air of a victor. Heh, why wouldn't I believe it? Am I really that suspicious of a person? Right, old man Ha. By now, old Ha was so furious he couldn't even speak, glaring at Chairman Xiao with pure hatred. Chairman Xiao hurried to connect his computer, saying eagerly, Still, we should probably make that call. I've heard that, Chief. Instructor Dong Tingshui is a famous genius in the Eastern Military District. It'd be a great chance to catch a glimpse of her on a video call. The call connected quickly, and Dong Tingshui said, Liu Shang, you've arrived? Chairman Xiao Yuhei of Baihe City hurried to greet her. That's me. Hello, Instructor Quan Dong. Old man Ha was sweating buckets by now, his body trembling slightly. It really was, Instructor Quan Dong. Xia Lin, who was busy training, leaned in with Dong Tingshu. Huh? That's Grandpa's voice. Grandpa, where are you? Why are you on a video call with Instructor Quan Dong? Dong Tingshui shot a stern glance over, then turned back to lecture Xia Lin. Xia Lin, have you reached the targets I set for you yet? Why are you losing focus like this? Today's training volume is increased tenfold. Xia Lin trembled, clutching her head in fear. Yes, Instructor Quan Dong. Watching this scene, Lu Shang and President Tu turned back to look at Old Man Ha with annoyed expressions. President Tu quickly pushed Old Man Ha aside and laughed. All right, let's get down to business. You two just go back and talk amongst yourselves, Old Man Ha said. Instructor Quan Dong, the documents you asked Lu Shang to show me. Everything will be handled smoothly very soon. Old Man Ha was pushed to the side, his face dark with frustration but unable to do anything. Dong Tingshui said with satisfaction, That's good. Don't mess up the main task for next month. After all, Lu Shang is representing the Dong Nin Province Talent Training Camp in the selection for the Liu Qiming General Star of Dong Nin Province. He is the strongest genius in this training cohort, so he doesn't need to continue the regular training. After hearing this, President Tio stood frozen for a few seconds, completely shocked. Liu Qiming General Star, the strongest genius. President Tio's eyes lit up brilliantly. He even pulled Old Man Ha close, arm around his shoulder, bragging happily. Upon hearing what Dong Tingshui said, Old Man Ha's whole body trembled. He slumped into his chair with a depressed look, thinking to himself, Damn it. So the monster my granddaughter kept complaining about in her video calls. Was this Lu Shang kid? On the video, Instructor Dong Tingshui was still sternly shouting at Xia Lin. Xia Lin, get up. Are you really going to give up after just this little bit of difficulty? Do you still want to beat Lu Shang or not? Xia Lin cried out shyly. Wah! Instructor Quan Dong, I really don't want to. I can't beat him. Can't I just run away every time I see him from now on? President Tio greeted her happily, preparing to end the call. I understand, Instructor Quan Dong. Then I won't disturb you any further. President Tio thought with a bright grin. Old man Ha, look at you, having a day like this, huh? Seeing that President Tu was about to hang up, Dong Tingshui quickly said, President Tu, don't hang up yet. I also wanted to have a quick word with Lu Shang. Lu Shang, you asked me to help you find materials to craft your exclusive weapon as a psychokinetic. I've nearly finished finding them. I'll make a list with the specific prices and send it to you. Just tell me what you want me to buy. Finally, make sure you go pass the psychokinetic exam as soon as possible. That way, you'll have the clearance to log into the psionic network and buy them yourself. She hung up. Just as Dong Tingshui cut the feed, President Tu rushed over, grabbing Lu Shang by the shoulders. Lu Shang, what was the instructor talking about just now? Lu Shang answered calmly. Oh, it's just because I tested for psychokinetic talent at the training camp. So, Instructor Quan Dong wrote a recommendation letter telling me to find some time to take the psychokinetic exam, that's all. Seeing Lu Shang be so modest, President Tu patted his shoulder, laughing uncontrollably. The feeling of seeing Old Man Ha's face again was so satisfying. Good, good. Lu Shang, I really didn't misjudge you. You are the rare, once-in-a-century, top-tier genius of our Bakha city. Old Man Ha no longer had his initial arrogant demeanor. His spirit was completely crushed. He sat there laughing, but his heart was bleeding. 270,000 inches. Psychokinetic power. Ha ha ha. At this moment, he could only laugh and admit defeat. At the entrance of the Martial Arts Association, President Teo personally saw him to the door, showing great concern. Are you really sure I shouldn't call a car to take you home? No need. I have somewhere else to go. President Teo gave careful instructions. Whenever you're free, come to my house for dinner. I'll introduce you to some friends to get to know. They're around your age, so you'll probably have a lot to talk about. I'll even head into the kitchen and cook a few dishes for you to try. Finally, the taxi arrived. Lu Shang stepped in and replied with a smile, I'll keep that in mind. He thought to himself, being a powerful martial artist really is the best. The strong are the kings. Sitting in the car, the driver asked curiously, Hey kid, what are you to President Teo? How come I saw him being so polite to you? Lu Shang looked outside, thinking, even the driver can see how happy he is. It looked like President Tu finally got to hold his head high. Lu Shang replied vaguely, Nothing special. We just know each other. President Teo has always been a polite person. As the car drove on, a sign suddenly fell from above. The driver hadn't even realized what happened. Huh? What was that? Lu Shang quickly stepped out of the car to check the situation, seeing that the martial arts dojo sign had been smashed to pieces. With debris everywhere, Lu Shang frowned and said, What happened to the Hongchuan Dojo sign? Inside the dojo, it was a total wreck. Nge Hongchuan had been severely beaten, and his disciples were struggling to hold their ground. A group of arrogant men walked in, acting aggressively as if they wanted to demolish the entire dojo. The person leading the pack to wreck the place was Lam Thiet's son. He said arrogantly, Master Nge Hongchuan. Haha. Today we aren't here for business. We're here to talk about martial arts. I, Lam Thiet's son, am here today specifically to challenge your Hongzuyen dojo. Ni Chang helped his father up, pointing at the thugs angrily. You call yourself a level 4 martial artist, yet you take advantage of my father's injury to come and wreck the place? Lam Thiet's son, you truly have no shame. Nge Hongzuyen, bruised and beaten, was forced to concede. He said with a trembling voice, Lam Thiet's son, our Hongzuyen dojo already agreed not to take on any new students for a year. What more do you want? Lam Thiet's son was like a cunning wolf, his immense greed and ambition on full display. Haha, so what? If your Hongzuyen dojo was bold enough to hang up a sign, you should be ready for someone to come and smash it at any time. Nge Hongzuyen realized that Lam Thiet's son's intention this time was to completely destroy his dojo and cut off his livelihood. He would never give in to such a greedy wolf. He seemed to have made up his mind that even if it cost him his life, he had to protect the dojo. You're right, he said. If you hang up a sign, you have to have the power to keep it there. 20 years ago, I, Nge Hongchuan, came to Bakha City alone. Everything I built was based on these two fists, and that's still true today. Seeing his father ready to risk his life against these thugs, Ni Chang said worriedly, Father, Nge Hongchuyan's fighting spirit erupted. He said sternly, It's fine. Seeing his demeanor, Lam Thiet's son just laughed and mocked him. Haha, if you don't have the skills, don't talk such a big game. Look at yourself now, you got beaten to a pulp, but you brought this all on yourself. A second-rank martial artist at 18? Is that really the kind of student you can produce? Ni Hongchuan? Ni Chang quickly interjected. I've said it before, Liu Shang isn't my father's student. He's just a member at our gym. Lin Tieshan stomped his foot so hard the ground cracked, and the whole house shook violently. He roared, I don't care about the details. All I know is that you people used that brat Liu Shang's name to steal half the business from our martial arts gyms. If you dare dip your fingers into our pockets, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ni Chang said coldly. The students chose to switch their memberships themselves. You can't blame us for that. A cruel glint appeared in Lin Tieshan's eyes. I know. Which is why I'm here today to tear down your gym. Once your gym is gone, those students won't have anywhere else to go. Won't they just become my students then? Seeing Lin Tieshan's arrogant attitude made Ni Chang go ballistic. Regardless of the fact that he was a fourth-rank martial artist, she stood her ground. I'll fight you. With that, Ni Chang prepared to risk everything to take him on. Lin Tieshan not only showed his bottomless greed, but he also stared at Ni Chang with a disgusting, perverted expression. He wore a predatory grin as he leered at her. Oh, so you want to play dirty? Fine. Ni Hongchuan immediately stepped in. You're no match for him. You don't stand a chance. Lin Tieshan has mastered a formidable iron body technique, and he's a fourth-rank martial artist. If I hadn't been injured, at best I could only fight him to a draw, let alone you. Ni Chang turned to her father and said, Dad, I'm a third-rank martial artist too. With both of us taking on a fourth rank, we might not necessarily lose. Seeing that Ni Chang and Ni Hongchuan were still hesitant, Lin Tieshan grew impatient and beckoned them over with a taunt. Hey, how much longer do you need to negotiate? If you keep dragging this out, the Martial Arts Association is just going to shut you down. Can't you just hurry up and come get beaten to death? Do you really need me to come back and do this all over again tomorrow? Ni Chang wouldn't back down either. She rushed forward, thinking, wait until I knock you flat on your face. I'm going to make you carry our Hongchuan gym sign and parade it all over the streets. Lin Tieshan was done waiting. He launched his attack. Little girl, you've got a sharp tongue, it's honestly annoying. Lin Tieshan unleashed a move that looked like tentacles, surging forward with power that overwhelmed Ni Chang. Lin Tieshan lunged at Ni Chang, intending to land a palm strike, but suddenly Ni Hongchuan shouted. He threw his own body in front of hers to take the hit. Everything happened so fast that Ni Chang was frozen in shock, able only to scream out, No! Ni Hongchuan took the full force of Lin Tieshan's blow, flying straight into the wall, leaving a long indentation in the ground as dust billowed everywhere. Lin Tieshan wore a cruel, disgusting smile. Ni Hongchuan, you really are a piece of trash. You couldn't even handle one strike? Ha ha. After taking the full brunt of the attack, Ni Hongchuan coughed up blood. He struggled to stand, gasping. Lin Tieshan, you've broken through to the 5th rank. Lin Tieshan laughed heartily, his face full of smug triumph. Surprised, are you? Humph. Ni Hongchuan, you've been hiding in this gym teaching kids for so long, I bet you haven't fought a real expert like me in ages, right? Haha. He arrogantly pointed at himself and challenged. Who's left? Ni Hongchuan was completely defeated. Shaking in pain, he said, Enough. Isn't this what you wanted? For our Hongchuan gym to close down? Fine. I'll go to the Martial Arts Association right now and cancel the gym's registration. Hearing this, Ni Chang burst into tears, sinking to her knees and sobbing uncontrollably. Dad, seeing his goal achieved, Lin Tieshan smiled in satisfaction. He said lightly, I've always trusted the character of Gym Master Ni. Since that's settled, I'll be heading out. His crew prepared to leave with victorious smirks. Ha ha ha. Just then, Lu Shang stepped in, saying softly, Wait a minute. The gym is doing just fine. Why close it down? Where am I supposed to train later? Liu Shang's sharp gaze swept over everyone, a flicker of coldness in his eyes. Ni Chang, face streaked with tears and snot, sobbed, Liu Shang. Liu Shang waved a greeting. Long time no see. One of the troublemaker's lackeys whispered, That's him. He's the one who made all our students switch over here. Seeing his lackey spouting nonsense, Lin Tieshan walked toward Lu Shang with a greedy look in his eyes and barked, Shut your mouth. Lin Tieshan stared at Lu Shang, then patted him on the shoulder, saying loudly, Not bad, not bad. You've truly got that heroic spirit, a real talent. Little brother Lu, are you worried that you won't have a place to train once Hongchuan Gym closes? Don't you worry, our Tieshan Gym welcomes you anytime. You've seen it yourself. The folks at Hongchuan Gym are all pathetic losers who couldn't even handle one of my moves. What could you possibly expect to learn at a place like this? Come to my Iron Mountain Dojo, and I'll teach you the secret technique myself. I won't hold anything back. Lu Shang feigned innocence and asked, Huh? The Iron Mountain's secret technique? Lin Tieshan started showing off in front of Lu Shang again. He opened his shirt to reveal a physique as solid as rock, proudly saying, "That's right. The Iron Mountain's secret technique is the inner circle art of our Iron Mountain Dojo. Once you master it, you're invincible. I'm not just blowing smoke. In this tier, there's hardly anyone who can get past my defense. Neither Ni Hongchuan nor anyone else could." Ni Hongchuan sat in the corner, silenced and forced to swallow his pride as he heard that. Lu Shang looked up with bright, innocent eyes and asked, "This kind of incredible technique, you're really willing to teach it to me?" Seeing Lu Shang's apparent enthusiasm, Lin Tishan lured him further. "Of course I am. As long as you join our martial arts gym and take me, Lin Tishan, as your master, I'll definitely teach you." Lu Shang replied with a mocking smile, "So, how exactly do you plan on teaching me?" Lin Tishan, oblivious to the looming danger, just laughed it off, thinking to himself, "Huh? Why is this kid talking so much?" he said. "If you come, I will," before he could finish his sentence. Lin Tieshan was already in so much pain that sweat poured down his face like rain. He gritted his teeth, struggling to endure it. He braced himself, hands shielding his face, his feet dug deep into the ground to hold his stance. Every muscle in his body was locked tight. Seeing him still able to take a punch, Lu Shang gave him a thumbs up in approval. "Impressive, you're certainly tough enough." Then, Lu Shang landed another punch. This time, Lin Tishan truly collapsed. He flew into the building, shattering the walls into debris, and fell to his knees, unable to stand back up. Lu Shang remarked, "Didn't you say you were going to teach me? How are you supposed to teach me while kneeling?" Lin Tieshan had been defeated by Lu Shang in just 2 punches. After finishing him off, Lu Shang called out, "Lin Tieshan, you lost." His henchmen, seeing their master get taken out so quickly, just stood there wide-eyed, gasping and shouting in a panic. "Didn't you tell me this was an 18-year-old level 2 martial artist? What are you standing around for? Hurry up, help your master up and get out of here." As they carried their master away, they didn't forget to threaten Lu Shang. "Kid, just you wait. Lu Shang, watch your back." Ni Shuang hurried over to help her father up. Lu Shang stepped forward and asked, "Are you all right?" He reached out to politely help her up. Ni Shuang shyly took his hand, blushing as she said, We're fine." Lu Shang said sincerely, "Don't let the gym close down. If you do, I'll have to find another place closer to home, and that would be a hassle." Ni Hongchuan grasped Lu Shang's hand, his eyes filled with immense gratitude as he said, "It won't, I promise. Thank you so much for this. If you ever need anything, just say the word anything I can do. I certainly will." Lu Shang waved him off, politely saying, "No need for formalities. In any case, this whole thing happened because of me. But this is the only time in the future. If you run into trouble like this again, you'll have to rely on your own strength to protect yourselves. You know how it is in this world. Strength is everything." After saying that, Lu Shang quickly took his leave. Father and daughter, Ni Hongchuan and Ni Shuang, watched him go with lingering admiration. Ni Hongchuan murmured, "A peak level 4 martial artist, with a mastery of iron body cultivation. Yet he was severely injured by a single blow from Lu Shang. That's truly terrifying, to wipe out Lin Tieshan so easily. Doesn't that take the strength of a peak level 5 martial artist?" Ni Shuang asked fearfully. 3 months ago, Lu Shang was only a level 2 martial artist. What exactly is his strength now? Returning home, the moment he stepped inside, Lu Shang smiled happily. "I'm home." Lu Shang's mother hurried out to welcome him. "You're back? Lu Shang, why are you so late? Didn't you say you'd be back this afternoon?" He gave a vague explanation, saying that on his way back, he saw a group of people bullying the weak. "I just helped out a little." His mother panicked and checked Lu Shang over several times, asking, "What? You got into a fight? Did you get hurt?" Lu Shang's father called out from inside with pride, "Your son is a full-fledged martial artist now. Of course he's fine." His mother, still teary-eyed and worried, grabbed his face to check him. "Are you hurt anywhere? Here? Or here?" Lu Shang's father took a satisfied sip of his drink and said, "That's how a martial artist should be. When you see injustice, you take action. Striking the strong to help the weak is what a real man does. My son, Lu Daihai's boy, will be heading to the battlefield to slay exotic beasts and protect the country." Lu Qinghua whispered to him, "Big brother, what kind of meat was that you sent home? Dad's health has improved so much, and my vitality has even reached 1.1. This meat is better than any supplement. Did you steal this from the training camp?" Seeing his little sister thinking the worst of him, Lu Shang pinched her cheek, playfully annoyed. "Why would you think that of your big brother? Huh? Don't worry, I earned all of this myself." Lu Qinghua yelped in pain as her cheek was pinched. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Lu Shang's mother went to the kitchen and brought out a bowl of rice piled high like a small mountain. She asked with concern, "Lu Shang, is it tough at the training camp?" Don't push yourself too hard. Staying safe is the most important thing. Lu Shang's father walked out of the kitchen, fully supporting him. What do you know? Lu Shang, Dad can tell. From when you were little, you've always had a special spirit. You're bound to become someone great and achieve big things. Even if you fail, our family will always have your back. He patted his chest proudly, making Lu Shang laugh involuntarily. I know, Dad. Lu Shang was enjoying these happy moments with his family. The warm, harmonious atmosphere made him think to himself, that's right. So that these ordinary, peaceful days can continue, I need to keep getting stronger, strong enough to block every catastrophe and protect all of this. After dinner, Lu Shang resumed his training in the dreamscape. By now, he could easily handle the zombies wandering the city. These zombies were no match for him anymore. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at him from behind. Lu Shang dealt with it in an instant, sending it to heaven in the blink of an eye. He raised his fist. Whoosh! By now, even a level 6 martial artist zombie could be taken out with a single punch. This time, Lu Shang had reached the center of the city. Inside the building, a strange, eerie green light was pulsating. Lu Shang stood before the building's entrance, looking inside, and wondered, is this the center of the base? He thought to himself, the zombie with the powerful aura I sensed before was here. I wonder if I'm a match for it now. I'll sneak inside first to scout the situation. Suddenly, Lu Shang caught a shadow of a zombie watching him from above, which gave him a jolt of alarm. Whoa, that zombie was so fast that Lu Shang barely had time to react, only managing to block the strike as he retreated. The zombie that appeared carried the aura of a grandmaster. Lu Shang felt this overwhelming power and broke into a sweat, thinking to himself, this density of vitality, this body as hard as steel. Even a level 6 martial artist couldn't possibly possess this kind of oppressive force. The Grandmaster realm absorbed way too many combat memories at once. Destructive urges kept flooding his mind. As long as he channels the Crystal Sage technique, he could suppress the agitation. But right now, he didn't want to lose that fighting spirit. Time to fight. Lu Shang unleashed consecutive strikes, wind breathing, six-fold, star-crushing power. Even after Lu Shang unleashed his technique, the zombie remained completely unscathed. It could shatter Lu Shang's moves with such ease that he was left stunned. Lu Shang thought to himself, what the? Even though he wasn't going all out just now, he still used six-fold power, plus the perfection-level footwork support. His combat power stat was well over 100,000, yet he couldn't even make the creature's fingers budge. So this is a Grandmaster? Lu Shang gritted his teeth, going all out and unleashing a barrage of new moves. Flame breathing, tenfold. Star-crushing power. A massive explosion and 2 direct strikes hit the Grandmaster zombie. All the boulders nearby turned into dust after the blast, but as the smoke and dust from the explosion finally cleared, the scene before Lu Shang left him stunned. What? Surrounding the master-level zombie was an incredibly powerful energy barrier. No matter how hard he attacked, the barrier absorbed every bit of the impact. It was as if he couldn't even touch a single hair on that master zombie. Standing before the zombie, Lu Shang thought to himself, this is the legendary invisible field, isn't it? Even my bullets can't pierce through it. So, this is the aura of a Grandmaster. Lu Shang stood there helplessly, observing for a long time, but couldn't find a single weak point. Meanwhile, the zombie just stood there, waiting for him to make his move. Huh? No counterattack? No aggression? He sighed in frustration and sat down on the ground to regulate his breathing. Damn it, this is impossible. I can't fight this at all. My full-force attacks against that thin barrier lose 99% of their power. It doesn't even move an inch. This must be the residual energy field left behind by a fallen master. It's lucky that this master-level zombie doesn't even consider me a threat. It just passively blocks my attacks without striking back. Otherwise, I would have been dead right where I stand. I finally understand why there's such a massive chasm between level 6 and level 7. A level 7 is a true master, while a level 6 is still just a martial artist. The gap is just too wide. I can't even force a single point of damage right now. What do I do now? Give up? Lu Shang thought for a moment and decided to find a way. No, there has to be a way. If I kill it, I can access the master's memories. With newfound determination, Lu Shang charged again. This time, he grit his teeth, putting every ounce of his strength into shattering that barrier. He unleashed hundreds of punches with destructive force. After the final strike, the barrier retaliated. Lu Shang's own power rebounded, knocking him flying backward. Lu Shang was finally exhausted. He sat down to recover and think of a plan. Huff. Huff. I felt it just now. A master's field isn't invincible. It weakened, even if just by a tiny fraction. It was almost imperceptible, but it definitely weakened. If I keep grinding it down like this, there might be a chance. But I suspect I'd need to land 1,000,000 hits to break this field, and my stamina is nearly depleted. If I weren't using a natural breathing technique to recover, I would have collapsed countless times already, like any other level 3 martial artist. What now? Should I retreat and wait until I'm stronger to tackle this tough nut? But my mental energy has reached level 3. Hunting zombies below level 6 is like mowing grass. I can sweep through a huge area. Wait, Lu Shang realized something. My mental energy, I haven't tried that yet. I'll attack directly with it. Since I haven't practiced specialized techniques for a mind reader, I've only used it for support, fueling the Mingwang scripture to boost my blood vitality. I almost forgot I'm a level 3 mind reader. Compared to my martial arts, my strength as a mind reader might actually be greater. Thinking is doing. Lu Shang quickly mobilized his mental energy, condensing it into large crystal shards. Holding them in his hands, he thought, I still can't condense these into blades or spears, but this should be enough. He launched the crystals and his mental energy toward the zombie. The crystal shards caused the barrier to ripple and shake, but it still didn't have much of an effect. Seeing that he finally managed to make the barrier tremble, he pushed even harder. It was working, but not enough. Lu Shang condensed another massive crystal shard, pouring every bit of his strength into it, and hurled it with all his might, hoping to shatter the barrier. Under this incredible force, the barrier began to crack. Seeing that the shield hadn't completely shattered yet, just a small crack drove Lu Shang crazy. He frantically created countless shards. Still not enough? Fine. Then, he channeled his breathing technique, mental energy, and 10th level starburst power. Combining every martial art he knew into one final, decisive punch, he roared, "Triple AHHH, take this." Finally, the shield shattered, revealing the master-level zombie inside. The zombie had almost no intention of fighting back. It looked at Lu Shang with hollow eyes. Perhaps it had been waiting for release for a long time. Lu Shang raised his fist to deliver the final blow. "Your spirit remains undying. I will inherit your will." After being struck, the zombie smiled in relief, and its wrinkled face smoothed out. At the same time, Lu Shang received the memories carried by the zombie. He gasped in shock. What? In the memories, he saw everyone happily congratulating Mr. Shi Shengnin. "Congratulations on your breakthrough. From today on, you are a master." Then the scene shifted. News of alien monsters invading the city spread. The situation turned critical, and things kept getting worse. Even though the high-level martial artists were rushing everywhere, the bases kept falling. The bases numbered under 100 were located at the center of the martial world. "That's the safest place in the world. I've arranged the transport. You can leave this afternoon." "Dad, aren't you coming with us?" Shi Shengnin said a tearful goodbye to his daughter and wife, choosing to stay behind to face the alien beasts. He had arranged a safe shelter for them. For the fate of the nation, he had to step onto the front lines to protect his country and his family. He gently stroked his daughter's hair, speaking his final words. "I am a master, so I must stay on the front lines. I will spill my last drop of blood for humanity." The memories shifted again. Before him stood a level 9 alien beast, a creature with the power to destroy an entire city. That is a level 9 beast. Even looking at it from a distance makes me tremble. But I am a master. I have an iron will. I have nothing to fear. Why should I be afraid? Why? Just as Shi Shengnin was steeling himself to face it, Master Wang Hang stepped forward. He pushed the monster back in an instant. The Eastern Sun Strike. Lord Wang Hang's casual blow is truly too powerful. With a powerhouse like him, humanity definitely has hope. Success, haha. By watching Lord Wang Hang's strike, I've gained insight into a brand new technique. Becoming an 8th level Grandmaster in this life is not impossible. While celebrating the victory, suddenly, an alien beast stabbed Shi Shengnin from behind, piercing straight through his stomach, causing him to collapse. Just as he was celebrating the victory, suddenly, Shi Shengning was sneak-attacked from behind by an alien entity that pierced straight through his abdomen, causing him to collapse. Lying on the ground, watching the beast approach, he thought coldly, "Is this what it feels like when death is near? I heard the Martial Arts Union has launched the Seed Project, meaning to use the entire human race's power to cultivate a level 12 powerhouse, something never seen in history. Is there still hope for humanity? It's just a shame I won't be able to see it anymore." After Lu Shang finished watching that memory, he was trembling, his clothes soaked in sweat. Huff, huff, huff. So, this was the life of that martial arts grandmaster? Compared to any memory he had absorbed before, this one was incredibly intense. The life of a legend, truly extraordinary. The martial arts grandmaster was named Shi Shengning. During his life, He mainly practiced fist arts. The techniques, the profundities of his fist style, his combat experience, it was all fusing into his body right now. His fist art proficiency was skyrocketing, entering the micro realm, entering the micro high level, then the peak of the entering the micro realm. Lu Shang looked at his palms in delight, thinking, the mastery realm. This is what Grandmaster Shi Shengning spent his whole life learning. Then Lu Shang turned to look at the zombie old man slumped on the ground and said, Wang Hong. In Shi Shengning's memories, apart from his wife and daughter, this name was mentioned quite often. And Wang Hang matches the name of the founder of the mysterious star body refining technique. He looked at him thoughtfully. Wang Hang had been in the martial arts world for 1,000 years. He was obviously a super major figure. His nickname was Eastern Pole Evil Sun, and his aura was incredibly terrifying. Even a level 7 grandmaster like Shi Shengning was his fanboy. But it seems Shi Shengning had only seen Wang Hong strike once, and that alone inspired him to create an incredibly powerful martial art. Lu Shang wondered, then why couldn't I find it in Shi Shengning's memories? He started tossing everything around, searching back and forth. Was it in a deeper layer of memory? After a while, Lu Shang was drawn to a glowing, golden orb. He sat in front of it, puzzled. What on earth is this? He reached out and touched the strange object. Suddenly, Lu Shang was sucked into the orb. Inside, Lu Shang found it hard to move, feeling as if he were being completely invaded. Behind him, countless sinister red eyes flickered. He frowned in agony. Were these the enemies Shi Shengning had once faced? He had already taken half a step into the Grandmaster realm. He shouldn't be feeling fear. So why was he so terrified? Looking at the scene before him, Lu Shang was incredibly confused. What exactly was hidden within that darkness? Was that scene Shi Shengning? Ahead, Shi Shengning was standing amidst a blinding sun, surrounded by thick smoke. Suddenly, strange rays of light flashed from where Shi Shengning stood, piercing through the massive bones above and shattering them. Lu Shang recalled that in ancient mythology, the son of the heavenly emperor was Jinwu, the golden crow, and each golden crow had its own duty. Each golden crow represented a sun. When 10 suns appeared in the sky simultaneously, the rivers ran dry, the earth cracked, and the terrifying light and heat burned everything away. No living soul could survive under 10 suns. Lu Shang thought with admiration, this is what martial arts. Grandmaster Shi Shengning poured his entire life's effort into learning. He even intended to use this to reach the supreme Grandmaster technique of the level 8 Great Grandmaster realm, naming it 10 suns lighting the heavens. Now, Lu Shang clenched his fists, his body radiating abundant energy. He threw a punch forward and said loudly, it's mine now. Lu Shang looked incredibly imposing and confident. The next morning, the early sunlight sparkled, and the city was peaceful. Lu Shang sat at the edge of his bed, deep in thought as he enjoyed the morning sun. He looked at his hands, thinking, my mental energy seems to have undergone a qualitative change. He raised his hand, his gaze intensifying, and a purple source of power coalesced. Lu Shang was surprised. I didn't expect to actually pull it off. He could feel that the total amount of mental energy hadn't changed much compared to before, but in terms of quality, it was worlds apart. He looked out toward the sky. With a feeling that ordinary martial artists could never imagine, he felt that he had, in a sense, thoroughly stepped into a supernatural life form. Lu Shang's gaze was full of determination. I am absolutely certain that the pressure of my mental energy alone could crush a level 3 or even a level 4 martial artist. Not only that, but a Grandmaster stance had also appeared around his body. Although it was only a very thin layer, as long as he channeled more mental energy, it would become much stronger. It's just that even if he amplified it to the max right now, the density wouldn't even equal 1% of that Grandmaster zombies. Compared to him, who was like an ostrich egg, he was just a chicken egg. Outside the room, Lu Shang's hand radiated golden energy. Possessing a stance meant having the initial concept of a Grandmaster's will. Although it was currently just a sprout, Lu Shang clenched his fist. The sprout would grow rapidly. His face was full of confidence. It will become a great, towering tree one day, eventually transforming into a true Grandmaster-level martial will that belongs only to me. Cut to the Hai Tian Feast restaurant, where Lu Shang was waiting for someone. He took out his phone and messaged Fang Tiansheng, who quickly apologized and said she would arrive immediately. Lu Shang thought calmly, now that I've left the training camp, there's no daily supply of exotic beast meat. It's becoming more crucial to get some supplements to boost my cultivation. It's time to reach out to the folks at the charity hall. Just then, Hatutu rushed over, panting heavily, sweat pouring down her face like rain. Seeing Lu, she looked a bit surprised. The person arriving was just a student. But she quickly regained her composure. a smug look crossing her face. This will be easy to handle. Lu Shang quickly gestured for her to sit. He opened the menu, looked it over, and said to her, I hear the steak at this restaurant is pretty good. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold. Don't talk to me while I'm eating. All right? Hatutu offered a warm, affectionate smile and replied, No problem at all. She then handed her coat to a server to hang up. While she looked welcoming on the surface, inside, she was a bit flustered. How am I supposed to bring this up? Lu Shang turned to the waiter and said, Service. Bring us the best quality steak you have. Make it 40 servings. The server was taken aback but quickly replied, Yes, right away, sir. She was thrilled to hear him order 40 servings. Meanwhile, Hatutu wore a puzzled expression. Is he a pig? Eating 40 servings of steak at once? She swirled her glass. Then again, Lu Shang is a martial arts student, so a big appetite is normal. But one serving is 1,280. 40 servings is going to cost 51,200. Hatutu wondered. Eating all that by himself, he's bound to be embarrassed when he asks me to pick up the tab, right? Lu Shang looked up and asked, Do you want some? She modestly declined. Thank you for the kind offer, sir. But I've already eaten. Hearing her decline, Lu Shang quickly told the waiter, She's not eating. Just bring the food out. I'm starving. Hatutu judged him silently. What a glutton. Then, acting fake, she said, It's my treat this time. Suddenly, Lu Shang flicked a piece of paper at her. It read, Hatutu, 22 years old, born in Ba County, Xing'an Province, Guanglin City. He said to her, Your grandfather, Ha Temin, started out as a mere apprentice at an old pharmacy called Tai'an. 15 years ago, when martial arts began to gain mainstream popularity, he relied on his decent martial arts talent, and his knack for pharmacy, he surpassed many others, becoming a grade 5 pharmacist and founding the Hanthian Duong Benevolence Hall. At this, Ha Tutu's expression darkened, her eyes cold, her brows furrowed as she stared at Lu Shang. Lu Shang didn't care about her mood and continued. The branches spread across over 20 cities in Dongnin Province. With a total of 213 stores, the Benevolence Hall has been quite famous for a few years, though, she hissed in frustration. But he quickly cut her off. Lu Shang looked at her seriously. But because the business wasn't run well, by the time it reached your father, Hahakchi, it quickly went into decline. Hatutu was clearly unhappy, frowning as she looked at Lu Shang. Is the only reason Mr. Lu came here to read me information I could find anywhere on the internet? To show off? Impressed by my photographic memory? Lu Shang asked with a sneer. Just then, the waiter arrived with 40 plates of steak. Lu Shang looked absolutely eager. He began to devour the first few plates, and soon, a tower of empty plates grew on the table. Lu Shang chewed and spoke to Hatutu. No, I also know your mother, Tran Lam, left due to family reasons. For 20 whole years, she never returned to Dongnin Province, never once meeting her own daughter. The harsh words hit her like a dagger to the heart. Hatutu tried her best to force a smile. Lu Shang cut her off. The biggest reason why the Ha family's benevolence hall collapsed so quickly under your watch, beyond your outdated management and poor business practices, is that your mother has been secretly squeezing your business for years. Hatutu couldn't take it anymore. She slammed the table, stood up and shouted, What? Mr. Lu, what evidence do you have for saying that? Don't just go around spouting nonsense. Lu Shang spoke in a tone that made her even more curious. Is it true or false? Just go back and ask your father, Hahakchi, and you'll find out. Secretly, he was happy. The meat quality was good, nutrient-dense, and the energy it provided was quite decent. Hearing Lu Shang, Hatutu fell into deep thought. Mother left with father when I was 2. It's been so many years, I haven't seen them once. How could she be so cruel? Thinking of this, Hatutu gritted her teeth. The downfall of the Ha family's benevolence hall really did start right when mother left, when father took over the store. She recalled the past. Back then, it felt like a branch went bankrupt every single day. They could only hold on for a few months. Even if father wasn't great at business, it shouldn't have been that catastrophic. Suddenly, Lu Shang asked a question that caught her off guard. Every time a partnership deal was finalized, did it always disappear without a trace? Lu Shang continued eating and added, Miss Ha, don't blame me for digging so deep into the details. Lu Shang's words forced Hatutu to think. The bankrupt branches, the halted partnerships, the strange events didn't stop there. If what Lu Shang said was true, that mother was behind it. Pushing that aside for a moment, Hatutu said to Lu Shang, I will verify what you've said myself. For now, let's talk about the partnership. After finishing off the 40 plates of steak, Lu Shang agreed. Fine. I'll be responsible for providing the prescriptions and technical guidance. Your benevolence hall will handle production and sales. As for the final profits, Lu Shang said, seriously, I want 90%. Hatutu was outraged. 90%? Why don't you just ask for the whole thing? Lu Shang rested his elbows on the table and said playfully, I thought about it, but I was afraid you wouldn't agree. He's truly infuriating. Hatutu started to bargain. 60%. At most, I'll give you 70. Naturally, Lu Shang wouldn't agree. He continued. The extra 20% is non-negotiable. 10% is to ensure our long-term cooperation. He stood up and said clearly, and the other 10% is my fee for helping you, Miss Ha, handle a few troublesome people. Hatutu was puzzled. What do you mean? Lu Shang replied, the Ha family has been suppressed by the Tran family of the capital for years. Lu Shang started to lure her in. Doesn't Miss Ha have any thoughts on that? His eyes suddenly glowed jade green as he gave her an example. Take revenge. Take back everything that belongs to you. Lu Shang used his ability to levitate the spilled water droplets from the table earlier. He asked her, Miss Ha, look at this. I'm sure you know what this is, right? Seeing the wine droplets suspended before her eyes, Hatutu was stunned. She asked, You're a spirit medium? She thought to herself, an 18-year-old grade 2 martial artist, the #1 martial arts talent in White River City, and a legendary spirit medium. Even if I'm not a cultivator. Lu Shang quickly condensed the water back into the glass. Hatutu seemed to understand this well, and she clearly understood the potential of this power. After a moment, Lu Shang asked her, Miss Ha, you mentioned that word earlier. It seems you don't think I came up with those prescriptions myself, do you? Lu Tao stammered. Wait, you mean, with you backing me? Lu Shang complimented her. Smart move. He agreed. I'll take the remaining stake, plus the backing of your influence. He worked hard to reassure her. Miss Ha, is there any business deal in this world better than this one? Hatutu stood there, her mind full of doubt and hesitation. She thought, if everything Lu Shang said was true, sooner or later, she would have to face the Chen family. She stared blankly at the glass of water in her hand, thinking to herself, even if she had no bitterness or desire for revenge over the past 20 years, they would absolutely never let her go. Because the prescription she and Lu Shang were collaborating on was the perfect excuse for them to strike. Huaibi Chizue, she thought, meaning holding a priceless treasure invites trouble. Damn it. Hatutu gritted her teeth and shot a glance at Lu Shang, thinking, my God, such extraordinary talent. Added to the sharp mind Lu Shang had already displayed, and his cunning way of handling people, Hatutu finally said, fine, I agree. I'll give you 90% of the profits. Lu Shang was thrilled to hear this and took out a USB drive, telling her, the prescription for the spirit blood catalyst is stored in here. Hatutu happily took it and replied, I hope everything you've promised, Mr. Lu, will come true. I'll make it happen. Deep down, Hatutu had a sudden flicker of faith. If they actually make it to that day, just how far will Lu Shang have progressed? Once that was settled, Lu Shang waved a hand at her. You should head to the Apothecary Association to register the patent soon. If you don't understand anything during the brewing process, just ask me any time. As for anything else, I'm not worried. I trust your ability. Oh, and I'd like to borrow your pharmacy lab for a bit sometime soon. Check your schedule and let me know. I'm stuffed, so if that's all, I'll get going. Pleasure doing business with you. With that, he walked out and closed the door. After Lu Shang left, Hatutu let out a long sigh. She had thought Lu Shang was just some clueless student who would be easy to sign a contract with. Turns out, the person she was dealing with wasn't just an 18-year-old high schooler, but someone who felt like a high-level big shot. She looked at the water glass in front of her, feeling uneasy. Even the way she addressed him had changed from Mr. Lu to just you. As she was lost in thought, the waiter approached. Excuse me, miss. Would you like to settle the bill now? She looked at the mountain of plates Lu Shang had polished off and felt a wave of irritation. He ate all that, and didn't even pay. But what could she do? Hatutu sighed. Fine. How much is it? The waiter quickly tapped on the bill. 90 servings of the high-grade dish, totaling 115,200 yuan. I'll waive the odd change, so 115,000. This was like a bolt of lightning to Hatutu. She pointed at the stack of plates, asking, what? How could that possibly be 90 servings? You guys clearly only brought out 40 servings. Seeing her disbelief, the waiter quickly produced the receipt. The gentleman earlier ate 40 servings here, and then packed 50 servings to go, saying he wanted his family to try them. Cash or card? Hatutu's hand trembled. She couldn't bear to use her own card to pay. Her hands were shaking, and her eyes were brimming with tears. Deep down, she cursed two words, Lu Shang. Meanwhile, the waiter was delighted at the big sale. Thank you for your patronage. Cut to Lu Shang's house. Lu Shang arrived home holding 50 boxes of steak, causing his mother to drop her jaw in shock. What is all this? Lu Shang replied, It's premium steak, Mom. Don't worry about cooking tonight. Let's just eat this. His mother took the steaks and stood frozen. Each box held a generous portion. Isn't this from that super expensive restaurant? Are all these boxes steak? If you want to eat this, just tell me. Why go to such an expensive place? How much money did you waste on all this? Lu Shang gave a sly grin. It wasn't my money, Mom. A rich friend treated me. She's loaded. I said I didn't need it, but she insisted. At that moment, Hatutu, busy paying the bill, sneezed repeatedly. Hearing this, his mother felt relieved and brought the steaks inside, saying, All right then, but don't do this again in the future. Even if they offer, it's not good to just take things for free. Oh, by the way, Teacher Chung came by the house a few times asking how you were doing. That teacher is such a good man. Lu Shang fell silent, lost in thought. It had been a while since he'd seen Teacher Chung. He should go see him tomorrow. The next morning, at Baihe High School, in Teacher Chung Zhengguo's office, he heard a knock and called out, Come in. Just as he asked who it was, his eyes landed on Lu Shang. He called out in surprise. Lu Shang, holding a potted plant, replied, Teacher Chung, long time no see. Lu Shang happily handed the gift to Teacher Chung. I remember I broke your bonsai pot last time, so I bought you a new one. Chung Zhengguo accepted it, feeling both surprised and awkward. Oh, you're very thoughtful. Looking at Lu Shang's confident demeanor, he remarked, But honestly, it's no surprise. It hasn't been long, yet I can already feel that you aren't the same person you used to be. Chung Zhengguo invited Lu Shang inside. Come in first, then we'll talk. Chung Zhengguo lit a cigarette and started, The school is about to graduate. After this, I'll probably only be able to see you on TV. He asked Lu Shang, So, what are your plans next? Lu Shang didn't hesitate. Well, I'm preparing for the Kaiming General Star selection, and after that, I'll go to the Spirit Psychics Association for the exam. This made Chung Zhengguo drop his jaw in shock. He stood up abruptly and shouted, What? You said Kaiming General Star? Spirit Psychic? Lu Shang calmly answered, That's right. The instructors at the training camp recommended me. It was there that I discovered my talent as a spirit psychic. Chung Zhengguo sat back down with a wry smile. But this is really… Suddenly, he turned, placed a hand on Lu Shang's shoulder, and said with joy, Good, that's really good. I never really taught you anything, so just go do whatever you want. Create a world of your own, and I'll always be rooting for you. Lu Shang replied happily, Thank you, Teacher Chung. A while later, Lu Shang left. The two waved goodbye, as if promising to meet again. Chung Zhengguo stood there, thinking, I really misjudged him. This kid is not just the pride of Baihe High School, he has successfully become the pride of all mankind. In an 11th grade classroom, a teacher was lecturing passionately, reciting poetry about the difficulty of maintaining truth and simplicity amidst the chaos of the world. After finishing the poem, the teacher slowly adjusted his glasses. He suddenly slammed his book onto the desk in anger, the veins in his hands bulging as he roared, Wake up, everyone wake up! Focus, right now. He tapped the board loudly, scolding the students. I've told you all before, don't underestimate your cultural studies scores. I know many of you in this class are planning to apply for martial arts university, but don't forget that your cultural scores count toward your final ranking. If you're missing even a single point, you might not make it into the martial arts university. That one point could take you weeks, or even months, of training to earn back in blood energy value. But when it comes to the academic side, that's a whole different story. Zhou Xingqi sat at his desk, yawning incessantly, and asked in a bored tone, How much longer until school's out? I'm dying of boredom. He then turned to Kai Ming and said, Hey, Kai Ming, want to hit the internet cafe after school? I'm almost at platinum rank. Kai Ming, busy writing, quickly declined. Nah, you guys go ahead. I signed up for an intensive martial arts course. I've got extra tutoring right after class. Zhou Xingqi looked at him, bewildered. Dude, what's up with you lately? All this effort. It's just not like you. Just then, their teacher glared at them with a look that could kill. He barked, Zhou Xingqi, Liu Xiaoming, what are you two whispering about? Get up, both of you. They shot up from their seats, looking anxious. The teacher continued, I'm talking to you two. My words go in one ear and out the other. Right? Suddenly, a voice called out from the classroom door. Teacher Hong, I'm here. The whole class gasped at the sound of that voice. At the door, Lu Shang stood with a smirk, waving his hand. Hey everyone, Long time no see. The class erupted into a buzz of chatter. Oh my god. It's Lu Shang. Is he back to school? I thought we'd never see him again. They say he was taken in as the last lead disciple by the Elder Association, and he's been training in the association's tower every single day, prepping to break through to the master level. From Lu Qiming's side, someone whispered, I heard the mayor wanted to marry his daughter off to Lu Shang, but Lu Shang turned it down to focus on his martial arts. I need his autograph. It's so hard to catch him. I have to get his autograph to frame on my wall. Teacher Hong rushed to the door, eager to welcome him. Student Lu Shang, come in. Lu Shang looked at him and replied, I wanted to attend this final academic lecture. Is that all right? Teacher Hong beamed. Of course, absolutely. He quickly turned to the class. All right, everyone, open your books. Teacher Hong was beaming with energy. Let's get the lesson started. Lu Shang walked to his seat and opened his book. Zhou Xingqi whispered to Liu Qiming. Is this for real? I'm actually taking a class with Lu Shang? The vibe is intense. Is he actually in our class? And I heard he's already a level 2 martial artist. Liu Qiming stared at Lu Shang, thinking to himself, Lu Shang, you really have changed. Ring, ring, ring. The bell signaled the end of the class. Teacher Hong breathed a sigh of relief and closed his book. All right, class dismissed. Lu Shang stood up, turned his back to the room, and said with a smile, Goodbye, everyone. I won't forget you. Having said that, Lu Shang turned toward Lu Qiming. The rest of the class kept whispering. I never thought being a classmate with him would be such an honor. I swear, I'm going to pass the entrance exam for the martial arts university. Yeah, same here. I can't let down the pride of being Lu Shang's classmate. Just then, Lu Qiming watched in shock as Lu Shang draped an arm over his shoulder and encouraged him. Keep it up, Kaiming. If you're free, let's head to the business district together. Liu Qiming teared up, his eyes welling with emotion. Watching Lu Shang walk away, Lu Qiming made a resolution. Even if I have to work myself to the bone, I will pass the exam. I have to. Back home, Lu Shang sat at his desk. Typing away, he thought about how he'd asked Hatutu to buy all the ingredients for the blood-nourishing essence and marrow-cleansing pills. These two supplements were incredibly effective for tempering bone and tendon, though they were quite pricey. If he had enough, it should get him through to level 4. Next was the issue of gear for a psychic. He couldn't go to the Star Martial Network to buy weapons until he officially passed the assessment. Before the Kaiming General Selection, he needed to find time to take that assessment. Otherwise, pestering Dongting Shui every time he needed to buy something would eventually blow his cover. He pulled up the price list and was completely shocked by what he saw. A Void Blade was selling for $37.5 million, and a Silver Space Needle for $29.5 million. Lu Shang was stunned. These prices are absolutely insane. He thought the $5 million reward would be enough to splurge, but it turned out to be pennies. Lu Shang closed his eyes, crossing his arms in thought. To forge a Void Blade and a Silver Space Needle, I need nearly 9,000 grams of dense iron. Each blade fragment takes over a kilo. 5 million isn't even close, and that's not even counting the secondary ingredients. Plus, I can't just make one fragment, and since my mental power is way stronger than the average person's, regular dense iron won't cut it. I need high-quality silver to forge these weapons, but that costs 10 times as much. My savings won't even cover a single component. Lu Shang put a hand to his mouth, lost in thought. No other way around it. I have to do this myself. He opened his drawer, revealing a medal and a rolled-up piece of paper. Lu Shang picked up the paper and thought, Luckily, I found this map of martial arts resource distribution from the Fire Seed cache 3 years ago. Finally, a chance to use it. Lu Shang unfolded the map and saw that the thick silver mine hadn't been touched yet. It was right here at Oxhead Mountain. With a confident look, he thought, I'll go mine all that untouched silver, and then I can hire a blacksmith to forge my gear. Plus, if I find extra silver or iron, I can sell it for cash. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Once I get the pills from Hatutu, I can head straight for Oxhead Mountain. A week later, at the healing hall, Hatutu was pacing back and forth. She pulled out her phone, annoyed. Why isn't Lu Shang here yet? What time does he think it is? Just then, Lu Shang arrived, holding a lab coat. My apologies. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ha, Tutu retorted. So, you finally decided to show up? Lu Shang donned the lab coat, looking incredibly professional as he said, Something came up. Did you prepare all the necessary materials? Seeing him like that made Hatutu blush. She shyly replied, Yeah, I got everything just like you asked. Lu Shang put on his gloves, looking at the table covered in various ingredients. He asked Hatutu, How much did all this cost? She replied, About 200,000. Lu Shang picked up a medicinal herb, and noted with interest. Not bad quality. Note it down for now, we'll deduct the profit later. He put on a face mask and continued. All right, I'm starting now. Could you please step out for a moment, Miss He? Hatutu looked a bit annoyed. Fine. Hatutu stepped outside, casting one last glance back at Lu Shang. She thought to herself, the business for the body-tempering tonic hasn't even started, and I haven't earned a single cent yet. But the raw materials for Lu Shang already cost me nearly 1 million. As she closed the door, she reminded herself that at least the notes Lu Shang provided were incredibly thorough. I'm sure I'll be able to refine the perfect body-tempering tonic without a hitch. Is he really researching a new formula? He's been in the lab every single day this week. Just how many secrets is he hiding? 3 hours later, while Hatutu was waiting outside, a voice called out, All right, Miss Ha, the refinement is complete. Lu Shang told her, I need to go away for a couple of days. Don't worry. Once I'm back, I'll pay you back for the initial costs of the body-tempering tonic. Hatutu looked away, replying coolly, Fine. Seeing her reaction, Lu Shang teased, What a grumpy girl. After he left, Hatutu watched him walk away. Then she rushed to the lab curtains, pulled them aside, and went inside. Hatutu gasped in surprise. It's actually here. In front of her were test tubes filled with colorful liquids. Hatutu picked up a blue test tube, her expression tense. She thought, So this really is that mysterious new medicine. I've tested the effects of this type of potion before. It's incredibly potent, capable of direct bone marrow tempering. Market-grade tempering tonics that can do that are usually grade 4 or 5, costing millions. Yet, Lu Shang managed to brew this using materials that only cost a little over 100,000? What kind of profit margin is that? Tutu frowned. And his backpack. It must be packed with even more of these new drugs. Suddenly, a young man with blonde hair ran up. Miss Ha, the task you gave me is done, he said. But when I checked the security footage, I saw nothing. All the cameras were malfunctioning. They only returned to normal right after Lu Shang left. It's like the surveillance system just glitched out until he was gone. Tutu muttered helplessly. I knew it. In front of a psychic, these little tricks are just embarrassing. She stared closely at the blue test tube in her hand, then tossed it into the trash. Whatever. I'll just focus on working with him. No matter what, he is the Ha family's only hope for a comeback. Scene change. Kaominthan, a place with majestic hills along the mountain trail. A bus was driving through. The tour guide announced to everyone, Dear guests, our destination is Tianlam Village, deep in the Angu Dao Mountains. The scenery is breathtaking. It's one of the 5 grade A scenic areas in Dongnin province, far from the hustle and bustle. You'll be able to experience the sincere hospitality and folk customs of the villagers, taste unique traditional dishes, and take in the magnificent, beautiful mountain landscapes. You'll even have the chance to buy exquisite and mysterious traditional handicrafts from Tianlam. A woman in a red shirt grumbled, Traditional handicrafts? Does that mean we'll be forced to buy them? And in such a remote place. Where are we even staying tonight? There have to be bugs in the mountains, right? The tour guide replied, Haha, don't worry. We are a reputable travel agency. We would never force you to pay for anything. Rest assured, we'll be staying in local homes in the village tonight. The conditions are excellent, there's air conditioning and even televisions. On the bus, Lu Shang sat in a corner, watching the view outside the window. He thought to himself, I brewed 93 bone-nourishing pills this week. That should last me for a while. But this place is really isolated. Maybe it's a site where a large silver mine is hidden that hasn't been discovered yet, an opportunity to claim it all for myself. Just as he was thinking, a yellow ball rolled over, interrupting his train of thought. A little girl with light brown hair ran over to pick it up. She happily asked, Lu Shang, Big brother, will you play with me? Immediately, a beautiful young woman hugged the girl and said, Stop being naughty, don't disturb other people. Yes, Mom? I'll sit still. Then the woman turned to Lu Shang. I'm so sorry. Lu Shang nodded and replied, It's all right. Suddenly, Lu Shang's eyes widened in shock. He saw a man with glasses sitting next to the mother and child, laughing and joking. The man was surrounded by a faint purple aura. Lu Shang smiled with interest, his own body radiating a subtle blue energy. Lu Shang chuckled to himself. Interesting. It seems I'm not the only psychic on this trip. On the Engu Dao mountain tour bus, Zheng Dandan kept fanning herself, trying to catch a breeze to cool down. She groaned, This is so boring. And it's hot as hell. What did I do wrong to end up in this godforsaken place with you? We have 3 days and 2 nights left. How am I supposed to survive this? Lin Shishan, sitting next to her, was the complete opposite. Despite the heat, she remained calm, holding a fan as she replied, Zheng Dandan, I didn't force you to come here. You were the one who wanted to join. Zheng Dandan, annoyed by her words, snatched the fan from Lin Shishan and said loudly, Oh, please. Wasn't it because you were heartbroken, Lin Shishan? I was afraid you'd do something stupid out here in the middle of nowhere. Talk about being ungrateful. Seeing Zheng Dandan so angry, Lin Shishan quickly tried to reconcile. Okay, I know you're my best friend. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. I just haven't been on a trip in a long time, so I wanted to use this chance to relax. The tour group might be a bit lackluster, but the scenery of Ngu Dao Mountain is quite beautiful. You won't regret coming on this trip. Zheng Dandan heard this and replied half-heartedly, not looking happy at all. Yeah, won't regret it. Suddenly, the happy laughter of a child echoed from behind Lin Shishan and Zheng Dandan's seats. The cute little girl was playing joyfully, slapping the ball and saying, Here, catch my ball. Opposite here of us our protagonist, Lu Shang. He caught the ball with both hands, complimented the girl on her good throw, and flashed a charming smile. Zheng Dandan turned around and was instantly mesmerized by the sight. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Shang. Lin Sishan, sitting beside her, looked on, confused about what was happening. Suddenly, the ball was hit off course, causing the girl to panic. Oh no, the ball is flying toward Zheng Dandan. She hurriedly reached out to catch it, looking both surprised and nervous as she said, Big sister, help me catch it. Then she looked toward Lu Shang and said, Catch. Lu Shang effortlessly caught it with one hand. Holding the ball, he looked toward Zheng Dandan and offered a genuine smile. Thanks. Zheng Dandan was completely captivated by Lu Shang's good looks. Hearing him speak to her, her face turned bright red. She responded shyly, No problem. Seeing Zheng Dandan's flustered expression, Lin Shishan teased, Hey, look at you, totally head over heels. She replied, looking a bit shy. No. Please don't be so formal. Watching from afar, Lu Shang noticed Zheng Dandan's embarrassed expression and teased, Heh, look at how smitten you are. After 2 hours on the bus, everyone finally arrived at Bullhead Mountain. Zheng Dandan Trin looked around at the mountain scenery and remarked, Is this really just a regular mountain area? How did this even get ranked as one of the top 5 scenic spots? Unlike Zheng Dandan Trin's dismissive attitude, Tu San Lam wasn't surprised at all. She looked at her map and said, It doesn't look bad to me. I heard there's a waterfall too. We'll see once we head up tomorrow. Zheng Dandan Trin might not have been impressed, but as long as it made Tu San Lam happy, she was happy, too. As she kept scanning the area, Zheng Dandan Trin suddenly saw Thon Luke, and her face lit up. She said excitedly, He's over there! Just as Thon Luke stepped off the bus, the little girl he had been playing with earlier ran over and tugged at him, asking, Can you play with me again tomorrow? Seeing it was her, Thon Luke sat down, patted her head, and said, Sure, if I have time tomorrow, I'll play with you. The little girl was overjoyed and beamed. Hey, that's great. Seeing how happily the two were talking, Zheng Dandan Trin walked over to join in. Hey little one, how about your big brother and sister play with you tomorrow too? Behind Zheng Dandan Trin stood Tu San Lam, carrying a bag and looking at her best friend with a look of disdain. The little girl didn't like Zheng Dandan Trin asking to join at all. She stepped forward, hugged Thon Luke's arm, pulled down her lower eyelid, stuck out her tongue, and refused. No way, you're a mean lady who wants to steal him away. I don't want to play with you, I only want him. Everyone was shocked by her words. Suddenly, a voice called out to her, Nom, come over here quickly, we have to head to the campsite. Nom looked toward her mother but didn't let go of Thon Luke's arm. Eventually, she held her mother's hand and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye to Thon Luke. Meanwhile, over by Tu San Lam and Zheng Dandan Trin was smiling, but she was fuming on the inside. That brat. I wasn't interested in playing with some little kid anyway. Seeing her friend like that, Tu San Lam couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Watching Zheng Dandan Trin get so annoyed, Thon Luke spoke up. Kids say things without thinking, don't mind it. Hearing Thon Luke speak directly to her, all of Zheng Dandan Trin's anger instantly vanished. Haha, how could I hold a grudge against a child? She shyly pulled out her phone and asked Thon Luke, Anyway, handsome, can we add each other as friends? Thon Luke was slightly surprised by her request, thought for a moment, then gave a light smile and agreed. Sure. A ping sound echoed, followed by a notification that a new friend had been added. All three of them, Tu San Lam, Zheng Dandan, Trin, and Thon Luke, now had each other's contact information. After successfully adding Thon Luke, Zheng Dandan Trin saw his name and complimented him. Thon Luke. That's a really powerful sounding name. Even though she was busy fangirling, she didn't forget her main goal, to help Tucson Lam take her mind off things. Zheng Dandan Trin hurriedly pulled her best friend away. She looked at Thon Luke and said cheerfully, "All right, handsome, let's meet again next time." Looking at her phone screen, Zheng Dandan Trin couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. "You didn't need to add that handsome guy, did you?" "Hehe, I honestly thought this self-guided trip would be boring, but who knew it would turn out to be so interesting." Seeing Zheng Dandan Trin so happy, Tucson Lam felt a bit happier too. As long as you're happy. Behind them, watching the two walk away, the approachable smile on Thon Luke's face suddenly vanished. His expression turned chillingly cold. Thon Luke recalled the people on the bus and thought, interesting. This trip has not only a rare level 2 psychokinetic, but also 2 level 2 martial artists. Thinking of Nam Nam's father, Thon Luke was certain. However, that psychokinetic hasn't discovered my true identity yet. At most, he can probably just sense that I practice martial arts. Thon Luke looked at the ripples of power around his body and pondered. After forming a Grandmaster's will, I can freely control the release and suppression of my spiritual energy. As long as I don't intentionally unleash it, normal people won't detect the massive power I possess. I just wonder if there are any stronger martial artists on this mountain. Thinking back to the people on the bus, Thon Luke decided, no matter what the others are here for at Bullhead Mountain, if they get in my way. Right then, Thon Luke spotted a strange beast in front of him. He didn't hesitate to take it out. Then I'll just have to squash them like bugs. Meanwhile, on a highway hundreds of miles away, a luxurious white car was speeding along at an extreme pace. Inside, a man named Wu Tijing held a wine glass and looked down at the person kneeling at his feet. To his right sat a woman in a red cheongsam, looking very reserved. Wu Tijing swirled the wine in his glass and asked, "Well, have you found any trace of Lin Mao Lin Duong yet?" The man kneeling in front of him hurriedly looked up and replied, "We found him, sir. He's in Kaomin City, at Bullhead Mountain. He took his wife and child with him. He's likely trying to hide in the mountains." Wu Tijing heard this, glanced out the window, his face contorting as he said, "Oh, Lin Mao Lin Duong is actually pretty clever, isn't he? If he really hides in the forest and refuses to come out, I honestly wouldn't have a way to drag him out." The man kneeling below quickly said, "Don't worry, sir. We've already dispatched people to monitor them. Even if Lin Mao Lin Duong wants to live like a wild animal, I guarantee I'll find the rat hole he's hiding in." Wu Tijing laughed loudly. "Haha, good. Well done. You just need to be responsible for tracking him. 2 level 4 martial artists like you are no match for him. Once I arrive at Bullhead Mountain, I will deal with him personally." The man on the ground understood Wu Tijing's intent and replied, "Understood." Throughout the entire conversation, the only girl in the car didn't move or make a single sound. How truly strange. Thinking about the moment he would capture Lin Mao Lin, Duong filled Wu Tijing with joy. He tilted his head back and drained the entire glass in one go, not even caring that the wine spilled down his face. "Lin Mao Lin Duong, don't blame me for being ruthless. You're the one who offended me. If I don't kill you, others will think this Wu Tijing is easy to push around." After finishing the drink, Wu Tijing's face took on a terrifying look. "If I don't do this, some random losers might think they can come and mess with me." Wu Tijing held the wineglass out toward the girl who had been sitting silently. Only then did the girl move. She lifted her head. Suddenly, a purple substance identical to the wine Wu Tijing had just been drinking began to flow out from the girl's eyes and mouth. It flowed out in increasing amounts, pooling into the glass in Wu Tijing's hand. After taking a sip, Wu Tijing remarked, delicious. Absorbing the innocent love and the unique youthful aura of a 28-year-old. Turns out, it's addictively sweet. That purple fluid keeps leaking out, making the girl's beautiful face look absolutely terrifying now. Looking at the photo in his hand, Wu Tijing muttered. Lin Mao Lin even brought his daughter along. The photo shows a small, happy family of 3, the kind of scene no one would ever want to destroy. But Wu Tijing is different. He finds it thrilling. Looks like I've got myself a new toy. Little Nam is led into a room by her parents, wandering around and looking at everything with wide-eyed wonder. Seeing how happy her daughter is, her mother says, "Slow down, sweetie. You'll trip." Meanwhile, her father, Lin Mao Lin, is scanning their surroundings, extremely alert. He quickly activates his ability, projecting his perception throughout the room and across the entire building. After checking, he tells his wife, "The room is clean, no traps." His wife replies, "You're being too paranoid. Even with all his influence, do you really think Wu Tijing could track us all the way to Newfound Mountain?" Lin Mao Lin frowns, looking uneasy. "Better safe than sorry. I've got you and Nam with me. There's no harm in being careful, right? Don't forget we're on the run." Wu Tijing has been a famous level 3 psychokinetic master for a long time. He's petty, vengeful, and everyone who crosses him ends up dead. Lin Maolin puts his arm around his wife to reassure her. I just hope we can stay off his radar this time. We've been hiding for over a year and a half now. We should be fine. If he actually tracks us here, my dad and I are both level 2s, we can team up, and maybe we'll stand a chance against him. His wife looks worried. I hope so. It's been so long since I've seen my dad. I wonder how he is. Your dad's martial arts cultivation is no joke. He's a peak-level psychokinetic master. Lin Maolin pulls her into a hug. He might even be level 3 by now. He's strong. He'll be fine. Don't worry. I won't let anyone lay a finger on you two. With that, he embraces his wife, the couple lost in their own world, while little Nam stands by the window, bewildered. Elsewhere, Lu Shang is using a similar ability to Lin Maolin's to scan his surroundings. His power far surpasses Lin Maolin's, quickly blanketing the entire city. From people walking in the streets to someone watching something through binoculars in the woods, he sees it all. Lu Shang thinks to himself, aside from that guy keeping watch, everything seems normal. He's not bothering me, so let him be. Lu Shang reaches into his pocket, pulls out a vial, and pops a medicinal pill. He swallows it. With the pill's help, the progress of forging his tendons and bones for the indestructible golden body is truly moving much faster. At this rate, I should be able to complete the first stage of the indestructible golden body in less than 2 months. Once my internal energy is born, I'll officially step into level 4. Suddenly, his phone pings. 2 messages arrive in the family group chat. Be careful out there on your own, stay warm, and don't eat too much cold food or you'll get a stomachache. Another voice message follows. Lu Shang smiles as he reads them. Am I a kid or something? Just then, another notification pops up, a message from Lu Qingwo. Looks like she's out playing again. Humph. Senior Neon is back at school today, and she even asked if you were coming to meet her. She adds playfully, tell me the truth. Are you two dating? Attached is a meme of an apple holding a gun, menacing, to say the least. Teased by his younger sister, Lu Shang starts typing furiously. Focus on your own martial arts. Stop worrying about other people's business, and make sure you drink the tonics I left for you. If your vitality value hasn't broken past 1.3 by the time I get back, don't blame me for training you hard. He hits send along with a cat face emoji pointing a finger. Lu Shang puts the phone down, flops onto the bed, and decides to test the results of his training over the past few days. Lu Shang lies down, closes his eyes, and enters the dreamscape. Not bad. Since gaining insight into the master-level technique in the 10-day cave heaven, the zombies charging at him are easily cut down, forming the initial concept of his master's will. Right now, no one can stop me. Lu Shang delivers a punch that explodes like a bomb, leveling the area. A zombie is sent flying, its body charred black. Suddenly, sharp ice spikes erupt from the ground. Lu Shang stops, puzzled. There's something over there. The aura is intense. A pair of legs walks out, a woman with curly hair, wearing a mask with a wing on the side. She swings a spear, the surroundings coated in icy blue, a truly imposing scene. The ice shards lash out toward Lu Shang. At a glance, he realizes this is a master-level zombie. As the shards hover, Lu Shang feels disoriented. His vision suddenly blacks out. The zombie is gone. He activates his mental perception, but all he gets are danger alerts. Lu Shang panics. What exactly is the danger behind this avalanche? Just then, the master-level zombie attacks from above, lunging at him with her spear. Her power ripples around the weapon. That's when Lu Shang realizes her strike is a master-level skill. An afterimage of Lu Shang appears, only to be sliced in two. The sheer force of her strike slams down with terrifying power. Lu Shang jolts awake, drenched in cold sweat, his face pale with shock. That hurts. He clutches his chest, wincing in agony. It felt like he had actually been ripped apart. Is this what it feels like to die in a dream? Lu Shang bolts upright, holding the spot on his chest that had been torn open, struggling to breathe, and trying to calm himself down. Thank God it's just a dreamscape. It's all an illusion. He sits up and sighs, relaxing his body. If that were real, my life would have ended so easily. He clutches his head, reliving the moment he was killed in one hit, his expression still full of fear. Back then, I used everything I had to block it with my mental power, but I couldn't even take a single hit. Her attack power was on a level completely beyond anything I've encountered before. I'd grown arrogant, thinking that exploring the dreamscape was going smoothly, and that I could use my quick wits to control those mindless high-level monsters whenever I entered advanced maps. Lu Shang settles into a meditative pose. He realizes the dreamscape isn't the paradise he imagined. In the ruins of a post-apocalyptic civilization, only blood and fire can forge a true savior. Lu Shang thinks uneasily about that woman, that master-level martial artist. She was truly powerful. Her combat instincts far outclassed those of the zombies in the city. They must be an incredibly powerful martial arts master, maybe even a rank 8 grandmaster. Just the thought of it made Lu Shang break out into a cold sweat. He stared at his hands, his expression a mix of fear and lingering excitement. That brilliant glacier must have represented the martial god's grandmaster will. If I could somehow obtain that, it's unimaginable. If I had reacted instantly in my peak state back then, relying on my mastery of fighting styles and grandmaster techniques, maybe I could have held my own for a bit. Or maybe I should try again. With that thought, Lu Shang got right to work. He sat up straight and began to meditate. Lu Shang tried to enter the dreamscape, but was suddenly hit with a splitting headache. He clutched his head in shock. If he couldn't enter the dreamscape now, could it be because he died inside, and now he has to wait for a cooldown period? Looks like I won't be getting into the dreamscape tonight. He was rubbing his temples to ease the pain when his phone suddenly buzzed. Lu Shang checked his phone and saw a message from Zheng Dandan. It was one of those suggestive, flirtatious texts. Hey cutie, are you back in your room? Are you out gathering things? Want to go together tomorrow? I'm a registered martial artist, so I can protect you. She sent a photo of Mr. Kim wearing glasses looking super cool just to seem more trustworthy. Hey handsome, it's lunchtime. Want to grab a bite together? Sigh. Why aren't you replying to me? Are you not checking your phone? Along with a picture of a puppy with big, glistening eyes. Lu Shang looked at the cheesy messages on his phone, feeling a bit annoyed. He thought he kind of regretted adding her as a friend, but looking at his growling stomach, he decided to let it slide. Whatever, I'll just go out and grab something to eat. As Lu Shang entered the hostel's dining area for tourists, someone called out, Lu Shang. It turned out to be Zheng Dandan, waving at him. Over here! Over here! Up ahead, little Nanan and Tang Maolin also called out, Big brother! Lu Shang smiled and waved back at the little girl. Tang Maolin nodded politely when he saw that. Lu Shang didn't pay it much mind and headed to an empty table where Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan were sitting. As soon as he sat down, Zheng Dandan ran over. She asked casually, Why aren't you sitting with us? It's more fun with more people, right? Lin Zishan looked at her friend, feeling 3 parts helpless and 7 parts speechless. Lu Shang offered a dry smile. Haha, you two haven't eaten yet? Hearing his question, Zheng Dandan replied happily, Not yet. But at the same time, Lin Zishan spoke up, saying they already had. You two besties are really in sync, huh? Zheng Dandan glared at her in annoyance, but quickly turned back to smile at Lu Shang. I wasn't in the mood to eat earlier, only had a tiny bit. Now I'm hungry again. Perfect timing to eat with you. Seeing this, Lin Zishan teased. Just looking at him makes me feel full. You definitely have other motives, don't you? This girl basically meant that Lu Shang was such a treat she didn't need to eat. Meanwhile, Nanan really wanted to eat with Lu Shang. So she looked at her dad with big, watery eyes. Daddy, can I go find that big brother and eat with him? Seeing this, her mom wiped the girl's mouth while trying to coax her. Nanan, isn't eating here the same thing? Nanan gave her mom a pouting look. But I want to eat with him. Hearing that, Tang Maolin smiled gently at her. Haha, go ahead, but don't be a bother to others, okay? Nanan shot up from her seat, her eyes shining like stars. Thank you, Daddy. Unlike Tang Maolin, the mother watched with worry as Nanan left the table, grabbing her bowl to excitedly head over to Lu Shang's table. She scolded her husband. Why let her go to a stranger's table? Look at our current situation. Tang Maolin took a leisurely sip of soup and comforted his wife. You're being too paranoid. I think you're the one overreacting, he continued. I've already scanned the area with my spirit sense. Everyone here is just a tourist, there's no threat at all. Nanan arrived at Lu Shang's table, and seeing how enthusiastic he was, Tang Maolin praised. That young man has a good personality. His eyes are very pure. He's not a bad person. The dad also meticulously observed Lu Shang's pale face, his slightly unsteady gait, and his unstable aura. Even if he's a martial artist, his strength is probably just average. Nanan couldn't help but stick her tongue out playfully, leaving Zheng Dandan frustrated but helpless. Nanan's dad added, Besides, those two girls are just students. To be second-grade martial artists at that age, their talent isn't bad. Tang Maolin wiped his mouth and said confidently, Within my range, I can kill with a single thought. There won't be any surprises. His wife breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that. It seems I was just worrying too much. At Lu Shang's table, the server brought out a table full of food, along with a stack of steamed buns. Your food is all here, please enjoy. Nanan and Zheng Dandan's jaws dropped as they looked at the pile of food Lu Shang had ordered, asking in surprise, Big brother, you're eating all of this? Lu Shang replied gently, Yeah, I've been eating quite a bit lately. He also casually handed Nanan 2 pig-shaped buns. Seeing them, Nanan cheered excitedly. Wow, so cute. Lu Shang chuckled and looked at Nanan. Little sister, let's see who can finish eating first, shall we? Nanan put on her game face. Sure. The competition began. Nanan had barely taken a bite of her bun when she looked over and saw Lu Shang stuffing an entire tray into his mouth, making her freeze in place. Watching Lu Shang eat so much, Lin Zishan sighed to herself, thinking, only someone from an average family background, and who hasn't even become an official martial artist, would eat like that, right? Ordinary martial artists, once they start progressing, would rely on supplements to replenish the energy they burn during daily cultivation. Those without the means would choose high-quality food as a substitute. Like Zheng Dandan and me, we both carry dried meat. A first-grade martial artist only needs a few pieces a day. If you eat this much, you'd spend half the day in the bathroom. Lin Zishan watched them eat with boredom. Zheng Dandan, however, was busy staring at Lu Shang. Wow, he's so generous with food. And so handsome. Noticing something was off, Lin Zishan leaned over and whispered in Zheng Dandan's ear, Hey Zheng Dandan, don't tell me you actually like this guy, Lu Shang? Zheng Dandan replied innocently, Of course. Isn't my behavior obvious enough by now? Just then, Nanan dragged Lu Shang away from his seat, saying, Big brother, there's a buffet over there, come with me. Lu Shang indulged her and followed along, leaving some space for Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan. Lin Zishan was shocked, and quickly tried to explain to Zheng Dandan, but he's younger than us, and he's only a high school student. You saw that unstable aura of his too. I bet his martial arts talent and family background aren't anything special. You're a top student at Dongning Martial Arts University, an official second-grade martial artist. Zheng Dandan remained calm. It's only a 3 or 4 year gap. Age doesn't matter. When it comes to flying a plane, the first requirement is to be young, right? I believe this is fate. You bringing me to Niutou Mountain to meet him this time. It must be a match made in heaven. Lin Zishan was still determined to persuade her friend. But if you two date, how are you going to live together later? Long-distance relationships, no matter how deep the feelings are, don't last a few years. Don't you know the starting salary for an official martial artist after graduation is only 5,000 or 6,000 a month? Where would you live? What about a car? Seeing Dandan had no reaction, Lin Zishan kept trying to talk her out of it. Dandan, relationships aren't just about love at first sight. They're about the daily grind of making a living. Later, as your martial arts strength grows, the gap between you two will only get wider. It'll pile up, and eventually, one day, it's all going to explode. Zheng Dandan listened and gently explained to her friend, Everything you're talking about isn't a problem. I'm a second-grade martial artist. I can guide Lu Shang on his martial arts path. Even if he doesn't get into Dongning Martial Arts University, I can take a bus to see him every week. If he doesn't have a car or a house, I do. Speaking of which, Zheng Dandan clasped her hands together, smiled brightly, and continued, and taking 10,000 steps back, even if Lu Shang might just be a normal person, well, then I'll just be a normal person with him. If I could live as a normal person, that would be amazing, no need to train every single day. Lately, I feel like all my training is making my legs look so thick. Zheng Dandan cast her eyes toward Lu Shang, who was playing happily with Nan, her face flushing slightly. Plus, who says Lu Shang is normal? In my heart, he's always dazzlingly handsome. I believe Lu Shang's future won't just stop here. Lin Shishan, hearing this, whispered in shock to Zheng Dandan, You've really lost your mind. Giving up the martial path you've stuck with for over a decade, just for a high schooler. Lin Shishan pointed at Lu Shang, looking confused. Look at his awkward walking posture. I really don't know what you're thinking. Zheng Dandan sighed sorrowfully at Lin Shishan. Look, aren't you a bit too worried about me? Nothing has even happened yet. Wait until I actually win Lu Shang over before you say anything. From a distance, because of his high level of strength, Lu Shang had actually heard their entire conversation clearly. He scratched his head, feeling awkward, and sighed. Man, this is so over the top. Nan looked up, curious. Big brother, what does over the top mean? Lu Shang laughed it off. It's nothing. I was just saying those ladies over there are beautiful. Nan seemed to catch on. She ran over to where Zheng Dandan and Lin Shishan were, pointed at them, and said, Big brother said you two are both being over the top. Lu Shang wished he could just dig a hole and hide. Zheng Dandan and Lin Shishan were left confused, wondering what over the top meant in this context. The next day, as the guests were preparing to board the bus, they all complained. The beds at the inn were hard as a rock. They didn't sleep well. There were so many bugs. I was bitten so badly I couldn't sleep all night. I'm never coming back to this dump again. Suddenly, an old man asked, "Hey, why don't we see that family of 3 today? The bus is almost ready to leave." The tour guide was confused. Huh? They aren't in their rooms? Everyone, please help me find them. They weren't answering their phones either. The old man noticed Lu Shang was missing too and spoke up. There's also a young man we haven't seen. The elderly ladies couldn't stop worrying. How did so many people disappear in just one night? This is so strange. The guide hurriedly made calls, trying to stay calm. Everyone, just rest for a moment. I'll go find the rescue team. Zhang Dandan and Lin Shishan heard the commotion and were confused. Why are Lu Shang and that family of 3 missing? Lin Shishan was puzzled. We don't need to worry about the family. The father isn't an ordinary person. But it really is strange that Lu Shang is gone, Zhang Dandan said with concern. I couldn't care less if they're ordinary or not. You see, the guide is busy searching for people. The rest of the trip will probably be cancelled anyway. After saying that, Zhang Dandan raised her hand and ran into the forest, calling out to the group, I'm going into the mountains to find Lu Shang. Lin Shishan, naturally, wouldn't leave her friend behind. Hey, don't be so reckless. The two of them headed into the forest, leaving the noisy crowd behind. Meanwhile, in the forest, a cute squirrel was turning an acorn left and right when it was suddenly spooked by someone flying past like the wind. It was Lu Shang, running at top speed. He thought to himself, after a night of rest, the pain from dying in the dreamscape had faded quite a bit. Reaching a high cliff, Lu Shang leaped to the top with ease. Not wasting any time, he knelt down and used his spiritual power to scan the area. After a moment of searching, he finally found the ore he was looking for. He used his spiritual power to lift a large chunk of earth, revealing the ore underneath. Lu Shang made a quick gesture, pointing at the pile. As it fell, he transformed the large chunks of ore into small, pebble-sized pieces that floated in his hand. He wondered if this was heavy silver. Curious, he channeled his spiritual power into it. After doing so, Lu Shang discovered that, sure enough, heavy silver changes shape randomly when spiritual power is applied. The silver transformed from pebbles into a long, thin wire. Lu Shang enjoyed swinging the wire in circles, thinking that the bit of heavy silver in his hand probably weighed about 4 or 5 pounds. If the price matches the material list, it's worth over 2 billion already, but this is just raw, heavy silver ore. If you wanted to use it to craft weapons for a spiritual psychic, it would need to go through dozens of metallurgical processes. Out of those 4 or 5 pounds of heavy silver, only about 1 pound would remain after refining, and you'd still have to check the purity of the ore. Lu Shang stared intently at the heavy silver mine and said dismissively, calling this a heavy silver mine is actually being too generous. Mini mine would be more accurate. I've already dug up about 70% of it. If someone else came to dig, they'd finish it in less than a week, right? He paused to observe it again. How on earth am I going to transport this huge piece of ore? A chunk this big would definitely attract a lot of attention. I originally thought I'd just dig a little and leave, but once I started, I couldn't stop. Looks like I'll have to find someone to help move it. Lu Shang then returned the pile of heavy silver to its original spot. He covered it back up with dirt and stepped on it to make the ground look undisturbed. After that, Lu Shang began to think, I remember there's a small minority village a few kilometers away. I can go there and find someone to help. People living in such an isolated place must be very honest and kind-hearted. Guess giving them a little extra tip won't be a problem, if money is really all it takes to make them greedy. As he thought this, Lu Shang imagined himself relying on the villagers to help transport his things, only for them to greedily snatch his money. He let out a sinister smirk, clenching the thick stack of bills in his hand, thinking, in that case, I'll just have to snuff them out. Suddenly, he caught himself and slapped his own forehead in self-reproach. Damn, why are my thoughts getting so violent and twisted lately? This is a society governed by laws. A society governed by laws. Standing from a high vantage point, he looked down at the village below. Lu Shang tightened his grip, feeling a bit nervous, and told himself, keep it civil, Lu Shang. No violence. Win people over with virtue, win them over with virtue. Elsewhere in the forest, Lin Shishan and Zhang Dandan were still searching for Lu Shang. Zhang Dandan looked around anxiously. It's so desolate out here. Will Lu Shang really come this way? Lin Shishan felt there were way too many bugs around. She told her. He said he wanted to go look, so don't be a quitter already. Wait, suddenly, Lin Shishan. She stopped Dandan and pointed. Look, what's that? Zhang Dandan curiously looked where her friend was pointing and saw Nam Nam's yellow rubber ball. Zhang Dandan was stunned. That ball, it was the exact one the little girl was always playing with. Just as Lin Shishan was busy looking around, Zhang Dandan had instinctively reached out and touched it. Suddenly, a swarm of black spiders and webs appeared. They quickly pinned the two of them down. What's going on? I can't move anymore. Inside the village, a young man came running, shouting at the top of his lungs. Village chief! Village chief! The big sister is back. He burst through the door and announced to the chief. Her whole family is back. An old man was sitting inside, whittling wood. He was the chief of Tien Lam village. As he looked up, before he could even process what was happening, Nam Nam excitedly ran over, calling out, Grandpa, I missed you so much. Oh, Nam Nam. As soon as the old man saw her, the little girl lunged into his arms, knocking the piece of wood to the ground. She hit him with such force that her forehead bumped against him, but she just kept laughing and checking on him. Heh, are you doing well, Grandpa? Even though he looked a bit frazzled, he patted her head and replied, Cough, cough, I'm still doing just fine, kid. At that moment, Nam Nam's parents walked up. Her mother greeted her father, looking slightly uneasy. Dad, we're back. Lin Maolin felt a pang of guilt as he called out, Father-in-law. Seeing the two of them looking worried, the old man stared at them in silence. Two young men from the village also walked out to greet them. Hey, big sister, brother-in-law, what brings you two back here? The old man's face darkened, but he replied, Coming back to visit this old man. What else could it be? You two, go hunt some animals, the big ones. We're going to have a little celebration tonight. The two young men quickly acknowledged the order. Yes, sir. Seeing Nam Nam looking so excited, one of them hoisted her up onto his shoulders and laughed. Nam Nam, let's go catch some game. Nam Nam chirped happily. Uncle, I want to have bird soup. The last time I had it, it was so good I almost fainted. The village chief lit a cigarette and said, All right, you wouldn't be here if nothing was wrong. Speak up, what are you here for this time? Hearing that, the wife looked at her husband with concern. Lin Maolin. Hearing his wife, Lin Maolin looked seriously at his father-in-law. Father-in-law, we. And so, the three of them began to talk. After hearing their story, the old man choked on his smoke. Coughing, he said, Cough, cough. Level 3? You provoked a level 3 spirit reader? He turned his anger toward Lin Maolin. I knew that if a brat like you came by, it wouldn't be for anything good. From the very first day you broke into the camp and took Manhwa away, I knew a day like this would come. Seeing this, Manhwa quickly spoke up to defend her husband. Dad, please help Lin Maolin. Consider it as helping me. Lin Maolin continued. Tense. Father-in-law. I still remember that you reached level 3 in spirit reader training a long time ago. Could you? Before he could finish his sentence, the old man cut him off. I failed. Not only that, but I suffered internal injuries and my cultivation dropped. If that level 3 spirit reader actually tracks you down here, I can only buy you a little bit of time. Take the child and run, find someone else to help you. Both of them were shocked by the news. Manhwa covered her mouth, speechless, while Lin Maolin stood up abruptly. Who else is there to run to for help? The old man's eyes flared red, and he puffed out a cloud of smoke as he barked at them. Who? Go to the local authorities. Go to the police. Both of them stood there, mouths agape, confused by the suggestion. The old man continued. This is a society ruled by law. Even if he is a level 3 spirit reader, do you really think he can just go around killing people in the middle of the street? Lin Maolin held his head and gritted his teeth, thinking, if calling the police actually worked, do you think I'd be here? Suddenly, another villager ran in, shouting, Village chief, an outsider has arrived. Upon hearing this, all three of them assumed it was that level 3 spirit reader catching up to them, and their faces turned deathly pale. Outside the village, Lu Shang was checking his map while climbing the stairs. Seeing the wooden wall and the people moving about, he wondered, is this the camp marked on the map? It's pretty quiet. Thwack. A dart was thrown his way, but he easily dodged it, letting it bury itself in the tree behind him. Correction. The dart was meant for him, but he dodged it. A guy holding a dart watched him warily and asked, Hey, who are you? How did you find this place? Lu Shang said nothing, his gaze sharp, as if ready to attack the one who threw the dart. Suddenly, Nam Nam poked her head out and called, Hey brother. She lunged into Lu Shang's arms, excitedly saying, Brother, you came to Grandpa's place to play with me, right? This took him completely by surprise. At the same time, her parents, Lin Maolin and Manhwa, along with the old man, came out and sighed in relief. Oh, it's just that kid. What a relief. The old man also looked at them, surprised. Oh, you two know each other? Lin Maolin asked him. Why are you here? Lu Shang quickly replied, I didn't want to go with a tour group, so I went up the mountain alone. I wasn't careful and got lost. And after wandering around for a bit, I ended up here. Brother Lin Maolin, did you guys get lost here too? Lin Maolin laughed and replied, Haha, this is my wife's hometown. We come back to visit every year. This time we just happened to travel with a tour group. So that's how it is. Lu Shang didn't question it further. The old man looked at him with a satisfied smile. You have very honest eyes. I like that. Welcome to the real Tian Lam village. The young man who had thrown the dart earlier, realizing they were acquaintances, patted Lu Shang on the shoulder and said, So you guys know each other. I'm really sorry. I overreacted. You came at just the right time. You've caught up with the big sister's family reunion. I'm going to go hunt some game myself in a bit. Someone from the city like you has definitely never tasted this before. Haha, that's great. Thank you. Lu Shang let it slide, and an old woman came over to ask, Young man, would you like to buy some of our village's handicrafts? No thank you, ma'am, but I appreciate it. Inside, he thought to himself, this Tian Lam village isn't a normal place. Looking at that family, he realized that while spirit readers are usually rare, this place had 3 of them. Even the old man was at the peak of the 2nd level. As he held Nom Nom in his arms, Lu Shang shook his head, feeling conflicted. They were all spirit readers. They must know the value of the silver essence. How should I bring it up? Should I threaten all of these people just to improve my own strength? That doesn't feel right at all. Suddenly, Nom Nom became sad and said, Brother, we can't play with the ball together anymore. My ball is lost. Lu Shang asked gently. It's lost? Let me help. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Shang sensed something. This aura. It was Zheng Dandan and Lin Qishan. They were here too? Could it be that they were just tourists? Sensing something suspicious, he channeled his mental energy into his eyes. That's not right. It's not just the 2 of them. Nom Nom pointed behind him. Oh, there's the ball. That's my ball. The ball rolled toward Lu Shang. Someone laughed and said, Well, I didn't expect you people to run all the way to a desolate place like this, deep in the woods. Seeing Lu Shang, Zheng Dandan, and Lin Qishan could only make muffled sounds, trying to signal him to run away. They were being carried by a burly man, and in front was that guy, Wu Tijing. He sneered. You really put us through a lot of trouble. Seeing him, the old man, Lin Maolin, broke into a cold sweat and asked, Is this the trouble you 2 brought? We're finished this time. Looking at the overwhelming power Wu Tijing was unleashing, he had to stay on high alert. This wasn't just any level 3 mentalist, but a peak level 3. He braced himself, struck a stance, and warned Lin Maolin. Lin Maolin, take the child and the villagers and get out of here, fast. Dozens of darts flew toward Wu Tijing under his command, but Wu didn't even bother looking at them. With a flick of his hand, he froze all the darts in midair. An ambush? He asked the old man. Is that all the pathetic tricks you've got, or is this old geezer supposed to be your backup? Lin Maolin and the old man stared in shock. Wu sneered. That flimsy mental power of yours is an insult to the very title of mentalist. The village chief was furious. Wu Tijing stepped toward them, gathering his purple mist, and said, Anyway, this time I'm going to shatter all your hopes so you can finally taste what true despair feels like. Realizing there was no way out, Lin Maolin decided to fight to the death and tensed up for battle. Wu Tijing, I'll take you down with me. Lin Maolin focused his mental power, sending iron cannonballs flying at Wu Tijing. Seeing all those iron balls coming, Wu Tijing didn't panic at all, just stood there with his arms crossed, watching calmly. A moment later, with a mere flick of his hand, his spider silk sliced all those iron cannonballs into tiny shreds. They fell to his feet with a clatter. Lin Maolin was stunned. What? His solid iron cannonballs were completely useless? Wu Tijing picked up one of the iron balls and laughed mockingly. Ha! You dare challenge me with solid iron weapons? How ignorant of the world you are. Wu Tijing reached out, and a volley of silk threads shot out, binding everyone. Manhwa desperately tried to reach out to Nom Nom, who was terrified and crying for her mother, but she couldn't. Lin Maolin screamed, Wu Tijing, if you've got a problem, take it out on me. What kind of guts does it take to bully women? Wu Tijing laughed excitedly. Haha, about to die and you're still talking tough, huh? He twitched his hand, pulling the threads and causing them to tighten around Lin Maolin and the old man, making them cry out in pain. Wu Tijing looked at Zheng Dandan and Lin Qishan, revealing his plan. I was actually planning to kill those 2 girls behind you to frame you. The space around him was filled with his spider silk, and he continued, I never expected this place to be so perfect, so cut off from the world I can take my time now. He licked his lips in a completely depraved way, then looked at Nom Nom and said, As for fixing you up, don't worry. I'll save a glass of your daughter's human wine just for you. Then he let out a manic, insane laugh. Little Nom Nom was trembling in pure terror. Lin Maolin realized what he meant. He was talking about a dark art that turned humans into wine jars. You absolute monster. Lin Maolin was boiling with rage, tensing every muscle to try and break free, but it was all a futile struggle. Wu Tijing laughed with sadistic glee. Ha, that's the exact look I wanted. Ha ha ha. Lin Shishan watched everything, her eyes filled with tears, thinking in despair, it's over. He's a peak level 3 mentalist. I'm afraid we're all going to lose our lives here on Oxhead Mountain. At that moment, she regretted everything. She shouldn't have come here to clear her head. Zhang Dandan looked at Lu Shang, who was standing still in front of them, feeling completely hopeless. Are we all really going to die here? I can't accept this. Lu Shang, if there's a next life, maybe we'll meet again. Wu Tijing ordered his 2 hulking henchmen, hurry up and grab those girls. The 2 men obeyed and dumped Zhang Dandan and the other girl aside heartlessly. Zhang Gangran walked forward, approaching Nam Nam. The little girl trembled in fear, looking up at the 2 monsters helplessly. Just at the most critical moment, Lu Shang decided to act, with one move snapping all of Wu Tijing's spider silk. Wu Tijing jumped in shock. How did my thick silver silk break? Lu Shang continued using his mental power to cut through all his remaining threads. Nam Nam, finally able to move, ran over and hugged Lu Shang's arm, saying, I can move now, big brother, please, save my parents and everyone. The 2 brutes saw this and lunged at him angrily. Hand her over, and see if. Lu Shang smiled nonchalantly, not worried in the slightest, and punched them each once. He actually sent them flying? Wu Tijing asked in surprise. What's going on? Are you a level 5 martial artist? But as soon as he asked, he dismissed it himself, seeing how weak the boy looked. No. That pathetic look. No aura. No internal energy. He can't be level 5. How did you do that? He started reactivating his silk and said, So, you were the one who broke my thick silver silk earlier? Lin Maolin. So this kid is your real backup, huh? Lin Maolin was also confused and didn't understand what he was talking about. But Wu Tijing remained incredibly confident. With no aura to protect you, you're just a kid with a little bit of supernatural strength. Under my thick silver silk, your soft body will be sliced through as easily as butter. I honestly can't wait to hear you scream. Lu Shang confidently picked up Nam Nam and said, Don't be afraid, I'm here. Then, to Wu Tijing, he said, Go ahead, give it your best shot. Wu Tijing was absolutely livid, swinging his hand to unleash an attack, screaming, You don't know your place. A giant spider construct flew straight at Lu Shang, but with just a wave of his hand, Lu Shang ripped it apart. Wu Tijing was stunned. Control level martial arts? Lin Shishan heard this and looked up in amazement. Control level? What is control? Just one hand to command everything. Oh my god, I've only ever heard of that level. It's beyond the reach of mortals. It's like a god. Wu Tijing's expression darkened as he froze and asked himself, How is this possible? How can this be? Are you done yet? Before he could get over his shock, Lu Shang had already grabbed his threads and pulled him in close. Wu Tijing was pulled forward, completely bewildered, wondering, why can he even control my thick silver silk? Damn it. Seeing that there was no way out, he decided to self-destruct his mental power. Even if I die, I'm taking you with me. His body began to swell up as he flew toward Lu Shang. The village chief realized what was happening and screamed, Oh no, he's going to detonate his mental power. Everyone here will suffer mental collapse and die. Zhang Dandan looked at Lu Shang with tears in her eyes. What should Lu Shang do? Lu Shang stood before the impending explosion without moving an inch, and just said with disdain, I have to say, your mental power is truly pathetically small. Then, Lu Shang expanded his own power, easily grasping him in the palm of his hand. With a boom, Lu Shang crushed him directly, causing him to explode. Wu Tijing was nothing but trash. He collapsed right in front of Lu Shang before vanishing into thin air. Talk about a fool digging his own grave. Nam Nam, small as she was, had just witnessed such a terrifying scene. Lu Shang then began gathering the threads, muttering that the loot was actually pretty good. Only then could Zhang Dandan and Lin Shishan relax, though their faces were still etched with pain and fear. Lu Shang quickly retrieved his weapon. A psychic weapon crafted from heavy silver, it was good enough to be repurposed for now. Nam Nam clung to Lu Shang, beaming. Wow, big brother, you're so incredible. Thank you for saving everyone. He just gave a soft, in response. Lin Maolin and the village chief finally let out a sigh of relief. Lin Maolin remarked that the martial arts prowess Lu Shang displayed was absolutely terrifying, and his psychic power was even more chilling. The village chief marveled. Goodness, look at him. How old is that young man, anyway? He looks like a high school student at most. He showered Lu Shang with praise. At 17 or 18, he already possessed a cultivation base equivalent to a 5th-rank martial artist. Even his control-type martial arts were monstrous enough, but his psychic power was able to effortlessly suppress a 3rd-ranker like Wu Tijing. Truly, talents emerge from generation to generation. Our country is about to see a dragon rise. Lin Shishan was stunned. How could Lu Shang be this strong? Wasn't he just a useless good-for-nothing who did nothing but eat and take up space? Zheng Dandan just smiled bitterly at her friend. Lu Shang was both handsome and powerful. Turns out he was the real genius all along. Glad I didn't misjudge him. Haha. Lin Maolin held his arm as he walked up to Lu Shang, feeling flustered and wondering, how should I address him now? He stuttered. Mr. Lu. This time it was really Lu Shang. Seeing how formal Lin Maolin was being, interrupted. Brother Duong. It was just a small favor handling a psycho who didn't know when to quit. No need for thanks. Suddenly, Lu Shang remembered the heavy silver mine and said, now that you mention it, I do have a favor to ask you. Before he could even say what it was, Lin Maolin's eyes turned resolute, and he quickly replied, don't you worry. I will give it my all. 3 hours later, on the bus, Lu Shang stared outside, thinking to himself that the main objective of this trip to Ngudao Mountain had been met. He looked relieved and satisfied, having left all the heavy silver business to Lin Maolin. Since he had passed the 2nd-rank Psychic Master exam, he now had an official channel to process all that heavy silver. Next, I should go register for the Psychic Master exam. Lu Shang looked down at Wu Tijing's pile of heavy silver with glee. Plus, getting a heavy silver psychic weapon was a totally unexpected bonus, probably weighing in at about 4 or 5 pounds. What a pleasant surprise. Lin Shishan looked at Lu Shang with a mix of apprehension. She never expected his strength to be this off the charts. If it weren't for him, she would have lost her life back on Ngudao Mountain. Zheng Dandan turned to Lu Shang and asked, where are you planning to go after this? He answered honestly, the capital. The Psychic Master Association is there. I have some business to take care of. Hearing that, Lin Shishan was taken aback. Zheng Dandan's eyes lit up. The capital? What a coincidence. We're heading there too. We can just travel together. Lu Shang gave an awkward smile. Aren't you 2 students at Dongnin Martial University? Why aren't you going back to Dongnin Province instead of the capital? Zheng Dandan was speechless, not knowing how to respond, which made Lin Shishan want to facepalm. She sighed and covered for her friend. Zheng Dandan's family actually lives in the capital. She told me before we even left for Ngudao Mountain that she was going to stop by home. Zheng Dandan, clutching at straws, quickly chimed in. Yeah, exactly. I was just planning to head home. Lu Shang didn't press the matter further and replied gently. All right then, let's go together. I'm not familiar with the capital, so it's lucky I can ask you guys. Zheng Dandan grinned. Hey, no problem at all. You can even stay at my place. Hey. While Zheng Dandan chatted away, Lu Shang sighed to himself. Ugh, what am I doing? Am I really about to get into a romance? Whatever, I've got too much to do. I'll just leave once I hit the capital. Suddenly, his phone rang, and Lu Shang picked it up. Hello? The voice on the other end was Dong Ting Shui. Lu Shang, it's me. Dong Ting Shui. He recognized her immediately. Hello, Instructor Dong. Did you need something? Dong Ting Shui frowned as she updated him. The selection for the Lu Qiming War General is happening earlier than expected. Where are you? I'll come pick you up right away. Lu Shang was a bit surprised, but answered decisively. Earlier? All right. I'm almost at the capital's transit station. Hearing this, she agreed. Fine. I'll be there in about 15 minutes. Wait for me. At the capital's bus terminal, the 3 of them stepped out. Lu Shang informed the others, I have some business to attend to, so I won't be heading into the capital with you guys. Let's part ways here. Zheng Dandan grew downcast and asked, wait, where are you going? I can have someone come take you there. Suddenly, a commotion broke out around them, and everyone's jaws dropped. Damn, look at that. That's the Emperor's heart from the Imperial Group, and it's the latest model too. Oh my god, that's real. That's the rich life for you. A luxury car pulled up right where Zheng Dandan was standing. A girl ran over and hugged Zheng Dandan tightly, squealing, Zheng Dandan, you're finally home. Zheng Dandan looked a bit surprised to see the girl. Van Tue, you guys got here fast. A blonde guy driving the car chimed in. Hey Zheng Dandan, long time no see. You look even prettier than before. Are those your friends? Introduce us. Wait, why is he here? Zheng Dandan frowned at him, annoyed, but she introduced them anyway. This is Lin Qishan, my best friend from Dongnin Martial University, a second-rank martial artist. Lin Qishan nodded. After introducing her, Zheng Dandan turned to Lu Shang. And that's Lu Shang. We met during the trip to Ngu Dao Mountain. Good friend, she thought. Though she realized there were so many secrets about him that she still didn't quite understand. The blonde guy glared jealously at Lu Shang. Van Tua, hearing the introductions, walked over to shake hands with Lin Qishan. Wow, a second-rank martial artist? That's so cool. Nice to meet you. I'm also Zheng Dandan's good friend. Tu Van Tuesday, the blonde guy chimed in again. I'm Tao Min Luong. If you're Zheng Dandan's friend, then you're a friend of mine too. You must be tired from the trip. Get in the car. I'll wait for you guys to settle in. Then I'll show you around the capital. Suddenly, Zheng Dandan spoke up. Hold on. Your car only has 4 seats. We'll just catch a ride ourselves. Lu Shang quickly interjected. Don't bother. My friend is coming to get me in a minute. It's fine. Van Tue tried to persuade Zheng Dandan. What is going on? Zheng Dandan. He's just some guy you met on a trip, right? Do you really need to treat him like this? We're your real friends here. Don't tell me. You actually like him? Aren't there plenty of pretty boys like that walking around? Tao Min Luong pulled out his wallet and asked with a puzzled tone. My bad. That was my oversight. Since we're acquaintances with Zheng Dandan, we shouldn't treat people like that. He held out a stack of cash and asked, Here, is this enough? Take the money and grab a cab yourself. Zheng Dandan frowned, clearly furious, and snapped. What are you two doing? Seeing her anger, Lu Shang patted her shoulder to comfort her. It's all right, don't worry. I told you earlier. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew away Tao Min Luong's entire stack of cash. Lu Shang said, My ride is here. A helicopter descended from the sky, leaving everyone stunned. What on earth? Dong Ting Shui stood by the door and said coldly, Get on. The street isn't fit for landing, but this view is sick. Absolutely legendary. Lu Shang heard her, jumped up, and grabbed onto the landing skid. Everyone's jaws dropped. Is that an Eastern Military Region chopper? Did he just fly up there? Lu Shang turned back and waved at the group. See you all next time. The helicopter gradually climbed higher and flew away. The blonde girl gasped. Oh my god, this guy is a total legend. The other young man was sweating bullets. It feels like watching a middle-aged lady ride a bicycle into the sales office and buy the entire apartment complex in one go. Tao Min Luong was also frozen, stammering. Zheng Dandan, just who is your friend? Zheng Dandan turned away, looking annoyed, then grabbed Lin Qishan's arm and pulled her along. Tu San, let's just grab a cab to Luang Than. My apologies to everyone. I meant Luang Than, not the capital. I misspoke for a second. Zheng Dandan walked off, fuming, leaving the other two with nothing left to say. The military chopper moved very fast, with dense buildings blurring beneath them. Sitting in the helicopter, Lu Shang looked down and said, This is my first time in a helicopter. Everything below looks like a little toy town from a Lego set. Dong Ting Shui smiled and asked, Do you like it? If you do, you can join our Eastern Military Region in the future. Lu Shang, the young man, said something completely unexpected. I thought you were going to say you'd gift me one. Dong Ting Shui leaned in close and asked, Are you dreaming? I meant you could ride one every day. If you eventually rank up to Grandmaster and become a Major General of the military region, the Eastern Command will automatically provide you with your own personal helicopter. Dong Ting Shui frowned, thinking to herself, This kid seems to have gotten even stronger. I really can't see through him at all now. She told Lu Shang, All right, let's talk business. 3 days ago, all the training camps in the eastern provinces officially concluded. The candidates have been selected. I've carefully reviewed the files. Her expression turned serious. These contestants were stronger than any previous batch. Qin Tiaojun held a stack of papers and said, if not for you, I'd actually have to step into the ring. Over 80% are gifted martial artists, including an elemental controller. Furthermore, one has already passed the Level 2 Psychokinetic Examiner test. There are over 20 geniuses at Level 3, strength or higher, and in the end, there's even a monster at Level 4 strength. Lu Shang didn't look worried or tense, he just casually gave an O. Dong Ting Shui smiled bitterly and said, Hearing about how strong they are, you don't feel anything at all? Lu Shang put on an incredibly fake expression and said, Yeah, super dramatic. I'm shaking in my boots. Qin Tiaojun pointed at him and laughed. Hey kid, you look so fake. I knew it. To a monster like you, no matter how impressive others are, you wouldn't feel a thing. Go on, tell him about the rewards. Hearing the word rewards, the young man's eyes lit up like stars, his spirits soaring instantly. Dong Ting Shu began to explain. I knew you'd be interested in this. This year's selection is very special. The Eastern Command leaders will all be coming to watch. Plus, this selection won't be about drawing lots for matches anymore. The two of them looked grave. Instead, you'll be fighting fierce beasts. Lu Shang listened intently, looking at his own hands, wondering. Fierce beasts, the greatest enemy of the current world, emerging from cracks in the ground and the sky. They are infinitely powerful and incomparable. Even though countless warriors throw themselves onto the battlefield every year, they still can't stop humanity's living space from being slowly snatched away, piece by piece. Lu Shang got to the point and said seriously, I didn't expect the military to let students face these beasts so early. It seems the situation on the battlefield isn't very optimistic. Seeing that he understood, Dong Tingxue explained, Exactly. All the powerful figures in our country are trying to break this deadlock, so the higher-ups have decided that for future geniuses like you, who have a high success rate, they won't use the gentle, gradual policies of the past. Instead, they'll let you go out there to feel the pressure, so it can turn into motivation on your martial path. Lu Shang sat there, listening carefully. Tin Tuyet continued. As some big shot once said, only through blood and fire can a true top-tier martial arts expert be forged. Don't feel like the selection has become too harsh, because the rewards have become much richer because of it. Lu Shang made an interested sound, saying, Let's hear it. As long as you make the top 10, you get a portion of beast blood, and top 3 gets you direct entry into a beast blood pool. And if you take the top spot, the Liu Qiming Star General title comes with entry into the beast marrow pool. Hearing this, Lu Shang was a bit puzzled. Beast blood? Beast marrow? Sounds pretty intense, right? Dong Tingxue explained that it was a huge extraction of energy from the bodies of fierce beasts, far better than the beast meat he ate in the training camp, which was just processed in the simplest way. Beast blood is extracted from the cellular fluid of the beasts, and beast marrow is their spinal fluid. The rewards the Eastern Command brought out this time are all from level 4 beasts and above, which is unprecedented. Qin Tiaojun, who was sitting, suddenly stood up and said, Top 10 gets you a portion, maybe a few hundred milliliters, but top 3 gets you into the pool. That's a whole cultivation reservoir. You could almost call it an unlimited supply. I know your appetite is huge, kid. This time you can drink as much as you want. A single portion of level 4 beast blood costs at least 50 million on the market. A whole pool of beast marrow? That's got to be worth at least 10 billion. Lu Shang asked, with a mix of curiosity and surprise. Is such a precious resource available without limits? Inwardly, he thought about the energy-intensive process of cultivating the star constellation Immeasurable Golden Body. The body refining technique requires a massive amount of energy. If he only relied on bone-nourishing pills and blood-strengthening broth, he didn't know how long it would take to finish the first stage. If he could obtain significant energy from exotic blood or marrow, he could drastically shorten his cultivation time. This was an incredible opportunity. After a moment of thought, Lu Shang regained his composure. I understand, Instructor Dong. It looks like we've arrived. This is the Eastern Military Region, and looking down, the base is surrounded by thick, solid walls. Qin Tiaojun, standing beside him, asked, What do you think? Pretty shocking, right? Lu Shang didn't seem impressed. He thought to himself, Shocking? What's there to be shocked about? The martial arts bases 10,000 years in the future were far grander than this, yet they were still heartlessly devastated by exotic beasts. Perhaps that is the real shock. The helicopter landed on the rooftop of a building. Lu Shang stepped out and prepared to head to his quarters. After walking a short distance, Dong Tingxue called out to him, Lu Shang, I'll come pick you up tomorrow. She looked at him and added, If you need anything, use the device mounted on the wall. Someone will bring it to you. Get some good rest today. Lu Shang wasn't sure how to respond, so he just gave a silent nod. Soon after, Lu Shang returned to his room and lay down comfortably on the bed. After a while, he drifted into his dreamscape. The scenery remained the same, the snowy mountain and the ice blocks from before. The woman still stood there, majestic and powerful. Lu Shang stared at her, thinking that just standing there and looking at her was enough to fill his heart with dread. But then, he flashed a confident smile. No, he would challenge her once again. He began to ignite his qi and blood, followed by the exchange of his fire-breathing technique. Flames erupted, creating a vortex around Lu Shang. The young man's eyes blazed with light. The Mingwang spiritual reflection, the deity was a muscular, heroic youth. With the star constellation power multiplied tenfold, he threw a massive punch, a grandmaster-level blow that blazed like the sun. Suddenly, Lu Shang felt such intense pain he broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed he had woken up. Lu Shang sat in a meditative posture, pondering the technique. Ultimately, he had failed. But having prepared so thoroughly, he knew he wasn't without hope. This fight had pushed his martial arts even further. More than 10 martial arts techniques had reached the perfection realm, and his martial arts 10 perfection had progressed another step. Most importantly, he had overcome his fear of death. His state of mind became more resolute and pure. As he was deep in thought, someone arrived at the door. Lu Shang opened it. Instructor Dong, Instructor Qin, and Qin Tiaojun asked him, "Lu Shang, how's your rest?" It's all right. Just a bit stuffy in the room. Feels hot." Dong Tingshui said. "Can't be helped. About a few hundred kilometers straight from the eastern military region is the front line against the exotic beasts. Many of them release toxic gases, so the base is very strict about ventilation." Suddenly, she stared at Lu Shang and hesitated. Lu Shang laughed. What is it? Is there something on my face?" "No. It's just that you seem a bit different today than you were yesterday." Lu Shang was surprised and let out a soft sound of realization, as if he really did seem like a different person. Qin Tiaojun agreed. "That's right. I feel it too." Instructor Dong wondered. Yesterday, he seemed like a piece of jade covered in dust and sand. But today, that layer of dust had been washed away, just like a piece of jade that had been polished. Facing the two confused instructors, Lu Shang put on a show and replied confidently, "Maybe I've just become more handsome? Kids grow fast at this age, so it's normal for my features to look sharper." Qin Tiaojun burst into laughter until tears came to his eyes. "Ha ha ha. All right, I like that. Being this shameless is definitely your style. I admire it." Dong Tingshui just stood there, speechless. The three of them left. On the way, Qin Tiaojun asked Lu Shang, "Hey, be honest with me. How confident are you about taking first place?" Lu Shang thought for a moment and said, Not very." Just then, someone walked over and spoke up. "Well, if it isn't Instructor Dong Tingshui? What a coincidence. It's been a long time. You're still exactly the same as when we last met." Instructor Dong replied with a calm expression. "Shangguan Ling, you're still as annoying as ever." Lu Shang wondered, They don't seem like they're facing off, do they?" The man ignored Dong Tingshui's remark and pointed at Lu Shang, changing the subject. "Haha, Qin Tiaojun, look at yourself. You're a loser, which is fine. But your eye for talent is just as pathetic, isn't it? Is this the person you picked? Are you trying to embarrass our Dongning province?" Instructor Qin pinched his nose and waved his hand as if to ward off a stench. "Shangguan Ling, go brush your teeth before you start talking. Walking around spreading your foul breath like that won't earn you any merit." He opened a folder, flipped through a few pages, and sneered. "Does your Dongyi province even have a genius? Oh ho, isn't this pathetic? Why isn't there any star rating on your files?" Shangguan Ling continued. "Oh, this is interesting. How about we make a bet? Let's bet one portion of 5th grade exotic marrow. Let's see whose representative ranks higher in the selection." Dong Tingshui decided to provoke Shangguan Ling. "Only one portion? We're 3 people. What's the point of betting only one?" As soon as she finished, they turned to leave. Instructor Qin even held up his middle finger to provoke him. "Shangguan Ling, if you're broke, don't try to show off. It's embarrassing." Dong Tingshui laughed as she walked away, adding, "You can't afford this bet anyway. Let's go." Shangguan Ling stood there, teeth clenched in frustration. As they walked a few steps, Shangguan Ling shouted, "Wait." He held up 3 fingers and said, "Fine. 3 portions it is. We're betting 3 portions of 5th grade exotic marrow." Seeing Dong Tingshui remain silent, he mocked her. "What? Is Instructor Dong afraid? Or was raising the price just a way to back out of the bet? Who's the one who can't afford it now?" "Ha!" Dong Tingshui gritted her teeth in anger and replied, "Fine, I accept." Shangguan Ling smiled smugly. "Haha, good." Then he patted his subordinate on the shoulder and said to Zhao Li, "Did you see that? That's what you call courage. 3 portions of 5th grade exotic marrow, that's enough to elevate your fire control talent to a new level. Hurry up and thank Instructor Dong Tingshui." Zhao Li followed his words, hands folded over his chest, his face full of affectation as he said, "Then, naturally, Zhao Li would like to thank Instructor Dong Tingshui here." Upon hearing this, Qin Tiaojun was incensed and shouted, "What did you say? An elemental control talent martial artist. Damn you, Shangguan Ling, you dared to lie to us. You didn't even write that he had an elemental control talent in his file." "Heh." Shangguan Ling chuckled, looking delighted. "Haha. Who said everything had to be clearly written in the file? It's just that you guys are idiots. Remember to get it ready. Those 3 portions of level 5 monster marrow. Ha ha ha." Instructor Qin was shaking with rage, completely helpless. Meanwhile, Lu Shang remained incredibly calm, and Instructor Dong seemed disinterested. The moment Shangguan Ling left, Qin Tiaojun dropped his facade and returned to his normal posture. After coughing a few times, he said, "So, was my acting just now impressive? Did it feel like I was putting on a show?" Dong Tingshui turned away, muttering to herself, "Ha! Everyone hides a part of their strength in their files. Only a fool like Shangguan Ling would think he's the only one who knows about that. Elemental control is truly powerful. I wonder how it compares to a level 3 spirit mentalist?" Meanwhile, Lu Shang shook his head and said to Instructor Qin, "It wasn't good at all. The expressions were over the top, and the movements were stiff. It just didn't work." Dong Tingshui turned her back to speak to Lu Shang. "The Shangguan family and the Dong and Qin families have never gotten along. That guy is notorious for having a foul mouth. He just can't help but stir up trouble every time we meet. Besides, our region has always lacked geniuses, which is why we've been suppressed and unable to get ahead. So this time, all our hopes are pinned on you. Don't worry about the wager. I agreed to that on my own. If we lose, I'll pay all 3 portions, and if we win, my share will go to you, too," Qin Tiaojun happily added. "Heh, you can have my share as well." After walking a short distance, they reached their destination. Dong Tingshui told Lu Shang, "This is it. We can only escort you this far. Someone will be here shortly to explain the selection process rules to you." "Got it. Thank you, instructors." As the elevator door was about to close, Dong Tingshui stopped it. "Wait a second." She looked at him seriously and asked, "Lu Shang, are you actually confident about this selection? I mean, about the Qiming General Star title?" Lu Shang continued to pose, as if deep in thought. A little, but not much." Hearing this, Dong Tingshui let go of the elevator door, and the doors slid shut, leaving behind only the 2 instructors' lingering concerns. "Is that so? How much is not much?" The 2 instructors looked deeply worried, as if they felt there was no chance. But suddenly, Lu Shang smiled confidently and said, 99%. If I suddenly have my eligibility revoked right now, then obviously I won't be able to reach the top spot." Inside the conference room, as soon as someone walked in, everyone stood up and saluted. "Master Du, Master Du." He raised his hand to signal them. "Sit down." This old man was the 7-star Grandmaster, Major General Du Fei. He sat at the table and asked, "Have all the provincial genius representatives gathered?" Instructor Dong quickly reported, "They have all gathered. The beast-themed selection has also finished its inspection, and each candidate will enter their own designated trial path. The candidate who defeats all the assigned monsters and reaches the finish line first will be the winner. The monsters on each path include 3 level 2 monsters, 1 level 3 monster, and 1 level 4 monster. For the final, most crucial hurdle, they will face a quasi-level 5 monster, the golden-eyed demon ape." Everyone below was stunned upon hearing this. A quasi-level 5 monster, and it's a golden-eyed demon ape, the strongest fighter among beasts of the same level. Even for our school-level officers, it would take 2 of us to fight it. For a group of students who are only around 18 years old, isn't that difficulty level too high? Dong Tingshui explained, "This quasi-level 5 golden-eyed demon ape isn't meant for them to defeat alone. They will have to face it together. The Qiming General Star is a military leader. Facing a powerful enemy by gathering everyone's strength is the path to victory, and that includes their competitors." Du Fei spoke with a stern expression. "The Eastern Military Region guards the 2nd most important location in the entire Long Kingdom, and it is also the 2nd most dangerous front line. But for the past few years, we have consistently ranked last in the National Military Region competition. If we gather the strength of the top genius martial artists from the entire East, and we still can't stand up to one quasi-level 5 monster, then our Eastern region, no, the Long Kingdom has no future at all." His expression was grave, and his words were firm as iron. The group of instructors could only remain silent, unable to utter a word. Du Fei calmly said, "Begin. Let's see what kind of talent we have this time." "Yes, sir." A guy accelerated and started running very fast. He thought to himself, "This selection is the most special one in years. I am the hope of Haiqing Province. I have what it takes to become the Qiming General Star. It's me." No sooner had he finished speaking than he encountered a massive monster. The guy was startled and panicked. The monster lunged forward rapidly, and the guy was quickly crushed. He cursed bitterly. "Damn beast." The monster pinned him against the wall. He gritted his teeth and opened his eyes wide, using all his strength to block it. "Damn it. Who do you think you're messing with? I'm the strongest genius. Don't even think about it." Looking at the situation, it was clear this young man would have a hard time passing the trial. The monster had transformed and gained the upper hand. In the observation room, Major General Du Fei watched the screen and instructed, The Qiming General Star is humanity's brightest new star. The chosen one is the country's hope. Being merely outstanding isn't enough. The person we need must go beyond the ordinary. He asked the instructor in charge of safety to pay close attention. They are the future of the country. Don't let them get hurt. Zoom in on the screen for the star-rated candidates. Let's see how these geniuses among geniuses perform. Yes, sir. The Qing shifted to the genius representative from Dongzhe Province, Kong Qing, 17 years and 8 months old. She is an elemental control talent martial artist. Kong Qing possesses the electric elemental control talent, and her current control ability is at level 1. The second person is the genius representative from Jiangzhou Province, Jia Haoran. He is 18 years and 3 months old, a level 3 martial artist, and a mentalist talent martial artist. He has already passed the level 2 mentalist examination. Next, the third person is the genius representative from Shilin Province, Xingji. His physique is packed with bulging muscles, 18 years and 9 months old, a level 4 martial artist who can easily fight monsters. After finishing them off, he even flashed a confident smile. He is a defensive-type talent martial artist, currently at level 3 of his talent, and he is extremely confident in his defensive abilities. Even the monsters grew weary of attacking him, and with one punch, he made them explode. Yu Fei watched and offered praise. Not bad, truly impressive. These young ones have real talent. To face a grade 2 exotic beast with such ease, and even one-shot a grade 3, this kind of natural talent stands out in any recruitment round. It seems like… Wait, the old general was cut off as he zoomed into the screen. He let out a surprised gasp. Flame elemental control? That's not bad either. Why wasn't he mentioned? Shangguan Ling, hearing Yu Fei's praise, quickly stood up to report, General, Zhao Li only awakened his ability recently, so we didn't have time to update his file. My apologies. Yu Fei waved it off. It's fine. Results speak for themselves. You've done well. You've cultivated a real gem. Thank you, General. It's only my duty. As he sat down, the other instructors started whispering. Deliberately hiding his strength just to get a higher rating later? Everyone knows those tricks, just showing off. Another instructor started murmuring something. General Yu Fei watched on, very satisfied. Good. Very good. To break through to the first stage so quickly, he must be about to… wait. He was cut off again, startled by something he saw. Huh? What is this? This route? This progress? What the hell is this? General Yu Fei's voice boomed again. What's going on in this sector? Why aren't there any red dots for exotic beasts? Turn on the camera, now. Dong Tingshui quickly obeyed. The camera feed came up, showing the exotic beasts already wiped out on the ground. Yu Fei was stunned. It's only been 3 minutes. Not only did he kill all the beasts, but he's faster than those 4 elites, he shouted urgently. The monitoring room quickly replied, Sir, we know who this is. Dong Tingshui said, stunned. This is Lu Shang's designated trial path. A portrait of our guy, Lu Shang, appeared on the screen. Rewinding 3 minutes ago, Lu Shang was stepping into the combat zone. The young man had good luck. As soon as he entered, he encountered a giant exotic beast. Its eyes and nose emitted a blue glow, and drool dripped from its jaws. The beast, hungry for flesh, saw Lu Shang and charged like a madman. Lu Shang stood there calmly, observing. In this battle, it was unclear who would end up as whose dinner. Lu Shang looked determined, clenched his fist, and wore a super confident smile. I've tasted your kind before, and it was actually pretty good. He threw a massive punch at it. A huge wave of energy poured out from Lu Shang's strike. The punch shook the entire area. Just like that, the beast was blown to bits, its body fragments scattered all over the floor. The young man scoffed. Weak. Just then, 2 more were crawling out from the door, ready to pounce. Seeing their companion smashed to pieces, the other 2 went into a rage and charged to get revenge. One had barely gotten close when Lu Shang grabbed it with one hand and squeezed hard. It shrieked in pain. The other one got a punch from above that flattened it instantly. Interesting. Lu Shang easily took down the beasts in a heartbeat. Now, he could feel the power surging through his body. This ability was similar to the Mastery Realm in martial arts, but a level higher and more comprehensive. The Mastery Realm condensed power, focused on explosive strikes, and exploited weaknesses, like reaching a state of omniscience. Suddenly, an ominous force appeared from the wild boar's feet. He knew everything. A 3-eyed fox darted toward Lu Shang's back, but he remained completely calm, sensing everything. Nothing was impossible for him. Lu Shang flicked a tiny pebble from under his heel, and it sent the beast flying. This was the perfect martial way. General Yu Fei, watching through the camera, felt this was too bizarre. Why is this contestant so fast? He's already reached the final gate. The other instructors agreed and discussed it. Exactly. He looks perfectly average, nothing stands out, yet his punch is so powerful. Every beast goes down in one hit. He never even needs a second one. Curious about Lu Shang, Yu Fei asked, "Is there a file? Read it." Dong Tingshui picked up the file and read. Representing the genius from Dongning Province. Lu Shang, 18 years old, grade 3 martial artist, strength type, innate talent. At this point, Shangguan Ling looked bewildered and worried, wondering if he had hidden his power too. The others were buzzing. There's really no highlight to his profile at all. He didn't show any special abilities during the fight either. His physical stats seemed stronger than a normal grade 3, but not quite a grade 4. Hearing these whispers, General Yu Fei spoke up. "Can't you all see it? This boy has definitely mastered at least 4 martial arts to the perfect realm or higher. His footwork and fist techniques have both reached the subtle realm, which is why his combat power is so exceptional." The instructors looked tense. 4 or 5 perfect realm skills, including 2 at the subtle realm, and he's only 18. Even if he started training in the womb, you couldn't achieve this, could you? Yu Fei crossed his arms, looking satisfied. "It's been a long time since I've seen a martial arts genius this pure. You only saw many like this during the 1st century after martial arts first appeared. But now, suddenly, he was distracted by something unexpected. His eyes and mouth went wide, and he let out a sharp A beast was clinging to the wall behind Lu Shang, its whole body trembling as if preparing to attack. Lu Shang seemed to sense the lurking danger. The very next second, the beast's clones lunged forward with blinding speed. They had surrounded our Lu Shang. All at once, the beast's clones swarmed in, intending to tear him apart. But it wasn't going to be that easy. Suddenly, a blue energy vortex swirled around Lu Shang. This was the perfect martial way, perception. He continued to sense it. It seemed the potential of the perfect martial way was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Then, he grabbed one of the beasts by the neck and, with a playful grin, snatched another exotic beast and leaped high into the air. As he prepared to land, Lu Shang slammed the beast down with brutal force. It was absolutely peak performance. After dealing with it, Lu Shang calmly walked away. The exotic beast lay on the ground, twitching uncontrollably. The old General Du Fei couldn't believe his eyes. He stood up and stammered, "A level 4 Tehron leopard, just like that." Finally, General Du Fei realized he was wrong. This kid's martial arts style isn't at the subtle realm, it's at the mastery realm. Qin Tiaojun stroked his chin with an amused smile and said, "So that's what he meant by 99%. No wonder he was so confident." Haha. The instructor, Shangguan Ling, who was sitting nearby, broke out in a cold sweat thinking about their bet from the other day. He gritted his teeth in pure frustration. Qin Tiaojun mockingly gave him the middle finger, thinking, "What are you staring at, you foul-mouthed idiot?" At this moment, Lu Shang walked along, lost in thought. The beast he just defeated was the last one on the trail. This trial was more than enough to test the limits of his first state of the perfect martial way. Standing before the door, Lu Shang felt he could sense a powerful beastly aura on the other side. Entering the next stage, he found a golden ape trapped in an iron cage. Lu Shang started warming up, asking with interest, "Is it you? Since the warm-up is over, I won't hold back anymore." The golden ape roared ferociously, looking terrifying, but it was also incredibly ugly. Lu Shang raised his fist, looking cool as he shouted, "Tremble before me!" Before Lu Shang stood the massive, grade 5 golden ape. General Du Fei rested his chin on his hands, watching the camera feed tensely. Dong Tingshui, standing nearby, explained that the final boss hadn't been released yet. They were waiting for the other geniuses to arrive before breaking its chains. Internally, she thought, "Lu Shang, you've really given me too many surprises. I knew you were strong, but I never expected this. A star general, that dream I thought was unreachable, is becoming reality through you." 2 male instructors chatted, saying that with Lu Shang's strength, once the other top-rated geniuses arrived, they would have enough people to kill the grade 5 beast. But the other argued, "No, I don't think they'll need that much help. He only needs 1 or 2 people to support him, and he'd have a shot at killing it. The total score would be based on how deep they went and their contribution to killing the final boss." Lu Shang walked up to the cage. The instructors predicted he was likely the star of this competition. Suddenly, the instructors were shocked, staring in disbelief, breaking out in a cold sweat. Lu Shang had smashed open the iron cage, catching even the ape off guard. The beast stood up, growling as if it had something to say. Next to the giant beast, Lu Shang looked tiny, but that didn't dampen his fighting spirit. He gestured for it to come at him. Come on, let's see the difference between a grade 5 beast and a grade 5 martial artist. Hurry up, don't let others interrupt our fight. The instructors were stunned. What? Is he planning to challenge the golden ape all by himself? Is he crazy? This isn't confidence, it's arrogance. But another instructor countered, wait, don't forget his past feats, his footwork and perfect level martial arts. The golden ape's strength is its brute force. As long as he avoids a direct frontal clash, he might have a chance. Just then, the giant ape broke free from its chains. It roared, its eyes rolling back as it went berserk. It shattered the remaining chains and shrieked, revealing long, sharp fangs. Lu Shang began channeling his energy, preparing for the clash. Boom! An explosive sound erupted as they traded a massive punch. The instructors gasped in disbelief. What? He's taking it head-on? Lu Shang's hand is so small compared to the ape's. The young man was holding his own against the giant fist. The ground cracked beneath them. Lu Shang braced himself with one hand and held a defensive stance with the other. The ape prepared its second attack. Instructor Shangguan Ling sneered, "What an arrogant, foolish brat. Taking a direct punch from that ape means he's got 10 lives to spare." Dong Tingshui called out in worry. Lu Shang, below, amidst the dust, the ape swung its second giant fist down. Lu Shang met the force head-on. Lu Shang countered with a punch of his own. Another massive explosion echoed, kicking up even more dust. Seeing the ape stumble back, General Du Feiyi exclaimed, "Not bad, kid." Fire began to roar around them. Lu Shang looked at the beast with interest. "Not bad. You took my strike, boosted tenfold, and you're still alive? You're qualified to be my dinner." Shangguan Ling stood there with his jaw dropped. A sea of flames erupted around Lu Shang. He looked coldly at the beast and raised his fist. "Rest in peace. 10 suns in the sky." He threw the punch, a blinding light filling the screen. Du Feiyi watched intently, eyes locked on the monitor. Dong Tingshui watched in nervous anticipation. The golden ape screamed in pain as Lu Shang unleashed everything he had. The ape was sent flying, engulfed in flames. Du Feiyi couldn't believe it. Looking at Lu Shang's posture, he realized, this is the will of a master. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table, laughing. "Ha, good, very good. In all my years, I never thought I'd see someone not even 20 years old condense the will of a master. The path to grade 7 is open. It won't be long before the East produces another master." General Du Feiyi said with satisfaction. "A teenage master? Is Lu Shang even stronger than me now?" Qin Tiaojun sighed in relief below. "You little brat. You really scared me." After finishing the ape, Lu Shang breathed out. "No more beast aura. Guess that was the final stage. Is it over already? A bit boring." Suddenly, a bold thought crossed his mind. If it's boring, I can make it fun myself." He sat down on the ground. Du Feiyi asked, confused, what is Lu Shang doing? He killed the boss alone. Why isn't he leaving?" Then, the general realized what was happening and chuckled. I get it. Leave him be. As long as he's not hurting anyone, let him play however he wants." The instructors were stunned. The scope of this talent selection had reached the entire eastern region, yet it seemed none of it mattered to General Du Feiyi anymore. The only person he cared about now was Lu Shang. Who cares about the others anymore? I get it now. Just leave him be. As long as he doesn't threaten anyone's life, let him play however he wants. The instructors below were also buzzing with excitement. Good God! The scale of this genius selection has reached the entire Eastern District. But in Master Du's eyes, none of that mattered. The only person he cared about now was that Lu Shang kid. "What do you mean? You're not going to kill everyone. So, you mean it's no big deal to kill a person or two? I haven't even dared to think that far." The final training results. Lu Shang, level 3 martial artist, level 3 spiritual telepath. Lu Shang sat there, thinking to himself that the Dawn General star selection was officially over. Now, it was time for Lu Shang to have some fun. While Lu Shang waited calmly, the other candidates were finishing the previous stages to reach the final arena. After taking down the golden-scaled cheetah, the young man, Xingji, was aching all over. He grimaced, thinking that the level 4 beast, the golden-scaled cheetah, was truly powerful. His expression showed he considered this a tough challenge. Even with his protective energy shield, he couldn't block all the damage. If his guess was right, this meant he'd cleared the stage, right? Xingji pushed open the doors to the final arena. It was a massive, yet eerie, silent space. Not a sound from ahead. "Maybe I'm the first one here?" Suddenly, he looked up and was completely stunned. It was a golden-eyed demon ape. A mature demon ape is a hegemon among level 5 beasts. Right before him, the beast had a gaping hole in its chest. Sitting on its hand with his back turned was a young man. Xingji wondered, "Who is that?" Xingji started breaking into a cold sweat, feeling both anxious and alert. What kind of person could take down a level 5 hegemon with just one punch? Could it be him? Xingji approached very slowly and carefully, bowing cautiously to greet him. Hello, what's the situation here? Do I count as having passed the selection? Lu Shang, sitting on the demon ape's hand, only said, Wait. Xingji was startled and looked up, asking, Huh? At that exact moment, the other two doors opened as well. Kong Qing from Dongzhe province, with her elemental control talent, and the long-haired guy Jia Haoran from Jiangzhou province, with his mental talent, stepped inside. The two of them were incredibly confident. Kong Qing was nonchalantly blowing a bubble with her gum. Jia Haoran stood there with his hands in his pockets, looking cool as he asked, You're Xingzhi from Shilin province, right? I've met you before. Xingzhi turned to look at him. Jia Haoran pointed and asked, Is this the final point? And what's with that thing up there? Hearing this, Kong Qing took a closer look. She seemed to realize it was a leader-class level 5 golden-eyed demon ape. All three frowned in confusion. Xingji said it couldn't be. That corpse was likely just there to scare them. Otherwise, no one here could possibly have beaten a golden-eyed demon ape. Feeling that something was off, Jia Haoran immediately asked, Then why is he sitting on it? Xingji had a sudden realization and exclaimed, I get it now. He must be the final gatekeeper for our selection process. If we pass his test, we'll likely pass the stage. Xingji's words left Kong Qing and Jia Haoran bewildered. Huh? Xingji crossed his arms, putting on a confident, cocky face. You guys didn't see that coming, did you? Suddenly, Lu Shang stood up and said, You're very smart. Lu Shang had a radiant look on his face, his eyes glowing with a sinister blue light as he began his cunning scheme. I'll give you all 5 minutes to adjust your condition. In 5 minutes, challenge me. Kill me. Defeat me. Let me see what kind of talent the candidates for this Dawn General Star Wave really have. Xingji put his hands on his hips and laughed. Ha ha. I knew it. Jia Haoran pointed at him and agreed, saying it looked like they wouldn't need to deal with a beast for the final stage. Just this guy alone. Lu Shang stood tall on the demon ape's hand. He actually looked like he had some skills, boys. Seeing Lu Shang's slender, scholarly appearance, Kong Qing said, But look, he doesn't even have any martial aura. His strength can't be all that great. Hearing Kong Qing, Jia Haoran agreed. He couldn't sense any martial aura either. Were the people from the Eastern Military District looking down on them? The three young prodigies were very confident, and as for their stamina, 5 minutes was more than enough. Just then, Jia Haoran used his spiritual sense to feel something, and his expression turned serious. But my intuition tells me his strength is definitely not that simple. What exactly is going on here? Xingji countered again. Even if he is strong, how strong can he be? The three of us represent the top combat power of all those under 18 in the East. Why would we be afraid of just one guy? Lu Shang heard this and smiled smugly, thinking to himself that his acting skills were even better than Instructor Qin's. Meanwhile, through the surveillance cameras, the instructors gasped, This kid is something else. Is he planning to torment all the candidates at once? Old General Du Feiyi laughed heartily. Haha, this boy Lu Shang is interesting. Truly, very interesting. It looks like we're in for a good show. Suddenly, one of the instructors spoke up. General, I ask you to end the selection immediately. This can't go on. The other instructors raised their hands in agreement. I agree. I second that. This genius from Dongning province is showing strength far beyond the others. It's very likely he will cause irreparable physical and psychological trauma. Qin Tiaojun whistled, thinking to himself, Dongzhe province, Jiangzhou province, Shilin province, so those are the chief instructors behind them, huh? Haha, I'm starting to feel bad for their geniuses. Being defeated by Lu Shang's state like this is truly ridiculous. Dong Tingshui also thought, when the level 5 beast was introduced, no one complained this much. Now that it's Lu Shang, the reaction is even more intense. This is proof enough of how dangerous everyone here already perceives Lu Shang to be. After hearing their opinions, old General Du Feiyi maintained his position, saying, How about this? Tell the supervisors to be on high alert and be ready to protect them at any moment. Don't let Lu Shang kill them. Dong Tingshui immediately took the order and replied, Yes, sir. Shangguan Ling was completely drained of energy, falling backward, his eyes wide in disbelief at what he had just seen. Why is the kid Dong Tingshui brought along so strong? It's one thing to lose face and make a fool of myself. But now I'm about to lose 3 bottles of high-grade elixir. I'm done for, really done for. Back inside the final arena, Xingzi was fired up, warming up with total confidence. I'm good, back to 90% strength. Jia Haoran followed up, 90%. Kong Qing smirked, 80%. Handling him is more than enough. Even if that golden-eyed demon ape came back to life, I'd have the guts to fight it. Lu Shang's entire body began to radiate a mysterious blue energy. The young man pointed at the 3 remaining candidates and laughed excitedly. Not bad. Now, that's more like it. Everyone, come at me together. If you defeat me, you are the dawn general stars of this new wave. Xingji scoffed with disdain. Attack together? No need. I'm more than enough. As soon as he finished, he launched himself into the air. Kong Ting looked regretful. Damn it, he beat me to it again. Jia Haoran remained calm, saying, It's fine. If he wants to go first, let him. It's a perfect chance to gauge the strength of a border guard. But then again, looking at Xingji's muscular physique, Jia Haoran couldn't help but feel a bit of respect. That guy's strength is truly monstrous. He's probably the strongest out of the 3 of us. Xingji's body erupted in flames, his muscles bulging. He clenched his hardened fists and charged at full speed toward Lu Shang. He immediately activated his defensive talent, shouting, Iron Body. Huh. Seeing Xingji's overwhelming power, Kong Ting and Jia Haoran's eyes widened. This power, he's at the peak of level 4. At that same moment, Xingji was closing in like a rocket. Young Lu Shang stood calmly, observing him. Xingji's eyes were bloodshot, burning with the desperate determination to win. As Xingji lunged forward with everything he had, Lu Shang casually blocked him with just one finger. If you're so good, then beat me. To make matters worse, Lu Shang even let out a bored yawn, as if to say, Is that it? That was boring. Xingji was shocked that the border guard stopped him with a single finger. What? How is that possible? Instantly, Lu Shang flicked his finger and sent Xingji flying. He hit the ground with a bone-jarring thud. The 2 teammates were frozen in disbelief for several seconds. Dust clouds billowed where Xingji had landed, debris flying everywhere, obscuring his current state. Lu Shang looked at the remaining 2 and asked, Hey, are you 2 really not going to attack together? Young Lu Shang still stood atop the giant golden-eyed demon ape, waiting. Meanwhile, Xingji remained motionless in the rubble, still shrouded in dust. Even after Lu Shang's provocation, Kong Ting and Jia Haoran just stood there, paralyzed and afraid to charge. Both of them were intimidated by how easily Lu Shang had knocked out Xingji. Jia Haoran was horrified. He took him out in one hit. He looked so young, how can he have such terrifying power? As the 3 watched Lu Shang jump down from the demon ape, they instinctively recoiled, their faces pale, and breaking out in a cold sweat. Drawing on his own street smarts, Jia Haoran explained, I've heard that some martial artists are so ambitious when they're young that they abuse performance-enhancing drugs. It messes up their hormones, causing their bodies to stop developing early. So, even if they're 30 or 40 years old, they still look like they're in their 20s. This guy must be one of those types. Kong Ting nervously gasped. Wait, are you saying he looks 17 or 18, but he could be old enough to be our father? What is this? Eternal youth? The military is so devious. Are they doing this to catch us off guard? Jia Haoran frowned, tense. Exactly. This is a selection for the entire Eastern District. They'll use any trick in the book. But I honestly didn't expect the final trial to be this absurd. They even dug up a walking medicine cabinet. Seeing them just standing there without attacking, Lu Shang started losing patience. Are these 2 so dense that the beasts actually scrambled their brains? Lu Shang walked up to them and asked, Are you done talking? He smiled brightly. How about this? Let's change things up. What do you say? If either of you can make me take a single step back or block just one of my attacks, you pass. How about that? Kong Ting and Jia Haoran's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, Kong Ting snapped. Powerful blue energy surged around her. With her eyes glowing and teeth gritted, she shouted, Don't you dare look down on us. Jia Haoran gritted his teeth as well. A purple aura swirled around him, and sharp, needle-like spikes materialized in the air. Jia Haoran struck with his palm, and the volley of purple iron spikes shot toward Lu Shang. Seeing his opponent finally make a move, Lu Shang looked genuinely happy. That's more like it. Internally, Jia Haoran sneered at Lu Shang. Humph, you worm. No matter how strong you think you are, you'll regret looking down on a level 2 mentalist. Let's see you try to dodge these solid iron spikes. Lu Shang held his hand out, a surge of energy manifesting as a defensive shield. Jia Haoran's iron spikes were completely useless against him. Immediately after, all of Jia Haoran's spikes were under Lu Shang's control. He gathered them into a pile in front of him and launched them back toward Jia Haoran. Seeing this, Jia Haoran broke out in a cold sweat, staring blankly like an idiot. How is that possible? Then, he couldn't keep his footing and fell backward. The iron spikes he had poured all his energy into were caught by someone using their bare hands. Ignoring Jia Haoran's incoherent babbling, Lu Shang turned to Kong Ting with a gentle smile. You're next, Pikachu. Kong Ting, who had the power to discharge 10,000 volts, suddenly froze in her tracks. Next was her turn. Pikachu. No. Kong Tin seemed to have the ability to discharge 10,000 volts of powerful electricity. But suddenly, she had to stop. Her eyes widened in shock. What? Lu Shang had grabbed her wrist just like that? He looked at her and said, that's not the right way to do it, you know. You shouldn't lose focus during a fight. Didn't your chief instructor teach you that? Kong Tin dropped back down, feeling incredibly curious. She wondered to herself, how on earth did he manage to grab her directly? What kind of speed and reaction time was that? Lu Shang dropped a bombshell that left her stunned for a second. All right, now go ahead and shock me. She let out a confused, huh? Lu Shang grabbed Kong Tin with one hand while waving the other provocatively, saying, don't get it? Shock me. Use your 10,000 volts. If the output is enough to satisfy me, maybe I'll reconsider passing you. Kong Tin was fuming. She frowned, gritted her teeth, and shouted, I already told you, don't look down on me. With that, a massive surge of electricity erupted from Kong Tin. Lu Shang closed his eyes to feel it. Not bad. This is the one. He slowly absorbed the feeling, sensing the lightning energy running through his body, fully utilizing his natural breathing technique to make the power of the lightning his own. A huge explosion followed, and the shockwave blew everyone away. Lu Shang's voice rang out. Success. Hearing that, a totally bewildered Kong Tin asked, wait, what did I do? The lightning was still flickering on Lu Shang's body. Fourth special breathing technique. Thunder breathing. Lu Shang turned and walked toward Kong Tin, praising her. Not bad. Not bad. The young man reached out and patted her shoulder with satisfaction. Very good. You've passed the selection. Kong Tin's eyes went wide with confusion. Huh? What? What did he just say? She blushed, overjoyed. I actually passed? I passed the selection to become the Morningstar General. It's just me, I'm the only one. I'm so excited I could jump for joy. Wow. The strongest combat power among those under 18 in the entire East region. The title of top martial arts genius. Supreme honor. I really did it. She turned, beaming with joy, and saluted the young man, Lu Shang. Thank you, Instructor. Thank you for your recognition. Did you just call me Pikachu, Instructor? Then from now on, my nickname will be Pikachu. Lu Shang chuckled. No need to thank me. It's because you were outstanding that you earned my recognition. Keep working hard, Pikachu. Just then, Jia Haoran, the fake, stood there with his arms spread wide, confused. Huh? That's it? That's all it takes to pass? What kind of vague passing criteria is that? What the hell is going on? Xingjia also asked regretfully. Is it really over? Was all my hard work for nothing? Just as Lu Shang was about to leave, an instructor suddenly walked in. He spoke to Lu Shang. Had your fun, right? Lu Shang, from Dongning Province. The master says you should go get ready for the Morning Star General Commendation Ceremony. Seriously, how did a monster like you end up in this competition? Those three are just plain unlucky. Kong Qing, standing behind him, was stunned. Huh? What does that mean? What do you mean by him going to the Morning Star General Ceremony? Am I not the Morning Star General? Wasn't he just the final boss of the selection? Jia Haoran and Xing Ji naturally couldn't believe what they were hearing either. No way. Him? The instructor pointed at them and explained. You all misunderstood. He's just like you. A contestant in the selection. He just arrived 20 minutes earlier than you. He pointed to the golden-eyed demon ape. There was no final bosses to guard the gate. This thing here, this 5th-tier golden-eyed demon ape, he knocked it out in one punch. As for what happened earlier, well, he was just having a bit of fun. The three of them were completely stunned by one shock after another. Hearing this, Kong Qing looked like she was about to faint on the spot. The instructor panicked and shouted, Hey, someone from Dongzhe Province, where are the medics? Get over here and help her. Scene shift to Zhao Li, a subordinate of Instructor Shengguan Ling, who was the last one on the track. He was lunging at a beast. Haha, finally got you. After a long struggle with the beast, he finally caught it. Damn it. A 4th-tier alien beast is really tough. Zhao Li was a fire elemental controller, so flames quickly erupted. The beast shrieked as it was quickly roasted to a crisp. He even kicked the pile of charred remains to double-check. Immediately after, Zhao Li collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, sweating profusely. That was close. I almost got stuck in there. He was completely exhausted. Both his stamina and energy were drained. Suddenly, he smirked triumphantly. But so what? Wasn't this the first time he had successfully killed a 4th-tier beast? He ran a hand through his hair, held his head high, and acted arrogant. It's a 4th tier, not 3rd, not 2nd, but 4th. I can't even believe my own achievement is this brilliant. If everything goes as planned, the instructors are probably watching my feed from the cameras right now, and they must be completely blown away by my talent and strength. Right? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, an instructor jumped down from above and asked, Zhao Li from Dongyi province, right? Zhao Li, still unaware of what had happened, struck a cool pose, feeling smug. Oh, you startled me. Yes, that's me. The instructor glanced at his tablet and said, Stop moving forward. The selection is over. Pack up and get ready to leave with me. Zhao Li's results had already been uploaded. Hearing that, he excitedly replied, The selection is over? How did I do, instructor? He asked eagerly, gesturing to himself. Did I get first place? Am I the Morningstar General? The instructor asked a question that hit him like a bucket of ice water. Huh? What are you dreaming about? The Morningstar General was decided half an hour ago. Hearing the instructor's reply, Zhao Li stood there dumbfounded, unable to believe it. The instructor continued, This selection ran until now, mainly because the instructor meant to say it was just Lu Shang's little prank, but thought better of it. Never mind. It's pointless to explain it to you. You're outside the top 5. Hurry up and go. Zhao Li felt like he was falling into an abyss. What? What are you talking about? I'm outside the top 5? That's impossible. I'm Zhao Li, he roared in frustration. Zhao Li, who had killed a 4th-tier beast all by himself. Watching him go crazy, the instructor just sighed, not knowing what to say. On the screen was the image of Kong Qing. The veteran general Yu Feiyu said to Dong Ting, Put the little girl from Dongzhe province on the list for the blood essence pool. He shook his head, sighing, That kid. She didn't have it easy. Kong Qing's instructor immediately stood up to thank Yu Feiyue. Thank you, master. He was overjoyed inside. Only those in the top 3 were eligible to enter the blood essence pool. Lu Shang was absolutely deserving of first place. Xing Ji in second place was also correct, but third place was a toss-up between Jia Haoran and Kong Qing. But after all, she was a psychokinetic, which is rarer and harder to master. He was delighted and satisfied. He never expected to receive these results. Kong Qing, the price you paid was worth it. Keep it up. Scene shifts to the young man, Lu Shang. He walked into a room, thinking to himself, after leaving the selection tunnel, They brought me back here to get some rest. I thought I'd be getting my rewards right away. On the table were 4 cans that looked like soda, but they weren't carbonated drinks, they were recovery potions. Lu Shang walked over, picked up a can with a head icon on it, and turned it over, pondering. I guess these are recovery potions prepared for me. Do the pharmaceuticals of this era even work for me? He doubted they had any effect, but he still popped the lid and finished a can in one gulp. These are pretty much like high-end functional energy drinks. All they do is clear the head, pretty useless. Lu Shang opened the next can. He waved his hand, showing annoyance at the smell. The recovery process is going to take even longer now. These don't compare to the medicine I brew myself at all. Then, whether it was the effects of the potion or not, he quickly lay down on the bed, thinking, I wonder how the spirit-nourishing soup that Hatutu is making is coming along. I haven't been in touch with her for a long time. Let me try practicing the technique again. Lu Shang quickly felt electrical currents coursing through his body. Checking his hands, he realized that this lightning breath combined the strengths of both fire and wind faster and more explosive, though it hadn't yet reached its absolute limit. All in all, it was an incredibly potent, well-balanced breathing technique. Lu Shang sighed and wondered to himself, Wait, am I pushing myself too hard? My peers, like Zhou Xingqi and Liu Qiming, are still living like normal students, still spending their time gaming or dozing off in class. At that thought, he felt a wave of internal conflict. Isn't that how everyone else lives? What does the development of the world 10,000 years from now have to do with me anyway? I'll be long dead by then, probably without even leaving any descendants. Who knows if I'll even live a full life? If I could just live out my days in peace and comfort, wouldn't that be enough? Suddenly, he clenched his fist. What about his resolve? If I've seen what I've seen with my own eyes, how can I pretend it doesn't exist? If I've already made my choice, how can I just give up so easily? This isn't just about the people 10,000 years from now. It's about me. Lu Shang stared at his fist, determined to give it his all. Even if it costs me everything, I have to do this. Not everyone gets to see what I've seen, go where I've gone, and burn with this kind of passion. After a long moment of contemplation, he felt a sense of clarity. Clutching his chest, he realized this was his path. It was time to stop feeling sorry for himself and get back to work. Lu Shang quickly pulled up the system to look up his historical records. The screen displayed. Name: Lu Shang. Gender: male. Lifespan: Martial Arts University in June of year 297. Martial arts cultivation in August of year 432. Current rank. Grade 7. Martial artist. The history log continued. At 18, he became a grade 2 martial artist, shaking Baihei City to its core. Afterward, under the recommendation of the Baihei Martial Arts Association, he joined the Dongning Province Talent Training Camp and took first place. That same year, he participated in the Kaiming General Star Selection and earned the title. Lu Shang read and pondered as he went. His personal profile hadn't changed much from last time, except that his background was polished to look a bit brighter. His strength remained capped at the grade 7 Grandmaster level. His evaluation was even higher than before, reaching a height of 3.5 stars. Maybe this had to do with his decision to join the Eastern Military Region, but he also died 20 years earlier than before because he fought a massive exotic beast. If he survived, could he have broken through to a grade 8 Grandmaster? When he got to the family status section, something felt off. His eyes widened in absolute shock as he looked at the spouse field. There it was, a wedding photo of him and his wife. What the hell? Instructor Dong Tingshui? Are you kidding me? Lu Shang was bewildered. No way. Dong Tingshui was nearly 30 years old, wasn't she? Well, people in the martial arts world stayed young-looking due to their training. But still, in the photo, there was quite a unique scene. Dong Tingshui was actually carrying Lu Shang in her arms. He couldn't wrap his head around it. How could he possibly end up married to her? Wasn't that a classic case of an older woman and a younger man? It was absurd. Then, another eye-popping photo followed. Lu Shang broke out into a cold sweat. Wait, this isn't right. Thinking about it, after joining the Eastern Military Region and becoming a Kaiming General Star, he would inevitably be around her all the time. In Lu Shang's imagination, Instructor Dong Tingshui must have been nursing a secret crush on him the whole time. He shivered. If you added their past dynamic to the feelings that would inevitably develop, it actually seemed possible. If Instructor Dong Tingshui really became his wife, he wouldn't be able to look her in the face ever again. As if on cue somewhere else, Dong Tingshui started sneezing uncontrollably. On his way, Lu Shang stumbled along, acting stiff and awkward, thinking, no, I need to find someone to blow off some steam. He looked ahead, his face freezing up, then quickly tried to calm himself. Stay calm, stay calm. The female martial god is in the other direction. Meanwhile, the crowd was gathering to receive their awards. Du Fei and the instructors were ready with the prizes. Naturally, our main character, Lu Shang, couldn't be absent. The atmosphere was incredibly lively. The veteran General Du Fei saw Lu Shang arrive and said, since everyone is here, let's begin. Lu Shang, come up here. A solid 999 carat gold badge was pinned to Lu Shang's chest by General Du Fei himself. The young man looked sharp and composed. After pinning the badge, the general said, this material is identical to a Grandmaster's badge, just a different design. I hope that one day, you'll be wearing the real thing. Lu Shang looked the general in the eye and responded firmly. He then cupped his hands in front of his chest with total confidence. That day won't be far off. Du Fei laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, good, I'll be waiting for that day. Instructor Qin Tiaojun heard this and thought to himself, Lu Shang has some nerve saying that to Du Fei. But it didn't come off as arrogant, more like he was stating a simple fact. Dong Tingshui thought to herself. The Eastern Military Region sees a Kaiming General Star every year, but Lu Shang is the first one to be treated with this much respect by General Du. Then, the announcement came. The top 10 contestants would each receive a bottle of exotic blood. The top 10 were thrilled to receive such a rare prize. General Du Fei pointed and said, Lu Shang and the top 4, come with me. Everyone else, dismissed. Xing Ji was ecstatic. It was time they were headed to the exotic blood pool. Kong Xing was just as excited. The rewards for this Kaiming General Star selection are the richest ever. Jia Haoran cheered. Usually, only the top 3 could enter the exotic blood pool, but because of Lu Shang and Yao Yue, General Du had made a special exception for them. This is amazing. Zhao Li, standing below, was tearing up in frustration. The exotic blood pool. I only got a tiny portion of the blood. Damn it, my instructor is so strict, I bet they'll take the rest to pay off my debts. That guy has such an amazing instructor. It's not fair. A moment later, arriving at the entrance of the exotic blood pool, General Du Fei asked the guard, are you ready? The guard immediately replied, everything is prepared, General. You may enter at any time. Everyone, come on in. Damn it, my instructor is so strict. People who lose usually have to pay up 3 portions of beast blood. Who knows, I might have even lost that too. This guy really has a top-tier mentor. A while later, at the entrance to the Beast Blood Lake, General Du Fei Duok asked the guard, are you ready? The guard replied immediately, Everything is ready. We can enter at any time. Everyone, come on in. As they stepped inside, the group saw a massive, ominous beast head looming above, making them break into a cold sweat. The old general walked a bit further and stopped. This is it. He walked over to the 3 pods containing the alien blood and commanded, "You 3, get undressed and prepare to enter the cultivation pods." Jia Haoran and Xingji were thrilled, as if they'd hit the jackpot, and quickly answered, "Yes, sir." Kong Qing, however, was a bit startled. "What? Right here? Take it all off?" But she quickly stripped down, tempted by the massive reward. Wow, this is level 5 alien blood. Kong Qing was down to her innerwear, revealing her hot physique. She didn't seem to care about anything anymore, losing all sense of shyness as she exclaimed, "I get the whole pod to myself? This is way more powerful than that other alien blood." Shortly after, she climbed into the alien blood pod. Beside them, the old general said to the young man, Lu Shang, come with me. I'm taking you to the alien marrow pool." General Du Feiyi and Dongting Shui led him to the alien marrow pool. Lu Shang stepped inside, looking around warily, and then asked, "This is the alien marrow? Why is it only half full? I thought it would be overflowing." "You're a general. You can't be this stingy, right?" His future wife replied. "Only half? Do you even know how much this much marrow costs? That's over 1.5 billion, and that's just the cost price. If it were sold, it would be at least 10 times that." Lu Sheng was stunned and asked back, 1.5 billion? I see. So, what if this isn't enough for me to absorb? Can I get a refill? Dongting Shu laughed at, "Absorb all of this first, then we'll see. No one has ever been able to absorb this much before." With that, she turned to leave and added, "Hurry up and get in. Absorbing this alien marrow isn't as simple as it looks." Lu Shang replied, "All right, let's do this." The young man quickly stepped into the marrow pool, revealing his strong, muscular physique. His future wife, also known as the heavy-duty aircraft Dong Ting Shui, hit the start button, thinking to herself, "This kid is seriously ripped. He really has been training hard." Meanwhile, the young man was absorbing the marrow inside the pool. He felt like he had fallen into another dimension. The marrow was pulsing with incredible power. Lu Shang gritted his teeth. Ugh, this is the alien marrow? The power is so intense, it feels like a living creature is crawling into my body. So that's how it is. No wonder they say you can't absorb it all. The physical strain is insane. Good, bring it on. I can handle all of this alone. At that moment, his eyes turned a glowing blue-white, determined to conquer even the strength of a beast. A powerful blue dragon aura manifested around Lu Sheng. The scene shifted back to the alien blood pods where Kong Qing, Jia Haoran, and Xing Zhi were. Jia Haoran was straining to absorb it. A moment later, he exhaled heavily. So this is level 5 alien blood? Looking at the display on the pod, the instructor noted that the absorption rate was impressive. He had nearly drained an entire pod. Not bad for a level 2 spiritual master. Jia Haoran wiped his hair with a towel, gripping his hand tightly, teeth gritted. This alien blood really makes me feel so powerful. It's just a shame I can't absorb any more for now. What about the others? The instructor asked. Well, they haven't come out yet. You're the first. But don't get discouraged. Your strength relies on your spiritual power. Your martial arts talent is just a bit weaker. You and they are on different paths. That comment left him feeling numb, but he forced a smile and replied, "Ha, I guess you're right." The pod for Kong Qing opened. She was soaked in sweat, gasping for air. Then she looked at her palms, feeling incredible. This is amazing. I absorbed all the alien blood. I can feel myself about to break through to level 4, and my talent has leveled up too. That's wonderful. The instructor looked on with envy. Absorbing a whole pod of alien blood. Her talent really is top tier. Next, Xingji came out. He sat up and sighed. Very good. His whole body was radiating heat, and he said with a satisfied look, "This alien blood is truly a treasure. If I push just a little more, I can break through directly to level 5. The instructor laughed and praised him. "Haha, you really are a true genius. Only 1 year, and you've already gone from level 4 to level 5. Back in my day, it took me nearly a year just to break through. Truly, the younger generation is more talented than their predecessors. Your gear is ready. Go change and head back." Suddenly, Jia Haoran ran over, pointing at Xingji and asking, "Xingji, you didn't even finish your alien blood pod, yet you're already about to break through?" Hearing this, Xingji didn't bother to answer and just walked away. The instructor replied to Jia Haoran, "He already finished 1 whole pod. This was his second one." Jia Haoran was horrified. 2 pods? His eyes widened, his jaw dropped. That means in the same amount of time, he absorbed 2/3 more than us. Jia Haoran sighed. Huh, I was already inferior to Xingzhe, and now the gap is probably even wider. Kong Qing, standing nearby, scoffed at Jia Haoran, saying that talent isn't just about effort, there's always a gap between geniuses. While Jia Haoran and Kong Qing were envying him, Xingzhe suddenly jumped in shock at what he saw. Looking at the feed from the alien marrow pool, he exclaimed in horror, "What? How is this possible? What the hell is the amount of marrow he's absorbing? This is truly unbelievable." While everyone else had finished absorbing their alien blood, Lu Shang was still absorbing the marrow in his room. Everyone was watching intently, ready to intervene if any situation arose. Du Feiyi asked, "How is it? Is it still going smoothly?" Hearing him ask, Dong Tingshui replied, "Very smoothly, but the marrow consumption is a bit fast, it's already at 14%. Seeing Lu Shang's impressive absorption rate, Du Feiyi said, "Although his performance is better than his peers, he's still just a kid. Quickly, pour all the remaining reserved marrow in. We must aim for the best possible results." Suddenly, the marrow pod beeped. The technician panicked and reported, "It's not good, it's not good. Something big is happening." The reserved marrow had already been drained completely. What was currently in the pod was the very last of it. The level in the marrow pod was dropping rapidly, and General Du Feiyi was stunned. "What? Even when I broke through to Grandmaster, I only absorbed half a pod." The old general immediately pointed and ordered, "Hurry, go find more in the warehouse and bring it here." Dong Tingshui replied, "Yes, sir." She sent people to fetch more marrow from the warehouse. Du Feiyi moved closer to the pod, watching Lu Shang through the glass, and thought to himself, "I want to see just how much of a surprise this kid can give me." Very quickly, the mutant marrow was added to the tank. Inside, the young man was still continuously absorbing the marrow. A golden aura quickly enveloped Lu Shang's entire body. He took the opportunity to practice the everlasting golden body technique while absorbing the mutant marrow. Inside the marrow chamber, golden light radiated in all directions. The marrow level dropped rapidly. Naturally, as long as he didn't stop absorbing, the marrow was continuously replenished. Large drums of mutant marrow were poured into the storage tank one after another. Inside the chamber, the marrow kept depleting. And of course, it was all quickly absorbed by Lu Shang. Everyone was terrified as the marrow level plummeted uncontrollably. It was gone the moment it was poured in. One operator reported, "Commander, should we continue?" Du Feiyi's expression was resolute and firm. "Keep feeding the kid. Let him eat to his heart's content. I don't believe he can soak up all the marrow reserves of this entire military region. Pour it all into the tank for me." Huge, massive barrels of mutant marrow were continuously dumped into the tank. It's unbelievable. The terrifying energy this mutant marrow provides is finally helping me complete the everlasting golden body stage. And this is only level 4 marrow, it's already this insane. If it were level 5, 6, or even 7, it's unimaginable. The operator asked again, Should we keep going?" General Du Feiyi slumped to the ground in disbelief. His blood pressure must have been skyrocketing. His hands were trembling, but he remained firm in his decision. "More! Keep pouring until he stops absorbing. Damn it. If this brat doesn't join my Eastern military region later, I'm going to skin him alive. A single container costs 1 billion, and I've already burned through 10 billion, and that's at cost price, mind you." Inside the chamber, Lu Shang clearly felt the changes in his body. He felt as if volcanoes were erupting within him. His blood felt like boiling lava, and his bones were saturated with a golden, blindingly brilliant color. This was his inner energy. He had officially surpassed level 3 and entered the level 4 warrior rank. Lu Shang looked at his hands with delight. The process of leveling up from a level 3 to a level 4 warrior was completely different from everyone else's. While others just wait for their inner energy to manifest. Not only did I develop mine, but I also successfully tempered the first stage of the everlasting golden body. This physique represents a massive breakthrough. My overall combat power has undergone a terrifying improvement like never before. The golden light shone so brightly that the protective glass of the chamber cracked. The operators in the marrow zone were terrified to the core. Du Feiyi was stunned. Lu Shang actually absorbed all the level 4 marrow. The entire military region's reserves aren't enough for him alone. General Du Feiyi watched the scene with high expectations. My God, there's a black hole hidden inside this kid. What kind of monster is he exactly? His future wife, Dong Tingshui, was speechless, her cheeks flushing red uncontrollably. Inside the chamber, a thick mist had formed. Suddenly, Lu Shang sat up. A golden light blinded the whole room. He quickly put on his clothes, feeling like he had grown taller. Kong Qing, Xing Ji, and Jia Haoran stood outside, trembling in disbelief. Xing Ji gritted his teeth. Why? Why is he so strong that I don't even have hope of catching up? No, I should say. He's so strong I couldn't even imagine it. Why? If even Xing Ji couldn't fathom it, what did that make Kong Qing and Jia Haoran? Both were slumped and speechless. Seeing this, Dongting Shui could only sigh. Lu Shang, you're stronger than me now. In less than 2 short months. It's truly shocking. Suddenly, General Du Fei shouted, Lu Shang. The young man was completely confused. Du Fei's voice boomed again. Take this, kid. The older the ginger, the spicier it gets. The general's strength was no joke. Waves of blue energy radiated from his body. Dongting Shui screamed in worry. Commander. Lu Shang looked extremely confident, his entire body radiating heat. He quickly clenched his fists and took a defensive stance, flames erupting intensely. Du Fei was deeply satisfied. Good, kid. You've got some of that man's spirit from back in the day. The two moves collided with a deafening boom. The operators in the marrow room scrambled away. A powerful shockwave rippled out. Xing Ji was stunned. Whoa. Is this a clash between 2 grandmasters? Lu Shang was pushed back, sliding a long distance, stumbling. Then he looked up and said, Commander Du, the force you used was a bit too much. I only just broke through to level 4. Du Fei landed on the ground, confused. Level 4? Ha ha ha. Golden bones, jade-like flesh, a grandmaster's aura. Your combat power is at least 500,000. Brat. And you say you just leveled up to 4? Lu Shang shrugged, answering, but I really am, level 4. Suddenly, Du Fei lost his patience and exploded. I don't care if you're level 4 or not. You absorbed 15 billion worth of my marrow. Hitting you with one punch was me being gentle. Want to see what it's like to take another one? The marrow room was a complete mess. Lu Shang wiped sweat from his brow. Qin Tiaojun. Seeing Lu Shang block a punch from the commander, he held his head, eyes, and mouth wide open. Are you kidding me? Commander Du is a genuine level 7 grandmaster. A direct punch from him has at least 1 million in combat power, and Lu Shang blocked it and completely nullified it? Kong Qing, Jia Haoran, and Xing Ji were all sweating buckets. Kong Qing's eyes went blank. All 3 were gaping in disbelief. Lu Shang walked out, looking cool and composed. Jia Haoran was trembling uncontrollably, pointing a finger, laughing hysterically. Ha ha ha. We're actually competing against a guy like this? Never heard of any Star of the Dawn rank candidate this terrifying before. Kong Qing was terrified, feeling like his soul had left his body. Dong Tingshu glanced over, watching Lu Shang while listening to Instructor Qin. This kid, Lu Shang, is stronger than me now. And he's only 18. He hasn't even taken the final exam yet. Suddenly, Qin Tiaojun's eyes went wide. He jumped and blurted out, Wait, the final exam. Dong Tingshui thought for a moment, then spoke with a satisfied, confident gaze. The champion of this year's final exam is definitely Lu Shang. Xing Ji still had a lingering burden in his heart. Even though I knew I wasn't as strong as him, I really didn't think the gap would be this massive. With a combat power of 500,000, he's already packing the punch of a peak level 6 martial artist, while only at level 4. What happens when he hits level 5? Level 6? His combat power will probably blast past the 1,000,000 mark. Forget being a grandmaster, he's already beyond that, and he's even mastered the will of the grandmaster. His path to becoming a grandmaster is already paved. Just thinking about it, our Lu Shang is truly a monster. Xing Qi slumped down and wondered, even the amount of monster marrow he absorbed is exponentially higher than mine. Is the gap between us really that wide? Nearby, Lu Shang felt a bit awkward around General Du Fei. He scratched his head and said, did I really absorb 1.5 billion units of monster marrow? Yes. Haha, General Du, you're too generous. Hey. Du Fei returned with a serious look and replied, all right, no need to thank me. Just make sure when you hit the battlefield, you kill plenty of monsters. Don't go wasting the Eastern Military District's marrow supply, you hear? Lu Shang displayed his resolve with full confidence. That goes without saying. Heading to the front lines to slay the enemy is the duty of every martial artist, especially since I've consumed so many resources, I have to contribute even more strength. Du Fei smiled, clearly satisfied. Haha, your sense of duty reminds me quite a bit of Yuan Shi. He turned his back and laughed. Haha, by the time we meet again, I bet you'll already be a grandmaster. I'm looking forward to that day. Haha. His future wife, Dong Tingshui, walked over to Lu Shang and said, Lu Shang, the Qiming General Star competition is officially over now. You can focus all your energy on the national exams now. she asked with concern. Have you thought about which university you want to apply to? He asked. Does Instructor Dong have any good recommendations? Hearing this, Lu Shang seemed not to grasp Dong Tingshui's meaning. She gave him her advice. With his current strength, he could choose any top martial arts university in the Long Nation. But in our eastern region, the best one is Dongning Martial Arts University. Since you're from Dongning Province, you'll receive massive advantages and benefits in every aspect once you enroll there. The young man rested his chin on his hand, eyes wide as he pondered. Dongning Martial Arts University. That's your alma mater, right, Instructor Dong? Dong Tingshui continued. If this were a month ago, I definitely would have told you to go to Dongning. Dong Tingshui held up a finger, looking extremely confident. But right now, I recommend you go to the capital, because the capital is home to the 7 sacred martial universities, the very cradle of the Long Nation's martial arts, a place of immense growth. The absolute peak talents of the whole nation gather there. It's a true land of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Dong Tingshui even used body language to emphasize her point. If you can break the record at the sacred Martial Tower, you might even earn the attention of a Martial Saint. Once you enter the Martial Saint's tutelage, you'll have a great chance of breaking through to the level 8 Grandmaster realm. Lu Shang, hearing this, became incredibly curious and exclaimed, Martial Saint? Dong Tingshui glanced at Lu Shang and frowned. She continued, Martial Saints are the absolute peak of this world. They possess combat power that defies imagination, and they hold absolute authority. They even stand above the power of the military and the state. She explained to him, currently, the Long Nation only has 3 level 9 Martial Saints, the Extreme Dao Martial Saint Zhaoji, the Clear Jade Martial Saint Tan Zhongyu, and the Dark Star Martial Saint Lin Zhengye. Lu Shang broke into a cold sweat as he thought about it. The Tinder system told him the highest level in this world is level 9, which means the Martial Saints are the absolute top of the food chain. Dong Tingshui added, So, I can't decide for you, because I can feel it. Looking at Lu Shang, she said with high expectations, Your future could go further than anyone else's. You might not even lose to a Martial Saint. Hearing this, Lu Shang was drenched in cold sweat. He never expected Dong Tingshui to think so highly of him. His eyes turned sharp. Level 9 Martial Saint. I have 3 level 11 top-tier cultivation techniques. Surely, in the future, I can surpass the title of Martial Sant itself. Qin Tiaojun, standing nearby, overheard their conversation and thought, those expectations are a bit high, aren't they? Lu Shang is only level 4 and he's already talking about not losing to a level 9 Martial Saint? But he quickly dismissed his own doubt. No, maybe my own vision is just too limited. The talent he possesses is something I'm hearing of for the first time. Who knows what he's capable of? Dong Tingshui continued. In the entire Long Nation military, the rank of Grand Yuan Shi is the highest, and even they only reach level 8 Grandmaster. As for level 9 Martial Saints, there isn't a single one. Lu Shang asked her, Why is that? Isn't it just one level away? Can't the military pour all its resources into helping someone break through? Qin Tiaojun walked over and said, It's not as simple as you think. Creating one level 8 Grandmaster already drains all of the military's top-tier resources. We have no idea how many resources it would actually take to reach level 9. There is an unimaginable gap between level 8 and level 9. Dong Tingshui looked solemn as she continued. Having a level 9 Martial Saint is my old wish, and it's also the wish of the military. She looked at him and said, So, as a lieutenant colonel in the Eastern Military District, I advise you to stay here in the East. That way, you're highly likely to join our military later on. But our wishes shouldn't become chains that hold you back. Your path should be chosen by you alone. Hearing these words from Dong Tingshui, Lu Shang suddenly remembered their wedding photo. The young man broke into a cold sweat, hung his head with a sigh, then clenched his fists with confidence. Thank you, Instructor Dong Tingshui. Thank you for caring about me. Just like I promised General Du, heading to the battlefield to protect our home is a lifelong duty for a martial artist. The support and care the Eastern Military District has given me, I will never forget. Hearing this, Dong Tingshui felt incredibly happy. Then, her cheeks turned a lovely shade of red as she replied, That's good. Someone as dedicated as you. Even I find myself falling for you. Qin Tiaojun watched the two of them face each other, both blushing like tomatoes, and felt completely confused. Instructor Qin's jaw dropped, and he covered his mouth as he exclaimed, Oh my, what kind of scene is this that even you two are blushing like that? Dong Tingshui continued her conversation with Lu Shang. Lu Shang, the selection is over. You still have a few days before the college entrance exams. Use this time to go to the Esper Association and pass the certification so you can log into the Spirit Network more easily. Lu Shang nodded with a smile. Got it. I'll tidy up and head out right away. Seeing him turn to leave, Dong Tingshui hesitated, as if she had more to say. Once Lu Shang walked out the door, Qin Tiaojun walked over to tease Dong Tingshui. Hey, we've known each other for so many years. You've never shown an expression like that before. Do you have a thing for Lu Shang? Or what? Dong Tingshui, flustered, pretended to tap away on her tablet and replied, What kind of nonsense are you spouting? I don't have a thing for him. It would be weirder if I didn't. Just then, 2 bumps popped up on Officer Qin's head, while Instructor Dong stormed off in a rage. She sprinted to a wall and hid behind it, her face turning as red as a tomato, Lu Shang's name echoing in her mind. Good grief. They say when a girl says no, she actually means yes. The next day, over a certain airspace in Dongning province, a helicopter was hovering at a low altitude. The engine roar shook the entire area. On board were Dong Tingshui, Lu Shang, and Instructor Qin. The helicopter door was wide open, with powerful wind gusting inside. The howling wind and the deafening roar of the engine made it nearly impossible to hold a conversation. Dong Tingshui stood behind him and shouted, Lu Shang, are you sure you want to get off here? The young man, Lu Shang, was already standing at the door and replied, Right here. It's quiet and empty. Dong Tingshui, worried about her young protege, offered a suggestion. Wait for the chopper to descend a bit more, I'll drop a rope ladder. But Lu Shang completely missed the girl's intentions. The young man quickly answered, No need. As soon as the words left his lips, he leaned backward and waved goodbye. Goodbye, Instructor Dong. Hey, kid. Instructor Qin is still on the plane, and you only say goodbye to your future wife, Dong Tingshui? Seeing Lu Shang drop down, Dong Tingshui grew incredibly anxious. Disregarding the danger, she stood at the edge of the helicopter door to look down. From way up high, Lu Shang looked like a tiny speck in the vast forest, and he was already nearing the ground. Seeing this high-stakes, adrenaline-fueled stunt, Instructor Qin exclaimed, Damn, is that kid tired of living? That's at least 200 meters from the ground. He doesn't even have a parachute on his back. Dong Tingshui immediately tried to reassure Instructor Qin as much as she was trying to calm her own racing heart, deeply worried for Lu Shang. It's fine, he won't fall to his death. Don't forget, his combat strength is far superior to mine. Hearing this from Dong Tingshui, Qin Tiaojun finally felt a little less anxious. I guess so, but he's truly insane. Lu Shang dove down fiercely, his entire body enveloped in a dazzling golden aura. Below in the forest, a young boy and a man were walking by. The boy spotted the scene and pointed up, stammering. The man next to him shielded his eyes to see what it was. The boy, looking terrified, grabbed the man's arm and asked, Wow, is that a superhero? Lu Shang, streaking through the air, felt his aura growing stronger, feeling a bit surprised himself. Looking closer, the man in orange replied, No, that's a martial artist. An extremely powerful one at that. At least a level 6, maybe even a martial arts grandmaster. While plummeting, Lu Shang felt his entire body, skin, muscles, bones, and even his internal organs undergoing a massive transformation, completely surpassing the average level 4. His innate defensive capabilities were far more terrifying than any level 5 or even level 6 martial artist. A drop of water falling from this height would shatter on impact, and a rock would do the same. But he would simply smash right into the earth. Boom! A massive sound shook the heavens and the earth, sending up clouds of dust. That was the moment Lu Shang landed, the young man shielded by his brilliant golden aura as smoke and dust billowed out. As the smoke cleared, Lu Shang was left standing tall, with a massive crater behind him. He looked into the distance toward Dongning City. Lu Shang felt his body move. After reaching level 4, inner energy flowed throughout his entire being. Even though his internal energy was still constantly generating, he jumped down, thinking to himself that it would probably take a month to fully stabilize. But the strange thing was that his inner energy was golden, while other martial artists had colorless energy. Just as Dufay said before, golden bones and jade flesh, the image of a grandmaster was enough to show the power of an indestructible golden body. Lu Shang chuckled with delight. The golden lighting effect every time he moved was a total vibe, truly awesome. Peak performance. Dongning province is just ahead. I should head to the Spirit Psychics Association to finish my certification so I can easily log into the Spirit Network. I heard that if the certification results are good, you even get bonus points for the general exam. With that in mind, Lu Shang took off at high speed. The man in orange and the kid happened to see this too. Both of them couldn't believe their eyes, their mouths hanging wide open, breaking out in a cold sweat. Too young. That's just too young. That's impossible. He must have used some kind of high-tech gear to land safely like that. As soon as he thought that, Lu Shang had already vanished. The man in orange was stunned, unable to process what he'd seen, so he tried to explain it to the kid in a more logical way. There's no such thing as a superhero. They're just filming a movie, kid. Soon after, Lu Shang arrived at the Spirit Psychics Association. Aside from the person standing next to Lu Shang, there were 2 young women and an old bald man testing. Seeing the old bald man playing with a purple orb and a stream of energy, Lu Shang thought to himself, so this is the test. The orb turned pink, wobbling back and forth between the old man's palms. He's trying so hard, just a little bit more, don't touch it. As soon as he said that, the orb hit the blue side, causing it to crack. Then, the orb turned purple and rolled onto the floor. The old man grabbed his head and screamed, failed again. Xiao Li, standing nearby, was busy recording the results. The old man's eyes went blank, his face full of disappointment. This is my 6th time taking the test. Xiao Li turned and said to the old man, Sir, at your age, it's very difficult to have a new breakthrough. Just go home, there's no need to come back. Xiao Li continued. Fei Fei, it's your turn. This is your 3rd time, right? Seeing that Xiao Li seemed to think she had failed too many times, the young woman named Fei Fei spoke up. So what? What's it to you? When I was 20, I was a level 1 spirit psychic. Now I'm 25 and trying for level 2. Isn't failure perfectly normal? Then she glanced back at the old man and added, that old guy is almost 50. It's not the same. All right. Xiao Li didn't bother arguing with her and said, fine, fine. Go ahead. Suddenly, she paused. Who is this kid? Jing Xuan chimed in to introduce him. He was sent by Lieutenant Colonel Dong Ting Shui from the Eastern Military Region. Treat him with respect, okay? Tai Fei looked him over and exclaimed, he's so young, and he's a spirit psychic too? I guess being handsome really does attract the girls everywhere you go. Tai Fei gave the young Lu Shang a playful wink. She rested her chin on one hand, staring at the group including Lu Shang, without so much as blinking. She thought to herself, wait, this little guy is actually pretty handsome, isn't he? She leaned over and greeted him. Hey there, little brother. I'm Fei. I can't believe you're already a psychokinetic master at such a young age. Is this your first time taking the test? If you don't understand anything, feel free to ask me. I can teach you. Lu Shang replied coolly, thanks. It really is my first time here. Was that last part of the exam? Fei immediately explained it to Lu Shang. That's right. There are 3 categories in total. First, we use a machine to test the intensity and purity of your psychokinetic power. Then, it's the control test. Within the allotted time, you have to control a specific number of solid iron spheres. You have to guide all those spheres through the glass walls without touching them. But these glass walls are extremely fragile. Just the slightest brush against them and they'll shatter. The person before was a level 1, so they only needed to pass through 1 layer. I'm at level 2, so I have to pass through 5 layers. Fei sighed deeply. Level 1 is easy, but level 2, like what I'm doing, is insanely difficult. Oh heavens, please let me pass this test successfully. I really don't want to come back for a 4th time. Just then, Li called out to her, Fei, it's your turn. She walked slowly toward the testing area. I'm coming. Her expression turned serious. Arriving at the station, she reached out toward a glowing golden stone to begin the assessment. The screen quickly displayed the results. Psychokinetic intensity, 11.33. Purity 1.02. Fei beamed with joy, her face glowing. Yes, I passed the threshold. Li added, not bad. You hit the basic psychokinetic requirement. Now, all that's left is the control test. Li led Fei to the next stage, pointing at the spheres and the glass layers in front of them, saying, as per the usual rules, 15 solid iron spheres. Control them through 5 glass layers. Lu Shang stood by, watching intently and listening with total focus. Li took out a stopwatch and announced, you have 20 seconds. Fei closed her eyes, showing her resolve, and replied, let's begin. Her eyes lit up as a pink energy aura radiated from her body. Watching this, Lu Shang thought, so that's how it is. Controlling 15 solid spheres at once is quite a heavy burden for a level 2 psychokinetic master. Fei began to manipulate the spheres to pass through the glass layers, needing to keep her psychokinetic energy perfectly steady. Otherwise, the slightest tremor from the spheres would shatter the glass. At the same time, she had to manage all 15 spheres simultaneously. The operation required extreme precision. It wasn't simple at all. Fei was intensely focused and determined, guiding the iron spheres toward the glass. Her pink energy swirled around the spheres. As they got very close to the first layer, beads of sweat began to roll down her face. The spheres slowly passed through the first layer, and Fei was overjoyed. Great. passed the first one successfully. She gathered her focus and determination, pushing forward. The second layer was cleared successfully. She adjusted her positioning and passed the third layer. Having cleared 3 layers smoothly, Faye was incredibly excited, thinking, the fourth layer is almost here. I might actually break through to become a level 2 psychokinetic master today. Just as she was riding the peak of her excitement, Lee poured a bucket of cold water on her enthusiasm. Time's up for the first attempt. Failed. The iron spheres fell to the ground, one by one. Faye sat there panting, feeling both regretful and frustrated. Damn it. But a moment later, she regained her composure. Phew, it's okay. That was just a warm-up. Let's do it again. Faye began controlling the spheres once more. Lu Shang stood behind, observing for a while before muttering to himself. This is actually pretty interesting. Lee asked Faye, are you ready? For the second attempt, Faye got into position. Start. The familiar glass layers appeared again. Faye concentrated all her focus on controlling the spheres. Past the first layer, she clenched her fists. Okay, keep it up. Give it everything. Then she quickly navigated the spheres through the second, third, and fourth layers. Passed. Still 12 seconds left. There's hope this time. Faye carefully guided the iron spheres. All 15 were closing in on the final glass layer. They were about to go through the circular holes in the glass when, suddenly, a cracking sound rang out. Cracks immediately appeared on the glass. Faye screamed in panic, her eyes dull with shock, her mouth agape. She couldn't even stand, collapsing onto the floor. The spheres fell one after another in a state of utter disappointment. She muttered, I failed again. Lee asked, do you want to try one more time? By now, Faye had lost the patience and energy to continue. She hung her head sadly and replied, no, I'm just too weak. I basically can't pass this. Suddenly, the voice of the young man, Lu Shang, came from behind. No, you can pass this. He explained it fluently. You have the ability to pass. Your method is just wrong. Use your brain to think a little more. Don't just stare fixedly at what's in front of you, look further ahead. Hearing this, Faye turned to Lu Shang with great curiosity. Huh? What do you mean? Lu Shang analyzed it meticulously for his new acquaintance. Your current method is to reach the glass and then adjust each sphere's position to pass through it. Then you readjust them for the holes in the next layer. That's not exactly wrong, but it takes too much time and places a high demand on your psychokinetic power. What this test really demands is a psychokinetic master's ability to calculate. You need to determine which hole each sphere will go through before you even start. Hearing Lu Shang, Faye's eyes widened. Lu Shang continued, treat every hole as a point. Connect those points together, and that creates a complete path. What you need to do is control those 15 spheres to follow 15 distinct paths. Faye was stunned. Why would a level 1 kid know stuff like this? Lu Shang stepped forward, reached out to take Faye's hand, and asked, doesn't that make it a lot simpler? Talk about a smooth talker. Faye was caught off guard by his action, stammering, oh, that actually makes a lot of sense. Lee, who was standing nearby, heard Lu Shang's logical analysis and couldn't help but say, you're very smart, kid. Though, actually pulling it off isn't as simple as it sounds. No one could have calculated 15 different paths, along with the distance of each hole and the speed ratios, in such a short amount of time. Lu Shang, the young man, retorted, you're wrong. For an average person, this amount of calculation might be huge, but for a psychokinetic master, it's not even worth mentioning. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Shang put it into practice right there. Watch closely. This statement from Lu Shang left Shui Fei looking like she'd been frozen in place. Lu Shang took all the iron balls from the box, saying, I'll only demonstrate this once. Seeing all the iron balls from the box floating high under Lu Shang's control, Xiao Li was startled. He was controlling all the solid iron balls. The young man, Lu Shang, raised 2 fingers, his eyes glowing intensely as he chanted, let's go. After Lu Shang chanted, the balls began to rise and gathered into a cube. Next, the balls lined up one by one, skimming past the layers of glass below. The balls passed through the round holes on the glass layers one by one. In the blink of an eye, all the balls had passed through the first layer. Lu Shang continued to control the balls. A brilliant green energy radiated strongly from the young man's palms. Thousands of iron balls prepared to pass through, not just 1 layer, or even 10 layers, but over 50 layers of glass all at once. For him, this was truly simple. Lu Shang retracted the iron balls and said, the logic is very simple. You just have to follow the sequence. Seeing Lu Shang do it so quickly, Shui Fei stood there completely stunned. Lu Shang turned his head and asked, excuse me, examiner, how many seconds did that take? At this, Xiao Li said tremblingly, 11. No, wait, Exactly 10 seconds. Both she and Jing Xuan stared in wide-eyed amazement. Lu Shang, hands on his hips, replied, "Not bad for a first attempt." The words "first attempt" from him made the blonde girl, Shui Fei, startle and blurt out, "First attempt?" Lu Shang turned around, staring straight at her, and asked, "Well, did you see that clearly?" Her big, round eyes were starting to break out in a cold sweat. In her mind, she was in awe of his godlike skills. Then she replied with a bright, radiant smile, "I saw it. But how on earth did you do that? I really don't understand." Looking at Lu Shang, she thought to herself that he was like a magician performing a trick right in front of her. Even though she could see every one of his movements, she didn't understand why it was so miraculous. Xiao Li was sweating profusely as she analyzed the scene in baffled wonder. Within 10 seconds, controlling a large number of balls to pass through over a dozen layers of glass that must have been thousands of holes. This would be a massive calculation, so complex that it's hard to imagine how it could be done. Xiao Li turned and hurriedly told Jing Xuan beside her, "Quick, go get President Jiang over here. Something big has happened." The young man quickly replied, "Understood." Scene shift to the president's office. At this moment, the bald old man named Jiang was frowning with irritation. "My hand is so weak. I'm truly unlucky to be teammates with someone like you." He gritted his teeth, frustrated. "Damn it, having level 4 spiritual power doesn't make you a card-playing master." The young man ran to President Jiang's office. Not even knocking, he pushed the door open and rushed in, shouting in a panic, "President, it's an emergency. Please. Look at the data on the computer." The old man replied quickly, "What's with the panic?" As soon as he clicked to look at the computer, he was also startled and exclaimed, "Eh?" Then the young man whispered into his ear, "Here's what happened, and this is how it ended." Hearing this, the old man broke into a sweat and asked, "Is that true?" Jing Xuan held the screen and continued, "Why would I lie to you? That person named Lu Shang is about to start the spiritual power index test. Look." Through the computer screen, President Jiang saw Lu Shang reaching his hand toward the yellow stone block to test his spiritual power. A stream of light radiated strongly from Lu Shang's palm, illuminating the entire area. The two girls had to cover their eyes because the intensity of the light was too strong. Old man Jiang bit his fingernails and wondered, "What is this shimmering light?" Just then, the results appeared. The screen showed a spiritual power intensity of 435.87 degrees and a spiritual power purity of 126.02. The result left our two girls completely bewildered. With wide-eyed astonishment, Shui Fei even pointed at the machine, looking suspicious. Could the machine be broken? The index is just too terrifying. Xiao Li was sweating coldly, thinking, the purity standard for a level 1 psychokinetic master at the association is 1, and even the standard for level 4 is only 10. Our president is only a level 4 psychokinetic master, yet the person in front of him, who looks like a high school student. Looking at Lu Shang, she was also shocked. His purity is more than 20 times that of a normal level 4 psychokinetic master. What does this signify? Is this even possible? Haha, that's just totally absurd. President Jiang then ran from his office to the testing room, calling out loudly from afar, "Xiao Li." After arriving, he gasped for air, pointing at the machine and asking, "Xiao Li, check and see if the machine is broken. Does it need fixing?" Xiao Li quickly replied, "President, the testing machine isn't broken. It just tested those two people earlier and was very accurate. If you don't believe me, try it yourself." Lu Shang folded his arms and asked innocently, "Is there something wrong with the score?" Old man Jiang held up his hands, appearing as if nothing was wrong. In reality, he was still trembling with fear and awe. He said, Mr. Lu, we didn't mean anything by it. It's just that your performance is truly so astonishing that it's hard for people to believe. May I ask, are you a descendant of a level 7 Grandmaster or some level 8 Psychokinetic Master?" Lu Shang, the young man, honestly replied, "I don't have such a powerful family. I'm just a child born into an ordinary home." "You are President Jiang, right? Please, let's start the final test." Old man Jiang had to use a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead, saying, "Mr. Lu, with your current strength, do you really need to take the final test? Wouldn't that be too troublesome?" Lu Shang quickly replied confidently, "It's no trouble. It's just a small, simple test, done in stride." And just like that, the moment he finished, the young man started controlling the iron balls. Seeing this, Xiao Li quickly hit the timer, saying, "Starting the clock." The time was 1.88 seconds. The balls quickly moved in a sequence along the path marked by the test. It looked very zigzagged and winding. They crossed the glass layers very quickly, forming the shape of a powerful green dragon. The time was now 2.02 seconds. Lu Shang was determined to be even faster. The balls continued to pass through the holes in the glass with ease. The time was now 4 seconds. Very quickly after that, all the balls had passed through. The young man, Lu Shang, looked on with immense confidence. The second attempt was a bit smoother. It definitely took less than 5 seconds, right? Looking at the stopwatch in his hand, Xiao Li replied immediately. 4.5 seconds, definitely under 5. Her hands were shaking so hard just from holding the stopwatch. She was under so much pressure. Fei Tie continued to tremble, muttering to herself. This maneuver was several times harder than the last one, yet the time was even shorter. Plus, he'd definitely gotten the hang of it by the second try. Haha. Seeing how calm he looked, it was clear this wasn't even Lu Shang's limit. Chairman Jiang's jaw dropped. This kind of power was at least approaching the level of a Grandmaster tier mental controller. I feel like I just got hit in the face by 100 rockets. I don't even know how to describe it. By rockets, she meant those unstoppable, powerhouse plays that guarantee a win. He sighed. The waves of the Yangtze River push the ones ahead. The old ones die out on the shore. Damn it. This kid is a monster. That old saying meant the new generation was so talented they completely overshadowed the old one. He cautiously said to Lu Shang, "Mr. Lu, your strength has been officially recognized by our association. I'll personally prepare your certificate and issue your badge shortly." He rubbed his hands together and smiled. "However, the highest level we can certify here is a level 4 psychic. You'll need to go to the high-level association in the capital to get certified for anything above level 4. Would that be okay?" Lu Shang scratched his head and replied, "Sure, why not? And by the way, Chairman Jiang, I'm just a high school student preparing for the college entrance exam. Don't be so tense." Hearing that, the old man almost had a mental breakdown. Fei Ti broke out in a cold sweat, stuttering, "Young Mr. Lu, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?" The young man quickly answered, 18. "What did you think? Did you all think that just because I look like a high schooler, I'm actually some old monster who's lived for hundreds of years?" Young Lu Shang jumped up excitedly. 18. Young and full of life. "Woohoo!" Fei Ti blushed and asked back, "How did you know what I was thinking?" The young man pointed at her and shook his head. "Stop reading so many fantasy novels." He crossed his arms and said, "I have the college entrance exam in 2 months. If this psychic certification helps me get extra points for the exam, I wouldn't have bothered coming here to take the test in the first place." Fei Ti glanced at Lu Shang, her expression looking incredibly cute. "Lu Shang, I still have one more chance to retake the test. Do you think I should try again? If you have a chance, you have to try. You're definitely capable of passing. Just relax." As soon as he finished, the young man suddenly pulled her into a hug. What a smooth operator. This action took Fei Tie by surprise, and she blushed, feeling shy. But she figured, whatever, just let it be. Lu Shang held her waist with one hand and took her hand with the other, guiding her patiently. "Watch this. Feel the sphere like this." Seeing Lu Shang holding her hand, Fei Tie's heart started pounding. She was probably thinking, this kid is only 18 and already such a player. After being patiently guided by Lu Shang, Fei Tie seemed to have more focus and was able to control the spheres with ease. Before long, Fei Tie saw all the iron spheres passing through the layers of glass and got super excited. "Yes, I passed. I actually passed." Fei Tie was beaming with joy as she turned to look at Lu Shang. The young man smiled back and said, "See? It wasn't actually that hard. You did great." Chairman Jiang was also happy and announced, "Congratulations to you both. Since you both passed, how about we grab dinner tonight?" To celebrate the fact that Dongning Province has gained its second level 4 psychic, Lu Shang stepped forward to shake Chairman Jiang's hand, thanking him, but declining the dinner offer. But then, seeing the genuine enthusiasm and hospitality in their sparkling eyes, Lu Shang had to reconsider. He finally agreed to Chairman Jiang's invitation. "Fine, all right, I'll go." Both Jiang and Fei Tie cheered when Lu Shang accepted. Afterwards, Jiang added for his VIP guest, "Mr. Lu, our association has a private hotel for our guests. Please go and rest, we'll come pick you up tonight." Fei Tie spoke up enthusiastically. "I'll handle the car and pick up Lu Shang. Leave it to me." She placed her hand on her chest, looking very reliable. Once they got to the parking lot, Fei Tie even opened the door and invited Lu Shang to sit inside. Being handsome really does come with absolute VIP treatment. Lu Shang just said, "Sure," and got into the car. "Thanks." Chairman Jiang waved from outside. "See you tonight." From inside the car, the young man waved back. "Goodbye, Chairman Jiang." The car quickly pulled away while Jiang continued to wave. The car sped down the road, zipping past other vehicles. Fei Tie glanced at Lu Shang through the rearview mirror, blushing as she drove. She thought to herself, on the surface, he looks like an average guy. but who would have guessed he's actually a level 4 psychic genius? Someone even the chairman of the Psychic Association has to respect? He's young, handsome, has a great build, and his talent is off the charts. After staring at him for a while, she held her head, thinking back to all the rich kids she usually met who just knew how to brag and show off. What a bunch of scumbags, just a pile of walking trash. Thinking back to all the times they said, "I love you, Fei Fei," she felt nauseous. While thinking about Lu Shang, she suddenly noticed something. She snuck a glance at Lu Shang and broke into a cold sweat. It turned out the young heartthrob was also staring at her with a strange look in his eyes. Fei Tie was startled, her eyes wide as her mouth fell open. Oh my god. Lu Shang. Lu Shang is looking at me. What does he mean by that? Could it be? She bowed her head, feeling nervous. No way. We haven't even known each other for that long. Suddenly, she grew confident. Wait. Boys going through puberty usually like beautiful older women. I'm pretty cute. My figure is great. And I fit the cool older sister archetype perfectly. It's fine. The older sister and the younger guy is a classic combination. I can definitely handle this. While daydreaming about dating the young guy, Fei Tie suddenly realized something else. She slammed on the gas pedal. That's right. I have to seize this opportunity, Fei Tie. Lu Shang sat there, totally clueless about what was happening. Fei Tai really was the type to never lose in love or on the road. Whoosh! The car shot forward like a bullet. Screech! Fei Tie slammed on the brakes suddenly. What a pro driver. Her face was bright red, and her head felt like it was steaming from overthinking. She stammered, We're here, Lu Shang. The young man, who had zero understanding of a girl's psychology, just turned to get out of the car quickly. Oh, thanks. You've had a long day. Fei Tie kept stammering as she tried to continue. I don't know if the girl caught the hidden meaning, but she answered quickly. All right, you better run. Teet Fai jumped in surprise, her eyes wide as she turned to ask Lu Shang. Huh? What? Why should I run? The young man quickly explained that she had been speeding earlier and had run 5 red lights, and now 2 police cars were chasing her. Tiet Fai panicked, her eyes going blank truly. The lengths one goes to just to flirt with a guy. Lu Shang continued. Anyway, even if you are a spiritualist, you should drive more safely. Tiet Fai slammed on the gas and sped off, her voice calling out from the car. Mr. Lu, I'll come to pick you up tonight. Cut to a hotel room. On the TV screen, an image of Hatutu appeared. The young man muttered, Hatutu is doing a pretty good job, isn't she? The news reported that starting today, the Charity Hall pharmacy business in Bak Ha City would be renamed Shaoling Than Pharmaceutical Co. Limited, while simultaneously launching a new product, the Spirit Core Blood Strengthening Tonic. Hatutu introduced it as a product that would change the era, redefining the very existence of supplements. The world's martial arts progress will enter a completely new stage. Hearing these announcements from Hatutu, Lu Shang clicked his tongue. Rebranding and launching a new product on the market without even telling him? And he was the biggest shareholder, holding 90%. Only then did Lu Shang check his phone. There were tons of missed calls from Hatutu that he hadn't seen because he was too busy flirting. All right, looks like that's on me. The young man leaned back on the bed after a long, exhausting day. Tomorrow, I'll head back to Bak Ha City and dive into the dream world to explore for a bit, to see just how far this Shaoling Than pharmaceutical company has grown. In the dream world, a lot of information quickly appeared. Wow, not bad at all. Hatutu really has some talent. This is only a part of the basic Spirit Core Blood Strengthening Tonic, yet she managed to grow a company worth hundreds of billions, to become a leader in the pharmaceutical world. That's quite impressive. The young man now looked at Hatutu with a different light. And he seemed to have spotted something unusual. He continued to Hatutu's personal information. Spouse, Eastern Military Region Lieutenant General Lu Shang. Reading that, the young man fell backward in shock. What? This? What is this? Hey, you're investigating my personal info, aren't you? Seeing his own info, he was shocked all over again. His jaw dropped. What on earth? Wife, Eastern Military Region Lieutenant Colonel Dong Tingshui, Chairman of the Board of Shaoling, Than Pharmaceutical, Hatutu, highest rank, Lieutenant General. The young man muttered, Dong Tingshui and Hatutu, 2 wives? He felt like he should bow to the system, or rather, bow to his own life. What kind of person do I become in the future? Why does the spouse section keep throwing one surprise after another? Will a 3rd wife pop up in a while? A moment later, he patted his chest to calm himself down. Whoosh! Calm down. The future is just an illusion. Anything can happen. It'll probably change again soon. Then he said, Right. Let me search for the Spirit Core blood-strengthening tonic. But, hey, he shook his head. Your clearance level is insufficient. You cannot search for pharmaceutical prescriptions above level 5. Lu Shang smiled to himself. My theory was right. I released the Spirit Core blood-strengthening tonic in the year 300 of the martial era. After 10,000 years of development, it turned from a common, unranked medicine into a precious level 5 pharmaceutical. If that's the case, I just need to keep releasing things from 10,000 years in the future into the present. That would give human civilization extra time, equivalent to 10,000 years to develop that research. It could totally take it to a whole new level. Does that mean the world that was destroyed in the future might change because of this? He gave a command. Hey, check if world history has actually changed. The destruction date had indeed been pushed back by over a dozen years compared to the last time he checked. This meant that the Spirit Core blood-strengthening tonic, having undergone 10,000 years of development, had bought human civilization over a dozen more years of existence. So, what if it were the 3 supreme cultivation manuals from those level 11 grandmasters? If I were to release those to the world, could it really change the doomed fate of humanity? But Lu Shang's eyes flashed with disappointment. No. Setting aside whether or not releasing these techniques after 3 years of martial arts development could save the future of human civilization, the moment they were made public, it would definitely shake the world, and the current order would be shattered in an instant. Society would surely fall into chaos, and both he and his family would immediately become the eye of the storm. Heaven knows what the outcome would be. After thinking for a while, Lu Shang felt tense. Besides, if he did that and still couldn't save humanity's future, then the final spark of martial arts from 10,000 years in the future that he carried would be completely extinguished, and humanity would have no hope left at all. Lu Shang dropped to his knees, feeling that the best approach was to wait until he had achieved a certain level of concrete strength where he could fully control the situation and then gradually release them. But those techniques, the weak humanity of the 300-year martial arts era, needed a proper guide. Looking out over the city from above, Lu Shang felt the weight of his responsibility, and he knew he was the only one who could be that guide. After waking from the dream, Lu Shang was full of confidence, telling himself this because he had a date with a girl that night. So, the young man dressed up meticulously, wearing a very elegant and luxurious suit. The young man looked incredibly handsome. Surely the ladies would be swooning over him. Just as he finished adjusting his outfit, he suddenly remembered something. That's right, he still hadn't replied to Hatutu's message. So, he took out his phone, thinking he should prepare some new medicinal ingredients for her when he went back tomorrow. Then, the young man texted Hatutu, I'll be back tomorrow to prepare the ingredients for the 3 prescriptions. Hatutu just sighed at the lazy cat. Actually, at that moment, Hatutu was furrowing her brows, thinking, this brat finally replied to my message. The moment he opens his mouth, he's talking about preparing ingredients, without caring at all about this company. Do you know how hard I've been working? Hatutu typed out a series of complaints in frustration. Everything from Lu is an exploiter of labor to you heartless devil. Money grubber. Someone living in a cave only seeing money, with a brain full of nothing but cash. You're rotten to the core. Sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. You stupid pig. You greedy merchant. You massive scoundrel. You bottomless pit of greed. All you know is eat, 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 and eat. Eat my foot, she muttered to herself, resigning to her fate. Who told me to get mixed up with this little devil anyway? Hatutu let out a stream of tears, sobbing, and then simply replied with 3 words. I got it. Suddenly, the doorbell to Lu Shang's apartment rang out. He walked over and opened the door, only to be met with the sight of Shui Fei looking absolutely stunning, elegant, and as posh as a high society heiress. With a radiant smile, she held up her hand. Mr. Lu, I'm here to pick you up. Everything was set for the party. With her sharp gaze, silky blonde hair, and killer curves, she looked like she wanted to sweep the young pilot right off his feet. Lu Shang looked dapper and incredibly handsome himself, and he told her, just call me Lu Shang. Mr. Lu sounds a bit too stiff. Let's get going. Shui Fei was instantly smitten the moment she saw him. Her heart struck as if by an arrow. My God, he's so handsome. The two headed out and soon arrived at the party. A banner hung in the center of the hall, celebrating the arrival of a new master esper in Dongning Province and Liang City. Lu Shang scanned the room, noticing how crowded it was. He turned to Shui Fei and asked, Isn't this just supposed to be a dinner? Why are there so many people here? Shui Fei replied with a bright, beaming face. Don't let old man Jiang's usual chill vibe fool you. He's actually one of the biggest bigwigs in Liang City. This is actually him holding back, believe it or not. Lu Shang grabbed a drink and shrugged. Fine. If the old man wants to make a scene, let him have his fun tonight. I'm leaving Liangzhou tomorrow anyway. Meanwhile, bald old man Jiang was laughing and chatting with a group of socialites. They were all giggling. He must have been talking about Lu Shang. One of the women asked, "Is that really true? President, you're making it sound like a fairy tale." He immediately shot back. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. Truly, talent pops up in every generation." Just then, 2 more women arrived at the hall. One of them turned out to be Zheng Dandan. "What a coincidence," the purple-haired girl said, taking a sip of champagne. "This party tonight is no small deal. Look over there. The mayor of Liang City, the president of the Martial Arts Association. Everyone here tonight is a heavy hitter from all across Dongning province." She looked at her friend and continued, "If we hadn't been incredibly lucky, we wouldn't even have gotten in. It's all because of the man who threw this party. He's got serious pull. That's Jiang Jinian, the president of the Liang City Esper Association." She pointed at him as he socialized and asked, "Do you have any idea how much more valuable an Esper is compared to an average martial artist?" The purple-haired girl kept chattering away, while Zheng Dandan just stood there listening intently. When she heard Esper, something clicked in her mind. Esper. She remembered Lu Shang mentioning he was going to the Esper Association. She turned to her friend and asked, "Tu Van Tue, could you help me check if there's anyone named Lu Shang in the association?" Tu Van Tue gave her a piercing, curious look. "Lu Shang? I heard from Wen Hui that you've been crushing on some high schooler you met while traveling?" Dandan laughed brightly. "No, no way. Don't listen to Wen Hui's nonsense." Tu Van Tue poked her and started grilling her. "Haha, still trying to play it cool with me? You've been stuck in Liang City all this time, instead of going back to school. You're waiting for that kid, aren't you?" While her friend questioned her, Dandan kept scanning the crowd, trying to spot Lu Shang. Tu Van Tue swirled her wineglass and kept going. "I heard he's supposed to be super handsome, comes from some impressive background, and even has connections to the Eastern military region. Dandan, tell me, what am I supposed to say? If you wanted to date some random poor kid from college with no background, I wouldn't even care. You're young, dating a few guys is no big deal. You'll just break up soon enough anyway, and then add them to the list of exes." She patted Dandan's head. "But you're into a high schooler? Have you lost your mind?" Dandan replied, "Lu Shang. He's not just some ordinary high schooler." Tu Van Tue turned away, taking an annoyed sip of her drink. "Not ordinary, huh? Whatever. I'm too tired to deal with you." Dandan tucked her hair behind her ear, looking melancholy as she thought to herself. "Ever since Lu Shang and I parted ways, I've stayed here in Liang City, because he once said he'd come to Liang City sooner or later. I've sent him so many messages. Are you there? Good night. Good morning. Or invites to go see a movie together. But Lu Shang hasn't replied. He hasn't even read them. Could it be that I'm really not in his heart at all?" Suddenly, Tu Van Tue patted her shoulder. "Dandan, why are you spacing out? I'm only telling you this because you're my best friend." Tu Van Tue leaned into her ear and whispered a secret. "The whole point of this party is to celebrate the rise of a level 4 Esper, someone on the same level as Old Man Jiang." Tu Van Tue gestured wildly, trying to get Dandan to understand the scale of it. "A big shot like that? One stomp of their foot and the whole Dongning province would shake. Tell me, if we had a chance to catch the eye of someone like that, both we and our families would be set for life, right?" Dandan was so consumed by thoughts of Lu Shang that she assumed it had to be him, so she asked with a smile, "Is this level 4 Esper very young?" Tu Van Tue crossed her arms. "I don't know, but considering how old Old Man Jiang is, I doubt this person is super old, but they probably aren't a kid, either. Look around, there are so many women here tonight, mostly in their 40s. The room was filled with women, with only a few men here and there, and plenty of cougars hovering around the age of 40. Dandan looked around, realizing her friend's point, and sighed. "You're right, it might not be him." Tu Van Tue put her hands on her hips and shouted, Dandan, why are you still thinking about that high schooler? Forget him. We need to focus on the opportunity tonight. In our social circle, except for you and me, no one else is even qualified to be here." Dandan had already been completely captivated by Lu Shang. Her body was here, but her mind was with him. Seeing her friend spacing out again, Tu Van Tu shouted, "Dandan, I'm talking to you." Suddenly, Dandan's eyes went wide. She saw him. It was Lu Shang. There he was, digging into his food like a machine, just like she remembered. He was shoveling food in so fast that a nearby server was giving him judgmental looks. But the difference was that today, Lu Shang looked even more handsome than usual, and he was acting just a tiny bit more composed. A moment later, Lu Shang looked over and waved. Dandan confirmed it was really him. Seeing her crush, Dan Dan immediately brushed her friend off. Tu Van Tue, I'm going to walk around for a bit. I saw a friend. Tu Van Tue just stood there, confused. Zheng Dandan, where are you going? Her friend called out, but Zheng Dandan ignored her and ran straight toward Lu Shang. The young man was holding a small plate of snacks. Zheng Dandan excitedly stopped and called out to Lu. Before she could finish saying his name, she had to stop abruptly. Shui Fei had glided out from somewhere, wrapped her arms around Lu Shang's neck, and shot her a sidelong glance. Seeing the intimate scene between the blonde girl and Lu Shang, Zheng Dandan froze. Her emotions did a complete 180. She stood rooted to the spot, her face darkening as she stared at the pair, feeling confused. Who is that girl? Zheng Dandan wondered, her face full of bewilderment. Who is she? Could she be Lu Shang's girlfriend? Just thinking about that made Zheng Dandan break into a cold sweat, gritting her teeth in fear that she had lost her chance. Yet, she couldn't give up. From a distance, Zheng Dandan waved with a forced bright smile. Hey, Lu Shang, long time no see. She must have been thinking, even if the flower has an owner, I'll just have to steal it. How could she possibly give up on such a handsome guy? When he heard Zheng Dandan call out, the young man quickly turned around and waved back. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here in Liang City. Seeing a pretty girl, the young man's face lit up, and he seemed full of energy. Zheng Dandan walked up to Lu Shang, staring intently at him. In her mind, she thought, it hasn't been that long since I last saw Lu Shang, but he seems even more mysterious and unfathomable than before. It felt like there was an abyss of 1,000 feet between them, making it impossible to truly get close. Seeing a girl approach Lu Shang so enthusiastically, Shui Fei curiously asked, Who is this? Lu Shang quickly introduced her. This is Zheng Dandan, a friend. We met last month while traveling at Niutu Mountain. Shui Fei smiled warmly. Oh, so you're Miss Zheng. Nice to meet you. Just then, Tu Van Tue, Zheng Dandan's friend, walked over with a glass of wine and asked with a smile, Zheng Dandan, who is this? You have a friend here and didn't introduce me? Zheng Dandan quickly chimed in. Lu Shang, this is my best friend, Tu Van Tue. The person standing right in front of us is the Lu Shang I told you about. Tu Van Tue's eyes widened in shock. The young man before her was completely different from what she had imagined. Oh, so he's the one? He really is handsome. No wonder Zheng Dandan is so obsessed with him, Tu Van Tue thought. Assessing the situation, she quickly realized the girl beside him was Shui Fei, from the Shui family. Seeing this, Tu Van Tue began to harbor a sense of disdain for Lu Shang. So that's how it is. No wonder a high school student was able to get into a place like this. He just relies on his looks. She judged him harshly, labeling him as nothing more than a soft boy clinging to a woman's skirt to climb to the top. After those shallow thoughts, Tu Van Tue put on a fake, polite act. So, you are Lu. Mr. Lu, I've heard Zheng Dandan mention you often. Meeting you today, you truly are a dragon among men. Lu Shang felt incredibly uncomfortable hearing these words, his face turning gloomy because he could read her true thoughts. Lu Shang replied coldly, Nice to meet you. Tu Van Tue took a sip of her wine and asked, If you don't mind me asking, where is Mr. Lu from? Lu Shang answered bluntly, Bai He City. When asked about his background, he was clearly annoyed. Because his home situation was difficult, he looked at Tu Van Tue with a bit of insecurity mixed with defiance. Lu Shang said, Are you planning to ask about my parents next? Or maybe dig into my family background and conveniently ask how I managed to get invited to this party, right? Hearing this, Tu Van Tue stood there, stunned. Lu Shang gave a mocking smile. Exactly what you were thinking. I'm just a student from an ordinary family, totally out of your league. It was just a coincidence that I managed to attend this party. With that, Lu Shang waved his hand, turned around to leave, and added, All right, let's stop playing out this tired old drama. If you have nothing better to do, go chat among yourselves. I'm leaving. After taking a few steps, Lu Shang sighed to himself. Phew, I really hate these kinds of parties. I'm being watched by everyone. Maybe I reacted a bit too sensitively, but my family is the thing I cherish most in this world. No matter the insult or the hurt, I won't allow anyone to look down on them. Seeing Lu Shang's strange reaction, Zheng Dandan stood frozen. Both beauties stared with their mouths agape. Shui Fei was shocked and called out, Lu Shang? She looked at him, completely confused. Why did Lu Shang react so strongly today? This is so strange, nothing like the gentle, enthusiastic guy from the other day. She glared at Tu Van Tue, then hurried after him. Lu Shang, wait for me. Zheng Dandan was left stammering. Watching her best friend follow Lu Shang, Tu Van Tue gritted her teeth in anger and said loudly, Forget him. Zheng Dandan, someone like that isn't worth your affection. Her eyes flashed with spiteful anger. I hadn't even said anything yet, and he reacted so aggressively. And what does that prove? It proves he has a guilty conscience. He's sensitive about what he just said because he has no real substance, but his pride is incredibly high. To put it nicely, he's arrogant. To be blunt, he's pathetic. She tilted her head toward Lu Shang with contempt. I've seen plenty of people like him. He's not worthy of you. You've noticed the girl next to him, haven't you? Looking at their retreating backs, Tu Van Tue continued. Her name is Shui Fei. I'm sure you've heard of the Shui family. I heard she already passed the Level 2 Spiritual Master exam. Among the elite youth of Liang City, she is definitely a big name. Just look at how intimate they are. In my opinion, this Lu Shang definitely used his looks or some cheap trick to bait Shui Fei, which is how he got the chance to come to this party tonight. Then, Tu Van Tu shouted at Zheng Dandan. Wake up, Zheng Dandan. He's just a man who clings to women's coattails. Open your eyes and look at his true colors. Zheng Dandan didn't see it that way. She backed away and said, What are you talking about? How could Lu Shang be like that? She felt exhausted from all the talk. Tu Van Tue sighed. I know the truth can be cruel sometimes, but it's a reality everyone has to face. I've said my piece. You can figure out the rest. But no matter what anyone said, Zheng Dandan's heart remained as firm as a rock. In Zheng Dandan's mind, she always held Lu Shang in high regard. It's not like that. Lu Shang is. She stared wide-eyed at the male lead. He is radiant, shining just like the sun. He is the hero who saved me. Then, Zheng Dandan patted her own cheeks to clear her head and regain her composure. With a serious expression, she thought to herself, I've truly lost it. I actually doubted Lu Shang might be some kind of sissy. Then, Zheng Dandan turned to Tu Van Tue with confidence. Tu Van Tu, Lu Shang is absolutely not that kind of person. She had been talking until her throat was dry, yet she still couldn't change her best friend's mind. Tu Van Tue broke into a cold sweat, looking puzzled. Dandan, what is wrong with you? Just then, someone in the hall shouted, Look over there, President Jiang has arrived. Seeing President Jiang, Tu Van Tue's mood shifted instantly. Her face lit up as she said, Dandan, stop thinking about that sissy. The hall is about to introduce a level 4 master, so you better get yourself ready. From afar, President Jiang spotted Lu Shang and Fei Fei, then walked straight toward Lu Shang and proactively held out his hand. Seeing this, Tu Van Tue's jaw dropped in shock. Why is President Jiang heading toward that sissy? Could it be? President Jiang approached and said warmly, Mr. Lu, I'm truly sorry. I didn't realize you didn't enjoy such crowded parties. Lu Shang quickly replied, It's fine, President Jiang. You carry a heavy responsibility. Helping out a little is the least I could do. President Jiang sighed and said, Phew, thank you for your support. Afterward, he stood before the crowd and announced, Everyone, please, may I have a moment of your time? He pointed at Lu Shang and declared clearly, This gentleman here is the genius who has just emerged in our Dongning Province Psychic Association. A level 4 psychic, Mr. Lu Shang. He smiled brightly and added, Mr. Lu is only 18 years old this year. Compared to him, an old man like me feels so ashamed I could die. Ha. The young ladies in the hall gasped and went wild upon hearing that he was a handsome, young, level 4 psychic. A level 4 psychic? Oh my god. What? Only 18? That is absolutely terrifying. He hasn't even taken the national exam yet. Endless praise and admiration poured toward Lu Shang. A truly extraordinary talent. Witnessing this scene, Tu Van Tue couldn't even stand steady anymore. She collapsed to the floor, her mouth hanging wide open in complete shock as she stammered, Wait, he. Zheng Dandan spoke up. Tu Van Tue, do you see now? Like stepping onto the stars, a figure shining like the sun, this is who he really is. Zheng Dandan watched Lu Shang with deep, secret longing. This is the real Lu Shang. Upon realizing he was a level 4 psychic, Tu Van Tue sat on the floor, dazed, her eyes wide with bewilderment and shock. She couldn't believe what she was hearing, or what her eyes were seeing. After a long while, as she calmed down slightly, she thought to herself, how could it possibly be him? No, I have to make up for my earlier stupidity. She struggled to stand up and tapped her best friend on the shoulder urgently. Dandan, you have to help me. Zheng Dandan replied with a sad expression. Do you see that crowd? Everyone is offering their business cards, but Lu Shang acts as if he doesn't see them. Everyone in front is bowing at a 90-degree angle, handing out cards, but he doesn't care about any of that. He's already waving them off and refusing everyone. Those powerful and influential figures are getting shut down before they even get a chance. Do you think we have a shot? With a dejected look, Zhang Dandan continued. Even for me, it's nothing more than one-sided affection. He's already moved so far beyond our reach. This romance ended before it even began. A while later, young Lu Shang left the party and hopped into a taxi, feeling the air was finally less suffocating than it was back there. With a cheerful expression, he told the driver, "Sir, to buy his city." With a slight headache, Lu Shang sighed to himself. I really don't like this kind of social networking. Well, at least I gave President Jiang some face. Content. Lu Shang headed home. Having his family and the path of martial arts for company was the life he actually wanted. After all, he was just a high school student from a normal family. The driver sped off, quickly arriving in Baihe City, the city Lu Shang knew so well. As soon as he got home, his mother happily opened the door to greet her son. Lu Shang, you're back? Lu Shang's mother joyfully pointed at her son. Sit down at the table. I'll go get you some bowls and chopsticks. His stubborn younger sister, Lu Qinghuo, opened her eyes wide and asked, Brother, when did you get back? His father beamed with joy. Lu Shang, you're finally home. Then, Lu Qinghuo ran up to size him up in utter astonishment, her mouth agape. Brother, how did you get so tall after just one trip? The young man playfully struck a pose and replied, I didn't get taller, you just got shorter. Ha! His reply left Lu Qinghuo completely speechless. Lu Shang looked at his sister and continued, School's out lately, right? Later, I'm going to test your progress. Don't forget the message I sent you before I left, because if you haven't improved. The young man clenched his fist and gave a dangerous smile. Haha, the martial arts supplements I've been fully funding aren't free, you know. Lu Shang's mother brought him a huge bowl of steamed buns and said happily, Lu Shang, hurry up and sit down to eat. Seeing the food, the young man's eyes lit up. Thanks, Mom. Grabbing a bun and devouring it, Lu Shang looked at his father and asked, Dad, that pile of meat and medicine I put in the fridge earlier, have you been eating it? His father replied happily. Of course. But tell me, what kind of precious supplements are those things you put in the fridge? He looked at his glass of water, a bit confused. I've been drinking it instead of water every day, and I feel so much healthier. It feels just like I'm 20 again. They must be really expensive, right? Lu Shang had already finished half the buns and answered hastily. They aren't expensive, Dad. A friend of mine runs a pharmacy and gave them to me. They specialize in researching supplements for middle-aged people, like you. Mom and Dad, make sure you drink it consistently. Don't swap it for plain water. I've still got plenty. His parents, of course, had no idea that they would eventually have a daughter-in-law who could craft medicine. At that point, they'd be drinking it for a lifetime and never run out. Hearing Lu Shang, his mother replied, All right. Lu Shang, the national exam is coming up, right? You don't need to go out anymore, do you? The young man, looking cheerful, handed his empty bowl to his mother and replied, I'm not going out anymore. I'll be staying home until the exam. Mom, can I have another bowl of rice, please? Then began the familiar game of snatching food between him and his sister. Stuffing his face while talking, he said, Give me another bowl. If you're too slow, don't blame me. His mother told them to eat slowly, as there was plenty left. His father laughed, ha ha ha. Meanwhile, his sister, Lu Qinghuo, stood there helplessly, watching her brother steal all the food from her bowl. Brother, why are you stealing my food? No matter what anyone says, Lu Shang just keeps digging into his bowl. After finishing, he casually drops a bombshell. Since we've got nothing going on today and this place is getting a bit cramped, let's head out and check out our new house. The whole family freezes, staring at him in shock. Huh? Lu Shang is a man of action. With bellies full, he leads the family to the new place. As they step inside, they can't help but gasp. Whoa, this is way too luxurious. Lu Shang puts his hands on his hips, grinning. I had some people pick this out for us. What do you think? His dad, worried about the cost, frets. Our old place was fine. This looks incredibly expensive, son. We can't afford this kind of burden. Lu Shang replies with total confidence. Don't worry about it. I've been out participating in various activities and training camps over the past few months. I've earned quite a bit in prize money. This is just a fraction of it. There's still more coming in. I've even got over 10,000 yuan sitting there. And that's not even counting the pay from flying those heavy-duty aircraft. His mom gets dizzy just hearing the amount. What? How much? I didn't mishear that, did I? His dad looks at him, still skeptical. Lu Shang. Are you pulling our legs? His little sister chimes in, cheekily. Whoa, did you really win that much money these past 2 months? Lu Shang ruffles her hair and says, Of course. Do you think I went and robbed a bank? Come on now, he adds, patting her head again. This house belongs to us now. Mom, Dad, start moving your things in. His parents are so moved they tear up. Okay, Lu Shang really has brought honor to our family. We've been truly blessed by the heavens. We raised such an incredible son. Lu Shang clenches his fist and turns to Lu Qinghuo. Lu Qinghuo, come with me. There's a training area behind the house. Let's see what you're made of. She trembles slightly at the thought. Okay. He can't wait to get to the practice field. Lu Shang comically grabs his sister by the head and drags her along. She can't do a thing against her big brother. Ow, ow, ow. Stop pulling me. They arrive at the training ground. Lu Qinghuo strikes a pose. After all, her stats used to be way higher than his, and her aura feels quite strong. Lu Shang, on the other hand, remains perfectly calm. Stop posturing, and just show me what you've got. Hearing that, Lu Qinghuo channels her energy into her legs and leaps high into the air, aiming a powerful kick downward. Meanwhile, Lu Shang stands there arrogantly, completely at ease. As her foot closes in, he controls her movement with just one hand. Caught in a full split, she quickly clutches her leg, face twisted in pain. Ow, ow, ow. Lu Shang just scoffs. Stand up straight. Is this the best you can do? Are you really my sister? She crashes to the floor, shouting indignantly. You're holding my leg. How am I supposed to stand? What level martial artist are you even at now? I haven't even reached official status yet. She glares at him. You just love bullying me. I am not useless. Lu Shang finally gets serious. Get up first. I'm going to teach you a few things, some techniques I've developed myself that are incredibly practical. Hearing that, her crocodile tears vanish instantly. Lu Qinghuo's eyes light up. Really? Is it a martial arts manual? Lu Shang watches this 180-degree turn and muses. Just a second ago, she was sobbing with snot everywhere. Now it's like he's dealing with a completely different person. He replies, think of it as a martial arts manual. Whatever I teach you next, you do exactly that, but you absolutely cannot tell anyone else. Lu Qinghuo is ecstatic, grinning from ear to ear. Yes, sir. He then begins guiding her, reminding her to focus on how the energy flows. Lu Qinghuo just stares at him, lost in thought. No one transforms this quickly in just a few months like her brother has. She feels both curious and suspicious. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, her brother going from an average high school student to where he is today, she never would have believed it. Stubbornly, she convinces herself that he just got lucky. Even though everyone thinks he just had a sudden awakening, she still feels he's hiding some secret. Her martial talent is definitely better than his. Maybe she can figure out his secret too. She smiles confidently, thinking, with my intelligence, I'll definitely surpass him later on. It won't be that hard. Ha ha ha. But she doesn't notice Lu Shang's cold glare. Seeing her distracted and not focusing on her training, he gives her a light smack on the head. It's an affectionate tap, but it makes Lu Qinghuo cry out, "Stop hitting my head! You're gonna make me shorter." She throws herself into the training, sweating buckets. A moment later, she stops, gasping for air as if she's run a marathon. The exercises were intense. Lu Shang stands there with his arms crossed, watching her struggle with an amused expression. Lu Qinghuo is too exhausted to stand, collapsing onto the ground. He asks with a satisfied smirk, "Well, feel the results yet?" Even though she's wiped out, her eyes light up as she clenches her fists. She sits up, shouting with joy, "Big brother, that's insane! What kind of moves were those? They're incredibly effective. I feel like one session did 10 times more than my old training." Lu Shang thinks to himself, what should I say to keep my silly sister from blabbing? After a moment of mulling over how to keep this secret under wraps, he comes up with a plan. With a nonchalant wave of his hand, he says, "It's the same stuff you usually practice, just the latest version." Lu Qinghuo looks surprised. Huh? What do you mean, latest version? Lu Shang explains. It's just like the phones and computers you use. They come out with version 2.0 or 3.0, right? In reality, the company lab has already developed version 9.0 or even 10.0. 2.0 is just for the public, just testing the waters. It's going to be a long time before the real stuff hits the market, so you can't go around talking about it. Lu Qinghuo jumps, practically spitting fire. What? Are you trying to use me as a lab rat? You're seriously selling out your own family. Seeing her overreact, Lu Shang pinches her cheek and pulls her up, saying calmly, "People would kill to be a test subject for something this good. This training technique just hasn't been marketed yet. The content is already complete. Normal people wouldn't even get a chance to be test subjects. This body refinement technique just hasn't been advertised yet, but the content is considered complete." Lu Qinghuo clutched her face, looking pained and anxious. But isn't that a bit dangerous? What if I'm not careful and end up crippling myself? Lu Shang felt helpless against his stubborn little sister's endless worries. He stood up and said, I'm your brother. We're from the same parents. Our physiques are practically identical. I've been training like this for so long. If it could cripple someone, I would have been crippled way before you. But Lu Qinghuo wouldn't let it go, scratching her head in deep thought. That's even worse. If both of us end up disabled, who's going to take care of mom and dad? At least if you get crippled first, I can still look after you. Hearing that, Lu Shang finally snapped. His face darkened, his eyes blazed, and he chased after his little ticking time bomb of a sister. He barked, "Get over here and let me teach you a lesson." Lu Qinghuo giggled while running. "I'm just kidding. Why are you so tense? Don't take it seriously, bro." After running for a while, Lu Qinghuo flopped face down on the floor. She wondered, "Hey brother, if this body cultivation technique is so amazing, how did you even get your hands on it? Don't tell me you did something illegal?" Lu Shang replied with a dead serious look. "Of course not. Your big brother wouldn't do anything illegal." Lu Shang mischievously pinned his stubborn sister to the floor and started twisting her leg. Feeling the answer through his actions, she shrieked in pain. "Then let me go. You're about to kill your own sister, and you call that not illegal?" Lu Shang finally let go, unable to take her incessant squirming and blood-curdling screams anymore. Lu Qinghuo popped her head up again, asking, "This facial body cultivation is fine, but won't teaching me cause you any trouble?" Lu Shang put on a grave face to scare his poor sister. "You've got a point. The person who taught me said I absolutely must not pass this on to anyone else. Otherwise, it's not just me, our whole family could be in big trouble." Hearing this, Lu Qinghuo jumped, blurting out, "Wait, what? You already taught me." Before she could finish, Lu Shang played the part of the most loving brother ever. "What can I do? You're my little sister, after all." Lu Shang's heartfelt response made Lu Qinghuo blush and tear up. Big brother Lu Shang held up a hand and whispered, "Just keep this a secret. Don't let anyone find out. Ever. Remember, no matter who it is, your teacher, your best friend, even your future husband, not a soul. This involves your life, mine, and our entire families." Hearing that the whole family was at risk, Lu Qinghuo became dead serious and compliant. Don't worry, big brother. I won't let anyone find out." Having successfully fooled his silly sister, Lu Shang stood up, feeling quite pleased with himself. "All right, I'll show you a few more times. Once you're used to it, remember to head back to your room and practice hard. Got it?" Lu Qinghuo watched him and thought, "So that's why big brother always hides in his room to practice this." She clenched her fists, dreaming excitedly. "Haha, just wait. My talent is even better than yours. Surpassing you isn't impossible, and my acting skills are definitely Nobel Prize worthy." Meanwhile, Lu Shang gloated internally. My acting skills deserve a Best Actor award for sure." He turned around and waved at his sister. "I have to head out for a bit. Stay home and practice well. When I get back, I'll teach you some real combat." Lu Qinghuo nodded obediently. "Got it." Scene shift to the Hai Tian Shengyan restaurant. Lu Shang arrived at the meeting spot and spoke to his future wife, Hatutu, who was waiting. "I'm so sorry to keep you waiting." Hatutu was very thoughtful. She had already ordered plenty of beef for him. "I know you like steak, so I ordered a good amount." Lu Shang exclaimed. "Oh, you're so thoughtful. Thank you." As he cut the meat, he stared intently at his future wife. "How's the business doing lately?" Hatutu replied. "The initial market price for the Spirit Blood Refining Serum is 49,888. It's not exactly cheap, but it's priced out of reach for the average person. I've positioned it for a mid to high-end customer base with real purchasing power. Sales are going great. The first batch of 20,000 vials sold out in less than a week." The money-making expert Hatutu continued happily. "Plus, the repeat purchase rate is very high. I believe that after a little more time, our reputation will really take off. It's definitely on track to become a star product in the martial arts supplement market across Dongning Province and Baihe City." Lu Shang wolfed down a piece of beef and praised Hatutu. "Great work. I'm very relieved to have you in charge." He continued. "So, are the funds still looking healthy? We can keep the cash flow moving for now, but once we expand our sales reach, we'll definitely need to open branches. When that time comes, I'll need a bank loan because I don't have much cash left in hand." After eating, he kept drinking, but didn't forget to keep hyping up his future wife. "In a while, I'll provide you with more funding. You don't need to worry about the amount from last time." Hatutu noted this and replied, "Then I'll leave it to you." Suddenly, she paused and asked, "Oh, right. Isn't the general exam coming up soon for you?" Lu Shang replied calmly, not worried at all. "Yeah, that's right. So, I won't be heading out much during this period. I'll be focusing entirely on preparing for the exam. The business side is all up to you." Lu Shang suddenly remembered he was moving, so he reminded Hatutu, "Oh, right. I'm moving in a few days. I'll send you the new address when I'm settled. Facing Lu Shang, Hatutu broke out in a sweat, feeling completely bewildered. She had almost forgotten the young man radiating an aura of power and authority in front of her. In reality, was just a high school student who hadn't even taken his general exam yet. He was becoming more and more unfathomable. She took a sip of wine and thought to herself, if you told me half a year ago, I never would have guessed I'd be putting the entire fate of the He family into his hands. But looking at the current situation, this decision of mine wasn't wrong at all. Ha ha ha. Of course, giving my future to my future husband. How could that ever be wrong? After a moment of thought, Hatutu stood up and said, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading off. Sure, goodbye. Before leaving, she remembered something. Oh, by the way, I've promoted Ma Fei to store manager. Ma Fei was currently feeling incredibly proud. This big shot has finally made it big too. Before leaving, Hatutu suddenly remembered, oh, right. I've promoted Ma Fei to store manager. Ma Fei, at that moment, was feeling very proud, thinking, this big shot is finally going to strike it rich too. Hearing this, Lu Shang fully trusted his future wife's decision and said, it's fine, as long as you're in charge. All right, I'm heading out. Lu Shang had finished his meal by then. Watching Hatutu's back as she left, the young man thought to himself that Hatutu's company was his most important source of income, and also a place where he could secretly develop future medicinal boosters. As for whether Hatutu would betray him after becoming successful, he wasn't worried at all. The Ha family appeared like a calm, ripple-free sea on the surface, but in reality, they were surrounded by trouble and would eventually have to ask him for help. Lu Shang's expression was thoughtful, even without those external pressures. What he, Lu Shang, could give, he could surely take back. But the most important thing right now was to upgrade his own strength. After thinking this through, the young man called the beautiful waitress and asked her to prepare 50 servings of steak for takeout. The young man clenched his fist, determined. Weapons for spiritual power cultivation, the void martial arts blade, the star-level body refinement technique, the undying golden body. I need to reach the next breakthrough. With those things, the next time I meet that female martial god grandmaster. Lu Shang's face was serious and full of determination. It won't just be about escaping with my life. I will defeat her. Afterward, Lu Shang thought to himself, in the blink of an eye, months have passed. The Qiming General Star selection has ended, and the Spirit Reader examination has also been passed. He returned home. Next, he confirmed his finances, using various bonuses and side income to buy a new house for his family. Lu Shang stood in front of the new house, pointing at it with a cheerful smile at the side. Next, he looked at the movers in front of him, while rubbing his chin in confusion, his other hand on his hip, watching the people from the Hongchuan martial arts gym happily carrying his stuff. He puzzled over it, wondering, I don't even know how the people from the Hongchuan martial arts gym found out about this and came here on their own to help me move. Below, his little sister and Zhao Lingquan were whispering happily about something, and his parents were standing there smiling gently. Lu Qinghuo's eyes glanced over at him, her brows furrowed, and she casually covered Zhao Lingquan's ear to whisper something. She blushed and tilted her head to listen. They moved until sunset. Lu Shang thought to himself, finally, we've moved into the new house, Hua Manor. Currently, he was jokingly rubbing his little sister's head, his face still full of smiles. Behind them, his parents saw their children playing and smiled warmly, standing happily together. The little girl squinted, hunching over, hugging her head as she received her brother's playful teasing. In the distance, an auntie with a bag walked out, saw them, and muttered, the new restaurant is a bit strange. Next, he confirmed, tomorrow I'm going to take the general exam. Up on the open balcony, Lu Qinghuo stretched her arms excitedly and shouted at the glass door, I finally have my own martial arts training room. Haha. Downstairs, his mother was holding a box of red fruit while looking at his father, Lin Zhe, and smiled kindly. We just moved here. Let's go greet the neighbors, dear. Seeing this, he took a gift box from the table, smiled at her, and agreed. Hearing this, Lu Shang also looked at them and replied with a soft smile, I'll go with you. Seeing this, Lin Zhe looked at him, about to say something, then laughed calmly, raised his eyebrows, and shook his head. No need, son, you should go get some rest. He explained, tomorrow is the day of the martial arts general exam, so get some good rest. Beside him, his mother held the gift, smiling kindly and agreeing with her husband. Then, he laughed heartily, his eyes wide as he looked up at his son, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said, if you become the martial arts champion, our family will truly bring glory to our ancestors. He looked at him, smiled, bowed his head, and didn't reply. That night in his new room, Lu Shang lay on the bed and drifted off to sleep, thinking to himself, my current inner canon has reached the peak of a level 4 martial artist. With formless energy constantly surging through his body, Lu Shang concluded that he was ready to reach the 5th level at any moment. He then confirmed that while he could have leveled up earlier, he had held back until now to refine his internal energy repeatedly. The original pale yellow internal energy had transformed into a flowing, amber gold color. He began to practice in his mind. Throwing a powerful punch while tensing his brow and glaring, he shouted, "The 3rd refinement is almost complete." Lu Shang then realized that the power of his strikes had certainly increased several times over. Immediately after, his attack unleashed a massive wave of magma surging forward. The magma wave slammed into an area covered in ice and snow. Blocks of ice tried to hold the magma back, while snow fell ceaselessly from above. Lu Shang moved across the magma toward the border of ice and fire. On the other side, Zhao Lengquan stood on a large slab of ice, weapon in hand, watching him. As his body soared through the blizzard, Lu Shang called out to her, "I've arrived." Hearing this, Zhao Lengquan silently fixed her gaze upon him. Sharp metallic glints flashed on her form as they charged at one another, a clear boundary dividing the ice and the magma. Lu Shang shouted in excitement as he braced for the clash. "Let's see how today's training with my mentor goes." Zhao Lengquan swiftly thrust her weapon toward him, but Lu Shang quickly raised his hand to block. He slammed his other fist into her weapon, face contorted in concentration as he thought, "I'm already utilizing 20 times the output of the stellar power." Gritting his teeth and narrowing his eyes at her, heat radiated from his body. He threw a punch directly at Zhao Lengquan's face, causing her to wince and spit blood. Her head snapped to the side, but she quickly regained her composure, rising onto her tiptoes to gather momentum as freezing power poured out of her. Then she swung, her leg, kicking hard into his stomach and sending Lu Shang flying back. Beneath the spot where Zhao Lengquan stood lay a massive block of ice. Moments later, he and his icy fist were sent crashing into a building, triggering a massive explosion. Debris and smoke filled the air. Emerging from the blast, he reflected, the special 4-gate breathing technique. His hand condensed into a sphere of magma, and with a tense scowl, he launched it, thinking, the fire-breathing technique has reached the 2nd level of mastery. It did more than just create a fireball. Like a falling meteor, he dove from the sky toward Zhao Lengquan below, the energy sphere clutched in his hand. She looked up at him, and as Lu Shang shouted in his mind, he realized, it can also detonate, dealing an incredibly powerful burst of damage. As the sphere in his hand struck down toward Zhao Lengquan, she quickly raised her shield to block his attack, causing the scorching energy to flare out to the sides. Suddenly, icy spikes erupted from her body. She smirked triumphantly, her hand still bracing the shield overhead to deflect his strike. Finally, an ice pillar formed and shot toward him. A fierce wind howled all around them. Lu Shang quickly shifted his position around the giant ice pillar. His face remained tight and furrowed, the snow falling relentlessly around them, while down below, Zhao Lengquan continued to smirk. Holding her ice shield and weapon, she stood amidst the blizzard. Seeing this, Lu Shang mused to himself, "It seems like I've been coming to this Valkyrie Grandmaster for training every single day lately." From a distance, he looked at her, his eyes shining with excitement, as he smiled and confirmed in his thoughts, "I can finally last 5 minutes fighting this Valkyrie Grandmaster without dying." His fist had been frozen solid, his body glowing with a faint blue light in the snowy winds. He added in his mind, "This is a world of difference from being one-shotted when we first met. The 10 perfection martial arts have truly integrated into my body." One hand emitted fire to melt the ice, while his body pulsed with a green light. His other hand began to crackle with small bolts of lightning. His eyes widened, his expression hardened as he stared into the blizzard, pondering, if all my martial arts breakthroughs reach the microscopic level, wouldn't the 10 perfection martial arts progress even further? In the distance, Zhao Lengquan stood grinning, weapon gripped firmly in her hand. Lu Shang rushed toward her, clenching both his lightning-filled and fire-filled fists. Suddenly, he halted, retracted his aura, shrugged, and darkened his expression. With a sharp glare, he looked at Zhao Lengquan, one hand still flaming, the other still sparking with residual lightning, and said, "All right, I can't beat you right now." He added, "But once the qualifying exams are over, my rank will definitely break through to level 4. He then affirmed, "By then, I'll obtain the next 3 major cultivation techniques of level 11 martial arts." Lu Shang thought of the Crystal Crown General technique in one book, and the Stellar Body Refining technique in another. Finally, he imagined himself holding Zhao Lengquan in the palm of his hand and declared, "My strength will continue to skyrocket. Once my internal energy condenses into true power, reaching level 5, I will definitely take you down. Lu Shang's expression was devious, his face dark as he smiled, a blue light flashing deep in his eyes. Lu Shang then mused on the benefits of sparring with the Valkyrie Grandmaster more often. He paused, then looked at Zhao Lengquan, who was standing before him holding her shield, and realized it only made him crave more. That martial arts grandmaster's ability to condense ice into spears. Lu Shang reconsidered. But I guess I have a weapon of my own now, too. He pressed 2 fingers together, curled the other 3, and smiled as his body radiated a violet light. Immediately after, he invoked the Zhao family's boundless blade wheel, a series of blades strung together into a chain, and shouted proudly, "This is the weapon that cost me 27 billion, 2.7 billion. With one hand behind his back and the other gesturing ahead to control the weapon swirling around him, he maintained a calm, smug smile. Lu Shang continued to explain his weapon. I used 27 kilograms of thick silver ore mined from Bullhead Mountain. All of it went into this. I found the ore in some mountain range and crafted every single link of this weapon, making them smaller and smaller, he muttered. After the whole process, I only have a few million left. No wonder psychic masters are as precious as gold. I have no choice. As Lu Shang controlled the weapon, he squeezed his eyes shut and offered a pained, forced smile, crying internally, "This career path is a damn money pit." Lu Shang pulled his hand back, tucked it behind his back, watched his weapon fly, and muttered to himself, "Thankfully, after getting this weapon, I only need to say one word." He then shouted firmly, "Awesome!" Lu Shang thought to himself, even 10,000 years from now, psychic masters will still be the most sought-after, top-tier martial arts profession. At the same time, he raised his hand to control the weapon, the hand emitting a blue light, as he realized, in the past few months, I've just managed to grasp one killing move from the level 5 boundless blade wheel techniques. Finally, he shouted in his mind. The description of the spark material for this killing move is only 4 words long, and his weapons shot toward Zhao Lengquan at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Lu Shang screamed internally, convinced he could slash a grandmaster. While she watched his weapons with intense vigilance, Lu Shang thought to himself, if he could kill a grandmaster at the 5th level, then level 6 or even 7. He grew confused and wondered to himself, what other psychic techniques could possibly be stronger than the infinite blade wheel? He narrowed his eyes, clicked his tongue, and looked at Zhao Lengquan. This Valkyrie's fighting spirit is truly too strong. She's simply not comparable to an ordinary grandmaster. On the other side, she raised her weapon, channeling power into it to sprout sharp spikes, while the shield in her hand quickly blocked all of his incoming attacks, and he still couldn't break through within a 3-meter range. Seeing this, Lu Shang gritted his teeth in frustration, his expression dark as he controlled his weapons and screamed internally, "Damn it!" His weapons bounced back one after another, all sticking into the ground. Immediately after, he picked one up, brow furrowed in confusion, breaking out into a cold sweat as he realized with shock, the basic moves of the infinite blade wheel don't affect her at all. He fell into deep thought. If he used the infinite blade wheel's full-force finishing move, Lu Shang realized that once he unleashed that finishing move, he would be left frozen, while his weapons would quickly pierce Zhao Lengquan's arm, forcing her to drop her shield. As massive energy sources collided, Lu Shang further concluded that while he could cause serious injury to the Valkyrie, his own psychic power would be completely drained, rendering him useless. Suddenly, the goddess's spear lunged toward him. With no strength left to resist, Lu Shang weakly furrowed his brow, struggling to throw a punch, fearfully realizing that the next moment he would surely be shattered by her spear. He then concluded, "But now, with my breath of the wind bolstering my undying golden body, my speed is no worse than hers." Lu Shang darted away from the fight, glancing back at Zhao Lengquan, who was dealing with his weapons on the ice block, and concluded, "As long as I don't throw my life away, she can't do anything to me." He then thought, "It's a pity there's no suitable opponent to test my moves against. She's too strong to spar with. If I keep pushing it, she'll get hurt, and I'll end up dead." Finally, he confirmed, "Without a proper rival, I have no idea how strong I really am or where my limits lie." Returning to reality, Lu Shang woke up, sat on his bed, braced his arms on his knees, and leaned back, screaming in his heart, "The trial tomorrow is the best chance for a test run." In the dark of night, he stared into the void, muttering to himself, "Prefecture Martial Champion, Province Martial Champion." Lu Shang cut himself off. The house was enveloped in darkness as he affirmed with absolute certainty, "My goals." He looked into the vast, uncertain galaxy in his mind, finally smiling with a sharp, determined gaze. Outside the window, the dawnlight began to shine upon him. Lu Shang affirmed that he wouldn't stop there. The next morning at the breakfast table, his mother wore an apron, stood to the side, closed her eyes, and clasped her hands in prayer. May you be safe and successful. I pray that my holy son achieves great results. On the table were steamed buns and breakfast pastries. To one side, Lu Qinghuo sat with her hands on the table, looking at him. She spoke up. As your little sister, I'll go to the exam site with you later. Hearing this, he laughed, eating a bun in his hand, and reached out to rub her head, saying, That works. It'll let you get a feel for the exam atmosphere, to keep you from being too nervous when your own trial comes around. The girl bit into her bun, furrowing her brows at him, and grumbled discontentedly. Yeah, right, I won't be nervous. Their mother saw this and squeezed her hands, smiling excitedly to encourage her son. Don't be nervous, just take the test calmly. No matter the result, you are the son your father and I are most proud of. Just then, a car pulled up outside, and Lindsay called out, Son, get in the car. Lu Shang turned, waved at him through the glass, and replied with wide eyes, Coming, Dad. Beside him, Lu Qinghuo watched while chewing, holding her breakfast bowl. On the road, the wheels kept turning. Lindsay reminded his son, Do well. Son, whether our Lu family can produce a martial champion depends entirely on you. Hearing this, Lu Qinghuo, sitting in the back, poked her head up, grabbed the driver's seat, narrowed her eyes, and shouted, Dad, what about me? He smiled with his eyes closed. Lindsay laughed while driving and shouted back at his daughter, This little girl has a lot more practicing to do if she wants to be martial champion. Ha ha ha. The sky that day was clear blue. At the crowded and noisy exam site, cars were packed tight. Lu Shang quickly opened the door and stepped out with a confident look. He then closed his eyes, his body glowing with a faint purple light as he imagined his family's encouragement. Mom's good boy, do your best. Don't be nervous, just give it your all. Getting into a top-tier martial arts university would be such an honor for the family. Do you want some water? Are you hungry? Do you need to go to the bathroom? Did you bring your exam permit? Oh my God, how could you forget something so important at home? They were shouting in their own worry and excitement, even more than he was. Lu Shang tucked those words into his heart and opened his eyes, looking forward. With determination in his eyes, he frowned and smiled to himself. It's been a long time since I've lived the life of an ordinary person. Now, I'm finally acting like an ordinary person coming to take the trial. The things I've experienced these past few months. He paused, and suddenly, his father stepped out from behind him, frowning as he looked ahead and smiled, recounting, I remember when I first took the martial exam here. It's a shame my aptitude wasn't great, and I wasn't well nourished either. After walking a short distance, he had to stop. Lu Shang, lost in thought from his father's words, looked straight ahead. Then, Lindsay quickly walked up, threw an arm around his shoulder, and said with a beaming, joyful grin, Son, you're 100 times stronger than your old man. I won't say much else, just keep this one thing in mind. He paused, his other hand resting on his hip, while Lu Shang looked earnestly at him, offering a faint smile in return. Lindsay added, Give it your all. I'm rooting for you. Seeing this, Lu Shang felt his eyes well up as he looked at his father. He opened his mouth, a flash of surprise crossing his face, before quickly regaining his composure. He closed his eyes, smiled, and took a step forward, confirming, I got it, Dad. Lindsay stood behind, watching his son with a look of immense pride. Lu Qinghuo also quickly appeared at his side, gripping her hands tightly as she watched her brother's silhouette, cheering him on. Go for it, big brother. Dad and I will be waiting out here for you. Lu Shang just walked on, relaxed, waving back at them without looking back. Then, the annual martial arts examination finally kicked off. Inside the main hall, the crowd stood in neat rows as an exam proctor held a stack of documents. He looked down at the crowd and announced, We will proceed in order. The first test is blood vitality. The second is combat power measurement. He paused, then added, Candidate numbers 00236 through 00240. Please enter the exam room now. Beside him stood another proctor. Immediately, those with the called numbers quickly filed into the exam room under the strict supervision and guidance of the proctor. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. The proctor narrowed his eyes, peering down at the scene with a scowl, and let out a grunt. He noticed the crowd backing away from Lu Shang and shouted angrily, What on earth are you all doing? Lu Shang stood in the center, exuding an aura of killing intent while keeping his hands calmly in his pockets. The proctor continued, Why is everyone crowding together in the front and back rows like that? Why leave such a huge gap in the middle? He then urged them, Stand in your lines. One of the candidates, trembling, pointed a shaking finger toward Lu Shang, his face pale with fear as he replied, Sir, it's not that we don't want to move forward, he added. It's just, as soon as I get near him, I feel this strange, crushing pressure. My whole body is shaking. I can't take it. Hearing this, the proctor furrowed his brows, clenched his fists, and stepped down, shouting in irritation, "What the hell is going on?" He marched up and stood directly in front of Lu Shang, glaring with wide eyes, and let out an annoyed huff. Lu Shang remained expressionless, his face unreadable, his lips pressed together, still radiating that killing intent. Suddenly, the proctor felt it too, and was startled, his body stiffening, a flash of anxiety hitting him as he thought to himself, "This aura, it's terrifyingly strong." The proctor struggled, his brows knitted tight, grinding his teeth as he glared at Lu Shang, realizing with dread. This is the blood vitality aura of a martial artist, concentrated to the point where it naturally projects such killing intent. That killing intent kept subconsciously assaulting the proctor. It was as if a fierce, invisible crimson beast had manifested behind Lu Shang, glaring at the crowd. The proctor turned pale with fear, stepping back as he thought to himself, an ordinary person standing near him would feel like they're standing right next to a wild beast. Lu Shang, meanwhile, remained relaxed with his hands in his pockets, staring back at the proctor, his expression completely unshaken. The proctor realized this was the body's natural defense mechanism, instinctively trying to avoid a source of danger. He stared in shock, muttering to himself, trembling, "What kind of monster is this guy?" Lu Shang's expression remained calm, yet to the proctor, he looked like a predator, his eyes glowing intensely, his entire being exuding overwhelming pressure. Finally, the proctor coughed, closed his eyes, and furrowed his brows to regain his composure. He pointed toward the door behind him and said, "Forget it. Lu Shang, go ahead and enter the testing room alone. Go measure your blood vitality." He added, "Everyone else, follow him." Hearing this, the crowd quickly scattered, looking on in shock as they scrambled away. Finally, the area around Lu Shang was empty, save for the proctors. Everyone kept glancing back at him as they ran, whispering, "That was terrifying. Stay away from Lu Shang. Finally, we can get some distance from him." Lu Shang closed his eyes and let out a self-deprecating sigh, muttering, "My apologies." Meanwhile, the crowd behind him had already moved aside, whispering and gossiping about him. Lu Shang walked in, hands still tucked in his pockets, when a desperate voice rang out, "I didn't take any forbidden drugs. I didn't." The guy struggled, pleading, "I really didn't." Seeing this, Lu Shang looked up at him, his face filled with curiosity, not sure what to make of it. The candidate yelled in defense once more, "I only drank some chicken soup my uncle made using an old family recipe." As two guards dragged him away, he kept struggling, screaming, "He said it would help me in the exam." Behind him, another proctor just stood with his arms crossed, watching silently, clearly not believing him. The proctor with glasses crossed his arms, wearing a cold, mocking smirk as he added, "I warned you all before we started." He continued, "Anyone who has been taking things they shouldn't in the last 2 days, speak up now." A sign reading, "Cheating strictly prohibited," was clearly visible on the proctor's face. The proctor then declared, "There's no other way. You are disqualified from the martial arts exam for 3 years. Get out of here." As the guy was dragged away by his arms, he kept thrashing and shouting, "I didn't cheat. I don't accept this. I don't accept this." Lu Shang watched his retreating figure. A middle-aged man nearby sighed, shaking his head. "Sigh, these candidates have no self-control." He added, "The penalty says 3 years, but in reality, they're finished for life. No martial arts university would ever accept a student who has a history of cheating." Beside him, the proctor with glasses agreed, closing his eyes. He then picked up the documents and pointed toward Lu Shang, shouting, "Next, Lu Shang." Lu Shang looked at them, his face void of emotion. The proctor urged, "That's you, right? Get over here." Lu Shang walked over to them, his expression unchanged, hands in his pockets. The killing intent surged forward again, causing both men to freeze in their tracks. The proctor with glasses stared in terror, and the middle-aged man was no exception, his eyes wide with shock. Their bodies began to tremble involuntarily as Lu Shang walked past, and they stood there, mouths agape, muttering to themselves, "This aura, it's just too strong." And they realized, "We're grade 5 proctors, and even we," and subconsciously stepped back. Inside the exam room, the man in glasses was still in shock as he picked up the syringe, eyes wide as he looked up and asked, "Are you ready? First, we'll check your chi." Right after, he held the syringe up, using his thumb and index finger to lightly squeeze the needle tip, bending it, and calmly stated with a straight face, "I've already completed the physical exam. Can you swap this for a different one? This needle can't even pierce my skin." Hearing this, The other two were even more stunned, not understanding what was happening, eyes widening and brows furrowing as they shouted, "Nani? What's going on?" Seeing this, the man in glasses quickly furrowed his brow, pulled out a pile of other sharp needles, and shouted, confirming, "I've brought a whole bunch of blood-drawing needles used for high-level martial artists." Beside him, the middle-aged man also awkwardly stepped forward, picked up a needle, sweat beading on his forehead. Seeing that, Lu Shang just shrugged and walked over, grabbed a handful of needles, glanced at them, and calmly remarked, "Doing it one by one takes too long." Seeing that, the other two were startled and let go. Right after, Lu Shang placed his palm down, smashed his fist onto the pointed tips of the needles he was holding, and declared, "Let's just do it all in one go." Immediately, they looked at the mangled pile of needles that had been crushed like grass in his hand, looking up at him in sheer panic, then looked back down at the needle bundle, and screamed in fear. This is truly insane. Just how thick is his skin exactly? The man in glasses next to him also trembled and confirmed, "There's no other way. I'll go ask for instructions from my superior." Then, he furrowed his brow, forced a smile, pointed toward the door in front, and said to him, "Student, go ahead and test your combat power level first." Seeing this, he obediently looked in the direction the examiner in glasses was pointing, finally smiling excitedly as he said, "All right." He gradually moved toward the door. In the combat testing room, a guy with orange-yellow shoulder-length hair was just shouting, eyes blue, as he swung his fist. Then, he punched toward the dummy in front while yelling, "Die for me." A blue light flashed from where his fist made contact, and immediately, the dummy scanned him and announced, "Combat power exceeds 100, there is hope for passing the Dongning Martial Arts University entrance exam." Hearing that, the other guy stared at the dummy, and then the examiner in glasses quickly led him inside. The person in charge inside was holding documents, looked over at them, and gave a grunt. Immediately, his eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the examiner in glasses and questioned him. "Old Zhang, why did you come over here?" Seeing Old Zhang's grim expression, he confirmed, "The qi and blood levels for the next person haven't come out yet." Then, Old Zhang quickly stepped closer, covered his mouth, and whispered something into the person in charge's ear, causing him to widen his eyes in shock and shout, "Huh? There's such a thing?" Then, Old Zhang looked over at the dummy, equipped with the device, and warned, "Is that how your equipment is? Do you need to switch to a higher-end one? Don't let anything embarrassing happen. We can't afford to lose face in front of this person." Hearing this, the person in charge remained confident, reached out with a smile, pointed to his measuring machine, and confirmed, "Rest assured, this machine is the highest grade available." He added, "The limit of this testing machine is 990,000. He looked at the test dummy number 0 to 4, and confidently added, "Even a level 6 martial artist wouldn't be a problem," then made another ridiculous claim. "Don't tell me that kid is a grandmaster, ha ha ha." Right after the man in glasses stepped aside, the person in charge for this round casually looked toward him, waving his hand and laughing amusedly. "That student's name is Lu Shang, right?" Then he confirmed, "Come on in, it's your turn." Right after, he walked over calmly, but the killing intent radiating from him made even the man in glasses startle and turn around. The examiner for this round stared in shock, unable to sit still in his chair, as the boy's sharp, piercing gaze locked onto him from above. The killing intent kept pouring out, making the other man stumble backward as he looked up at him. Then, Lu Shang smiled, closed his eyes peacefully, and bowed to the examiner. "Hello, examiner. My registration number is 00565. At Baihei City." Seeing his physique, the examiner's body jerked, trembling all over, pointing and stuttering, before confirming in fear, "Student Lu Shang, please step up to the testing machine." Then, he stood in position before the dummy, while the other two examiners stood and sat, watching him. Then, the seated examiner held the information sheet, stared at him, and asked, "Student Lu Shang, are you ready?" Hearing this, Lu Shang closed his eyes and replied, "Please wait a moment." Right after, the examiner's face went blank, eyes wide as he stared at the fire-like aura around him. Lu Shang used the breath of fire, the Mingwang Sutra, to increase his qi and blood. Then, his hands pushed out as if channeling energy, and behind him, the silhouette of a fire god flickered. His face was full of seriousness, and then his body emitted a golden, radiant energy that enveloped his whole being. Seeing this, the other two quickly shielded themselves in amazement. The examiner for this round reached up to hold his hat, eyes wide with astonishment, jaw dropped as he stared at him and shouted, "Huh? What kind of commotion is this? You told me this was a student here for the entrance exam." He confirmed again with Old Zhang, who was also grimacing and furrowing his brows, staring ahead in difficulty. Then, he looked at the golden aura surrounding him and remarked, "Gathering power, bursting at a fixed point, identifying weaknesses." Meanwhile, Lu Shang remained calm, closing his eyes to regulate his qi. The examiner muttered, "Knowing everything, capable of everything." Then, Lu Shang opened his eyes, sparkling with golden light, and shouted in his thoughts, "Martial arts perfection." Right after, he confirmed, "First form." Then, he stood on his tiptoes, the ground cracking from the massive energy, and he shouted in his heart, "Planet-level power output, 12 times amplification." Next, the examiner for this round was stunned, eyes wide, sweat pouring down, unable to keep his mouth shut. As he swung his fist, a fireball containing the image of a phoenix quickly formed. His eyes flashed as he shouted the name of the move, Grandmaster Technique. Flames raged all around him. Then, he reflected internally that this was the first time he had combined all his states into one, and added, "I also want to know my current strength." Lu Shang smiled, eyes narrowing in determination, swung his fist forward, and shouted in his heart, "Let's see what happens." Right after, his fire-infused punch slammed into the body of the test dummy. Next, a blinding light erupted, and he screamed out the name of his move, 10 suns shining in the sky. But before that, 5 minutes before the main auditorium's assessment, in a certain room, a game piece slammed down onto the board with a sharp crack. Tu Diodong closed his eyes, retracted his hand, and sat back in his chair with total composure before speaking up. "Checkmate, Director Liu. He is Tu Diodong, the head supervisor of the university entrance exam for Bakha City and the president of the Thuhai City Martial Artists Association." Hearing that, the pot-bellied man playing chess next to him also raised a hand to rub his head, closing his eyes as he lamented, "Ah, I've lost again." He was the director of the Bakha City Department of Education. Director Liu continued with praise, "Chairman Tu, your chess skills are truly masterful. I've lost 7 games in a row. I'm calling it quits." Hearing this, Tu Diodong on the other side laughed heartily, rubbing his chin, beaming with humble joy. "Haha, I'm just a brute. What do I know about playing chess? I guess I have to concede." Suddenly, the secretary rushed in, clutching a file, shouting in a panic, "Chairman Tu, urgent matter requiring your instructions." Hearing this, Tu Diodong turned to look at her, calmly chiding, "What's with the rush? Don't you see I have guests?" Beside him, Director Liu sat silently observing. Then he asked, "What is it? Speak." Hearing this, the secretary stammered, clutching the file. It's hard to describe." She fumbled with her words. "Basically, there's a candidate from Bakha City taking the exam who broke the blood-drawing needle. So, the examiner is requesting to use a higher-grade needle for him." Hearing this, Tu Diodong raised a hand, eyes closed, head bowed in frustration, and questioned, "Doesn't every testing center get a box of high-grade needles?" He added, "And you need my instructions for this?" Hearing this, the secretary stepped forward, looking flustered and stuttering. She continued, "They're all broken. All the high-grade blood-drawing needles are broken." Hearing this, the hand Tu Diodong was holding a chess piece with tightened until it cracked from the sudden agitation. He glared in shock, brow furrowed as he shouted, "What? The high-grade needles are all ruined?" He was stunned, then asked. Director Liu, hearing this, also stared wide-eyed, unable to sit still, looking at the secretary. Immediately after, Tu Diodong lost his cool, quickly pointing at the flustered secretary, shouting urgently, "Go, quickly, go get the special grade needles from the control room," he added, "and bring me that candidate's file right now." Habin Nam, standing nearby, stood up and peered over in astonishment. The secretary heard this and handed over the documents in her hand, confirming, "I've already prepared the file. Please, take a look." The two of them immediately leaned in to look at the documents. Lin Zhe, hearing his words, reached out with a beaming smile, confirming, "No trouble at all, not at all." Lu Shang and his family stood at the gate, waving goodbye to Habin Nam's convoy as it departed. He stared in utter shock, his eyes bulging. Then, Xu Yaodong squinted, his face darkening as he caught his breath. Whoosh! He quickly composed himself, smiling as he looked at his colleague to confirm, "Director Liu, congratulations to you." Hearing this, Director Liu beside him also smiled, closing his eyes with a humble nod of confirmation. "Haha. Just good luck. Just good luck." Shortly after, he clasped his hands together and added happily, "It's my turn to give the approval this time. Haha, it's all thanks to President Xu's excellent teaching. I'm just getting to share in the glory this time." Hearing this, Xu Yaodong looked over in surprise, still holding the documents in his hand as he asked back. Oh? Director Liu doesn't seem surprised at all, does he? Upon hearing this, Director Liu beamed, his eyes crinkling with amusement as he replied, How could I not be surprised? He confirmed, though deep down, he already had some inkling. Right after that, he recalled the glowing emblem of the military region and asked Xu Yaodong, President Xu, are you aware of the East Military Region's annual Morningstar General selection? He then added, That kid, Lu Shang, is the Morningstar General for this round, he continued. Not only that, he interrupted himself, then beamed as he confirmed. He is also a famous martial arts star in Baihei City. Hearing this, Xu Yaodong's eyes went wide as he exclaimed in shock. So that's how it is. Instantly, waves of realization crashed through his mind as he mused. That kid, with this kind of strength, he's not just qualified to be the provincial martial arts top scorer. He then firmly concluded in his thoughts. He's basically sitting firmly on the throne of the top scorer, eyeing the title of Dragon Rider. Seeing this, Xu Yaodong excitedly grabbed Director Liu's arm and shouted, Let's go. We need to go see this person for ourselves. It would be a real shame to miss out on meeting such international-level talent, he sighed. Right at that moment, the table and the flower vase on it began to shake violently. Finally, under a heavy impact, the vase cracked and shattered. Immediately, Xu Yaodong and Director Liu's faces went pale as they panicked, stumbling along with the tremors. The two couldn't even stand still. They looked down at the shaking ground and cried out in alarm, Wah! As the tremors subsided, Director Liu, standing behind, asked with wide, sweaty eyes, Huh? An earthquake? Beside him, Xu Yaodong glanced toward the source of the shaking and stated urgently, It doesn't feel like it. I can sense the source of the impact, and it's not far from here. Then, his eyes went round with horror as he shouted, That direction. It's Lu Shang's combat power testing room. Down below, just a moment prior, Lu Shang's punch had left the scene engulfed in a cloud of dust. His fist was still raised, surrounded by glowing red phoenix feathers, while the combat dummy was severely damaged, embedded deep into the wall, surrounded by cracks in the stone floor. The two examiners nearby were so shocked they fell out of their chairs. The examiner wearing glasses stared, frozen, mouth agape, unable to utter a sound. Inside the room, the other examiner had also collapsed to the floor, gasping in pure astonishment. What on earth just happened? Crack. Crack. The machine was still twitching, stuck fast to the back wall. Its body was sparking with electricity and heavily damaged. The examiner screamed in a panic. This is a combat power machine rated for a peak level 6 martial artist, he asked in disbelief. And it was blown apart with a single punch? Seeing this, Lu Shang looked completely innocent, his mouth agape in surprise as well. His fist was still cloaked in flames, with phoenix jewels circling it. The examiner confirmed again. A single punch from him. He finally couldn't believe his own eyes, and shouted in disbelief. He exceeded 990,000 in combat power? Behind them, Xu Yaodong and Director Liu rushed to the scene. Glaring at the chaos, he shouted, Hey, what the hell is going on here? The crowd looked at him. The scene was total mayhem, filled with dust and debris. The examiner in charge of this round ran over, grabbed Xu Yaodong, and wept in helpless frustration, shouting, President Xu, you're finally here. Beside him, Director Liu watched with a dumbfounded expression, while Xu Yaodong looked startled at the man, who was covered in tears and snot. The examiner stuttered as he accused him, He stopped, pointing a finger at Lu Shang, who stood there with a blank, harmless, slightly darkened expression, and added, He's a grandmaster. Hearing this, Lu Shang pointed at his own face, his eyes round and lips pursed in confusion. Right after, President Xu regained his composure. He pointed at the people around him, furrowed his brows, and ordered, All other candidates, please step outside. Tell the ones waiting out there to hold on for a moment. He then shouted his instructions urgently, immediately contact the Martial Arts Association and arrange for a Grandmaster-level testing machine to be brought here. Finally, he urged, Hurry it up. Hearing this, old Zhang, the man with glasses, frowned in a panic, while the examiner in the blue shirt joined in, both confirming as they hurriedly left. Right after, Xu Yaodong turned his head to look at Lu Shang, his face serious, his brow furrowed in awe as he mused to himself. The power of that punch was truly earth-shattering. He then added, Today will surely go down in history. He concluded his thoughts. What a true young hero. Behind him, Director Liu approached Lu Shang, smiling warmly as he reassured him. Don't worry, Lu Shang. No one is going to blame you, he added. Please, don't let this weigh on your mind. Lu Shang looked back at him. Standing beside him, the director clasped his hands behind his back and confirmed, "Just prepare yourself well. We'll cooperate later and just run the test one more time. That's all." He looked at Lu Shang, noticing the dense blue aura constantly radiating from him. He clenched his own fists, trying to process the situation, and thought, "Just standing near him, I can feel the aura of a martial artist who has been tempered through countless trials." He confirmed with astonishment, "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would ever believe a student who's only 18 years old could reach this level?" An hour later, old Zhang's voice rang out with urgency as he pointed to the box of equipment being brought in. "President Xu, all the high-level machinery has arrived." He held a paper in his hand. Upon hearing this, Xu Yaodong quickly confirmed, "Start the test immediately." He then took out a golden needle, his face beaming with joy as he smiled at Lu Shang, and confirmed, "First, we'll measure your blood and energy." The golden needle quickly pricked Lu Shang's fingertip. Lu Shang lowered his head, watching the action, and quietly held out his hand to comply. Moments later, his blood was quickly drawn, appearing as a small amount of orange-gold liquid. Seeing this, Director Liu pointed toward. The needle pulled away from his blood, and they stared in astonishment, sweating and shouting in confusion. The blood didn't scatter. It coagulated. Thick like liquid mercury, it was the blood of a grandmaster. Then, he added, "No, it's still missing just a little bit. I've seen real grandmaster blood before. Those pearls." The drops of blood in their imagination glowed with a deep, vital orange red. Xu Yaodong pulled the needle back, brow furrowed as he confirmed it. When blood drips to the ground, it should form perfect spheres. Whether it's the viscosity or the coagulation, it's a bit higher than this. Beside Director Liu, he frowned, hands on his hips, and added, "But for a boy his age, this is already terrifyingly impressive." Immediately, he placed the needle into the machine. It beeped, started running, and finally displayed a red notification, "Blood vitality value, 1,233.56 level 6 martial artist." Seeing this, Xu Yaodong shouted in shock, "A vitality value over 1,200? A level 6 martial artist?" Next to Director Liu grabbed his head, eyes wide as he stared at the screen, trembling. "The whole of Baihei City," he stammered, then confirmed, "No, not even in the entire history of Dongning Province has a result like this ever appeared." Across from them, Xu Yaodong quickly looked at Lu Shang, laughing with excitement. "Well done, very good. Student Lu, you've just set a new record for vitality levels." Lu Shang looked at him calmly, then gave a modest smile. "It's all right, I guess." He looked at them with a puzzled, calm expression. The spectacled examiner pouted, frowning and screaming internally in dissatisfaction. "This is all right?" He cursed to himself. "Damn, he's showing off way too much. I can't take this anymore." Then, the examiner holding the console turned around and shouted, "Director, the test machine has been calibrated, and the armored dummy is ready to go." Hearing this, Director Liu turned to him, brow furrowed, and smiled in confirmation. "While we're at it, let's test his combat power index." The dummy was prepared specifically for him. The director gestured for Lu Shang to approach, thinking to himself, this Grandmaster-level combat power tester was almost brand new, because in all of Baihai City, there were hardly any people qualified to use it. He looked at Lu Shang and thought, to see someone this young using it today. Lu Shang quickly walked toward the armored dummy with a serious expression, fists clenched. He wound up his arm, his face tensing as immense power gathered in his fist. A series of notifications flashed on the screen. He threw a punch, full of power and fury, shouting the name of his technique. 20-fold starry force, 11th heaven. Dust and debris exploded around them. The others quickly raised their hands to shield their faces. Then Xu Yaodong shouted in astonishment, "Grandmaster's will! This is absolutely the will of a Grandmaster." His eyes bulged as he screamed again. "I've struggled for years to pursue this, and now it appears in an 18-year-old boy?" He added, "Who wouldn't be terrified by this?" Beside him, Director Liu frowned, staring at Lu Shang with wide eyes, shouting in confusion. This is clearly a total opening of the 7th-level Grandmaster path. Finally, he concluded, give him a little more time, and he'll be a teen Grandmaster. Just then, Lu Shang pulled his hand away from the dummy, leaving behind a deep crater still glowing with heat. He retracted his hand, squinting with a smile at the dummy. His body was still glowing, surrounded by swirling dust. The machine emitted a reading. Combat power, 1,600,000. Seeing this, Director Liu laughed gleefully, his eyes squinting. The combat power has basically met the standard. Even if it's a tiny bit short, it's worthy of the Grandmaster title. Xu Yaodong noticed something wrong, squinting at Lu Shang. He rubbed his chin and muttered, "That's strange," then shouted, "Something isn't right." He looked at Lu Shang and questioned him. "Lu Shang, you have Grandmaster level strength, so why didn't you use your true energy Kang Qi?" Lu Shang looked at him calmly, eyes narrowing. Director Lu quickly stepped forward, frowning in a panic, and asked, "Right. Where is your true energy?" Lu Shang looked at him in silence. Finally, he reached out and gathered his energy. His whole body glowed with a faint, weak golden light. He shrugged, looking innocent as he confirmed, "I'm not even level 5 yet. My true energy hasn't formed." Hearing this, the two men went pale, their eyes wide with disbelief. They stumbled backward in unison. Looking at the aura on his body, Director Lu shouted in shock, "Oh my god, he hasn't even hit level 5, yet he's outputting Grandmaster level combat power." Hearing this, Shu Yaodong regained his composure, winked at Director Liu, and said happily, "Director Liu, congratulations." He added, "I'm afraid your Baihe city will produce a great Grandmaster in the future. This is a true dragon manifested." Hearing that, Director Liu clenched his fists, eyes squinting with wild excitement as he shouted, "A true dragon! A true dragon!" Haha. Across from him, Shu Yaodong rubbed his chin, laughing until his eyes disappeared, while the others cheered. "Our Baihe city is about to witness a true dragon prodigy." Director Lu quickly turned and pointed, reminding old Zhang, "Examiner, hurry up and notify Association President Xiao and the Eastern Military Region." The examiner scrambled to grab the documents, confirming with a gesture as he ran off. Lu Shang walked out of the exam room, reaching out toward his family with a smile. "Dad." The sunset light made his blue pupils flash. Lindsay was incredibly excited, eyes wide as he looked at his son and asked, "Lu Shang, how did the exam go? Did you use your full strength?" Beside him, Lu Qingwo was also excited, eyes wide, hands clasped to her chest as she urged him, "Brother, tell us quickly." Lu Shang put his hands on his hips and looked at his younger sister. "Better than expected. If I head to the capital, it shouldn't be a problem." His father laughed, patting him on the shoulder with pride. Lu Qingwo pumped her fist in the air, shouting with joy, "So you mean you can take the top scholar title?" "Haha, I have a top scholar brother." The three of them quickly took a photo together. This is a commemorative photo of Lu Shang after his college entrance exam. His father is smiling brightly in the back, and his younger sister is beside him, looking at the camera. Both are beaming, and Lu Shang in the center looks just as happy. Next, his personal stat sheet appears. Name, Lu Shang. Gender, male. Martial arts lifespan. June, year 297. To April, year 477. Martial arts strength, level 8 martial artist. Life summary. At 18, he became a second-level martial artist, shaking up Baihe City. Afterwards, under the nomination of the Baihe City Association, he joined the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp, placing first. That same year, he participated in the Kaiming General Star Selection and received the title of Kaiming General Star. The same year as the national exam, he achieved the highest score in the country and entered the 7th Sacred Martial Arts University in the capital. After 2 years of study, he joined the military region and attained the rank of major. Lu Shang rubs his chin while reading the red notification board in front of him, frowning as he assesses the information. At 30, he became a grandmaster. At 54, a great grandmaster. At 60, he became one of the 4 great generals of the Eastern Military Region. A life spent in the military, a legendary career. Died in April, year 477, at 181 years old. Historical character rating, 4.5 stars. Access to level 4 Fire Seed Resource Zone. He then gives a wry smile, thinking of his 5 wives, and frowns, muttering reluctantly, "5 wives? I really didn't want that at all." The screen quickly shows a beating heart. Immediately after, he clenches his fist in excitement, frowning with determination. Power surges through his hand, and he shouts excitedly in his thoughts, "In this life, I've finally reached the level 8 Great Grandmaster stage." He then pulls out the academic manuals and reaches for them with a smile, noting, "With level 4 clearance, I can finally access the next 3 major techniques up to level 11. He looks at their stat sheets. 3rd stage of the water mirror visualization method, natural breathing method, and the 2nd stage of the indestructible golden body refining technique. Lu Shang quickly opens the technique manual. Inside, a red energy orb appears. He thinks to himself, the level 4 body refining technique covers all training stages from level 4 to level 6. and confirms to himself that it's a direct path to becoming a grandmaster. His body quickly absorbs the energy bursting from the book. His eyes widen as he shouts in his mind. This technique doesn't just provide the second stage cultivation moves for the indestructible golden body. It adds a special ability on top of that. Lu Shang walks firmly toward the glowing red orb, multicolored energy flowing under his feet. Immediately after, he returns to reality and looks at the intangible book in front of him, pursing his lips and muttering. Luckily, Shi Chengnin is a huge fan of Wang Heng. He remembers who he's mimicking and adds, "The two of us are practically cut from the same cloth. I'll be able to connect the flow seamlessly." Lu Shang then recalls the blue Grandmaster energy shining on the path ahead and confirms, "My Grandmaster will is already formed. I just need to use it to level up my blood chi value to successfully reach the peak of Grandmaster status." He stands beneath the stairs, looking up at them, and ponders further. He thinks of the 10 suns in the sky technique created by Shi Chengnin and his Grandmaster path. He pauses, then remembers the Grandmaster path with phoenix jades flying around it and another person wielding purple lightning power, and concludes, a level 11 powerhouse. Wang Heng's Grandmaster path is known as the Eastern Pole Setting Sun, 10,000 years in the future. He looks puzzled and asks, "Are their Grandmaster paths the same level?" He immediately dismisses the thought, fearing they are completely different. His expression darkens, and he narrows his eyes, staring intently at the manual in front of him. That is their path. Lu Shang pauses, then visualizes the great Tao in the endless void, and raises his head. The intangible book is still before him, and he affirms with certainty, "That is not my path." He imagines himself running on a flight of stairs, separate from the one Wang Heng is walking on, and sternly adds, "The Grandmaster path I want to take must rely on Wang Heng, but it must surpass him." He concludes that his starting goal is level 30, or even higher. Only then can he achieve things that even Wang Heng could not. He confirms he has 3 major level 11 techniques as his foundation. He remembers the tower and the people below, and affirms, "The entire glorious martial arts civilization of 10,000 years in the future has paved the way for me." Filled with determination, he shouts, "This is not a delusion, and it's certainly not overestimating myself." Lu Shang reaches out, standing at the pinnacle of his life, sunlight streaming down on him. He raises his hand, smiling excitedly, his eyes filled with determination as he shouts, "That is my future." Meanwhile, at Lu Shang's house, 5 days after the national exam ended, Lin Zhe is sitting on a ladder hanging lanterns, while Lu Qingwo stands below, holding lanterns and handing them to his father. Next to them are piles of red lanterns and scattered red paper. Lin Zhe hangs a lantern, smiling happily, his eyes squinting as he says, "Hee, Lu Shang's results will be out soon." He adds, "We have to celebrate properly." Below, Lu Qingwo looks up, handing a lantern to his father with a joyful smile. In the house next door, a man with blue hair is adjusting his clothes, looking through the window at the father and son outside, and asks, "The neighbors are hanging lanterns and setting off firecrackers. Looks like something good happened." On the other side, Lu Shang's former wife, who had been watching, quickly puts on an earring, closes her eyes, and frowns, asking, "Something good?" Ever since they moved here, nothing good has ever happened. She raises an eyebrow, grinding her teeth as she looks at the group, muttering, "The rent here is way too cheap. Any random lowlife can move in." Finally, she tosses her hair dismissively. "Look at their pathetic state. When they first moved in, they were blabbering and making so much noise. It was annoying as hell." She recalls bumping into them at the door earlier that morning. She stepped into her car and glanced at Lin Zi, who was clumsily picking up fruit that had fallen on the ground. She covers her mouth with her hand, frowning with disgust, and shouts at her husband. He tore his bag of oranges in the middle of the street and just stood there for half an hour. "I don't even know if he got my car dirty." She shudders. Just thinking about it is disgusting. Hearing this, her husband narrows his eyes. He shot a glare at his wife and frowned, reprimanding her. "Hey, why do you have to be so rude? Anyway, they're our neighbors." Hearing this, the woman bristled, her eyes widening in disbelief as she whipped around and shrieked at him. "What? You're my husband, and you're actually taking sides with outsiders?" Just then, a loud blaring of horns came from outside. The woman covered her ears, darted a look out the window, and shouted in annoyance. "Arg!" she cursed. "Who's making all that racket? Are they insane? It's definitely those poor neighbors of ours trying to get back at me." She stared out the window, fuming. "So what if I ran over a few oranges? Just wait. I'm going to call a dump truck later and bury their whole yard." At that moment, a motorcade swept past on the street below. Her husband's eyes went wide with shock, and he stammered, "Wait, that license plate is..." He shouted in disbelief, staring at the lead car in the motorcade. D001, that's the provincial governor's car. He scrambled toward the window, rubbing his chin, his face pale with shock as he exclaimed, "The provincial governor is here in person, and he's sounding the 9-tone salute to congratulate the dragon champion. The governor must be here because of our local dragon champion," his wife said, completely stunned. Her face went rigid, her eyes wide as she looked at her husband with a goofy, frozen smile. "Wait, what? This year's dragon champion is from Baihe City, and he lives right here in our neighborhood?" she asked again, then turned to watch the motorcade below, declaring, "This is definitely an ancestral blessing, a miracle." She added, "We absolutely have to get close to them." Meanwhile, the motorcade came to a stop in front of Lu Shang's house. Lindsay watched, wide-eyed, then turned to the door, his expression frantic. "Wait, Lu Qingwo, what is going on here? Why is an entire motorcade parked in front of our house?" The girl turned around, still holding a lamp, and replied in confusion, I have no idea." A moment later, Lu Shang's parents and his sister were quickly ushered out to meet the guests. Shabinan stepped out of the car, bowing his head. "My sincere apologies," he added. "I hope you don't mind this sudden intrusion." The three of them stared at him, completely bewildered. Once he was out of the car, Shabinan stood tall, offering a gentle smile as he asked, "May I ask if this is the home of the dragon champion, Lu Shang?" "I am Shabinan, the governor of Dongning province, a martial arts grandmaster." Beside him, the driver stood by the open door, eyes closed and head bowed. Lindsay's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he shrieked, Dragon champion? Lu Shang is actually the dragon champion?" Behind him, Lu Qinghua was equally panicked, covering her face in shock. Beside her, their mother gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. Across the way, the female neighbor froze, her eyes bulging as she stared at the house, screaming, "What? How could the dragon champion possibly be their son?" The woman clutched her head, her face contorting, as she muttered in a panic, "We're done for. We're so done for. What have I done?" Meanwhile, Lu Shang was still sitting in his room, legs crossed, regulating his breathing. With his hands on his knees, he checked his arms and noted, "The cleansing of the marrow. The dirt is already surfacing on my skin." He thought to himself, "After obtaining the next set of moves for the immortal golden body, second stage, my stagnant constitution is finally starting to strengthen again." Lu Shang stood up from the bed, wiping himself down. His phone pinged with a notification, and the screen lit up. He opened the chat with Qinghuo. She had messaged him, "Brother, you're the top in the whole country, the dragon champion. You're it." She sent a cute sticker and urged him, "Brother, there are so many people in the house, why aren't you up yet? And the governor and the grandmaster are here, how can you keep a grandmaster waiting?" Lu Shang's eyes went wide. As he read the messages, he wiped the sweat from his brow and whispered to himself, "The governor? Here at my house?" Lu Shang closed his eyes, centering his energy as he pondered, "Let me see what's going on." His consciousness expanded into a purple web, scanning the house while his hand tightened around the phone. Below, his family and 3 others were sitting in the living room. Lu Shang recognized the aura immediately. "That's Association President Xiao Ni," he noted, "and next to her is someone with an aura of equal strength. A rank 6 quasi-grandmaster." He shifted his focus to the person emitting a blazing red aura. Lu Shang paused, confirming, "This person, their life force is like a furnace. Even a rank 6 powerhouse is nothing more than scattered dust next to such a roaring flame." Just then, the man looked up toward him. Lu Shang gasped, "That's a grandmaster." Shabinan looked up toward him with a wide, bright smile and said, "It seems our dragon champion has finally woken up." Beside him, President Xiao looked on, bewildered, while his mother glanced over, just as confused. Lu Shang began to walk downstairs, all eyes immediately fixed on him, and he calmly rested his hand on the railing, greeting them, "My deepest apologies for keeping you all waiting." Shabinan watched him, eyes narrowed in a shrewd smile, thinking, "This kid is impressive. So young, yet he hides such immense power." Beside him, Xiao Yuhei watched with a joyful smile. Shabinan observed the powerful energy radiating from Lu Shang, like the rising sun piercing through the morning mist. Lu Shang continued walking toward them, completely composed. He remarked to himself, "It really is impossible not to feel like the next generation is surpassing the last." Lindsay quickly hurried toward his son, placing a hand on his shoulder, reaching out toward Xiaobinan with a beaming smile. "Lu Shang, you're finally up. This is the governor of Dongning province." Xiaobinan then pointed to the person beside him and added, "And this is the mayor of Baihe City, Finally, pointing toward Liu Yifei, who was looking at him with a gentle smile, he added, "You know the president, Liu Yifei, right?" Hearing this, Lu Shang quickly smiled and stepped closer to Xia Binan. He reached out to shake the man's hand and greeted him. "Director Xia, it's an honor." Xia Binan extended his hand in return, his expression calm and amiable as he looked at Lu Shang and replied, "Haha, greetings, Student Lu." Soon after, everyone quickly took their seats. Lu Shang sat directly across from Xia Binan. Xia Binan looked at him and confirmed the reason for his visit. "I came here uninvited today, mainly to congratulate you, Student Lu Shang, and also," he added, "on achieving the top rank nationwide in this year's university entrance exam." Hearing this, Lin Zi, who was sitting beside them, looked confused and asked, "Are the entrance exam results already out?" Hearing that, Xia Binan honestly replied, "The system is basically finished. Only the final rankings are left to be processed." He continued, then confirmed, "But it's set in stone that student Lu Shang is number 1. Hearing this, Lindsay's face lit up with excitement. He stared wide-eyed at the director and jumped up from his chair. Behind him, Lu Qinghuo was also startled, her eyes wide as she looked at her brother. On the other side, their mother covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes beaming with happiness. In the center, Lu Shang remained calm. As the director continued, Xia Binan added, "And this is even without the bonus points from cultural subjects or any other additional credits." Finally, he stated that if they waited until the system finished calculating every single point, it's highly likely we'll see a martial valedictorian with the highest score in history. Immediately after that, he reached out, and his secretary behind him quickly leaned forward to hand over a paper box. Xia Binan looked at it and confirmed with a calm smile, "I came here the moment I received the news, just to meet you in person, student Lu Shang." He then added, "At the same time, I am here on behalf of Dongning Province to present some rewards for our top talent in Dongning." Immediately after, he opened the box to reveal a silver card and a property deed. Xia Binan confirmed, "This is 50 million in prize money. It's not much, but consider it a small token of the province's appreciation for you, student Lu Shang," he added. "And this is a property spanning over 400 square meters, located in the heart of Dongning Province. While it's not as large as your home, student Lu Shang, the location is excellent, surrounded by professional martial arts facilities. It's perfect for a martial artist to reside and train." Lu Shang was stunned, staring into the box, speechless. He, along with his mother and sister, peeked inside. His mother then quickly took the box and closed it with a smile. Xia Binan looked at him again and added, "Student Lu Shang, you currently have the strength of a 6th-rank martial artist." Behind them, Lu Qinghuo heard this, and her eyes widened in complete shock. Lu Shang turned to look at him calmly. The director continued, "You can choose any martial arts university in the country." He then asked if Lu Shang had already thought about where he wanted to go. Hearing this, Lu Shang quickly looked at him and answered, "I have." With a straightforward look, he confirmed, "The Capital Sacred Martial University." Immediately after, Xia Binan quickly pulled out a letter of recommendation, his eyes narrowing with a smile. The secretary behind him respectfully placed the paper in his hand. Xia Binan remarked, "I thought so." He added, "It just so happens that the Sacred Martial University gave me a recommendation letter to give to you." He then waved his hand, revealing 7 envelopes with red seals and green lettering. With a look of excitement, he added, "And these are from all 7 Sacred Martial Universities." Finally, he declared, "I won't show any bias, so I won't say much more. You choose for yourself, student Lu Shang." Seeing this, Lu Qinghuo was beside herself, eyes wide, screaming internally in disbelief. It was the holy grail that countless martial arts students nationwide dreamed of, yet he was free to choose any of them. She exclaimed, "Is this a manhwa or a novel plot?" Lu Shang sat upright, hands on his knees, staring at the envelopes in front of him, at a loss for words. He then quickly gathered the letters together and set the others aside. Xia Binan watched his choice with a hint of surprise. Lu Shang picked up one letter from the pile and said as much. He then confirmed that this was the one. Looking at the seal on the outside of the envelope, his eyes flashed as he confirmed, "The 7th Sacred Martial University." Hearing this, Xia Binan was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment, a wry smile appearing as he thought to himself. He had expected Lu Shang to deliberate carefully, then added, "I really didn't expect the decision to be made like this. What a unique style." He then smiled, gestured to put the letters away, closed his eyes, and remarked, "All 7 sacred martial universities were built on the inheritance of martial saints. Although the 7th is slightly less prominent, the quality of their instructors is in no way inferior to the other 6. He added, The curriculum at the Sacred Martial University is more dangerous. You will need a cold weapon you are comfortable with. Lu Shang listened intently as he spoke. The director then presented his gold business card and stated, "Once you have chosen your cold weapon, feel free to call me at any time." Hearing this, Lu Shang was surprised, eyes widening as he looked down at the shimmering card, feeling a bit dazed. Xiaobinan added, "For any cold weapon below the 6th rank, I will personally select one for you. Consider it a congratulatory gift for your top ranking. Student Lu Shang." Lu Shang quickly took the card, looking at it with wide eyes and a smile, thinking, a 6th rank weapon. That can't be cheap. He cautioned himself, refusing the kindness of a provincial director, who was also a grandmaster-level martial expert, would be incredibly impolite. He then confirmed to him, "Then, thank you very much, Director Xia." The group then quickly stood up, smiling warmly. Xiaobinan rose, cupped his hands together, and said, "All right, I won't overstay my welcome today. Mainly, I heard that a true dragon had appeared in our Dongning province, and I was so excited I couldn't help but come see for myself." He added, "I hope you all understand." Lu Shang and his family stood up as well. Lindsay heard this and reached out, smiling happily. "It's no trouble at all, not at all." Lu Shang and his family stood at the gate, waving as Xiaobinan's motorcade departed. Right after, Lindsay looked at him, eyes squinting, fists clenched in joy, shouting happily, "Ha ha ha, this really brings honor to our ancestors, honor to the ancestors. I never imagined the Luke family would see a day like this." He then urged his wife, "Honey, go to the market, buy some food, we're throwing a celebration tonight." Beside them, Luke Kinhoa was excitedly holding a red ribbon, while his mother, hearing this, turned and ran into the house, answering back as she went. Seeing them so happy, Lu Shang watched with a gentle smile. Elsewhere, a man looked at his file. He grunted, then made an interesting observation. Just then, someone beside him glanced at him and asked, "Oh, is there something that piqued your interest, sir?" He exclaimed. "That's truly top tier." The person standing in the shadows heard this, leaned his head, held the file, and remarked, "Perhaps this year won't be like the others. This is Damtrung Guk, the martial saint of Min Guk." A few days later, his classmates looked at him, all teary-eyed. Lu Shang and his friends celebrated passing the exam and said their goodbyes. Especially Liu Qiming, who was crying his eyes out, tears streaming down his face. Then, before departing, Lu Shang said goodbye to his family, stepping into a new journey. He hugged his parents and sister at the airport to say farewell. Lindsay watched him with furrowed brows, both sad and proud. Then, Lu Shang quickly stepped onto the plane. He reached up to stow his luggage in the overhead bin, then thought to himself, "The 7th Martial Arts University. That is the school I will enroll in." The main reason was, Lu Shang paused, then, while stowing his luggage, narrowed his eyes and mused. The 7 martial arts universities possess a complete martial saint inheritance, and they also have the one-of-a-kind martial saint tower. Then, as he sat in his seat, he suddenly saw someone familiar, and was slightly startled. Mentally, he thought, "The 7 martial arts universities I chose were founded 57 years ago." Then noted that the founder was Dam Trung Nuk, one of the 3 current martial saints of the Long Kingdom. He recalled that Dam Trung Nuk had only been a martial saint for just over 60 years, and he was now over 100 years old. He imagined the figure of that person standing in a painting alongside the tower and a massive sword. This is the 7 martial arts university's new high-level innovation. He then reasoned, they say the lifespan of a peak martial saint can easily reach over 300 years. They are long past the age limits of ordinary people. He further confirmed, the martial saint powerhouses of this world are all actually quite young. Thinking this, Lu Shang rubbed his chin, closed his eyes, and imagined an old turtle with a long white beard holding a sword, pouting as he thought, "It's like immortality in myths." He recalled that in the history of the Long Kingdom, there had been a total of 9 martial saints, a dragon's path carved out by predecessors, with countless martial arts practiced alongside it. He confirmed with a sense of regret. It's a pity that over 100 years ago, many martial saint-level powerhouses died in battles against strange beasts. Those massive beasts attacked buildings and people, turning the battlefield into a bloodbath. Lu Shang also noted, some also died in wars between nations, where elites fought and slaughtered each other. He remarked that they used all kinds of tactics, causing both sides to lose countless martial saints. The human race's martial elite just died away like that due to internal depletion. A massive, powerful green dragon and a white lion lunged at each other in battle. Lu Shang lamented, The Long Kingdom and the Lion Kingdom truly make people frustrated, all for the sake of competing to be the strongest martial power in the world. He added, "As for the outcome, I don't even want to mention it." He cut himself off, skipping the result, and continued. The Martial Saint Tower built after the war was based on each Martial Saint's different states, perfectly replicated by the Long Kingdom. The Martial Saint Tower represents the pinnacle of the Long Kingdom's martial arts, combined with science and technology. A skyscraper filled with cutting-edge tech emerged in the heart of the city. The Martial Saint Tower was built after the war. The Long Kingdom based it on every Martial Saint's different states to recreate them as perfectly as possible. The Martial Saint Tower represents the pinnacle of the Long Kingdom's martial arts, combined with cutting-edge technology. A skyscraper filled with advanced tech, standing right in the heart of the city. Lu Shang pondered the tower. He realized that those who enter are challenged based on the level of difficulty. He imagined the floors of the tower like the stages of a person's life. The first floor is like a child, the second is like a teenager, and the top floor is like an old man leaning on a cane, while the challenger stands outside, sword in hand, at level 1. Lu Shang further confirmed that the more floors you clear, the higher the chance to randomly encounter a martial saint, or perhaps even be accepted into a martial saint's sect. Next, he thought of the bright, golden sacred ring, watching the sword-wielding challenger below. Back in reality, he pictured himself holding a sword and poking at a martial saint, making the master pout in confusion. He glanced at the digital legacy techniques in his mind and shouted his thoughts. Even though he didn't really care for any martial saint's guidance, since he already possessed many legacies left behind by level 11 powerhouses. He then reaffirmed the cultivation methods running through his mind. The crystal visualization method, the natural breathing technique, and the King of Ming's Divine Reflection Sutra. Finally, he stated, with all that, he couldn't even finish practicing them all, so why would he crave some measly level 9 martial saint legacy? Immediately after, he looked at his score sheet with the various categories he was required to train in. Required training 1, required training 2, required training 3, and a bunch of other stuff. His face twisted into a scowl, and he broke into a cold sweat as he thought, if not for the fact that the Long Kingdom has such rigid requirements for elite martial arts talent development, and the rule that you must have enough training points from university before being allowed on the battlefield. Back in reality, he spoke up in anticipation, noting he had already reported to Du Fei. Then he shrugged, thinking that was fine too. Behind him, a girl was also packing her luggage. Lu Shang smiled, lost in thought, looking out the window as he shouted in his heart, "By then, I'll take on enough missions to earn the points I need early." Finally, he concluded that perhaps in just 1 year, he would graduate from the Seven Saints Martial University. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him, addressing Lu Shang as Yang Yan. She leaned in, looking at him with a bright, joyful smile, and asked, "What a coincidence. Are you flying to the capital today too?" The truth behind this coincidence was a text message from Lu Shang's younger sister, Lu Qinghuo, to Yang Yan. Lu Qinghuo had texted to inform her of her older brother's flight time 12 noon the next day and then encouraged her. "It's okay, big sister. Yang Yan, be brave. You already gave up Dong University for my brother's sake to go to the capital." She then excitedly stoked the flames. "What else is there to be afraid of? Go for it, future sister-in-law." Back in reality, she quickly sat down in the seat next to him and flashed a radiant smile. Lu Shang, seeing her, felt shy and chuckled, acknowledging her. What a coincidence. The two looked at each other and laughed. The conversation hit a dead end, and Lu Shang, sensing the tension, scooted away and huddled. He quickly regained his composure, glanced at her, and wondered why she was here. She just smiled at him, full of joy and genuine affection. Seeing that, he quickly looked away, his expression awkward as he forced a grin. Dark lines appeared on his face as he screamed internally, "Don't tell me, another wife?" 2 hours later, the plane landed. He and Yang Yan quickly stepped off the aircraft. He pulled his suitcase ahead, looking around, while behind him, Yang Yan excitedly pulled her own luggage and smiled. Lu Shang thought to himself, as expected of the capital, the popularity is so intense it can truly be called prosperous. Just then, someone jogging at lightning speed with headphones on zipped past them. Lu Shang watched her leaping onto the high streetlights as she ran, thinking to himself, perhaps base 1359, in all its majestic glory from my dreams before the invasion, looked just like this. Below, as he watched, he remarked, even the cleaners outside the wall are hidden masters. High atop a building, someone was clinging to the glass like a lizard, cleaning it without any safety ropes. At Jinghe University, throngs of students were heading inside. He turned to Yang Yan and smiled, confirming with her, "We've reached Jinghe University. I'll take you to enroll first." Then I'll go register at the Seven Saints Martial University. Beside him, she blushed, embarrassed, unable to look him in the eye, and answered shyly, The two quickly pulled their luggage into the campus. Yang Yan couldn't help but imagine to herself, this feels just like a couple of university students going to enroll for the new semester together. She then hoped, if only I could attend the same school as Lu Shang, that would be wonderful. At the school gate, two young men, one with brown gelled hair and the other with blonde hair, were teasing some female students. Suddenly, the blonde one looked toward him and Yang Yan. His eyes met hers, and seeing her smiling brightly while chatting with Lu Shang beside her, he yelled, "Holy crap, look at that stunner!" His eyes lit up with hearts, and he clenched his fists, shouting, "Nobody better fight me for her. This junior is mine." Beside him, the guy with the spiked hair glanced at him with pure disdain, squinted, and retorted, "Get the hell out of here, you dreaming?" The guy with the spiked hair quickly walked toward Yang Yan, smiled, and reached out to greet her. "Hello, junior. Here to enroll at Jinghe? Let me show you where to register." Meanwhile, the blonde guy quickly stood behind her and chimed in with a grin. "Yeah, let me help you carry your luggage." Yang Yan, caught off guard, pulled her luggage to a halt, and looked at them. Suddenly, he quickly grabbed both suitcases and shoved them into the blonde guy's hands, leaving him wide-eyed and shocked. The spiked hair guy looked back at him, and Lu Shang just smiled cheerfully at them, confirming, "Well then, I'll trouble you too." Yang Yan quickly retreated, looking a bit confused by his actions. Hearing that, the blonde guy, while struggling to take the luggage, frowned and looked at him awkwardly, asking, "Hey junior, are you a freshman here at Jinghe too?" Seeing that he didn't seem afraid of him, Lu Shang thought to himself, "I've learned how to suppress my aura and keep my blood energy inside my body during this time." He confirmed to himself, seems like normal people can't sense it. He crossed his arms and smiled, looking at him with complete nonchalance, answering, "No. We're just friends. I'm just helping her get here to register." Yang Yan stood behind him, looking submissive, and giving the blonde guy a forced smile. Hearing that, the blonde guy, while lifting the suitcase, winked and whispered to his brawny friend, "Whoa." Looking at her, she's definitely into him. Hearing that, the guy quickly bowed his head, clenched his fist, and smirked at him while whispering, "Lucky for us, we're not in the same school. Being this close, we get all the perks." Next, the burly guy flashed a quick smile, glanced toward the school building, and pointed at it. He held his head high, smugly bragging, "Our place might only be a second-tier school, but we've got top-notch facilities on par with the best martial arts universities. Plus, we've got every kind of training room you could need. We're also super close to the martial arts path," he shouted, sealing the deal. "You get 3 chances to enter the Martial Saint Tower every month. Trust me, coming to Jinghe is a choice you won't regret." Hearing this, Lu Shang squinted at him, raised an eyebrow, and asked back, "Even regular martial arts universities can enter the Martial Saint Tower?" Beside him, Yang Yan looked over, confused. Meanwhile, the guy quickly put his hands on his hips, head held high, and closed his eyes with a proud, smug grin. "Of course, the Martial Saint Tower is a national treasure of the Dragon Kingdom. You really thought it was just for students of the Seven Martial Saint University?" Beside him, the blonde guy, who was holding a suitcase, tilted his head toward the burly guy and added, "It's not just for us average uni students. Even outside martial artists, as long as they get approval from the Martial Arts Association, they can enter the tower," he added firmly. "The process is just a bit of a hassle, that's all." He then started comparing the schools in his head, imagining his school having to go through a vetting process versus the schools that didn't. Students from the Seven Martial Saint University just have it easier. They don't need any permits and can go in whenever they want. The blonde guy quickly rubbed his hands together, leaned toward Yang Yan, and gave her a wide, cheesy grin. "Hey there, junior. Let me give you some advice on your first rule for being in Jinghe. In the East District of the University City, you can mess with anyone you want," he added. "People from our school will always show up to back you, so you won't ever get into a real fight." Hearing this, Yang Yan backed away, looking startled. Her eyes widened, and her expression darkened instantly. Her face filled with fear and a warning look as she pointed a finger at the sky and whispered, "But absolutely, absolutely never don't ever provoke someone from the Seven Martial Saint University." Hearing that, Lu Shang rubbed his chin in confusion, eyes wide, and asked why. The guy quickly stood straight, looking startled, then gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Shang. He fumed internally. "Why is this brat here again? Stop getting in the way of me talking to the junior." Getting a hold of himself, he explained to Lu Shang, "Because the students at the Seven Martial Saint University are all lunatics. Those guys are assigned beast hunting missions the moment they enroll." The blonde guy recalled the brutal fights he'd seen them in, and added, They're spilling blood from day one. If you get into a fight with them, there's a real chance you'll get killed, he shouted. And don't even get me started on their strength. Every single one of them is terrifyingly strong. Finally, he pointed at Lu Shang, face twisted in annoyance, teeth gritted, and growled. Got it, Junior? Hearing this, Lu Shang just smiled, ignoring the guy's attitude, and nodded. Got it. Right after that, they reached the edge of the campus, where a crowd had gathered near signs pointing to the freshman registration area. Lu Shang turned around, made a call me gesture with his hand, kept the other in his pocket, and smiled at Yang Yan. All right, I'll drop you off here. If you need anything, just give me a call, he emphasized. Feel free to reach out any time. She looked at him with a mix of joy and shyness, gave a small, gentle nod, and said, Lu Shang turned to leave, and Yang Yan waved after him. Seeing the interaction, the burly brown-haired guy remarked, Looks like we don't stand a chance, huh? The blonde guy trotted over, nagging, You gotta use every trick in the book. Do you even get it? The burly guy covered his face to stare at Lu Shang, frowning as he muttered, Damn, that brat is so arrogant. The blonde guy next to him grit his teeth, rolled his eyes, and nodded in agreement. Tell me about it. Just call me if you need anything. Who does he think he is? Suddenly, he leaned in toward Yang Yan, pushing her suitcase, and asked her, Heh, Junior. Which university is your friend at that makes him act so cocky? Yang Yan's face remained stern as she watched Lu Shang's retreating figure. Then she glared coldly at the guy and replied, 7 Martial Saint University. Hearing that, the two guys were stunned. They stood there, in utter shock, mouths agape, and shouted at Yang Yan. What? Then, pulling her 2 suitcases along, she haughtily closed her eyes, lifted her chin, and added, That's right. He's from Baihei City, and his name is Lu Shang. Hearing that, the 2 guys froze solid. Fear washed over them, their faces drained of color, and they shivered as they looked at each other, whispering in terror. Lu Shang? They clutched their heads and screamed. He's the Rising Dragon martial arts top scholar from this year. Meanwhile, Lu Shang just smiled as he walked toward his own school. Lu Shang's suitcase rolled to the school gate. He stopped, looked up at the setting sun, and said calmly, I'm here, this is. He stared at the shimmering gold characters on the entrance, standing before the massive gate as he declared, 7 Martial Saint University. He looked past the gate at the campus grounds, then stood there holding his suitcase, silent. Lu Shang smiled, his brows knitting with determination as he gazed at the tower in the center, thinking to himself, 7 Martial Saint University, truly something else. He looked at the tower labeled Martial Saint, a massive wooden structure, and felt a wave of majestic atmosphere hit him. In the mind of a grandmaster lies the world. In the heart of a martial saint lies the universe. Even if I'm just here to broaden my horizons, this college trip is already worth it. As soon as he stepped inside, a small stall with a long table and some people appeared, with a sign indicating it was the freshman registration desk. Lu Shang handed over his admission letter and asked, Excuse me, is this the freshman registration area? The 3 people, 2 women and a man, looked up at him. He added, I'm here to register. Hearing that, the blonde girl behind the desk rushed over, grabbed his letter, and flashed a smile, leaning over the table excitedly. Oh, a freshman? Just leave the notification letter with me. I'll take a look for you. The person sitting at the table stared at her, eyes wide, and before Lu Shang could react, the letter had already been snatched away. The blonde girl's eyes widened when she saw the letter, and she screamed in shock. Hey! She then confirmed with a shout. He really is this year's Rising Dragon martial arts top scholar. The girl next to her turned around to look, then exclaimed, Wow, that's a rare sight. They stared intently at Lu Shang's introduction letter and started whispering among themselves. This is the first time our St. Martial University has recruited a top scholar, and on top of that, he's a rare hunk. Hearing this, the man behind, who was cleaning his weapon, stiffened. He narrowed his eyes at them without a word, brow furrowing in slight annoyance. Suddenly, he vaulted up with a loud thud that made all 3 of them jump. He landed right on the table in front of Lu Shang. A loud boom echoed. Lu Shang watched quietly, expressionless. The guy crouched down, his blade slung over his shoulder, looking arrogant. With a frown and an orange-red aura pulsing from his body, he challenged, Are you the one? Lu Shang remained calm, clutching his bag strap, looking at him with utter composure. A blue aura radiated from him. The guy asked again, The so-called Lu Shang? Lu Shang beamed at him, his eyes friendly as he confirmed, That's right. That's me. He then asked, What's up? Seeing this, the other guy glared with murderous intent, swinging his sword instantly. His eyes flashed, and a flame-engulfed blade slashed toward Lu Shang. He had one knee on the table and one foot on the ground, while Lu Shang stood perfectly still. The sword struck Lu Shang's shoulder, but it didn't even leave a scratch. It was like a mosquito biting stainless steel. Lu Shang maintained his calm smile, even with the sword still resting on his shoulder. Faced with this, the senior holding the sword froze in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. The guy tilted his head, frowned at the tip of his own blade, and made an announcement. He headed straight in that direction. Lu Shang tilted his head to follow the direction of the blade. The other guy stood up from the table and added something else. The path is clearly marked. The student dormitory is easy to find. Lu Shang turned away immediately, nodding as he walked. Got it. Thanks. Leaving the sword wielder and the two girls in stunned silence, Lu Shang waved goodbye without looking back. The blonde girl standing nearby touched her chin, watching his retreating figure with excitement as she assessed him. Wow. Such composure. So steady. And that aura, she confirmed to herself, he really is more talented than the upperclassmen. If only he were on my team. Beside her, the senior with the sword stood straight, resting the blade on his shoulder, one hand on his hip. He looked in Lu Shang's direction, frowning as he asked, Do you two know what his national exam score was? The girl with glasses, busy checking her phone, looked up with wide, shocked eyes. I'm looking it up now. She ended up concluding, I can't find anything. She gasped while staring at the screen. But rumors say his vital energy levels have already broken through to level 6. Hearing this, the senior gasped, frowning at her. The blonde upper-class-woman also trembled in shock, while the girl with glasses continued. And he's broken quite a few records. There's a good chance he's the strongest rising dragon we've ever seen. The senior narrowed his eyes at Lu Shang's retreating back, grinning with interest. Is that so? Well, I'll see for myself later. Sounds like things are about to get interesting. Meanwhile, Lu Shang held his suitcase, scanning his surroundings carefully. Wow. A campus this huge. The St. Martial University really lives up to its name. He wondered, confused. But it's so quiet. Where is everyone? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Hey, you in front. A chubby guy came running toward him, smiling excitedly. Phew, finally, ran into someone. Lu Shang turned to look at him. The guy asked, You're here for orientation too, right? He quickly introduced himself. I'm Lin Zi, a freshman. He scratched his head, looking shyly at Lu Shang. Could you show me the way to the student dorms? He explained. I have no sense of direction. I've been walking for half the day and still haven't found it. Lu Shang looked at him kindly and agreed. Sure, I know the way. He added, This place is massive. Let's go. The two pulled their luggage until they reached a crowd. Lindsay beamed. Phew, finally found the place. This building is insane. Lu Shang stood calmly, wondering aloud. Why is everyone blocking the entrance? What's going on? In front of them, a group of students looked miserable. Suddenly, someone was sent flying through the air, accompanied by warning shouts. Watch out! Get out of the way! Lindsay and Lu Shang looked up, confused. Huh? The next moment, the person slammed into the ground with a cry of pain. Those nearby watched in horror. Above them, someone clapped. A guy walking out with an arrogant smirk. Not bad, not bad. He declared, Xu Xiaoming, the top martial arts scholar from Nanjiang province this year, right? The person on the ground was struggling to sit up, teeth clenched. The blonde-haired guy clenched his fist, hands on his hips, admiring his own hand with an arrogant laugh. Very impressive. You're the only one among the freshmen who could take 2 of my hits. Keep working at it, another breakthrough, and you'll be able to move in. Near the door, a long-haired person was sipping bubble tea, watching the show with one leg propped up against the doorframe, smirking down at the crowd. Below, a blue-haired guy frowned, looking anxiously at his friend. Huo Dong, how is it? Are you sure you can win if you fight him? The other guy stood silent. The surrounding students were clenching their fists in frustration. Huo Dong frowned, looking up as he replied, I'm not sure at all. That's the guy from the capital, the martial third-place holder in the 5th national exam. He added helplessly, I just reached level 5. But that guy has likely already reached the peak of level 5, with his aura already mastered. The blonde guy above stood with arms crossed, looking down smugly, his entire body radiating killing intent. Huo Dong added, I'm afraid I couldn't even take 3 hits from him. The outcome would be the same as Xu Xiaoming's. Huo Dong closed his eyes in defeat and added, If my elemental control was... Killing intent radiated from his entire body. Huo Dong added, sounding certain, I'm afraid he won't be able to handle even 3 of his moves. He'll end up just like that guy, Xu Xiaoming. Then, Huodong closed his eyes and frowned in frustration, adding, "If my elemental control had, if you can break through to level 3, maybe you'll stand a chance." But he stopped mid-sentence. Beside him, the blue-haired guy panicked, his brows furrowing in shock as he shouted, "What? Even you can't handle him?" He quickly reached out with another idea. "How about we take turns supporting you? If we just drain his stamina, we're bound to find an opening." Hearing this, Huodong, standing next to them, quickly opened his eyes and objected. "That plan won't work," he explained. "A peak, level 5 martial artist has a vitality stat of nearly 1,000, not to mention their mastery of aura ki. Their physical stamina is monstrous." Then, he looked toward the person who was frowning at a boba tea with a stuck straw, pouting in annoyance as he stirred it, and added his assessment. "Besides, I can sense that the guy standing over there hasn't even made a move yet. That's even more dangerous. I suspect he's already reached level 6, a true grandmaster." Hearing this, the crowd around them panicked and started shouting. Behind them, a brown-haired guy also panicked, eyes wide as he yelled, "What? Level 6? Is he even still a student?" The blue-haired friend's eyes bulged as he flailed his arms, losing his cool. "Even the president of the Martial Arts Association is usually only a level 6. Isn't this just plain bullying?" Hearing the chatter from the crowd below, Chi-Ching laughed out loud from above. "Haha." The crowd quickly looked up at him in fear. Then, he raised his voice to remind them, "Do you still not realize where you've arrived?" He gave a sinister grin, held up 3 fingers, and looked down at the crowd to set the rules for entry. "The rules are simple," he said, and then confirmed, "Block 3 of my attacks, and you get in. Block 5, and you can bring a suitcase inside." He gestured down at the crowd again and declared, "I know you're all martial arts geniuses, heaven's favorites, the cream of the crop among your peers." The people below stared back at him in terror. Chi-Ching added, "But here, that fame and glory you're so proud of aren't worth a dime." His expression darkened, brows knit, teeth gritted as he sneered, clutching a handful of name tags. "Everything you want must be earned with your own 2 hands and your own strength," he continued, as the tags began to flutter from his hand. "Without strength, you're nothing. You're just commoners," he added, with a look of pure contempt. "You don't even deserve to be more than a dog or a lowly insect." The crowd below looked at the falling tags, then at Chi-Ching, trembling. Then, he started laughing, radiating a murderous aura as he shouted maniacally, "I, as a senior student of the Seven Saints Martial Academy, your esteemed upperclassman, will teach you your very first lesson of enrollment." The crowd below fell dead silent, paralyzed by the grim atmosphere. Below, the new students gritted their teeth in frustration, lips pressed tight, glaring upward. Lu Shang frowned, his lips pursing in annoyance as he scoffed to himself. "Ha ha, seriously? This old trick again? Aren't you sick of it?" He let out a weary sigh and thought to himself, "Why do these pests show up everywhere, blathering about life, morality, and jungle law, while their actual strength is weak as a snail?" He wondered to himself, how can someone be so shameless? Suddenly, Lindsay gripped his fists tight, bowing his head as he muttered, "This is so epic." Hearing this, Lu Shang looked at him, confused. Immediately, Lindsay's eyes lit up, jumping in excitement, clenching his fists as he shouted, "This is awesome," he added. "This is exactly my kind of scene. A senior who thinks he's the center of the world, stepping on others, soaking in their awe and terror." He then asked, Blocking 3 moves? Easy." He tossed his bag to Lu Shang and declared, "Watch me teach this punk a lesson, grandson." Lu Shang stared, stunned, catching the bag while looking at him with disbelief. Then, Lindsay pointed at his own face, aura flaring, fists clenched as he told him, "Hey brother, I forgot to mention, I was the top martial arts scholar in Sichuan province this year, ranked 9th in the entire country." Without waiting a second longer, Lindsay leaped forward, hand balled into a fist, baring his teeth as he shouted, "What kind of garbage rules are these? We're just trying to get into the dorms. Quit stalling and let me show you how it's done." The crowd looked up at him in awe, while Lu Shang stood there, blankly holding the bag. As expected, Lindsay was immediately sent flying backward, screaming in pain. "Ugh!" He rolled across the ground, and the crowd along with Lu Shang watched with a look of pure exasperation. Lu Shang grabbed the bag and crouched down to ask, "You okay?" Lindsay sat up, rubbing his head and coughing. "Cough. Cough. My bad. Didn't expect that guy to be so strong. He's already mastered Aura Chi." The other guy landed, still radiating a thick golden energy, hands on his knees, laughing smugly at them. Lu Shang patted his friend's shoulder, smiling comfortingly. "Haha, it's all right. You did great." Lindsay still held his head, pouting miserably. Then, Lu Shang confidently stepped forward. The crowd quickly parted to let him through. Lu Shang said, "Watch me now." Linze sat on the ground behind him, dazed, watching Lu Shang's back as he marched forward. He stopped in front of the smugly grinning Qi Qing, thinking to himself, "Right. I should have realized sooner when you run into a nuisance. Just settle it immediately." He rubbed his wrists, his face darkening into a cold, menacing smile, his eyes narrowing, stepping forward while releasing his own killing intent, thinking, "When you run into a buzzing fly, just swat it." He calmed his breathing, clenching his fist. With his other hand grabbing his backpack strap, he looked up at Qi Qing with a relaxed expression and said, "Make your move." The students around them began to whisper. Suddenly, Qi Qing raised his hand and said, "Wait." Everyone looked at him, confused. Qi Qing's face turned dark, pointing at Lu Shang, brows furrowed as he asked, "You're planning on blocking my 3 moves just like that?" Hearing this, Lu Shang remembered something, looked down at the bag on his back, and gave a casual, "Oh." He dropped the bag on the ground, then crossed his arms, pointing at Qi Qing with a defiant tilt of his head, widened his eyes and asked, "Are we good now?" Huo Dong, on the other side, looked horrified, his face darkening. He furrowed his brows and muttered to himself, "This kid really doesn't know his place. That's a martial artist with internal energy. To be so arrogant." Beside him, his blue-haired friend also looked pale, his brow furrowed in panic as he wondered, "If we provoke them, could we get our legs broken? This little brother really needs to pray for himself." Seeing his disdain, Qi Qing narrowed his eyes, his brow furrowed, as golden killing intent radiated from his body. He licked his lips and said, "I'll make you learn." He cut him off. Then, lifting one leg and extending both arms to the side, his body surged with dense, powerful energy. Glaring at him with a darkened expression, he shouted, "What is true ruthlessness?" He delivered a powerful kick, sending a blazing red shockwave of energy hurtling toward Lu Shang. The surrounding crowd stared at the sphere in sheer shock, their eyes bulging. The power was immense. Wow. Yet, Lu Shang calmly waited as the strike closed in on his face. Half his face darkened, but he didn't even blink, standing his ground. Finally, he quickly leaped up, charging toward Qi Qing, who looked startled. Lu Shang then grabbed him by the throat, his fingers tightening, causing Qi Qing to stagger backward, his face twisted in pain as he yelled, "Ugh, you let me go!" In his agony, his body was swiftly slammed into the ground, causing the floor to crack and buckle beneath him. The crowd below was panicked. Huo Dong's face went dark, his eyes bulging as he broke out in a cold sweat, backing away and shouting, "What?" A peak. Level 5 martial artist with mastered internal energy. Crushed like that? Beside him, the blue-haired friend also looked on, brow furrowed in utter terror, stuttering, and it all happened in the blink of an eye. Finally, Lu Shang stood straight, releasing his grip on Qi Qing's throat. He flicked his wrist, looking at him with a cold expression, while Qi Qing remained curled up like a shrimp, head buried in the dust. Behind them, Linze trembled, eyes wide as he looked up at him, asking, "Can you even crush internal energy with your bare hands?" Then he added to himself, "It seems the person standing over there is about to make a move." The surrounding crowd kept whispering. Then, Lu Shang approached the person drinking bubble tea. The guy's face darkened. He crushed the teacup with one hand while keeping the other in his pocket. Lu Shang brushed past him, shooting a murderous glare as he asked, "Can I go now?" The person on the other end took their mouth off the straw, clenched their fist, and their face darkened as they confirmed, "Fine." Next, he just strolled along with his hands in his pockets. He walked into the dormitory, his eyes scanning the room. Right after, he slid his room card, number 1, into the slot, then looked at the stack of empty room cards next to it and thought to himself, "Are they trying to stop people from taking room cards?" Immediately, he grabbed another room card, number 17, and decided, "I'll help him get one." Then, he stepped outside and tossed the card toward Linze. He caught it quickly. Lu Shang urged him, "Come on, fatty, let's head in together." Qi Qing was still stumbling around, dizzy, sitting on the steps. Outside, Linze held up the card, clutching his luggage with a beaming smile as he confirmed, Yep, coming." Then he added, "Thanks, brother." Meanwhile, a buzzing sound of whispers rose up all around them. Wow, I should definitely try to ride those coattails. The people standing there were momentarily frozen in shock. Linze kept chirping happily, "Haha, let me help you carry your backpack." The crowd stared at Linze's retreating figure in awe. The green-haired guy grimaced and stammered, "Just like that? He's in?" Huo Dong stood to the side, rubbing his chin. His brow furrowed as he looked at the other guy blocking the entrance and mused. The long-haired man didn't make a move, then added, Could it be that he feels he can't handle him? Right after, Linza and Lu Shang quickly entered the dorm. Behind them, the long-haired man quickly pulled out his phone, shot a glance at him, frowned, and spoke mysteriously to the person on the other end. "Hello, Brother Tran. I'm afraid someone really talented has enrolled this year." At the dormitory area, sunlight hit the large building. He stood below, eyes narrowed in a smirk, one hand on his hip, while the other held his bag strap, smiling as he thought, "So this is the place? This dorm is way better than I imagined." Beside him, Lindsay also squinted, shielding his eyes from the sun as he looked around. Then he looked at the building next to them, crossed his arms, and declared, "Turns out I got a whole unit to myself." He confirmed that the place was a little smaller than his new home, but the key point was that it was all free. Hearing that, Lindsay behind him quickly scowled, his fingers trembling as he pointed at him in shock. His eyes widened as he realized, that's the place for the top martial arts scholar, Dang Long. Then he confirmed with Lu Shang, "Brother, could it be that you're Lu Shang?" His eyes lit up as he looked at him, shouting in amazement, "Wow." Faced with his surprise, he glanced over, frowned in confusion, and asked, "What's wrong? Do I not look like it?" Hearing this, Lindsay quickly rushed over, grinning from ear to ear, giving him a thumbs up and nodding repeatedly. "Just like, exactly the same." Then he added, "When we got lost earlier, I already felt you weren't an ordinary guy, but I didn't expect you to be this legendary." Then he sighed, closed his eyes, and wiped away a fake tear from the corner of his eye as he remarked, "I actually thought that, at the very least, I was a provincial martial arts scholar, but then I bumped into you right after arriving." He continued, "To avoid meeting monsters like you, I specifically came to register at the Seven Saints Martial University." Then he scratched his head, his brow furrowed, eyes closed tightly as he thought out loud. "I thought you'd definitely go to those other top-tier martial arts schools. I never expected someone as strong as you to come to Seven Saints." Seeing this, he squinted at Lindsay, puzzled. "Why is that? Is Seven Saints Martial University really that weak?" Hearing this, the other guy frowned as he imagined it and explained, "That's what I heard from my family. If not, why would the Seven Saints Martial University, top martial arts scholars from previous years, all choose to register at those other top-tier schools instead?" He thought about how crowded those prestigious schools were, then gave his own assessment. "I checked the national martial arts rankings for students every year, and Seven Saints usually ranks at the bottom, so it must be weak, right?" He remembered the rankings with his school at the bottom of the pile, at 7th place. Hearing that, he just tucked his hands in his pockets and started walking, holding his bag strap with one hand, looking back at Lindsay with a smile as he thought, "Whether it's weak or not, it's the martial arts lineage passed down by the martial saint. That's enough for you to train." Then he said goodbye. "All right, I've still got things to do. Let's talk when we meet again." Seeing that, the guy behind him looked at him in surprise. Right after, he walked inside and closed the door. Outside, Lindsay was still shouting, "Hey brother, let's be friends." He ignored the guy's yelling, quickly sat on the sofa in the living room, set his bag down, and looked around. He thought to himself, the layout isn't bad. Even the sofa is made of exotic beast leather. Everything you'd need is here. Then he saw a model on the table, pointed at it, and frowned in confusion, asking, "What is this?" Right then, the screen in front of him turned on, and a voice started playing. "Let's talk a bit about the secrets to passing the 13th level of the Martial Saint Tower." Thoman Hinam tears apart a level 5 exotic beast with his bare hands. For those faint of heart, be careful. Here is the list of influential figures in the Seven Saints rankings. Hearing that, he looked up and wondered to himself, "Oh, ranked number 1? Then he saw the statistics on the bulletin board. Some info on the online stream. Chen Yixuan versus Tolan. Full combat video of the Seven Saints Martial University senior student rankings. Hearing the voice inside, he looked up, eyes widening in surprise as he thought, "They even have a school forum here? The intelligence gathering is actually pretty solid." He added, reading the comments, "It seems these two are the strongest students who haven't graduated from Seven Saints yet. Finally, let's see what their level is like." Right after, he watched the video on the screen of the two people, one fighting with a sword, the other with a blade. Comments started pouring in. "So Great Master is fighting the immortal Phoenix." The action became heated, finally ending with the sound of a heavy clash between the sword and blade. Then a notification rang out, and the screen froze. "The 15-second trial has ended. Please register and pay points to continue watching." Faced with this blatant exploitation, he narrowed his eyes darkly, laughed coldly, and yelled, "Screw that." Sure enough, online videos in this world play the same dirty games. Then he mused, I don't even know what my student ID is yet. I can't even register for an account. Lu Shang stood up, hands on his hips, looking out the window, and decided, forget it. I'll figure it out later. Since I'm free, I might as well practice the Great Sun visualization technique a bit. Right, this little open-air terrace actually looks pretty decent. Just then, he opened his bag, revealing a bunch of yellow vials. He thought to himself, before coming here, I managed to refine 30 vials of golden dragon essence. That should be enough for my training. He quickly put them to use, and his aura rapidly thickened, enveloping him. Lu Shang looked over his body, flexed his joints, and thought, the effectiveness is truly extraordinary, perfect for me to cultivate. But suddenly, a loud, booming sound erupted outside, pounding on his door and shattering his thoughts. Hearing that, his face darkened, his eyes filled with killing intent. He glared at the door and shouted, "Who's there?" No one answered from the other side. The pounding only grew louder and more aggressive. Bang, bang, bang. He marched over, flung the door open, his face twisted in annoyance, and snapped at the group. Who the hell is knocking like that? Standing before him was a guy with red hair and his lackeys, scowling and looking just as irritated. "It's me," the red-haired guy replied, his face darkening menacingly. "You're Lu, right?" Before he could even finish, Lu Shang narrowed his eyes in anger. He glared at the guy, clenched his fists, put his weight into it, and unleashed an aura-charged kick straight into the guy's gut. The guy went flying, slamming into the wall with a violent thud. The two lackeys were drenched in sweat. One was staring wide-eyed with a forced grin, while the other was too stunned to even react. Further off, their leader lay sprawled in the dust. Lu Shang, looking disgusted, narrowed his eyes and glared at them. A murderous aura radiated from him as he cold-heartedly warned them, "Go back and learn how to knock properly before you come looking for me again." The guy in the dust struggled to sit up, coughing violently. Hack, hack. The lackeys finally snapped out of it and turned toward their leader, while Lu Shang just stood there in silence, watching them. The leader clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain as he struggled to catch his breath, cursing under his breath. Damn it, he wondered to himself. Isn't this Lu Shang guy a freshman? How is he this strong? Before they could process what happened, Lu Shang demanded, "So, what's your purpose here? Don't tell me you're just here to stir up trouble? Who's next?" Hearing that, the two lackeys stared at him, their eyes wide with terror. Immediately, they pulled out a student ID card and a crate of supplies. Then, flashing a toothy, fake grin, they tried to smooth things over. No, that's not it. It's a misunderstanding. We're just the staff here to process new students. This is your ID card. It's already linked to your villa's key card. The guy behind holding the crate added, and we've also brought a gift box with some daily necessities. The guy in front held up the ID and explained further. With this card, you can use all the facilities at the Seven Saints Martial University, and you'll receive a vial of level 4 essence every month. Lu Shang took the card, his eyes fixed on it. He frowned and muttered to himself, "A vial of level 4 essence every month." He concluded that the benefits at St. Martial University were indeed far from ordinary. He then glanced over at the guy he had just kicked. The guy was struggling to stand up, his face twisted in a scowl, glaring back from the dust. Lu Shang thought to himself, if they really came here for this, I don't buy it. Given that hostile attitude earlier, these are probably just school officials trying to flex their power on a new kid. Thinking this, he unleashed his killing intent again, tilted his head, and glared at them. "Well, still waiting for me to apologize to you?" The three of them jumped in fear. The guy on the ground was shaking as he shouted, "Hey, no need, no need. We're leaving right now." Before they could say another word, Lu Shang slammed the door shut, calling out, "I've got the stuff. Thanks for the trip, fellas. Don't let the door hit you on the way out." Outside, the two lackeys let out a sigh of relief, then hurried to help their leader up. As he got to his feet, the guy was trembling with rage, gritting his teeth. "Ugh, damn it. What a streak of bad luck." One lackey in a blue shirt muttered, "Imagine being a senior and getting beaten up like this by some random freshman." Hearing that, the guy in the orange shirt looked at the leader and added, "So what? You want revenge? Count me out. I'm not going back there with you." The beaten guy's face twisted as he clutched his chest, gasping for air. He shouted, "Revenge my foot. When we went on that mission to fight a level 6 mutant beast, I didn't even get injured this badly." He muttered to himself that he couldn't just let this slide. Next time. Before he could finish, Lu Shang cracked the door open again, peering at them with murderous eyes. "Oh, you guys still here?" Hearing his voice, the group outside shook like leaves, terrified. His cold eyes scanned them through the door crack. "Did you forget something?" he added firmly. "Upperclassmen?" The guy in the blue shirt lost his cool, eyes bulging as he shouted, "Ah! No! No!" The guy who got kicked jumped back, forcing a panicked, awkward smile. "Oh, right, right. We forgot to fix the door for you." The other one quickly caught on, his face covered in sweat, as he held up his phone with a dead serious look, shouting into it. "Hello? School maintenance? Emergency. Send an ambulance, send someone over to help me out. This is a life or death situation." Lu Shang ignored them and walked inside to sit on the couch in front of the TV. He picked up the remote and thought, now that I've got the card, I can probably watch the video. The screen flickered to life. Lu Shang sighed in satisfaction. Oh, nice. On the screen was Chen Yixuan, wearing a suit, holding a Western-style sword in one hand, while the other was tucked politely behind his back. His eyes were closed. The screen displayed the top comments from the Seven Saints Martial University. Does Brother Yixuan even understand the value of being ranked #1 among the seniors? Seeing him, Lu Shang thought to himself, so this is the #1 student at Seven Saints Martial University right now? He mused. He's even wearing a suit to a fight. Just then, the screen switched to a guy carrying a massive blade, his muscles rippling as he hoisted it over his shoulder. Lu Shang recognized him as Xia Lin and observed, these two must represent the pinnacle of martial arts genius in the top martial arts halls of the Long Kingdom. He muttered, wondering how strong they really were. Suddenly, the screen flared with light, and Lu Shang watched the match intently, genuinely amazed. Inside the arena, Xia Lin is hunched over, swinging a massive blade glowing with golden energy toward Chen Yixuan, who is charging forward, his hands crackling with green energy as he prepares to strike with his sword. The scene shifts to Xia Lin, standing on the ground, swinging his blade so hard the earth beneath him caves in, while above him, Chen Yixuan swiftly brings his sword down. Their weapons clash with a flash of light, producing a sharp ring. Xia Lin is visibly straining, his face contorted and veins bulging as he struggles to press his blade against Chen Yixuan's sword. Suddenly, he smirks and glares at Xia Lin, never easing his pressure on the sword. Outside the screen, Lu Shang watches the fight with wide eyes, shouting in his mind in disbelief. Their strength is incredible. Then, he gazes blankly at his own 6 fingers, muttering to himself. If I didn't possess the master's will, he pauses for a moment. Looking dazed, I would probably need 60%, no, 50% of my power to take them down. Then, he snaps out of his thoughts. He stares at the chaotic battle on the screen and analyzes. This is already quite spectacular. Currently, my chi is at the minor success stage, and my combat power can easily reach over 2 million. He confirms. So, using 50% of my power would definitely be over 1 million. Inside the screen, Chen Yixuan stands there, smiling and waving at the crowd. He sheathes his sword, having won the match, while the audience begins to cheer. Lu Shang adds to his assessment. That's why, even though neither of them has reached the master level yet, they already possess master level combat power. They are true geniuses. Next, he clasps his hands together, closes his eyes, and with a humble smile, he adds, and this is just the Seven Saints Martial University, with that ranking board and everything else. Finally, he concludes, there are truly so many geniuses in this world. I need to work even harder. Suddenly, the video on the screen shifts to the freshman blockade at the dormitory entrance. Seeing the footage of Lin Ze and himself, he lets out a confused hum. The commentary plays in the background. The strongest freshman in the history of Seven Saints Martial University, who defeated a top 300 veteran student on his very first day. Then, the footage shows him rushing toward Qi Qing as he stammers, was this in front of the dorms? Then he realizes, I was recorded by someone. The screen shows Lu Shang grabbing the guy by the throat and slamming him into the ground with terrifying force. Seeing his own actions, he can't help but judge himself. Looks like I was a bit too violent there. Suddenly, a warning flashes on the screen, and he lets out a surprised sound while reading it. The next sequence is brutal and savage. He keeps slamming Qi Qing's head into the ground, leaving the guy completely unable to fight back. The screen is quickly flooded with comments. 233, 333, 33. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. This freshman is so fierce. I guess you shouldn't mess with Deng Long. Seeing everyone saying that, he just lets out a, huh, and scratches his face, his eyes narrowing in slight remorse as he thinks, looks like that guy won't be able to hold his head high in school for a long time. I feel a little guilty. His stomach growls, and Lu Shang rubs it, muttering, I'm starving. I'll grab some food first, and might as well check out the cafeteria while I'm at it. In the crowded cafeteria, students are sitting together, noisy and bustling. Lin Ze walks over to him, carrying a mountain of food. looking bashful as he smiles and speaks first. Heh, Brother Sheng, don't laugh at me, he explains. I have to eat a lot, otherwise I don't have enough energy for martial arts training. Once he sees the pile of food on Lu Shang's table, he gasps, eyes widening in shock, while Lu Shang tries to open his mouth wide to devour a 10-layer hamburger. Seeing that, Lindsay feels a bit awkward. He sets his food down, bows slightly, and says with an awkward smile, Brother Sheng is too intense. You're the real deal. Hearing this, Lu Shang chews his food and looks across at him, puzzled. Nearby, a group of female students starts whispering loudly about Lu Shang. Hey, is that Lu Shang, the strongest freshman? He's actually kind of handsome, right? The girl next to her glances at him, covering her mouth as she adds, but don't let his gentle, polite appearance fool you. When he snaps, he plays dirty, but honestly, I kind of like that. Lindsay hears them and turns to look, while Lu Shang still looks polite to them, but in the eyes of the male students, he's shoveling food into his mouth like a hungry ghost. Their faces darken, and they glare at him, whispering to each other, wasn't Chi-Ching beaten by that kid? He was about to reach level 6. The guy next to him adds, must have been a fluke. Another chimes in, I want to test the strength of this strongest Denglong myself. Haha, me too. Seeing this, Lindsay looks left and right, his eyes widening as he comments, oh wow, Brother Sheng, did you hear that? You've become a campus celebrity on your first day. He adds with a sigh of regret, geez, I wish I was as strong as you. Opposite him, Lu Shang picks up his drink, closing his eyes and bowing his head to take a sip, and replies, it's not necessarily a good thing. Trouble comes fast. A hand slams down on the table, and a voice interrupts him. Pardon the intrusion. Lu Shang looks up at him, one hand still holding a piece of meat, the other raising his cup to his lips. A group of people surrounds his table. The leader raises a hand, looks at him, and asks with a smile, you're Lu Shang, right? He adds, let's get to know each other. He stretches out his hand with a smug look, but Lu Shang just stares at him silently. Then, the guy tilts his head, smiles kindly, and introduces himself. I'm Wu Fan, the runner-up in the provincial martial arts exam in Yuhui this year, and 7th in the national ranking. Before he can finish, Lu Shang interrupts, stuffing a forkful of noodles into his mouth without even looking at him. So, he adds, are you here to report your own achievements to me? Wu Fan's hand freezes in midair. Beside him, a bald guy sees Lu Shang's arrogant demeanor, grits his teeth in anger, and shouts, motherfucker. He starts to step forward, but Wu Fan quickly smiles, closes his eyes, and raises a hand to stop him. Wait. He stretches out his hand as the four of them stand before Lu Shang's table. Wu Fan says, Lu Shang, I know you're very strong, and I'm no match for you. Then adds, but this isn't high school. Networking is very important. He smiles at Lu Shang and continues, so. Before Wu Fan can finish, Lu Shang leans forward and cuts him off. If you already know you're no match for me, then asks, then why are you here looking for trouble? On the other side, the crowd looks at him, feeling deeply embarrassed. He grabs an old plate of food and moves it away, still eating. I've warned them over and over. They know damn well there are lines they shouldn't cross and people they shouldn't mess with, but they're just too stubborn and thick-headed. You tell me. Lu Shang cut them off. He slammed his hands onto the table, shot up, and glared at them. Are you guys all a bit slow in the head or something? Beside him, Wu Fan and his cronies backed away, clearly rattled by his attitude, their eyes wide. Feeling humiliated, Wu Fan's face darkened, his eyes blazing with rage. He let out a yell, die, and swung his fist toward Lu Shang, teeth gritted in anger. Lu Shang, unfazed, effortlessly swatted his arm away, stopping the punch cold. Before he knew it, Wu Fan's face was grabbed. His eyes widened in panic, his mind screaming, damn it. Suddenly, a sense of déjà vu hit him. He choked on his words, his mind spiraling. Oh right, it was exactly like that scene in the video. But before he could even process it, Lu Shang slammed his face right into the table, shattering the plates and dishes. As Lu Shang yanked his head up from the dented surface, he growled every word. I told you, and yet you're too damn slow to react. He smashed his face back down again, making everyone in the hall tremble in fear. Lu Shang roared, don't you ever. He hauled him back up by the head. Wu Fan was crying in absolute despair, and Lu Shang shouted another warning. You're bothering me! The crowd erupted into chaos. Some pulled out their phones to record, others just stared in disbelief. Beside them, Lindsay was trembling with excitement, clenching his fists. His eyes sparkled as he thought to himself, the beast is back. Lu Shang quickly grabbed some napkins from the table, wiped the snot and tears off Wu Fan's face while the guy laid there face down on the floor. Lu Shang wiped him endlessly, looking annoyed, and let out a sharp "tuh." Down on the ground, Wu Fan was out cold amidst the wreckage. The table had snapped in two, and water from the dishes was dripping all over him. Then, he shoved the crumpled napkin into Wu Fan's open mouth, leaving him in a pathetic, messy heap. Lu Shang growled, "There are two things I hate most in this life." He paused. Lu Shang pointed a thumb at himself, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. Radiating a ferocious aura, he tilted his head and added, 1. Being bothered while I'm training. Then, he pointed at Wu Fan, who was lying unconscious and pathetic on the floor, and confirmed, and 2. Seeing buzzing flies and gnats swarming in front of me while I'm trying to eat. The two cronies were shivering, huddled together in front of him. Lu Shang turned his gaze toward them and warned, "So, next time, don't you dare disturb me during these 2 times." He pointed at the 2 trembling guys, who looked tiny compared to him. His eyes narrowed in rage as he snapped, "Got it?" The 2 quickly put their hands together, bowing frantically in fear and panic, yelling, "Yes, we understand, we understand." The guy next to him turned pale, shaking as he added, We won't show our faces in front of you again." Hearing this, Lu Shang cooled down a bit and reminded them, "Good. When he wakes up, tell him to pay for the table." He turned to leave, not forgetting to glance at Lindsay and call him over. "Lindsay, let's go." Hearing this, Lindsay's eyes crinkled into a joyful smile, and he ran over, confirming, "Got it, Brother Sheng." They walked away, leaving behind the loud chatter of the crowd. As they walked, Lindsay clenched his fists, his brows knit together, trembling with excitement as he gushed, "Whoa, Brother Sheng, what you just did, that was insane." He continued, "That's how a real man should act. If someone doesn't respect you, you just punch them." Lindsay chattered away as he followed him, while Lu Sheng noticed the cold, piercing gazes staring at him from the crowd, looks that seemed to say they were itching for a fight. Lu Sheng thought to himself, martial arts is a path of constant competition, especially here at the Seven Sages Martial Academy, where the most talented martial geniuses in the country are gathered. The crowd behind them wouldn't stop staring, their brows furrowed in resentment. Lu Shang mused internally that the one thing this place had in abundance was idiots like the one he just dealt with. Another group sneered and spat on the ground, casting sideways glances at him. Lu Shang thought to himself that they were just like flies, buzzing and bothering people endlessly. He remembered the image of Wu Fan, acting like a wretched fly, rubbing his hands together while hovering around him. Lu Shang concluded that they clearly weren't scared enough yet. He glanced at the crowd, narrowed his eyes, and exuded a killing intent as he decided, if a grandmaster were standing in front of them, they wouldn't dare act like this. He added, "So, I need to make them feel true fear, then those annoying flies will disappear on their own." He decided he needed to find an opportunity. Suddenly, he imagined his own silhouette looming large, casting a shadow over the terrified, wide-eyed faces of the crowd, and he shouted in his mind, "Crush them until they're broken. I'll transform into a towering demon, trampling them under my feet, surrounded by fire and smoke." Looking down at them from above, Lu Sheng thought, "Fear me like a demon, dread me like a god." In his vision, his torso was bare, muscles defined, hands raised, his expression dark, while a golden divine halo appeared behind him. Back to reality, an aggressive, angry voice snapped him out of his thoughts. "Lu Sheng, Lu Sheng." A man walked toward him quickly, his fists clenched with killing intent, his body radiating a massive amount of energy. Lu Sheng sensed it and glanced over his shoulder, lips pursed, his body automatically releasing a killing aura as he judged, "This guy is strong, but he's staying calm." The man smiled, reaching out his hand in a friendly gesture. "Lu Sheng, right? I'm Vice Principal Zhao Taiyan," he added. "I have something to discuss with you. Tomorrow, you'll be on stage to give the representative speech for the freshmen." Hearing this, Lindsay, standing behind them, widened his eyes and asked in surprise, "Speaking on stage?" Lu Sheng stood there, brow furrowed, arms crossed, looking at Zhao Taiyan with suspicion. Hearing Lindsay's question, the vice principal looked at Lu Shang and explained, "Actually, it's just a few simple words. Nothing special." Hearing that, Lu Shang's tension eased, and he nodded with a smile. "All right, I'll prepare for it." Beside him, Lindsay looked at him with wide eyes and exclaimed, "My God, that's amazing. This is your chance to show everyone who you are, right in front of all the freshmen." He shouted with excitement, "Brother Sheng, make sure you put on a good show." Lu Shang turned to look at him, a calm smile on his face, and asked, standing in front of all the freshmen, he confirmed to himself, "He's right. I've really got to put on a good show." The next day, the large, open-air auditorium was packed with students. The stage remained empty as the rows filled up one by one. A banner hung above the red curtains. The 57th freshman entrance ceremony of the Seven Saints Martial Arts University. Suddenly, the crowd turned their heads toward him, whispering and staring wide-eyed. "Look, Lu Shang is here. Isn't he the one who knocked out Wu Fan yesterday?" Lu Shang sat next to Lin Zhe. Every hostile glance was fixed on him, but he stared straight ahead, his expression perfectly calm and unreadable. Lin Zhe, sitting behind him, shot an uneasy look around the room. The green-haired guy from the dormitory during orientation frowned at him and called out to his friend, "Huo Dong, Lu Shang is here." He then added, "I heard he's supposed to go up on stage and give a speech today." Next to him, Huo Dong tilted his head, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Lu Shang with curiosity. The green-haired student asked, "That guy Xu Jianfei seems to be planning something. He wants to take Lu Shang down. What do you think?" Seeing this, he leaned his chin on his hand, eyebrows furrowing as he remarked, "Xu Jianfei. I remember he was in the national top 20. He looked over at Xu Jianfei, who was staring directly at Lu Shang. Xu Jianfei had his arms crossed, his face twisted into an annoyed scowl. Lu Shang noticed and turned to look back at him. Up on the stage, the others had their arms crossed too, waiting for a good show. Behind them, Huo Dong muttered, "Take down Lu Shang? Has he really become the Demon King in the eyes of these freshmen?" Lu Shang quickly stood up from his seat, chin held high, one hand in his pocket and the other hanging loose, as he calmly strode toward the podium. Seeing his aura, Huo Dong's face darkened. He narrowed his eyes, starting to sweat as he thought to himself, that Lu Shang won't be easily taken down. He realized his martial arts intuition screaming at him to stay as far away from this guy as possible. As he stepped onto the podium, Lu Shang pursed his lips and swept a cold, piercing gaze over the crowd behind him. His brow furrowed as he radiated an intimidating killing intent. Zhao Taiyan stood at the podium and spoke, welcoming everyone to the Seven Saints Martial Arts University. The students below fell silent. Then, he went on and on about the autumn season, until the students below started nodding off. Zhao Taiyan's voice echoed again. "Students, study hard." Lu Shang, standing off to the side, covered his ears with 2 fingers, his expression one of pure annoyance. He frowned, sneered, and thought to himself, no matter what world you're in, school leaders all sound exactly the same. Then, Zhao Taiyan on the podium smiled enthusiastically and reached a hand toward him to introduce him. "Next, we invite the freshman representative for this year." He then shouted loudly, "The top martial arts prospect, Lu Shang. Student Lu Shang will represent the freshmen and give a speech. Let's give him a warm welcome." Hearing this, Lu Shang quickly walked to the podium. He leaned forward, bracing his hands on the lectern, looking down at the students. Next to him, Zhao Taiyan smiled broadly, with his hands behind his back, looking quite gentle. Below, Xu Jianfei narrowed his eyes and cupped his hands around his mouth, shouting mockingly, "Yeah, right." The students around them took the chance to jeer and whisper in disgust. Seeing this, Lu Shang shot him an unhappy, wide-eyed glare. Beside him, Zhao Taiyan noticed and signaled for the students to quiet down. Then, Zhao Taiyan looked at him gently, smiled, and asked, "Are you ready?" Lu Shang looked back at him, his face calm, and smiled as he confirmed, "I've been preparing all day. There definitely won't be any issues." Hearing this, Zhao Taiyan looked at him, confused, and asked, "Preparing all day?" He then wondered to himself, "I didn't expect him to take such a small matter so seriously. He really knows how to show respect." He added to himself, "Looks like he's not the arrogant type of genius after all, unless he's the kind of martial artist who doesn't care about anything else." Immediately after, Lu Shang looked down at the mic on the podium, gripping the edges with both hands, saying nothing. Then, he narrowed his eyes at the crowd, smirked, and let out a burst of killing intent. Below, a bald guy narrowed his eyes at him, asking in disgust, "What does that brat want to say?" Beside him, Xu Jianfei narrowed his eyes, grinding his teeth as he confirmed, "Whatever he says, we'll all laugh and boo together. Let's make him lose face and get off the stage." Lu Shang smiled calmly at the crowd and began his speech. "I'm Lu Shang. I know a lot of you here don't respect me." In the next second, he raised a finger, his face narrowing as he looked down at the crowd, declaring clearly and loudly, "So today, I'm going to give those people a chance." Hearing this, the crowd below and the bald guy stared at him, wide-eyed. Whispers began to erupt. Xu Jianfei squinted at him, grinding his teeth as he wondered in his heart. "A chance?" Lu Shang furrowed his brow, glared, and yelled into the mic, challenging everyone below. "Challenge me, right now." Then, he spread his arms and added, "Actually, I'll even allow all of you to do it. Hearing this, Zhao Taiyan beside him was so startled he nearly stumbled. Lu Shang's face was filled with murderous intent as he gave a devilish grin, radiating pressure toward the crowd as he yelled, "Come at me all at once." With a look of pure contempt, he smiled, furrowed his brow, glared with excitement, and waved at the students. Energy surged from his body as he urged them on. "Don't keep me waiting." The crowd was stunned. Hearing that, the bald guy quickly cracked his knuckles, grinding his teeth as he glared at him. Xu Jianfei wasn't any better, his face contorting as he glared at Lu Shang. Zhao Taiyan was completely dumbfounded, his head spinning as he leaned toward Lu Shang and muttered, "Huh." Then he quickly regained his composure, adjusted his glasses, and forced a smile, shouting in his mind, "What? You spent all day preparing for this?" Lu Shang still stood there with his arms wide on the podium, watching the students. Zhao Taiyan thought to himself, "That's it? After all that, it just comes down to a brawl." Down below, the crowd stood there, with their mouths hanging open, staring at him. Especially Lin Zhe, he gave a trembling thumbs up, eyes wide with admiration. "As expected of my saint. That's legendary." Lu Shang on stage tilted his head, narrowed his eyes, and gave a provocative, scornful smile at the crowd below. "What's the matter? Is there no one here with the guts to come up?" Then he called them out. "Are you all just a bunch of useless cowards?" Hearing this, the students quickly shoved their chairs back and stood up, glaring at him with faces twisted in anger. Xu Jianfei, in particular, slammed his hands onto the table and cursed, "Damn it." Beside him, the bald student stared at him, his eyes wide with shock. Xu Jianfei shouted, "You're getting way too arrogant, Lu Shang." He immediately bolted upright, his body encased in armor. He pounded his chest, unleashed his aura, and smirked at Lu Shang, yelling defiantly, "I'll show you who Xu Jianfei really is." Then the group behind him started jeering and laughing. "Do you really think you're invincible?" "Right." Xu Jianfei clenched his fists, cracked his knuckles, and looked at him with a cocky grin. The bald guy beside him also stared with wide eyes, hands in his pockets, and remarked, "It's been a long time since anyone dared to spout such nonsense in front of me." A girl stood up, playing with her long white hair with one hand, hands on her hips, and smirked with a frown. "Just my luck. I wanted to spar a bit anyway," she added, "to see just how strong this dragon martial champion really is." A student next to her gasped. Seeing this, Heidong frowned, biting his lip as he thought, "This is bad. The atmosphere. My gut tells me this isn't a smart move," he whispered to himself. The guy with blue hair nearby squinted at Heidong, monitoring his uneasy behavior. Another student quickly jumped up. Heidong thought to himself, "But if I don't stand up now, everyone will think I, Huo Dong, am afraid of Lu Shang." With that, he narrowed his eyes, resolved to stand up, and muttered. The group behind him quickly stood up, excited. Heidong said, "Dragon Champion, please enlighten me." The other students stood up as well, glaring at him with hostility and getting into combat stances. Suddenly, the entire hall was focused on him on the stage. Below the stage, an aura materialized into the shape of a dragon, roaring toward him. The crowd charged, shouting, "Please, teach us." Seeing this, another teacher in the back widened his eyes, looked at Zhao Taiyan, and asked in a panic, "What? What is going on here?" The vice principal. He turned dark and signaled for them to stop, then watched with a calm, detached expression, like someone watching a play, and muttered, "No rush. Let's watch and see." Only Lin Zhe stood below, glaring at the crowd, fists clenched, frowning, and shouting righteously as he took Lu Shang's side. "Damn you cowards, ganging up on him? That's treason. Come and get some if you dare." Seeing this, Lu Shang glanced down at him from the stage, looking a bit surprised. Lindsay thought to himself, "Damn, if I don't get beaten up, I'm at least going to fight like hell." He confirmed, "Even if Sheng is strong, he can't take on all these people. I can't let him lose face." Below, the dragon aura was still fixated on him, while behind Lu Shang, he quickly moved to the podium and spoke. Hearing him, Lindsay turned to look. Lu Shang continued, "Do you really think huddling together gives you some sort of advantage?" His face darkened, his eyes burning with relentless killing intent as he muttered, "Perfect. I want to see what you've got." He interrupted them, then spread his arms, unleashing a demonic killing intent toward the dragon aura, causing it to flinch as he yelled, "You bunch of trash, what makes you think you're worthy of even breathing the same air as me?" With a swift motion, he leaped forward, moving faster than the eye could follow. He lunged forward, throwing a punch at Xu Jianfei, and declared, "You're first." The guy couldn't react in time. Eyes wide, his face grimacing as he took the hit head-on, his body still armored. He crossed his arms to block, straining every muscle, and gasped in pain. Cough. Lu Shang followed up with another blow. The guy was sent flying 8 meters into the wall behind him. The surrounding students stared in terror. Suddenly, another guy tried to kick him, but Lu Shang caught the foot in midair. He held the guy's soul with one hand, squinting at him with a murderous aura, and remarked, "Weak," before adding, "and insolent." He landed, effortlessly flipping the guy onto the ground with controlled force, his other hand still casually in his pocket. Then he glanced behind him. A massive fireball was hurtling toward him. Lu Shang was slightly stunned. A maniac was trying to launch a massive blast of fire from his hands. He stepped on a chair, ignoring the students scrambling to get out of the way. He smirked and shouted, his hands glowing as the energy intensified. "Haha, no matter how strong you are, can you handle this fire?" Suddenly, a hand shot out toward the flames coming from his palm. Lu Shang grabbed the guy's face, making him panic. The flames began to dissipate, replaced by sharp, stinging sparks directed back at him. Stunned by Lu Shang's speed, the guy frowned in panic, his eyes wide and speechless. The flames clinging to Lu Shang quickly vanished. Lu Shang looked at his scorched clothes, squinting with a bit of annoyance, and muttered, "That's it." Then he sighed. "Didn't fully protect my aura. My clothes got burned." He glanced to the side, frowning. A beam of light shot toward his arm. Lu Shang pulled back, face dark as he looked down, while the fire user fell backward. Immediately, beams of energy swirled toward him. Lu Shang crouched, dodging them. A girl moved like the wind, white hair flowing, frowning as she gripped a blade, glancing at him as she thought, "Powerful strength and crazy defense. Huh? Fine then," she decided. "I'll use speed to tear you apart." Before she could react, Lu Shang flashed behind her and grabbed her leg, making her gasp in shock. He used the breath of the wind technique. The girl gasped, shaking as she screamed, "Huh?" Her body was being dragged down. She was thrown toward the ceiling, while Lu Shang crouched and landed looking effortlessly cool. Ahead of him, he had just fought the mob, and behind him, a girl's body began to emit a killing aura, her body trembling as she cried, I'm losing control of my power." Right after that, she launched sharp arrows toward him, hands clenched, shouting, "Don't blame me." Suddenly, the dart struck his back. Lu Shang didn't react in time, turning around with wide, startled eyes. The girl, seeing his clothes torn and blood starting to flow, clenched her fists in excitement, shouting, I did it! I got him! I got Lu!" He regained his composure, glanced at her, and quickly used his power to pull the darts out of his back, his face grimacing in annoyance. Immediately after, he waved his arms, controlling the darts he had just pulled out, and turned to the girl, asking, "Who gave you permission to scratch my back for me?" Seeing this, she panicked, shielding herself, and backing away. His gaze was murderous as he glared at her, hands outstretched to control the darts, his face filled with rage. The girl screamed in terror. "Impossible! How are you a mental manipulator too?" Lu Shang quickly sent the darts flying. The girl was pinned firmly to the wall, her face pale with fear as she let out a shrill, "Eek!" The students led by Huodong rushed toward him, shouting in anger, "Damn it! Everyone, charge together!" A second later, the group behind him grabbed their weapons and lunged. Lu Shang calmly turned his head, glancing at them with disgust. He reached out, his eyes widening with disdain as he glared at them. Finally, a massive explosion erupted, and the rushing students were sent flying back. Seeing how weak they were, he stomped the ground, looking at the pathetic crowd who were staring at him in fear, and remarked, "Sure enough, trash is still trash. Even gathered in a pile, you're all still just trash." He clenched a fist, his aura flared, and he stepped on a sword stuck in the ground, standing in the dust with a disappointed look as he muttered, "Sigh, I had such high hopes for you all." Elsewhere, the teacher who had tried to intervene was panicking, his glasses sliding down as he stared. This was truly beside him. Zhao Taiyun was completely frozen, eyes wide and brow furrowed. His jaw dropped in shock. He soon regained his composure, furrowing his brows, eyes narrowing as he smiled with hope, thinking, "Such high expectations." Then he watched Lu Shang, who was calmly dusting off his clothes and body, confirming to himself, even those from the 6 sacred martial academies need to see Lu Shang. The crowd with Huodong, before they could even finish rushing in, stood frozen, faces dark and eyes wide with horror. Huodong asked tremblingly, "How did it end up like this?" The students behind him were also stunned into silence. Huodong added, "I was still debating whether or not to intervene, and it's already over." Lu Shang stepped over a student who had passed out on the ground and continued walking. Right then, his expression darkened, and he muttered in a panic, "The crusade of the heroes has failed." Finally, he recalled the murderous look on Lu Shang's face when he gazed at the students like a pile of trash. Huodong concluded that the world would face the long, dark rule of the Demon King. He imagined the heroes planting their swords in the ground, bowing before him with cautious, fearful eyes. Back to reality. Lu Shang stood right in front of him, waving a hand in confusion and calling out, "Hey?" Huodong finally snapped out of it, his body still rigid as he stared. Lu Shang thought to himself, why did he freeze up? And he even used a cliché cartoon line from my past life. Then he asked, "You were just standing up, weren't you?" Hearing that, Huodong's face drained of color, his eyes bulging in terror as he looked at him, finally shaking his head so hard it looked like his neck might snap as he denied it. No. He then turned to see the distance between him and the chair and, with a forced smile, had an idea. He awkwardly smiled at Lu Shang, and in a pathetic display, grabbed the chair, sat down, and shouted, "I didn't. Absolutely not. See, I'm sitting right here, aren't I?" Seeing that, Lu Shang stared wide-eyed at him and coolly confirmed, "Forget it. I can't let any of them slide." While not forgetting to reach out and flick the kid on the forehead, making him cry out in pain. Right after that, with the chaos beneath him, no one else dared to challenge him. Lu Shang calmly declared, "I already gave you all a chance, but it's a shame you didn't take it." He pointed down at the ground, narrowing his eyes, and glared at the crowd as he announced, "Once you guys wake up, tell them this. Next time, don't you dare hover around me again, you hear me?" Seeing that, the others quickly gave forced smiles and nodded like crazy to confirm, "Got it, we got it." They nodded, repeatedly, and then Lu Shang quickly turned his head, smiled casually, and announced, "Vice Principal, was my freshman representative speech finished already?" Hearing that, Zhao Taiyan excitedly spread his arms toward him, shouted with a satisfied grin to confirm, "Good." Then he announced that a few students should stay behind to clean up the auditorium, and anyone who needs the infirmary, take them there. Finally, he gave the signal for everyone else to disperse. The opening ceremony for the 57th intake of the Seven Saints Martial Arts University concluded perfectly. After a series of supernatural events, the strongest freshman in history took on 100 people, dominating the freshman rankings. He was compared to a monster fighting against a crowd of students. Comments continued to ring out. The power of Lu Shang, the martial arts top scholar, shone brilliantly. Everyone compared him to others and illustrated him on a martial arts graph. The announcer thought of the students still fast asleep in their dreams and reminded them, "On the second day of school, the sword points at the upperclassmen rankings. If you're still being lazy, you better pick it up." Then, analytical diagrams quickly appeared on the screen. Level 6 martial artist plus a level 3 spiritualist. It was a comprehensive analysis of the power of Lu Shang, the martial arts top scholar. Finally, the closing line of the report rang out. "The strongest new star of Seven Saints Martial Arts University has been born." Next, a metaphorical voice chimed in. Lu Shang's actions are like a stone thrown into a still lake, creating ripples. The image showed a pool of water with splashes. Currently, he was drinking water while clicking the TV remote, his face twisted, gritting his teeth as he remarked, "These headlines all make it sound like I'm a boss who wandered into the newbie village." He muttered to himself, "Am I really like that?" Then he lifted his head, deep in thought, and mused, "But honestly, lately I've become more and more violent. It seems I've gotten used to using force to solve everything." He then asked himself, "Could it be because my power is growing too fast?" Then he answered himself, "That's probably part of the reason." He confirmed to himself internally, "But the most important reason is that these guys are just too weak." He compared it. "When I fought those freshmen, there wasn't any pressure at all. It felt like using a lawnmower to cut grass." He imagined himself holding a lawnmower, leisurely cutting down the grass that was the students'. He then reasoned internally, "Being weak isn't a crime, but being weak and not knowing it, that's the real mistake." Next, narrowing his eyes, he gloomily looked at the people cheering on the chessboard and lifted his drink to his face, adding, "Being weak and going around bothering others, that's just making the mistake worse." Finally, he concluded, "Violence might not solve every problem, but it can solve most of them." His hand tightened until the glass in his grip shattered. His eyes narrowed in a smile as he realized his inner Tao. Divine illumination, Ming King scripture, constant star body refining technique, natural breathing method. Then he shouted proudly in his heart, "I originally intended to quickly raise my authorization level for the Fire Seed resources by showing off my strength." He cut himself off, then stared in shock at his own hands, where two strands of blue and red energy were blending together, and he shouted in his heart, "I should have just exposed my talent." He confirmed further, "Perhaps because of the reasons I wanted to push through. The great sun in my head suddenly loosened up a bit. My martial will has broken through." Right after that, he reasoned, Now I should send someone on their way. In his mind, a fierce battle raged. Lu Shang grimaced and gritted his teeth, shouting as they traded blows. Immediately after, he rushed towards Zhao Lingquan, who was hiding behind her shield on the ice rink, her legs bracing to hold the weapon. She kept thrusting her weapon toward him, and Lu Shang quickly dodged them all, charging forward. His fist swung out, and she raised her shield to block his strike from below, while he struck repeatedly, shattering the spear. Zhao Lingquan took the hit head-on, while her spear tip quickly lunged toward his throat. Lu Shang's face turned dark and expressionless. Finally, he used the speed of light and the breath of the wind to circle behind Zhao Lingquan, dodging her attack. Afterward, he stretched his hand out to launch his weapon, his movements decisive, his face twisted as he shouted to use it. Divine illumination, Ming King, scripture, spiritual power, boosted by 10 crystal light, manipulation. His weapon quickly shot toward her. Zhao Lingquan was struck in the shoulder and cried out in pain, while he shouted in excitement, "Finally, I won!" Her arm was severed, ice oozing out as she struggled, gritting her teeth and breaking into a cold sweat. Next, a giant mass of ice quickly grew out where her arm had been. Zhao Lingquan's body collapsed in pain, kneeling on the ice. Then, in agony, she looked up, trembling with tears in her eyes. Seeing this, Lu Shang narrowed his eyes, his face darkening in panic as he shouted, "What the hell? She can still do that?" Zhao Lingquan's arm was quickly recreated with stronger steel. She propped herself up, preparing to stand, a sneer on her lips. Right after that, her sharp arm slammed into the ground, causing it to crack. Next, she lifted a block of ice from the ground, 100 times her size, and with her other arm supporting the massive block, she lifted it high, looking at him. Immediately after, she merged into the sharp ice block and spread her arms. He stood below, looking up, unable to stop himself from cursing. "Damn it." He stumbled back, looking up in panic as he questioned, "Damn it. I've never seen her use this move before." He confirmed, "Is this the ultimate move for her final state after her health drops to a certain level?" High above his head, a giant ice phoenix formed from magic was looking down at him. Lu Shang looked up at it. Immediately after, he narrowed his eyes, his pupils widening, his body emitting an intense aura as he unleashed it. Master's will. Raising 2 fingers together, he shouted, "Sword domain." Following that, his weapon split apart. Lu Shang hovered in the air, pointing his finger toward the bird above his head. His weapons orbited his body, forming a spinning vortex. Lu Shang shouted the name of his move, Reincarnation of the Martial World. He lunged instantly toward the massive ice bird in front of him, a magical circle manifesting behind his back. Above him, Zhao Lingquan looked down with an excited smile. Lu Shang gritted his teeth, glaring back at her. With eyes wide, they both screamed at the same time. Charge. Following the head-on collision, Lu Shang collapsed to the ground, his body riddled with ice patches, bowing his head as he coughed violently. Cough! Cough! His face then, twisted in exhaustion as he looked at his freezing hands and muttered, "Haha, have I lost again?" He then reflected on the martial arts. So this is what a divine martial technique really is, damn it. In front of him, Zhao Lingquan raised her weapon, pointing it straight at him. Behind her stood a thick, sharp wall of ice, and the ground beneath them was entirely frozen over. He lifted his head while kneeling, finally closing his eyes with a weary sigh. He accepted the defeat, saying, "In the end, I still couldn't beat you." She opened her mouth as if to say something, but remained silent as the snow swirled around them. Suddenly, she offered a faint smile, and the mask on her face shattered, her expression filled with tenderness. Her body then began to turn into ice and dissolve. Lu Shang's eyes widened in shock. Zhao Lingquan began to fall, her hand letting go of her weapon as it clattered to the ground. Immediately after, Lu Shang's body began to glow, absorbing streams of black light. Lu Shang watched in stunned silence, unable to react, before asking himself, "What? Are these her memories?" He then saw a younger, timid Zhao Lingquan, her brows furrowed as she gripped the hem of her skirt, not daring to look up. Beside her, a man reached out a hand and announced, "Teacher, I've brought the child. Her name is Zhao Lingquan." Hearing this, the man on the other side quickly replied, He held a small knife, carving an ice block into the shape of a bird, and remarked, "Her potential isn't bad." He narrowed his eyes, turned his head, and looked at Zhao Lingquan with a kind expression. "From now on, you are the inner disciple of my glacier martial arts." Then, the brutal training began. Zhao Lingquan sat in the freezing cold, curled up and trembling, clutching her body as her face crumpled into sobs. Hic. Sob. Outside, Shi Linghe stood with arms crossed, watching her as he asked, "Tell me, what do you want to learn?" Hearing this, she stopped crying, furrowed her brows, and looked up. Still hugging her knees, she shouted back, "The spear!" She then confirmed, "I want to learn your spear technique," Zhao Lengquan explained further. "Because your spear arts are the strongest, and you are the only expert in base 1359 who has comprehended the fifth realm of spear mastery." Hearing this, Shi Linghe listened before breaking into a laugh. Time passed quickly, and Zhao Lengquan grew up. She stood on a pedestal with her weapon, facing the crowd cheering enthusiastically below. A Grandmaster. Zhao Lingquan has broken through to Grandmaster. A1. 7-year-old Grandmaster. She has a chance to reach level 10 in this lifetime. Base 1359 has gained another martial arts genius. Filled with pride, she smiled toward Shi Linghe and called out excitedly, "Teacher!" Hearing this, he closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and smiled, though he shook his head and murmured, "You still have a long way to go." He turned, waved at her, and reminded her, "Have you still not mastered the glacier bird technique?" Zhao Lengquan tightened her grip on her weapon and looked at him. Later, in a house, a hand struggled to push the door open. Inside, Zhao Lengquan was kneeling in deep meditation. She was distracted by the movement and looked toward the door, asking, "Who's there?" The person outside wore a pained expression, struggling as they leaned against the wall. Their body was covered in wounds, and they clutched their arm, calling out with a bitter laugh. Zhao Lengquan then exclaimed, "The base's city has been destroyed. Why are you still here wasting time in cultivation?" She added with a rebuke, "Is your heart made of ice? Haha, everything outside is in ruins." Hearing this, Zhao Lingquan lost her composure, turned around, and stood up, shouting frantically, "What? Where is teacher?" The man struggled to stand, bowed his head, and laughed bitterly. "Teacher is dead." He continued, "Teacher was a madman. Before he left, he said not to bother you." Upon hearing this, she remained strangely calm, stepped outside, and replied, "Is that so?" The man stared at her in shock. Zhao Lingquan pulled out a blindfold, put it on, and with a look of regret, she affirmed, "If teacher is dead, then I'll go die too." She stood with her spear in front of the monsters, slaughtering everything outside, muttering, "It's a pity I never got to tell teacher." She lunged forward, her icy aura flaring as she punched the monster's head, whispering, "My glacier bird has finally reached the icy river realm." Back in reality, Lu Shang clutched his head, eyes squeezed shut, struggling in agony. "Guh. Ah," he panted heavily. "Ha ha ha." Kneeling on the ground, one eye closed and one half open, he gritted his teeth as the black aura dissipated. He realized, spear techniques, spear mastery. I've never absorbed memory fragments like these. This time, they are mostly related to the spear. He clenched his fist, eyes wide with astonishment, thinking frantically, Zhao Lingquan's martial arts treasure has given me a massive upgrade. My spear technique was already at the in-depth realm, but after absorbing these glacier martial memory fragments, I've finally surpassed the control realm. I've reached a whole new, higher level, the fourth realm of spear mastery. Within his mind, disjointed images of Zhao Lingquan's techniques flashed. Lu Shang stood up and observed them, thinking that there is a vast difference between grandmasters. If the memories of Shi Chengnin were like a sphere full of impurities, Zhao Lingquan's memories were like a piece of transparent ice. Even though Zhao Lingquan only reached level 7 before dying, he confirmed that she was absolutely a 100% martial arts genius, who could even challenge level 8s. She was much stronger than Shi Chengnin. He turned, looking around with wide eyes, reaching out toward an image in front of him. Even Shi Chengnin had a core grandmaster technique left behind. Zhao Lingquan is 10 times stronger than him, and her martial will is vastly superior. There's no way she wouldn't have a core grandmaster technique left behind. Finally, Lu Shang looked up at an ice orb, a wide, excited grin on his face as he shouted, "Found it! This is Zhao Lingquan's core memory, her remaining grandmaster will." He reached his hand out toward the orb. It began to crack, revealing a light from within. Almost immediately, the light was sucked into his body, leaving Lu Shang in total shock. His eyes widened, glowing intensely, as if he had finally discovered a long-sought truth. He shouted internally, "So that's how it is. Is this the frost spirit sparrow?" Then, he swung his hand out. A spear appeared, a perfect reflection of Zhao Lingquan's technique from moments ago. Mimicking her movements, he thrust the spear. A massive ice bird was summoned instantly. It opened its eyes and stared right at him. Lu Shang shouted excitedly in his mind, "This spear is called." He froze, suddenly recalling the image from Zhao Lingquan's memory where she froze the monsters. He shouted internally, "Frost-piercing prison spear." He then added to himself, "This spear is powerful enough to slay a grandmaster." Next, in the dreamscape, the following day, he sat in a corner, staring at the red system interface, his hands moving as if searching for something. Finally, while reading the info on the people in his dream, he made his judgment. Shi Linghe, level 10 martial artist, master of the profound spear path, creator of the frost-piercing prison spear, lost in the Battle of Base 1359. Zhao Lingquan, level 7 martial artist, spear genius, disciple of Shi Linghe, lost in the Battle of Base 1359. Seeing their stats, Lu Shang beamed with excitement. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and shouted, "So that old guy was a powerhouse capable of such an incredible technique, yet he wasn't part of the seed plan?" He grew more excited as he read on, shouting, "The spear path would be so incredibly powerful if it were included in the seed plan." Suddenly, Lu Shang realized something and shouted internally, "Phew, no, that's not right. Cultivating 3 different level 11 techniques at once has brought my stamina to its absolute limit." He closed his eyes tight, brows furrowed in pain, beads of sweat dripping down. He reasoned, "My martial arts talent isn't inherently that strong to begin with. I've only reached this level thanks to the accumulation of 10,000 years of history." He then recalled the scene where he grasped Zhao Lingquan's spear intent and mused, "Basic techniques must be mastered step by step, but martial skills don't necessarily have to be. This dreamscape is a treasure beyond compare. All I need to do is hunt down these zombie powerhouses to inherit their ultimate skills, just like Zhao Lingquan." He looked at Shi Linghe's profile on the system. "All right, next target. Hunt Shi Linghe." He glanced toward a towering building emanating a dark, murderous aura, and thought, "No, that's too hard," he explained. Even though his martial memories are those of a supreme powerhouse, but given Shi Linghe's status at the heart of the main base, he finally confirmed he could sense it. "There are countless terrifying auras there, so powerful they make me tremble. The difficulty is too high. I still have a long way to go." Suddenly, his head spun. His eyes went wide with agony as he gritted his teeth, clutching his chest, and let out a pained, "Hoo-ah." He curled up in pain, white spots appearing on his body, and groaned again. "My grandmaster willpower is clashing. My body is erupting with both heat and cold." He squinted, eyes shut tight, gritting his teeth as he shouted in confusion, "What's going on?" He quickly activated the crystal light wall technique. He dove into his own mind. On one side, an ice orb coiled tightly, while on the other, a body of fire surged, both trying to claim dominance within him. Floating in the void, he stared at these two states in shock. Lu Shang's face twisted as he stared with concern at the clashing auras. Zhao Lingquan's Grandmaster willpower. Her willpower is ice, while Shi Qingnin's Eternal Grandmaster willpower is fire. Ice and fire don't mix. If I don't handle this, my body will be destroyed. What should I do? Suddenly, the dormant body of fire began to crack from the top down, light flashing out as the power of the ice was sucked right into it. The body then pulled the fire into its chest. After the absorption was complete, his dormant physical form glowed with a bright purple light. Finally, his brow began to ache intensely as new techniques appeared. Confronted with this, he stared in astonishment and shouted internally, "This is the form of the gold brilliance stone recorded in the crystal light wall technique. It can actually absorb Grandmaster willpower? This really saved my life. If I fully construct the complete gold brilliant stone human form, how many types of Grandmaster willpower can my body contain? Maybe the more, the better?" His eyes widened again. Wait. The shapes of various wills began to appear. He wondered, isn't my own Grandmaster willpower just a fusion of the willpower of all these powerhouses? His body began to glow. He clenched his fists, brow furrowed, one hand over his heart and the other reaching out. With a dark expression, he shouted internally, "Martial, perfection," moving step by step toward absolute mastery. The willpower seals began to glow. The next morning, on the way to the academy, Lindsay ran up behind him and said, "Lu Shang, you're basically a massive sensation right now. All the students are pushing for you to be added to the senior rankings." Lu Shang just walked with his hands in his pockets, answering calmly, "Just a little fame, that's all." Hearing this, Lindsay grinned and reached out, saying, "It's nothing to you, huh? Hey, by the way, today we have to choose our primary cold weapon for training." He then asked, "What weapon are you planning to pick?" "I'll choose the same one as you." Lu Shang glanced at him calmly, then shook his head and kept walking. Lindsay just stood there, eyes wide, waiting for an answer. Lu Shang touched his chin, brows knitted in thought, and confirmed, "I think I'll go with the spear." Upon hearing this, Lindsay clasped his hands together and grinned excitedly. Really? My first choice was the spear too. Swords and blades just feel like toys. Honestly, the spear is just way more badass. Seeing this, Lu Shang kept walking with his hands in his pockets and asked, You can learn the spear like me if you want, but you probably won't see me very often. Lindsay was startled and looked at him, asking, Wait, what do you mean? They reached the martial arts classroom, where a crowd of students was already seated, staring at the projector screen. Lu Shang walked in calmly, eyes half closed, hands still in his pockets. Lindsay followed close behind, still grinning. The students, along with He Dong, frowned and looked up at him in fear. With a pale face, he confirmed to himself that it all started from that day. He Dong interrupted, and the guy in front quickly sat down in the seat below. Trembling with a darkened, fearful face, he hung his head, not daring to look straight at him. Finally, He Dong sank into desperate thoughts, feeling the kind of helplessness and despair that comes from being unable to resist. He imagined himself as someone tiny, thrown into a giant glass of water, struggling to stay afloat. He Dong realized that it had gotten to the point where even in his dreams, he saw himself trapped inside a glass of water, surrounded by liquid, unable to surface. He was suffocating, his face twisted as he punched the glass wall, desperately trying to escape. In his mind, he kept screaming in helplessness, unable to do anything, just struggling before being slowly swallowed by coldness and despair. Then waking up. Every night, he would jolt awake from that terrifying dream. With a pale, panicked expression and wide eyes, he screamed internally. This dream keeps repeating itself. Is Dang Long really that scary? Then he questioned himself in doubt. Next, he raised his fearful eyes to look at him. There was no light left in them, as if he finally understood. No, the source of the fear wasn't Dang Long, the martial arts champion, it was him, he muttered Lu Shang under his breath, looking at him sitting in the front row with sheer terror in his eyes. Just then, at the door, a woman with long orange hair, holding a ruler in one hand and hands on her hips, walked in to make an announcement. She was Professor Xu, a specialist in exotic beast research named Xu Sen. She added, Before you all begin your 4 years of martial arts training, today I am here to teach you a lesson. Immediately after, she stood at the podium, looking down at the students to confirm her point. First, she would explain something. Why we must practice cold weapons and martial arts when we already have a solid foundation in modern hot weapon technology. She rested her hands on her hips, slapped her ruler hard against the board, and urged the students, Take a look at this. Soon, a documentary about a gunfight was projected onto the screen. Soldiers were firing non-stop at the enemy, followed by images of twisted, roaring monsters charging at them from the other side. Then, the footage showed bullets hitting the beasts, but the creatures had shields protecting them from the gunfire. Xu Sin's voice echoed, reminding them that it was because human hot weapons had absolutely no effect on these exotic beasts. Seeing this, the students' eyes widened as they began to whisper among themselves. But why is that? Lin Zi, sitting above, frowned as he watched, muttering to himself, Dad taught me since I was a kid that only martial arts can fend off those monsters. He never mentioned anything like this. Why on earth is that? The guy beside him knit his brows, arms crossed, saying nothing but his eyes turned steely, as if he had already pieced it all together. Lu Shang shouted in his mind. Because of the rules. Up at the front, the teacher set her pointer down and looked out at the students. The screen went dark as she explained. It's all about the rules. Humans have been fighting these monsters for over 300 years, and to this day, we're still probing and researching where they actually come from. We don't have all the answers, but one thing is certain, these monsters. She paused for effect, then confirmed. They come from another world, a massive portal in the sky, where they just keep pouring out. Xu Sen then pointed the stick at her own heart, put a hand on her hip, and looked at the students to explain. So, it's not that we chose the path of martial arts. It's that martial arts chose us, so we could survive this monster invasion. We have to rely on the power of martial arts. Hearing this, a female student raised her hand, looking confused. Professor, if our modern weapons are affected by the rules of that other world, does that mean the monsters are still just as powerful once they enter our world? Does it not affect them at all? Hearing that, the teacher stepped forward, hand on her hip, and praised her. Great question. Unfortunately, I can't answer that for you. I want to know the answer too, or perhaps, the answer lies right in front of us, if we're only brave enough to face it. The students were even more confused and cried out in unison. Huh? What do you mean? Lu Shang just stood with his arms crossed, his expression calm as he watched the teacher offer further clarification. It's because those monsters are already affected by the rules. They were originally Lu Shang cut her off. The other students stared at him, wide-eyed, as he added with total indifference, they were even more powerful than that. Seeing his response, Xu Shexin looked at him, her eyes widening in surprise. She reached up to hug her waist, adjusted her glasses with the other hand, and smiled at Lu Sheng. So, this student has already thought of that? Very good. But, that's just my speculation. The students below started whispering, shocked and panicked. No way, that's so unfair. The teacher tilted her head, looked at her class with a calm expression, and confirmed, you're right, it is indeed unfair. She crossed her arms again to explain, but in this world, a lot of things simply aren't fair. Right after that, Xu Shexin turned around, walking away as she gave her final word. That's the lesson for today. Thank you. Class dismissed. Hearing this, Lin Zhe, sitting above, grabbed his head in frustration, frowning and grumbling. Man, this sucks. These monsters are already impossibly strong, and now you're saying we are the ones being held back? Doesn't that mean humanity is doomed? The guy next to him glanced over without a word, his face turning grim as he thought to himself, the future of humanity 10,000 years from now, teen really is wiped out. Beside him, Lin Zhe slumped forward, pressing his face into the ground in horror, eyes wide, still clutching his head. Lu Shang walked out of his seat and headed down the stairs. The other students watched him go. He kept his hands in his pockets, thinking calmly to himself, even with my resource library, I can't solve the monster problem in the year 300 of the martial era. Then, remembering the terrifying monsters out there, he thought intensely. The road ahead is basically hopeless. Instantly, his eyes grew sharp with determination, his face hardening as he resolved in his mind, the only thing I can do is keep increasing my strength, step by step, and search for a glimmer of hope. Outside the classroom, a teacher handed him a document and a slip of paper, reminding him, hand this form in within 3 days. He took it from him. Lin Zhe stood nearby, watching them. The teacher added, for now, you can choose to go to different cold weapon training rooms based on your personal preference. Lu Shang smiled, turned his head to look at Lin Zhe behind him, and signaled, let's go, to the Spear Arts training room. Lin Zhe clenched his fist, grinning ear to ear, and replied, you got it, boss. Suddenly, someone in the crowd cupped their hands around their mouth and shouted to the group, I heard it. He chose the spear. Lu Shang chose the Spear Arts. Heads up, everyone. Whatever you do, don't pick the spear as your primary training weapon. Remember that. The students' faces darkened with fear. A student in the crowd panicked, his face pale. What? I have to switch my martial path. I don't want to compete with Lu Shang. Nearby, another person's jaw dropped in disbelief. Inside the Spear Arts training room, a group of students was practicing with spears. Lu Shang and Lin Zhe walked through the door. One student saw them enter, his face twisting into a scowl as he muttered, it's Lu Shang. I can't believe he chose the spear. A murmur of confusion spread. Who's Lu Shang? Someone asked. Did you not see the video on the school website? Another person explained, the top scorer of this year's martial arts exam, the strongest freshman. On the sparring floor, a girl with red hair stood, spear in hand, her other hand on her hip as she scanned the group and announced, all right, class is dismissed. You can leave now, or stay and practice a bit more if you want. Suddenly, the teacher sensed something. She squinted, let out a humph, and pointed her spear directly at Lu Shang and Lin Zhe. You two, get up here. She rested her hand on her hip, gripped her spear tightly, and looked at them with one eye slightly closed, introducing herself. My name is Liu Rutian. I teach the cold weapon spear curriculum from freshman to junior year. And just so you know, you two are the only ones who showed up today. She stared at the two of them standing across the sparring floor and declared, all right, let's see what you've got. Attack me with your spears first, so I can check your potential and bone structure. Lu Shang narrowed his eyes and frowned as he stepped forward, watching her with a serious expression, thinking to himself, this instructor is overflowing with internal energy. She's a peak level 6 martial arts expert. Behind him, Lin Zhe stared at Lu Shang, looking completely lost. Lu Rutian looked at Lu Shang calmly, evaluating him. So, is this the Lu Shang that all the students have been gossiping about? She swung her spear, her eyes narrowing as she looked at him and threw it his way. The students watching nearby gasped, their eyes wide in shock. He reached out, caught the spear as it grazed his shoulder, expertly wrestled it under control, spun it a few times, and finally planted it behind him in a rock-solid combat stance. Liu Yifei stood with her hands on her hips, watching him with an appreciative grin. He knitted his brows, meeting her gaze with a knowing smile. In that case, I won't hold back. Get ready. Seeing this, Liu Yifei cracked her neck, a smirk playing on her lips. She grabbed another spear, feeling a spark of excitement as she told him to be careful. Internally, she shouted to herself. Even though she hadn't reached the master stage yet, she had spent over a decade studying the art of the spear. She wouldn't be easily bested. She looked at him, thinking about how he was just a freshman who had started school today. Yet he had the nerve to tell her to be careful. Lu Shang wasted no time, using Zhao Longquan's techniques as he lunged toward Xu Shuexin with his spear. Faced with his chilling intensity, the instructor's face darkened, her eyes widening in shock. Her pupils constricted as panic set in. She realized in her thoughts, this feeling, it's death. On the other side, Lu Shang launched his spear with a thrill, brow furrowed in concentration. Xu Shuxin shouted a quick assessment. Too strong! She quickly whirled her spear into a shield-like circle, blocking his thunderous attack, though the force pushed her back. Next, Xu Shuxin frowned. As she used the shaft of her spear to parry his tip, she winced and shouted in confusion. How can your spear technique be this ferocious? In an instant, Lu Shang flicked his spear, knocking the weapon from Xu Shuixin's hands, leaving her stunned. Below the arena, the students' eyes bulged in panic, their faces turning pale as they screamed. Instructor Liu was easily broken through. Whispers rippled through the crowd. He's insane. He turned around, and his spear tip is already pointing right at Instructor Liu's throat. She swallowed hard, tilting her head back. Her eyes were filled with sheer amazement as she looked at him, the spear tip held unflinchingly at her neck. Lu Shang spoke up, acknowledging the situation. Pardon me. He smiled, brow slightly furrowed as he looked at Xu Shuxin while retracting his weapon. Xu Shuxin stared at him, her eyes wide with shock. Lu Shang propped his spear up, his aura surging uncontrollably. The instructor realized internally. The inner realm. His spear mastery is at the inner realm level. She spoke up, lamenting that she hadn't even lasted 3 moves before her weapon was knocked away. Lu Shang kept his brow furrowed, watching her vigilantly, his body still radiating a powerful presence. Xu Shuxin began to doubt her own assessment. Looking at his relaxed posture, he's definitely not just at the inner realm. She wondered to herself, could he already be at the control realm? She regained her composure, leaning on her hand to look at him. Unable to help herself, she praised him. I never expected you to be so proficient in spear techniques, to have this much skill at your age. She confirmed, you've already passed this cold weapons course. Immediately, chatter erupted among the students. What? He graduated on his first day? I'm speechless. Another student, filming the whole thing, laughed excitedly to add to the chaos. I just recorded that. If I post this on the school website, it's going to scare the hell out of a bunch of people. Beside them, a girl spoke up, clearly dissatisfied. I can't accept this. Another student clutched his head, his face darkening in frustrated disbelief as he shouted, Damn it, this is just ridiculous. The instructor pointed a finger at him and remarked, Your spear technique is already mastered. The only thing missing is real combat experience. She added, I can smell that you haven't tasted blood yet. Xu Shuxin then made a suggestion. How about this? Go to the mission center and take on some assignments. Also, you should visit the Martial Saint Tower and the Cold Weapons Training Room. Lu Shang slammed the butt of his spear into the ground, cracking the floor, then bowed his head calmly with his hands clasped. Thank you for the guidance, Instructor Liu. Hearing this, she frowned, turning to leave while keeping her eyes on him, adding one last thought. Aside from that, I have nothing else to say. Internally, she was screaming in frustration. To declare graduation on the very first day of class. I've been a spear instructor for years, and this is the first time I've met a monster like you. She looked at herself, labeling her own efforts a failure. Compared to him, I might as well have spent half my life training a dog. Ha! Behind them, Lin Zhe saw how powerful he was, his eyes sparkling as he gave him 2 thumbs up and shouted, Brother Sheng, so that's what you meant when you said the instructor wouldn't see much of you? He exclaimed. That was incredibly epic. Lu Shang saw that he understood, and shot him a faint smile. He reached out to pat the boy's shoulder, smiling as he said, Since that's the case, I'm heading to the mission center. You stay here and keep grinding. Lu Shang encouraged him. Keep it up. When I'm free, I'll come visit. In the distance, Xu Shuxin stood among the students watching him, while Lin Zhe gazed blankly at his retreating back, shouting in his mind, He really is a god among mortals. At the mission center, the crowd was buzzing with noise. Need one more for a Class A mission? Need a psychic for a Class B mission? A guy walking with a girl, wearing a backpack full of gear, explained. Bandages, hemostatic agents, medicine, dry rations, you have to prepare a bit of everything, just in case you need it when you're out there. The girl with her hair tied to one side listened intently. She frowned, looking slightly worried as she clarified. Is that really necessary? This mission doesn't even require us to go outside the walls. The guy frowned, eyes wide as he warned her. What if that guy decides to just wander into some deep mountain forest and hide? Don't go whining about being hungry when that happens. Lu Shang had arrived. He scanned the area, hands casually tucked in his pockets, thinking to himself, pretty cool, huh? Let me see what kind of missions they've got. He stared at the electronic board, a Class A mission to capture a Level 5 fugitive martial artist wanted for murder, which allowed for lethal force if necessary, followed by 2 other B and C class missions. He frowned, sighing with a hint of regret. Why is it all just hunting down fugitives? Where are the dire beasts? Hearing this, the instructor next to him glanced at him, smiling as he organized his files. Is this your first time here? Mornings are all for wanted posters. Dire beast missions are posted in the afternoon. Other missions come out at night. He then asked, You're a freshman, right? Hearing the info, Lu Shang looked at the mission board, his eyes widening as he finally understood. So that's how it is. Lu Shang paused, then reached out to point. I'll start with this one. A purple mission sheet quickly flew toward him. As he read it, he looked confused. The instructor's eyes widened as he pointed at the sheet in Lu Shang's hand, his face pale and stiff as he shouted to confirm, A purple tier solo mission? That's an A-rank mission. Are you sure about this? Seeing his reaction, the instructor rested his chin on his hand, pursed his lips, and squinted suspiciously. Does this kid even understand how difficult that mission is? If you realize your mistake, hurry up and apologize. Hearing that, Lu Shang touched his chin, nodded, and kept reading the sheet. Maybe this mission isn't quite right, he said, with a completely calm expression. The instructor smiled, tapping his chin and chuckling. Sure enough, a whole stack of purple mission sheets flew toward Lu Shang, making the instructor's eyes widen in panic as he stared at them. Lu Shang placed them on the table, bowed his head, and asked with clear disappointment, Is there anything higher than A rank? The purple sheets kept flying toward him one after another, leaving the instructor stunned. Finally, he jumped to his feet, brow furrowed as he glared, shouting in anger. Listen here, student. I'm warning you, if you're here to mess with me, I'm reporting you to the school to get your credits deducted. Lu Shang looked around, confused. Wait, what? Isn't this the mission reception window? The man looked at him skeptically, his hand resting on the pile of purple sheets. He sat back down calmly, frowned, and gestured as he explained. Requirements for A-rank missions and above. You need specific cold weapon mastery credits and elite practical combat ability. He added, A freshman like you. Have you even met the requirements? What a hassle. Seeing the man didn't believe him, Lu Shang stayed calm and quickly pulled out his 6-star badge. It bounced once and landed perfectly in the instructor's hand. The man frowned, catching it in a daze. Then his eyes went wide. He shivered, gripping the badge tightly as he screamed, This is a 6-star martial artist badge. He broke into a cold sweat, giving a forced, shaky smile as he held it up to confirm, Wait, this is yours? Seeing the man still doubted him, Lu Shang narrowed his eyes, his expression turning sharp and angry. He clenched his fist threateningly. Should I punch you once, so you can see if it's real or not? Terrified, the man quickly set the badge down, glancing nervously at Lu Shang's crossed arms as he added another condition. The mission. It also requires cold weapon credits. Hearing this, Lu Shang pointed at him, his face filled with murderous intent as he threatened, An hour ago, Professor Liu Yuting of the Spear Arts class already approved my graduation. I think it will be updated in the system soon. You can either verify it or get out. Frightened, the man couldn't look him in the eye. Trembling, he reached out and stammered, Okay, hand over your student ID so I can register it for you. He awkwardly looked up at Lu Shang, offered a strained smile as he took the card, and announced with a shaky voice, A-rank missions and above require school leadership approval. You can't just take whatever you want. Then, looking at the student ID, his eyes bulged in shock. He fell backward in his chair, looked up at Lu Shang, and shrieked in disbelief. You're Lu Shang. Seeing how slow he was, Lu Shang narrowed his eyes, his anger rising as he radiated killing intent. How much longer are you planning to stall? Do you want me to report you? The instructor felt the overwhelming pressure and panicked internally. How could a student have such terrifying aura? He shivered, eyes watering as he sweated profusely. Holding the card, he shouted, Once the approval comes through, I'll let you know immediately. Flustered, he closed his eyes, bowed his head, and held out the card and badge. Please, take them back. Lu Shang rolled his eyes and turned away, shooting him a glare, thinking to himself, so damn slow. Behind him, the instructor waved awkwardly and smiled. Come back next time. Lu Shang brushed it off, thinking that it was almost time for dinner. I'll go check out the Marshal Saint Tower this afternoon. At the same time, Huodong finished a sword drill, spinning around and releasing his aura. His teacher looked at him, clasping his hands together. Very good. Even someone who has never practiced sword arts before can master the basics so skillfully. Standing nearby, Huodong smiled shyly. Thank you for the praise, teacher. Behind him, the other students whispered to each other. He must have been practicing in secret. His family is famous for being geniuses. After all, another student pointed and remarked, nonsense. If he had trained before, wouldn't the teacher have noticed? Look, there isn't even a single callus on Huodong's hands. The student replied, then he really is a natural talent. Amidst the chatter, Huodong smugly gripped his burning sword, thinking to himself, they probably don't know, do they? My elemental affinity is metal, so of course, I'm naturally close to cold weapons. Every martial artist with a metal affinity is a genius, with cold weapons, no exceptions. Huodong grinned, eyes narrowing as he held the sword to his face. I can even feel the sword breathing in my hand. What about Lu Shang? He's not even here. I don't believe he could be better than me at this. Suddenly, a blue-haired boy looked at his phone, his face turning pale with shock. Damn, this is insane. Everyone, check the school website. Now. The students nearby stared at his phone screen and shrieked. What the hell? Seeing their reaction, Huodong looked over, still holding his sword in shock. One student read the news aloud. Lu Shang. He's not human anymore. The phone screen displayed Lu Shang's profile, labeling him the strongest monster in history. Having graduated in just 20 minutes, he set a new record for the 7th Martial Saint University. He defeated the cold weapon instructor in 3 moves. Just how strong is Lu Shang's spear art anyway? Next up is the scene where he points his sword at Liu Yutong, adding his mastery of the spear techniques from the subtle entry level to the absolute control level and the analysis of Lu Shang's power level 2. Hearing that, Huodong collapses to the ground, his eyes rolling back. Seeing this, the teacher kneels down in a panic, narrowing his eyes with worry as he calls out, Huodong, what's wrong? The boy's eyes well up with tears, crying out in pain. Teacher, I want to change my major. On the other side of the campus, Chen Yixuan is practicing with his sword in the courtyard, his face twisted with sweat. As he swings his blade, he calmly closes his eyes and sheathes it, and the rock behind him instantly crumbles to pieces. Beside him, a girl claps her hands, smiling in praise. That's amazing, Yixuan. She then remarks that the power of his slash of the clear autumn has become much stronger than before, while Chen Yixuan just stands there, holding his sword in silence. The girl leans against the wall, smiling, clasping her hands as she predicts that if Xia Lin were to challenge him again, he'd likely be defeated in under 100 moves. Then, he raises a glass of water to his lips, closing his eyes as he takes a sip, declaring that Xia Lin is nothing but a loser. With his hand back on his sword, he adds that the guy isn't even worth his attention anymore. The girl quickly hands a towel to Chen Yixuan. His eyes flash with sudden determination, and with a furrowed brow, he confirms his goal, the top 10 names on the 7 Saints leaderboard. Finally, he adds that only they are worthy of being his rivals. Hearing this, she tilts her head, crosses her arms, and looks at Chen Yixuan with a smile, noting, with your current strength, you're easily strong enough to make the top 10 of the 7 Saints list, right? Beside her, Chen Yixuan hears her question, raises his sword, furrows his brow, and answers, not yet. He still hasn't condensed a shred of his own martial arts will. He finishes, so, I still don't have a chance. The girl with twin tails frowns with a wry smile, reaching out to explain to Chen Yixuan, that gap between level 6 and level 7, who knows how many people it has trapped, even for a top-tier martial arts genius. She continues, it takes a lot of time to reach inner clarity and insight here. Searching for one's true self, becoming a grandmaster isn't that easy. Instead of saying it's about talent, it's more about luck. Hearing this, Chen Yixuan's face darkens. As she speaks, he grips his sword even tighter, narrowing his eyes as he confirms, you're right, maybe my opportunity hasn't come yet. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she holds her phone out to Chen Yixuan and exclaims, oh right, I found a really interesting freshman today. Let me show you. Hearing this, Chen Yixuan wipes his face and glances at the phone in her hand. The girl with twin tails explains, it's this guy, Lu Shang, a freshman who hasn't even been in school for a few days. Rumor has it he's this year's top scholar. On the screen is an image of Lu Shang. She adds, on his first day in the elective cold weapons class, he took down Teacher Lu. Teacher Lu was just too careless. Seeing this, Chen Yixuan quickly grabs the phone, his brow furrowed as he stares intently. Teacher Lu has reached the middle stage of the subtle entry in spear techniques. Her strength is considered quite high among the faculty. He adds, even if she was careless, the result wouldn't have changed. The girl with 2 ponytails shouts, this freshman, Lu Shang, is very strong. His spear technique level has reached at least the high stage of subtle entry, maybe even the peak. He might have even touched the threshold of absolute control. Chen Yixuan watches, furrowing his brow, squinting at the screen. The girl leans over, hands on her hips, covering her mouth with her other hand as she giggles playfully. Heh heh. As the #1 ranked senior, how does it feel to see such a powerful junior? She asks if he feels any pressure or threat. Chen Yixuan just stands there, holding his sword while watching the footage of him on the screen. Finally, he smiles and tosses the phone back to her. She fumbles to catch it, and he says, what? Do you think I've been just goofing off for 4 years at the Seven Saints Martial Arts University? Level is level, but actual combat is a different story. He adds, not just anyone has what it takes to be a rival to me. Chen Yixuan. Immediately after, he squints, furrows his brow, and murmurs to himself. But this Lu Shang really is a monster. Maybe I'll be able to meet him soon. Meanwhile, Lu Shang is walking through the campus, hands in his pockets, when he is stopped by a call. Is this Mr. Lu Shang? The delivery crew unloads some items and calls out to him. We were sent by Director Xia to deliver your package. Holding some documents, he gestures toward the items being carried by 2 men, adding, please sign here to confirm receipt. Seeing them struggling with the load, he smiles and uses his power to effortlessly control the items as he confirms, I am Lu Shang. Thanks for the hard work. The crew lets go, looking startled. Lu Shang thinks to himself, this must be the Dragon Ascension fruit from Xia Binan. Moments later, he opens the lid of the box, and a fiery spear flies out. The delivery staff are stunned. He keeps both the box and the spear floating in the air. He looks up, grabbing the burning spear in his hand with a happy expression. The delivery man smiles and reaches out to introduce it. The shaft of this spear is forged with a large amount of thick silver and deep-sea iron, mixed with extremely rare solid gold. He adds that the spearhead is crafted from fireflame essence, using a special alloy of steel mixed with large amounts of thick silver and deep-sea iron, along with a bit of gold. This is a Grandmaster-level cold weapon, the Level 7 Scarlet Dragon Spear. Hearing that, he's thrilled, swinging the spear around. His eyes sparkle and he grins, thinking to himself, the special effects are so eye-catching. It looks like a +12 weapon. He quickly puts a hand over his left chest, smiles at the delivery man, plants the spear on the ground, and says, Director Xia's gift is really quite generous. He adds, please pass on my thanks. I really love it. The delivery man nods with a smile. Then we'll take our leave. They get in their vehicle and drive off, while he stands there watching them go, leaning on his spear. He looks down at the spear, smiling happily, gripping it tightly as he thinks, with this Scarlet Dragon Spear, my combat power will increase by at least 30%. And the most important thing is how it coordinates with my talent. With my mastery over elemental breathing techniques, I'm confident I can take on a Grandmaster. He smiled, spinning his spear to practice, sparks flying as he focused his mind. The next order of business is getting comfortable with this Scarlet Dragon patterned spear. I remember what Zhao Longquan once said, building a bond between human and weapon allows the spear to develop a soul, making it 100 times stronger than any ordinary cold weapon. The spear flashed through the air, moving in fluid arcs. He realized the path to cultivating it was surprisingly simple, and then he cut his train of thought. Finally, he slammed the butt of the spear into the ground, cracking the floor as he resolved, practice until it's second nature, then use blood to awaken it. He gripped the spear with both hands, his eyes glowing with a golden light. His body radiated an intense golden aura as he entered the flame-breathing, intelligent state. Deep down, Lu Shang reached a firm conclusion. It can't be just any blood, but the blood of powerful enemies. Only through life-and-death combat, using their flesh, blood, soul, and willpower as sustenance, can one forge the true prestige of a heavenly soldier. Suddenly, his expression went blank. He frowned, eyes widening in shock as he muttered, Huh? A line? There was a huge crowd of students packed around the tower. Lu Shang stood there, holding his gear, muttering to himself, do students from Sacred Martial University actually have to register and wait in line to enter the St. Martial Tower? He wondered in confusion. Seeing his naivety, the receptionist, while filing her nails, stated plainly, Duh. Do you have any idea how many people apply to get into the St. Martial Tower every day? She asked, then answered her own question. At least over 10,000. Lu Shang turned to look at her. She picked up her nail polish, narrowed her eyes, and looked at him with disdain. The St. Martial Tower only has 30 rooms. We can only let 30 people in at a time. You're a student at Sacred Martial University, so you're already getting special treatment, she added. Regular martial artists have to beg the Martial Arts Association just to get in line. Most are lucky to get in once a year. Lu Shang turned back to her and asked, "So, how long do I have to wait?" The receptionist shrugged, eyes closed. "Depends on how long the people inside can last." She checked the board and announced, "There are over 200 students ahead of you. If it goes fast, maybe 3 days." Lu Shang's eyes drooped as he let out a gloomy sigh. "Right. Fine." Resigned, he asked, "Could you please let me know when it's my turn?" Seeing his face, the receptionist rested her chin on her hand, leaning against the desk, and gestured for him to come closer. "You're a handsome kid, so I'll give you a heads up early," she warned him. "But you'd better show up within 10 minutes of getting the notification. Otherwise, you'll be waiting another 3 years to get back in." Lu Shang turned away, clutching his gear, and looked back at her. As he walked away, he looked up at the tower, his expression sullen as he fell into thought. No wonder it's so crowded. He contemplated the martial will within the St. Martial Tower. It was truly unique. He realized he could feel it, a massive, overwhelming power unlike anything he had ever sensed before. The tower radiated a golden light, and he found himself completely mesmerized. Lu Shang mused that this will was as vast and immovable as a sword reaching the heavens. Compared to this, the Grandmaster-level will in his own mind felt like a firefly next to the bright moon. It was simply incomparable. Coming back to reality, he narrowed his eyes, looked up at the tower again, and yelled seriously in his heart, "Is the gap between a 7th-rank Grandmaster and a 9th-rank Martial Saint really that vast?" He turned around, walking away calmly as he confirmed to himself, "Forget it, no point in rushing. The rarer the resource, the more people want it. That's just how it goes. I'll head to the cold weapon practice room today and get used to my new gear." The receptionist at the training hall looked up, tilted her head, and said apologetically, "Sorry, are all the rooms taken?" Lu Shang was speechless, his eyes widening in despair as if he'd stepped in something nasty. He flopped onto the floor, arms spread out, and groaned internally. "Is this Murphy's Law? Am I really so unlucky that I'd bite my own tongue just drinking water?" Seeing this, the receptionist quickly jumped up, worriedly calling out, "Hey, fellow student." Lu Shang was still lost in his thoughts, grumbling, "How are there so many students at the 7 Sacred University? Didn't they say we have a massive amount of space per person?" He finally gave up, stood up, and walked away gloomily, muttering, "All right, I guess today is just one of those days." Seeing his retreating back, the girl called out to him, "Hey, try coming before 7 next time." Then she looked at her screen and exclaimed, "Oh." She burst out from the reception desk, beaming, holding a card as she grabbed his wrist. "Wait, student Lu Shang." Lu Shang stopped, turned back, and narrowed his eyes, listening in confusion. The receptionist added, "Someone just left. I'll put you in right now. Hurry over." Faced with her enthusiasm, he couldn't help but blink, looking at her with confusion. Do I know you?" Before he could ask, the girl grinned, showing her teeth, and held out the card. "Heh, who doesn't know you? Your videos are super trending on the school portal." Lu Shang took the card, his gear in his other hand, and bowed slightly. "Well, thanks for the help." She let go of his arm, waving her hand dismissively with a smile. "It's nothing. Go on, do your best," she added. Training room 8 is the 4th room on the left. After Lu Shang left, the receptionist turned back, smiling as she thought to herself, "The internet says Lu Shang is like a terrifying demon king, but I think he's actually pretty polite." She rubbed her chin, smiling with intrigue, wondering, "I wonder if he's actually as crazy strong as they say. I'm so curious." As he stepped into the training room, he opened his suitcase and assembled his spear, thinking, "Let's see how much progress I can make on my first time here." The pieces snapped together perfectly. Lu Shang gripped the spear tight and spun it in a wide arc. With his spear point angled toward the ground, he tensed his muscles, bracing for action. In Training Room 8, Lu Shang stood before the entrance, clutching his suitcase and looking up at the towering door. "Is this the place?" he wondered. The door slid open immediately. He stepped inside, suitcase in hand, eyes scanning his surroundings. A look of curiosity washed over his face. He cast another glance around, muttering to himself, "This looks just like the footwork training room at the Genius training camp. It seems the training regimen is similar too." He turned his gaze toward a device mounted on the wall and quickly reached out to tap it. A beep echoed through the room, and instantly, a simulated space materialized around him. The mechanical system announced, "Phase 1, cold weapon training begins. Please prepare." Electronic waves rippled around him. He stared in confusion, caught off guard. Then, his spear assembled itself, spun once, and ignited with flickering flames. His entire body blazed as the spear's flames trailed behind him. He dropped into a combat stance, spear point to the ground, eyes locked on the device. From within the walls, openings appeared, spitting out spheres. They shot toward Lu Shang at blinding speed. He remained perfectly calm, his gaze icy. The spear didn't budge. Then, a flash of murderous intent ignited in his eyes as he turned to face the incoming projectiles. With speed so immense he looked like he was splitting into multiple versions of himself. He danced with his spear, cleaving the spheres in two. He moved so fast he left trails of golden light. He landed with a badass thud, brandishing his spear. Debris from the spheres rained down onto the floor. Lu Shang looked up, brow furrowed in confusion, and asked nonchalantly, "That's it?" Then, the system announced that the training session had ended. He gripped his spear, looking up in surprise. Suddenly, the system blared another notification. Phase 1 completion rate, 20%. Seeing the display, Lu Shang widened his eyes, his brow knitting together in disbelief. He let out a huff and shouted inwardly, confused. "Does that mean I failed? What's going on?" To answer his question, the system didn't hesitate to chime in. During training, the use of any methods other than raw muscular power is strictly prohibited, including energy bursts, elemental strength, and so on. He looked up at the system display, reading the text. Finally, Lu Shang stood up straight, staring at the system as he swung his spear, point down, confirming his resolve to himself. "I get it now. That makes sense. If I could just use energy bursts to sweep through with the weapon, the whole point of this training would be lost." He added, "To polish my technique, I have to rely solely on muscle power." With renewed determination, he shouted at the system, "Restart." Responding to his command, the system immediately fired another wave of spheres. He quickly crouched and swung his spear into a ready stance. Lu Shang lunged, his spear flashing as he sliced the spheres in two using only his raw strength, maneuvering through various forms and postures. He landed on the ground, leaning on his spear in a cool pose as the remnants of the spheres clattered to the floor. He looked up, eyes narrowed, and wiped the sweat from his face. "I didn't think using just muscle power would make me break a sweat like this," he remarked. "Looks like the first wave is over." But dreams are rarely reality. The spheres began firing again in quick succession. Seeing the onslaught, he gritted his teeth, glaring at the mob of spheres. "Still the same as before?" he shouted in frustration. He swung his spear while looking bewildered. He glared as the spheres flew in unpredictable patterns, screaming internally, "This isn't right." He watched them zip past him. He squinted, realizing, "These aren't the same as the last ones. They're too light, they move with the wind. These are wooden beads." He swung his spear, feet planted firmly, shouting, "So this is the cold weapon training for warriors. You need to master how to manipulate and control the weapon." He began moving the tip of his spear in arcs, creating gusts of wind, gently subduing the spheres that danced on the air current, thinking to himself, "Steel to wood. The lethality and speed have decreased, making it seem easier, but in reality, it's the opposite. The lighter the beads, the more they're affected by air currents." He realized, "If I don't hit them, they'll just be blown away by the wind pressure from my own spear strikes, and even if they aren't blown away, their trajectory becomes completely erratic." Lu Shang closed his eyes, sensing the air around him, and muttered mockingly, "This is just like those martial arts novels from my past life." Finally, his spear tip made contact with a wooden bead. Picking a flower and flying leaves, he thought, cutting water with a blade. Meanwhile, the other beads continued to swirl uncontrollably. He mumbled, "What's next?" As he slashed around with his spear, he wondered what else would come. Plastic balls, then other things like popcorn. Next came tiny, fragile feathers drifting aimlessly. He paused, holding his spear, watching them. His eyes widened in shock. He lunged forward, startled. Feathers this time? The feathers swirled and drifted chaotically. He could clearly visualize their path through the air. He narrowed his eyes with murderous intent, brow furrowed, and shouted, "So, that's how it is." He threw his spear toward the feathers, teeth gritted, body surging forward, while the wind caused the feathers to scatter in all directions. His spear spun in the air, trying to catch a feather floating in the void. His face darkened as he retrieved the spear, frustrated, and swung it again, teeth grinding in annoyance because he missed. The feathers danced in the dust. He remained aflame, gripping the spear tightly, his brow furrowed with iron determination. His face set, clutching the spear, he thought seriously. In these few short hours of training in the cold weapon room, the synergy between me and my Red Star Dragon pattern spear is skyrocketing. If I keep this up, I'll be able to foster a soul bond with the weapon and move on to the next phase. Soul nourishment. His body still engulfed in flames. He planted his spear firmly on the ground, looked around, and concluded, "This training room has truly opened my eyes. From the initial pellets to wooden grains, plastic balls, water balloons, popcorn, bubbles, and even feathers, it was truly incredible." Next, he looked at the holes in the wall and muttered, it wasn't just about controlling cold weapons anymore. Not only could he not reveal a sliver of his martial power, but he also had to precisely control his muscle strength, then evaluate everything. Success was impossible without decades of constant, grueling training. The guy frowned, sighed with a smile, and clenched his fist, thinking, even for someone like me, someone who possesses fourth realm spear techniques and has inherited the memories of two great martial arts grandmasters, there were a few times I almost failed. Lu Shang imagined his body surrounded by flames and nodded. This training session was equivalent to solidifying all the unstable parts of his body. The muscle fibers were being tempered, and his martial foundation was 3 times more solid. The sense of a bottleneck in the inward realm began to loosen. The second stage of the 10 perfection martial arts was beckoning to him. His body emitted sparks of fire as he stood in the silent space. Suddenly, his eyes widened, as if he realized something, and he looked up, with a gasp. Then, he asked in confusion, "Why hasn't the next stage started yet?" Faced with his question, the system displayed a golden-orange box to notify him. Stage 5 of the training room has been fully completed. Standing amidst the dust and smoke, he raised his spear to read the message, his eyes widening in shock as he shouted, "Wait, what?" He finally accepted it. "All right, I guess this is it." He then put his spear back into the suitcase. Walking calmly toward the door, he muttered, "I'll come here to practice once every day from now on, until it's no longer effective for me. Then I'll figure out what's next." Outside, a red-haired girl looked at the receptionist in shock and shouted, "Fully booked again? I've been coming here for 3 days and it's been full every time. Are you kidding me?" Hearing the dissatisfaction in her voice, the receptionist smiled professionally and replied, "Yelling at me won't help. We only have so many training rooms. Why don't you go complain to the school board and have them build more?" Hearing that, the red-haired girl crossed her arms and frowned, muttering helplessly, "Humph, if I had that kind of power, would I even need to come here?" Just then, she looked excitedly toward the door, saw him stepping out, and her eyes lit up. "Hey, look, someone's coming out." Hearing that, the receptionist smiled, waved, and confirmed, "You're lucky. Someone just finished. Go ahead and get in." "It's training room number 8. The red-haired girl watched the direction he was heading while listening to the receptionist, then beamed with joy, clenching her fists in excitement. "Oh, yeah." She skipped happily toward room number 8. "So happy, someone finished just in time. What a stroke of luck, hee." She quickly and leisurely walked inside. Finally, her eyes went wide with shock at the sight before her, and she screamed, "Holy crap, what a total disaster zone." Frozen at the door, she stared at the mess and muttered to herself, "Is this a garbage dump?" She then regained her composure, stepped toward the trash, and shouted in annoyance, "My God, how is this any different from a landfill?" She gritted her teeth, clenched her fists in anger, and punched the control panel, shouting, "That guy looked so clean and handsome. I never expected him to be such a total trash maker." A sound echoed, and a small door opened in a nearby wall, revealing a cleaning robot. It announced in a mechanical voice, "Cleaning program activated." It extended its vacuum nozzle and quickly went to work. Seeing this, the red-haired girl pouted and narrowed her eyes, sneering at the machine. "Ugh, it's really having a hard time, isn't it? How could he create so much trash in such a tiny training room?" She pointed at the pile of debris. "What even is this? Popcorn? And feathers too?" She screamed in frustration. What on earth? Was he camping and watching a movie in here? She imagined him lying on a hillside, camping and leisurely roasting chicken, and added, "And he even managed to whip up a BBQ while he was at it." At that thought, the red-haired girl froze, her eyes widening as she screamed internally. Wait a second, he cleared that many stages in just a few short sessions? She wondered, then realized something: the training room doesn't allow you to bring anything in besides melee weapons, not even water. Unless those items were conjured during the training itself? She stammered, panicked, and scrambled toward the control console. She started slamming buttons, screaming in her mind, and shouting commands out loud, trying to pull up the training history. Right then, the system displayed his details and progress, making the redhead gasp in genuine shock. What? Stage 5? And he even cleared the whole thing? Seeing the data, her jaw dropped, leaving her speechless. She was breaking out in a cold sweat, screaming in her own head. How is that even possible? Out of all 9 martial saint academies, in all of history, the highest anyone has ever reached was Stage 3. She added, trembling, That stage 3 is a level reserved for those who have already touched upon the micro-realm Nyupfai Ken. Doesn't stage 5 go way beyond even the mastery realm Trung Kong Kan? Thinking that, the red-haired girl was terrified by her own conclusion, her eyes bulging as she stuttered in disbelief. Wait, am I being stupid? The guy is my age, she shouted to herself, trying to make sense of it. How could he possibly have any connection to a grandmaster or a master? She decided she had to double-check. She slammed her hand against the control panel, causing it to glitch, sparks flying as it emitted a piercing, screeching sound. She winced, shielding her face and gritting her teeth. Yikes. She pulled her hand away, eyes wide, shivering in a mix of confusion and fear. Oh no, it's broken. Just then, the chamber door sealed shut, and the room was swept clean. She turned around, questioning her own sanity. Was I just dreaming? Meanwhile, Lu Shang downed a bottle of tonic, tossed it aside, and let his energy surge violently. He spread his arms wide, let out a deep breath, and glanced at the empty vial. I didn't expect the dragon marrow injection to work even better after such a session. He threw a punch, transitioned into a martial stance, frowned, and channeled his starlight body refining technique. He focused on his dantian, exhaled with a sharp puff, and his body glowed with an inner light. Seeing this, Lu Shang couldn't help but be amazed. He shouted in his mind, "This is incredible. The efficiency of the second stage of the undying golden body is double what it usually is. I can feel it clearly. All those tiny, overlooked areas in my body are being stimulated and awakened, joining the flow of energy all at once." Lu Shang smiled, clenched his fist, and thought excitedly. At this rate, finishing the second stage of the undying golden body will take half the time I planned. Maybe I can even finish it completely before hitting the master rank. The next few days followed a simple, steady rhythm. At dawn, Lu Shang was already on the rooftop, meditating toward the rising sun. Every morning, he practiced the Master Dao Starlight Body Refining Technique and the Great Sun Visualization Method. Then, it was off to class. He sat at his desk, scribbling down notes on alien beast biology, then headed straight to the Marshal Saint Tower. The receptionist saw him carrying his spear in a case and just shrugged. Lu Shang looked exhausted. After lunch, he went to check the queue for the melee training room. He headed straight into the cold weapon training room, running through stages 1 to 5 again. He went wild in the tower with his spear. At night, he practiced his breathing techniques and the water mirror visualization method until he was completely drained, then dove into combat in the dreamscape. A week later, Lu Shang stepped out of the training room. Through the lingering dust, the system announcement blared. Melee training stage 5 complete. He looked at his hand, frowning, then smiled to himself. 1 week. My blood chi levels have tripled in just a few days. He realized that a casual punch now carried 5 times the force it had before. He understood his body on a deeper level. If it wasn't for this training room guiding me, I wouldn't have even known my martial arts had so many gaps and flaws. He turned away, smiling. Sure, these issues are tiny now, but if I waited until I was level 7 or 8, it would be impossible to fix them. The red-haired girl peeked out from behind a corner, watching him leave, then signaled cautiously to her friends behind her. "He's gone. Hurry up." She led the group in, grinning with excitement. "I wasn't lying. See for yourselves." The group rushed in, mouths agape as they stared at his training room. They were stunned as the system announcement played. Melee training stage 5, completed. Standing in the dusty room, someone yelled out in awe. "Oh my god, it really is stage 5. They started scouting the room. 2 of them reached the console and screamed, "This is insane." Stage 5? You can actually train melee weapons up to stage 5? Someone else rummaged through the dust, trembling as they held up a feather and some popcorn. Popcorn? A feather? He even hits these things? Wait, hurry up and take a picture for the school web. This is going to be a level 15 earthquake for the school. The red-haired girl stood in the middle, arms crossed, looking smug. She closed her eyes and announced, "Don't bother, I already posted it. Everyone said it was Photoshop, and I got my account banned for arguing." The others turned to look at her in shock. She added, "I told you." Lu Shang cleared stage 5, and he didn't just do it once, he's been doing it every single day. Seeing this, the bald guy in the group picked up a feather, trembling in disbelief. Trembling, she held up the feather and popcorn, exclaiming, "Popcorn? A feather? Can this stuff even land a hit? Wait, hurry up and take a picture to post on the school website." That would absolutely trigger a magnitude 15 earthquake. The red-haired girl standing in the middle crossed her arms confidently. Hearing them talk, she just closed her eyes and calmly announced, "Don't bother. I already posted it. Everyone kept saying it was Photoshop. I got into an argument, and now my account is banned." Hearing this, the 3 of them turned around in shock to look at her. The red-haired girl continued, I told you guys, Lu Shang already cleared stage 5 of the cold weapon training room. But you wouldn't believe me. And it wasn't just once, he clears it every single day. Seeing this, the bald guy in the dust quickly picked up a feather, trembling in disbelief as he spoke up. Tell me, do you guys think Lu Shang's real strength has already surpassed Chen Yixuan, the #1 on the old students' leaderboard? Hearing this, the red-haired girl narrowed her eyes and gave a mocking smirk. Ha, you guys have no clue what a fifth-year student actually means, do you? She added. His mastery of cold weapons is likely already at the mastery realm. The person holding the feather also froze, eyes wide, listening to her. Finally, she gestured grandly to the panicked group nearby. For a grandmaster to cross ranks and challenge others is as easy as breathing. Honestly, calling him undefeated among his peers isn't an exaggeration at all. She confirmed further, forget the top 10 of the old students list. She cut herself off, recalling the cold, imposing image of him wielding a spear, and declared, even the top 10 of the Seven Saints leaderboard probably aren't his match. Hearing this, one of them panicked, clutching his head and shouting, "Oh my God! Holy moly!" Then he frowned, sighing heavily. So what was the point of us coming all this way for nothing? Yeah, it feels so pointless. Beside him, another girl grabbed her head and whined. Ah, finding out such a crazy secret and not being able to tell anyone else. It's honestly so frustrating. The red-haired girl rubbed her chin, looking down in thought as she informed the group. For now, let's just pretend we know nothing. Knowing Lu Shang's style, his true strength won't stay hidden for long anyway. She lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she smirked. I have a feeling he's holding back for one massive show-off. Meanwhile, Lu Shang was squinting at his phone, a spear slung over his shoulder, and sighed. Phew, after waiting a whole week, it's finally my turn. A message notification popped up. Your turn to enter the St. Martial Tower is ready. Please arrive within 10 minutes or your spot will be forfeited. Seeing this, he muttered that 10 minutes was enough to shower, change, and get there. Suddenly, another notification buzzed. Student Lu Shang, your A-rank mission has been approved. Due to the urgent nature of the task, please report to the mission center immediately. Lu Shang immediately panicked, eyes bugging out as he shouted in frustration. What? Why now of all times? He crossed his arms. He pursed his lips, eyes closed, and brow furrowed as he weighed his options. There was no way around it. The St. Martial Tower was a privilege for St. Martial University students. It took a week just to get a spot. But AA rank mission credits weren't available every day, and if he missed this approval, who knew how long the next one would take? Right after that, he tossed his spear into the suitcase, which clicked into segments, and picked up his shirt, muttering to himself, between the mission and the tower, I guess I'm heading to the mission center. The 7 St. Martial universities, each having its own tower, with students walking around under the sun. It's common knowledge that students use their own school's tower, enjoying their special privileges. It's a perk of the St. Martial University and a source of pride. Someone quickly marched over, looking at the people passing by, and noted, however, students from other St. Martial universities can also challenge the towers of other schools. You just have to break the highest floor record of that tower. If the defender fails, they lose the right to use their own school's tower for a year. The receptionist calmly looked at the ledger, bowed their head, reached out toward the newcomer, and asked, Do you have an appointment? They held out a pen and paper to him, adding, Please fill this out. This was the 4th St. Martial University. The receptionist held the signed paper up to their eyes, face scrunching up as they shouted, 4th St. Martial University. Standing before them was a tall, bulky figure, aura of murder radiating off him, eyes bloodshot as he trembled and yelled. The Catman Bear. The guy stood with hands on his hips, smirking, looking down from above as he confirmed, Haha, that's right. It's me, the Catman Bear. Number 6 on the 7 Saints leaderboard. He added, I'm here to raid your tower. Meanwhile, at a bustling restaurant by the river, lights glowing, Lu Shang was just about to shove a massive, multi-layered hamburger into his mouth. He opened wide, ready to take a huge bite. Suddenly, his eyes went wide, mouth struggling to chew the giant mouthful of food, one hand still holding the burger, the other holding the mission papers, surrounded by even more food, as he mumbled, Gotta get moving. But first, gotta eat. Eating is the most important thing. Just then, Lu Shang remembered the image of the receptionist at the mission center, smiling, handing him the mission papers and warning him, Inside this letter is the dossier for your mission. Memorize it, then burn it. Finally, you must return safely. A mission can fail, but you only have one life. Good luck. He kept chewing, his hand unfolding the mission papers to read. and suddenly his eyes went wide in shock, shouting in confusion. Is this the dark faction? He thought to himself. A gang of criminals that has committed multiple major crimes, with a total bounty reaching 20 billion. He imagined the guy in the mask adding, they've taken the lives of over 50 people, including 30 police officers, a truly vicious bunch. Then, he recalled the image of a certain main character sharpening a blade, cold eyes, smirking as they claimed, catch or kill one criminal. The reward is 10 million in cash. 10 academic credits. Catch the leader, Ma Qiaoyun, and the reward increases by. Back in reality, Lu Shang stared at the papers in confusion, adding, if I complete these kinds of missions, I'll be able to max out my credits in no time. Then, he lifted the paper and something fell out from behind it. Lu Shang noticed and frowned, following the color of the card. He let out a humph, grabbed both cards, looked at the photos of the two other people, and muttered, I get teammates too? Fine. One is a woman, Tu Mong Dao, a fourth-year student at the 3rd St. Martial University, a level 6 martial artist, specialized in twin blades, mission completion rate 67%. The other is a man, Ma Qian Fai, a 4th year at the 3rd St. Martial University, a level 6 martial artist, specialized in long spear, mission completion rate 70%. His eyes widened as he looked at the mission paper and the two photos. A moment later, they burned to ash in his hand, while Lu Shang just kept chomping on his hamburger, muttering, hope these guys don't hold me back on this mission. That night, under the moon and stars, on top of a large building, a frustrated voice echoed out, when is that guy finally getting here? Tu Mong Dao narrowed her eyes, arms crossed over her chest, tapping her foot, frowned and complained, seriously. Next, she started nagging, you have absolutely no sense of time. Cough, cough. Suddenly, smoke filled the air around her. Tu Mengyao, annoyed, waved her hand to cover her nose, squinting as she coughed. Across from her, the other person stubbed out a cigarette on the ground, sending smoke swirling everywhere. Under Meng Yanfei's feet lay a pile of cigarette butts. He still had one dangling from his mouth, scrolling through his phone while squatting, his brow furrowing as he tried to calm Tu Mengyao down. The deadline is almost up. He should be here soon. Tu Mengyao, furious at the sight, glared at him, grabbed Meng Yanfei by the collar, and growled, damn it, can you stop smoking? You're choking me! Can't you see I'm struggling to breathe? Faced with her intensity, Meng Yanfei bashfully squeezed his eyes shut and gave a nervous, shaky laugh to justify himself. Haha, I was just bored from waiting so long. His level 6 martial artist lung capacity meant he could finish a cigarette in a single drag. Seeing this, Tu Mengyao crossed her arms, looked up at the sky, and stated, if he doesn't show up, we're just going to go ourselves. He won't be any help anyway. Meng Yanfei looked up at her, sounding a bit worried as he tried to talk her out of it. That won't do. Like it or not, he's still our teammate. He came a long way. We can't let his trip go to waste. Hearing this, she bit her fingernails, pacing back and forth while glaring with frustration. Teammate? I think you mean a liability. Did you even read his file? He's just a freshman, with a 0% mission completion rate. Obviously, this is his first time out in the field. She added, he's just a greenhorn who hasn't even seen real blood yet. I don't know what the higher-ups at 7 Saints Martial University were thinking, approving him for this. Are they trying to get us killed? Or sending him here on purpose? Beside her, Meng Yanfei brushed off his pants and stood up, smiling as he glanced at Tu Mengyao, squinting as he remarked, he's a level 6. Anyway, I've actually heard of him. He's the valedictorian of this year's Lu Shang Denlong Martial Arts Academy. He went on to praise him, at that age, to have that kind of strength. His potential is absolutely terrifying. Hearing this, Tu Mengyao couldn't take it anymore. She turned around to leave, shouting in frustration. No wonder, so he's just here to show off. The people at 7 Saints are so interesting, wanting to groom a school genius through a real mission. Why not use their own people instead of dumping him on us? Behind her, Meng Yanfei saw this and stood up, reaching out to stop Tu Mengyao. Wait! But Tu Mengyao stubbornly shouted her ultimatum. I don't have time to babysit some wet-behind-the-ears kid. This mission is lethal. We're leaving. Suddenly, Meng Yanfei noticed something. He squinted toward the distance and asked, look, isn't that him? His suitcase glimmered under the night lights as he rolled it toward them. He walked up, brows furrowed with serious intent, and greeted them. Good evening. Moments later, the three of them sped off in a car. Lu Shang sat with his elbow on the window, resting his chin on his hand, looking out with a bored expression. In the driver's seat, Tu Mengyao frowned, glancing at him uncomfortably. Is your gear ready? Seeing this, he gave a hum and patted the bag beside him. Meng Yanfei, in the back, looked at him with a puzzled expression. Tu Mengyao finally put on a friendly facade, glancing at him to lay out the plan. For now, the three of us are teammates. Here's the plan. According to our intel, the suspect, Ma Qiaoyun, is hiding out there. He's a peak level 6 martial artist. The status of his underlings is currently unknown. Our main goal is to gauge their strength, she continued, adding firmly. And if possible, make sure today is the anniversary of their deaths. They drove until they reached a factory and stopped. Tu Mengyao announced, "We're here." She remained in the driver's seat, turned back toward Lu Shang, and warned him loudly. "I'm saying this clearly. This is a real arrest mission, not some game anyone can play. People die here," she shouted at him. "It's not too late to turn back now. Once you start causing trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless." Hearing her clearly look down on him, he narrowed his eyes at her and replied, "I understand." To his response, Tu Mengyao squinted and tilted her head, remarking, "I hope you actually do." They camouflaged the car with some brush. As they started walking, Tu Mengyao noted, "That's good enough. Car's hidden. Let's move." Ahead, Meng Yanfei nodded, looking back to confirm. Lu Shang followed with his suitcase, catching Meng Yanfei's gaze. The three of them began moving quickly, scaling the walls like geckos as they pushed forward. Finally, they crouched on a rooftop, watching their surroundings vigilantly. On the rooftop across from them, three figures stood in the shadows, deep in discussion. Meng Yanfei peered over the edge, warily whispering to Lu Shang, "Tu Mengyao, stay low." The two of them looked up at the three targets from across the building. Up ahead, Ma Qiaoyun was giving serious, calculated hand signals to his subordinates, looking extremely alert. Beside him, Meng Yanfei took a cautious peek, speaking with visible tension. "They're too far away. I can't probe their actual strength." Next to him, Tu Mengyao frowned, muttering with difficulty, "If we could just get a little closer." Suddenly, she cut herself off and called out to Lu Shang. "Lu Shang, are you listening?" But he kept his eyes closed, sinking into a thick aura of purple energy, not responding. Lu Shang knitted his brows, activating his mental energy to scan the area. He mapped out the enemy positions and thought to himself, "There are more than 10 people in the building. I need to probe a bit deeper." Suddenly, Tu Mengyao reached out and tapped his shoulder, frowning as she asked, "Lu Shang, what are you spacing out for?" The sudden interruption caught him off guard, making him gasp with a sharp, gritted teeth hiss. Lu Shang flared up in an instant, radiating a killing intent that made Tu Mengyao shrink back in fear. He regained his composure, stood up, and glanced at them, saying, "You guys go ahead." The other two watched him, still trembling, too stunned to speak. Lu Shang thought to himself, "I should have just done this mission alone. What a pain." He squinted, thinking, "At least I've gathered enough info." Tu Mengyao, only now recovering from the shock, pulled her hand back, still trembling. She squinted, wondering to herself, "What was that? I felt incredibly terrified just now." Then she started to wonder, could it be that she's so nerve-wracked because it's her first time taking on an AA rank mission and she's even dragging a newbie along? Right after that, she glanced at Meng Yanfei beside her and asked with a serious expression, "Meng Yanfei, let's go." He felt a bit awkward but stood up and followed Tu Mengyao, who was already heading out. Okay. Behind him, the others also split up and left, but Lu Shang still looked back at them, his brow furrowed with a hint of annoyance. Next, Meng Yanfei and Tu Mengyao quickly climbed up the enemy's building, peeking through a ventilation duct. Tu Mengyao used her wall-crawling ability to look up, her hand gripping the wall as she muttered with a smile, "Once we crawl closer, we can gauge their strength." Suddenly, Meng Yanfei in front stopped crawling, and Tu Mengyao looked over, asking, "What's wrong?" Hearing her, Meng Yanfei, who was above, pulled his head back from the vent, his eyes narrowed in fear as he replied with a tremble. Inside, there were tons of martial artists. The room was packed with people, assassins whose faces were hidden. Inside, a huge man roared in dissatisfaction, his hands gripping the table as he slammed it down. "Damn it, Ma Qiaoyun, what the hell is your game? So many people are working with you. On what grounds do you get to hog 30% for yourself? Just because you're a peak level 6 martial artist? Or is it because of your expendable underlings who aren't afraid of dying?" Hearing this, Ma Qiaoyun just lifted his teacup to his lips and smiled, calmly replying, "I handled the work in the first phase, and this plan, along with the targets, was proposed and captured by me." Then, he held up 3 fingers, set his teacup down, and narrowed his eyes while looking at the person opposite him, reminding them, "You guys only killed a few people." This was Ma Qiaoyun. He added, "You tell me, don't I deserve a 30% cut?" Immediately after, the huge man stood up quickly, and walked toward Ma Chaoyun in front of everyone else, shouting to confirm, 30% is way too much. At most, it's 20%. The rest belongs to us. Otherwise, our partnership ends right here. The crowd below quickly raised their hands in protest. That's right, exactly. If we hadn't put in the work, who do you think you are? The arguing continued inside. Don't be too greedy. Outside, Meng Yanfei and Tu Mengyao clung to the wall, shaking as they looked inside, their eyes wide with panic. She muttered her assessment. There are at least 8 level 6 martial artists in there, plus a bunch of level 4s and 5s. Based on that, there's no way we can catch them. Then they peeked back inside. The situation is incredibly tense. Beside her, Meng Yanfei looks at them and says with concern, I'm afraid they've already reached S rank. We have to head back and report this immediately. Later, at a corner of the abandoned factory, 3 men are keeping watch. One of them walks by with his arms crossed, swearing, damn those bastards, and that Tu Mengyao. Tu Mengyao and Meng Yanfei are still hiding behind a structure, quietly observing them. One of the men grimaces, takes a drag of his cigarette, and shouts, the boss is giving them a chance to join us. And they still want a bigger cut? Why don't we just stomp them to death? Beside him, a bald man carrying a gun, sitting on a wooden crate, looks up to listen. He then starts tossing a grenade in his hand, mocking them. Ha, relax. They won't be dancing around for much longer. Seeing this, the smoker glances over. The bald man, carrying a sword, laughs gleefully while holding the grenade in his other hand, confirming their plan. Once we hijack this shipment of strategic supplies, the boss can finally promote to Grandmaster, he adds. By then, whatever they've eaten, they'll have to cough it all up, guts and all. They burst into loud laughter. Meng Yanfei is startled, her eyes wide with panic. Tu Mengyao is struggling just as much. Finally, she turns to look at Tu Mengyao and nods. Tu Mengyao knits her brows, pursing her lips as she watches. Finally, they both share the same thought. Retreat immediately, close their eyes and run. Seeing this, Meng Yanfei, looking both panicked and grim, exclaims, this is madness. Their target is the strategic supply transport. Beside her, Tu Mengyao is also running, her face dark, eyes wide, as she recalls how they managed to gather so many people. She seems to realize something and continues. No wonder Ma Chaoyun is so reckless. He isn't even afraid of leaving traces. She lists them off. 8 rank, 6 martial artists, plus the heavy weaponry they have that's enough to level the entire city of Duyanha. She narrows her eyes, looking solemn and grim as she adds, a crazed grandmaster operating outside the law. It's truly unimaginable. She continues to run with all her might, shouting urgently, this is out of control. We have to turn back. Meng Yanfei follows closely behind. Suddenly, Meng Yanfei remembers something. Her face goes pale as she looks at Tu Mengyao, guiltily reminding her, damn it, I forgot to lead that kid back. Hearing this, Tu Mengyao stops in her tracks, eyes wide, mouth agape. Seeing this, she shouts anxiously, dragging a burden along is such a pain. Let's go. We have to circle back. Tell that kid to be smart, he better be hiding properly. Don't let them spot him. At the same time, Lu Shang slowly approaches the 3 men the others encountered in the old factory area. Tu Mengyao is still shouting in distress, afraid that no one will be able to save him if they aren't careful. The bald man sees him approaching and looks over, puzzled. Huh? Where the hell did this brat pop out from? The smoker beside him smiles, looking over with a frown. Then he sneers and starts to swear. Hey kid, where are you from? But before he can finish, he's struck squarely in the throat by a spear handle. The spear handle is still glowing with heat. Immediately, he falls, clutching his throat and wailing in pain. Guh. Lu Shang retracts his spear, watching them coldly. On the other side, the blue-haired man frowns. The rest of the group stands up, gnashing their teeth as they look at him, shouting angrily, damn it, what's going on? Are you looking to die, you son of a BTH? They immediately surround Lu Shang with their weapons, while he stands in the center, calm and collected, holding his spear. His gaze turns icy, the tip of his spear radiating red sparks. He narrows his eyes, scanning the crowd. With a quick, zigzagging swing of his spear, the group is quickly taken down, clutching their throats in agony. His eyes flash, he halts his spear, stands upright, and spins it once. The group behind him quickly collapses to the ground. Finally, he calmly looks down at them and mutters, 8 rank, 6S, including 2 peak rank, 6S and a few rank, 5S and rank, 4S, he confirms. If I'd known this mission was going to be this simple, why did I have to be so sneaky? The bald man, lying on the ground, grabs his ankle, trembling as he threatens, the boss will avenge us, cough, cough. Without hesitation, Lu Shang stomps down on his neck. Lu Shang looks down at him with a dark expression, lifting his foot in disgust. If you're going to die, just die. Why talk so much trash? He exhales deeply. He turns his head to look at the corpse of the bald man and the others scattered on the ground. Killing, huh? He reflects. The desire for destruction and chaos that always simmered in my heart has faded quite a bit. Besides, I don't feel any major psychological distress. Lu Shang stares at the glowing spear tip, narrowing his eyes. Is it because I've already killed so many zombies in my dreams? He considers another possibility. Maybe it's because I've inherited too many bloody images and memories. Finally, Lu Shang retracts his spear. He frowns, looking around. His body still emits a faint red aura as he reasons. Or maybe it's because the people I killed were all cruel and vicious villains, guilty of heinous crimes. So, killing them carries no psychological burden. It's nothing more than eradicating evil to support justice. He walks away, narrowing his eyes. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. With that, he carries his spear and walks off, shouting in his thoughts. Accept the punishment that comes from justice. 5 minutes earlier, a scarred girl slammed her hand on the chair, knitting her brows and glaring as she screamed, "The hell with that! I already said it, I'm getting those 2 shares." On the other side, the giant leading them laughed mockingly and shouted back, "Ha! You think things go your way just because you say so? Who do you think you are? If you really want something, I could give you something else instead." The girl stands up quickly, fists clenched, brow furrowed in frustration as she screams, "Damn it, you want to die?" Ma Qiaoyun, who couldn't stand it anymore, stands up, bracing his hands on the chair, and speaks. "Hey!" Hearing that, both of them look toward him. Immediately, the blond man's eyes go wide, and he frowns in surprise. Ma Qiaoyun rushes toward him at high speed, striking a blow to his stomach that makes him cough. Geike, his eyes bulge in panic. He collapses to the ground, clutching his stomach in agony, screaming, "Ga damn you." He looks up, cursing Ma Qiaoyun. Ma Qiaoyun, standing above, narrows his eyes, pursing his lips and adjusting his collar, his body radiating a murderous aura. Ma Qiaoyun brushes off his shoulder, narrows his eyes, and speaks calmly, issuing a threat. "I've already said it. I came up with the plan, and I was the one who captured that guy. I've got the heaviest fist here, too. Whatever share I tell you to take, that's exactly what you're getting." Then, he spread his arms toward the group and shouted, "Any objections? If so, get out now, I won't stop you." Hearing that, the crowd started gritting their teeth in disgust and anger until a voice cut through. "Ha, Brother Ma is right." A guy in a red vest stepped out from the group, spreading his arms with a friendly smile, saying, "We're all just here to make some money, right? No need to ruin the mood over such a small slice of the pie, don't you think?" He then gave a twisted, eerie grin. Squinting his eyes, one side of his face was horribly scarred from a burn and leaned in to ask, "Am I right, Brother Quavan?" A girl in the group gritted her teeth and yelled back, "Ghostface, that small slice you're talking about is an entire team's strategic resource shipment. That is not a small amount." He kept his smile, closed his eyes, and pointed a finger to confirm. For a level 6 martial artist, she was right, it wasn't chump change. He interrupted her, pointed at Ma Qiaoyun, and grinned wide. But for a grandmaster, that's nothing at all. At this, the crowd buzzed with excitement, eyes wide as they started chattering. "What? He's about to break through to grandmaster? Ha! So that's why Big Brother Ma had us hijack the strategic resources to fuel his breakthrough. Why didn't you say so sooner? Why would we even fight over it? We'll definitely leave you the biggest share." "You're right, Big Brother Ma. Just divide it however you want. Even if there was no payout, old San here would still do it. It's rare for us criminals to produce a Grandmaster Brother Ma. You're truly talented." The ghost face guy quickly stepped up, draped an arm over Ma Qiaoyun's shoulder, offered him a cigarette, and said with a smile, "Ha, well then, here's to your success, Brother Ma. Good luck with the promotion." Ma Qiaoyun reached out, eyes closed, and replied, "You too." Immediately after, the ghost face guy leaned in close and whispered with a smile, "But, if you want to reach Grandmaster, well, so do I." He finally made his move. "So, I'm taking 3 shares. Ma Qiaoyun's eyes snapped open at that. He just put the cigarette to his lips, but upon hearing the demand, he glared up at the guy, eyebrows furrowing as he growled, "Fine." In his mind, Ma Qiaoyun acknowledged that Ghostface was the only one there with the strength to be considered his equal. Not only was he at the peak of level 6, but he was also a rare martial artist with an elemental control talent. Ghostface, hearing that, bowed slightly and placed a hand over his heart in acknowledgement. Then, "Many thanks, Brother Van." Ma Chaoyun recalled what he knew about him. Rumors said he used to be a star martial arts student, but a fire took his entire family. His personality warped after that, leading him down a path of banditry he especially loved, burning his victims alive. He was known for being one of the most ruthless thugs in the underworld. Shortly after, Ma Chaoyun ended the debate. If no one has any objections, I'll just divide it evenly like this. Before he could even finish, a noise erupted at the door. Everyone turned to look, and one guy shouted cautiously, clutching his sword. "Movement! Who's there?" Ma Chaoyun dismissed it. "It's probably just the police, nothing to worry about." He quickly closed his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. "Kill them, then we'll move to a different spot to talk." One of his men licked his blade and replied, "Huh, true. We've got so many. Level 6S here, are we really supposed to be scared of a few cops?" Meanwhile, Lu Shang was already standing right in front of the door. The guy with the knife walked toward the door with a twisted grin, shouting, "Perfect timing, I needed to blow off some steam." Suddenly, the door buckled and caved inward. A moment later, the guy with the knife was sent flying backward. Ma Qiaoyun's eyes went wide, stunned and unable to react. Lu Shang walked in, spear in hand. The group stared at him in panic, but his expression remained calm as could be, an aura of killing intent radiating from him as he stepped through the dust. Someone screamed in terror, "What the hell? Some greenhorn kid? Have the cops run out of real people? Don't get cocky, this is probably just bait to make us lower our guard." Seeing this, Ghostface sneered, looking him up and down. Lu Shang calmly raised 2 fingers. 2 minutes. The gang looked confused, teeth gritted, glaring at him. Lu Shang looked at them nonchalantly, holding his spear as he warned them, "Anyone who wants to keep their life, you'd better start running now." Outside, darkness had fallen, but the large house was still casting light out into the night. Inside, Lu Shang stood among the crowd, counting down with his fingers, when suddenly, a voice made him turn around. "What the hell are you supposed to be?" A woman with a scar, carrying a massive blade, stepped forward, gnashing her teeth in rage at the greenhorn kid. "Are the police really so desperate?" Her subordinate worriedly tried to hold her back. "Big sister, stay calm," Ma Qiaoyun observed from the sidelines, thinking to himself, "No matter how I look at it, he's just a kid." The scarred woman swung her blade down fiercely, shouting, "Die, brat." The blade was just inches from Lu Shang's head, but he simply flicked his spear upward. A powerful surge of energy slashed across the woman's neck, sending her head flying, while her body, still locked in the momentum of the attack, collapsed backward. Her subordinates outside were horrified, shouting, "A level 6 martial artist, killed by this kid in a split second? This guy is abnormal, there's definitely something fishy going on." Lu Shang stood there, spear raised, emitting a powerful aura with a bored, indifferent expression. Ma Qiaoyun quickly spread his arms, cautiously warning his men, "He's no joke. Don't try to go one-on-one with him. I suspect the weapon that kid is holding is a Grandmaster-grade relic, everyone. Attack him at once." Hearing this, Lu Shang's expression turned serious, while several others eyed his weapon with unmasked greed. So that's what a Grandmaster weapon looks like? Something this valuable could sell for billions. Without a second thought, they all rushed Lu Shang. Some with knives, some with swords and spears, yelling, "You think you're hot stuff just because you've got some good gear? Let me show you what real power is." Lu Shang's eyes narrowed, a clear flash of anger appearing. His eyes blazed as he unleashed a flurry of strikes at a speed invisible to the naked eye. To everyone watching, it looked like the men were just twitching in midair. Then, they dropped to the ground, leaving the entire group in shock. Cold sweat poured down their faces, and raw terror was written all over their expressions. A monster. It's a monster. This is insane. A level 6 martial artist just got one shot? Unbelievable. Lu Shang's eyes turned cold. His spear ignited with a fierce crimson flame. He spoke in a low, chilling tone. "Are the rest of you not coming? If you don't step up, then I'll come for you." Channeling the breath of the wind, a subtle aura began to emanate from Lu Shang before erupting in a powerful burst, sending his nearby attackers flying. Screams filled the air. "Ugh, arg." The vulture-faced demon saw his men splattered in blood and cried out in sheer terror. "A Grandmaster. This brat is a semi-step Grandmaster." He hurriedly tried to scramble away, but unfortunately for him, he was already in Lu Shang's sights. Lu Shang glanced back, and with a swift, brutal strike of his spear, he coldly asked, "Where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, the vulture-faced demon's face flushed with a fiery glow. He looked back, a fireball manifesting in his hand. He twisted his grotesque face into a sinister grin and retorted, "Who's running, huh? Heh. Grandmaster my ass, go to hell." As he screamed, he hurled the fireball at Lu Shang, triggering a massive, thunderous explosion that sent flames spiraling higher and higher. The vulture-faced demon laughed manically. Ha ha ha, not even a speck of ash left. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. You call that fire? The demon's arrogance died instantly, replaced by a mixture of shock and bewilderment. What? Deep inside the raging inferno, a figure stood tall and unflinching, his eyes burning bright, locked onto the demon. Lu Shang reached out from within the flames and flicked his finger, then said, Now, this is what I call fire. Instantly, the vulture-faced demon was struck directly in the chest by a dark, violet flame, leaving him utterly panicked. The dark fire erupted, searing his body intensely. His face twisted in agonizing pain as he shrieked non-stop. Ah! In an instant, the vulture-faced demon was reduced to a pile of ash. Ma Qiaoyun watched this scene, breaking out into a cold sweat. Lu Shang's voice echoed again. A level 6 martial artist has bones as hard as steel. The melting point of steel is 2,750 degrees. Seems my fire is a bit stronger than his. Ma Qiaoyun became even more frantic. Lu Shang shot him a friendly smile, but his words were anything but kind. He calmly asked, So, how do you want to die? Outside, Man Qinfi and Tu Meng Dao were stealthily observing. She whispered a reminder. Be careful. Don't get spotted. He replied, Understood. But as they entered, they gasped in shock. What on earth is going on here? In front of them lay a pile of corpses scattered across the ground, blood everywhere. Man Qinfi knelt to inspect them and marveled. All one-hit kills. That kid's strength is no joke. Tu Meng Dao looked annoyed and retorted, They're just low-level thugs. Anyone could have done that. But deep down, she wondered, did that kid really charge in there alone? With that thought, Tu Meng Dao walked inside, saying, Let's go, we should take a look. Man Qianfei quickly followed. Before stepping through the door, she reminded him, Be ready for a fight at any moment. He responded with a cautious look. Got it. But once they stepped inside, they found even more corpses than before. Everything had already been taken care of. The two surveyed the surroundings. Man Qianfei spoke, sounding dazed. This scene. Suddenly, Ma Qiaoyun appeared before them, twisted in extreme agony. He screamed, Ugh, R. The two were horrified. Ma Qiaoyun's entire face had been sliced clean in half. Lu Shang stood behind him, brandishing his spear, his whole body radiating a powerful killing aura, eyes glowing like a god of war amidst the pools of blood. This time, Tu Meng Dao was truly terrified. He took care of him that easily? A moment later, Lu Shang's face returned to normal. Seeing them, he asked, Oh, you two are here? Then, he turned toward the door and said nonchalantly, Mission accomplished. I'll leave the cleanup to you guys. I'm heading back. Once he left, both of them went limp and collapsed to the floor. Tu Meng Dao had to regulate her breathing to regain her composure, but then, with a twisted expression, she turned to her partner and exclaimed, He took out the entire gang by himself. Man Qianfei replied, unable to believe it. Ha ha ha, this martial arts prodigy is just too insane. The Seven Saints Martial University has recruited a real monster this time. Outside, the dim streetlights flickered on, and a yellow car was parked, waiting. Lu Shang sat inside, closing his eyes to meditate, when his phone chimed with a notification. He opened it and was shocked. It was a message from Lindsay. Brother Lu, it's bad. Where are you? Someone is attacking the Seven Saints Martial University, he wondered to himself. As they neared the gates of the Seven Saints Martial University, the driver spoke up. We're here, Seven Saints Martial University. Take it easy, kid. Lu Shang got out and politely replied, Thanks. As he looked down at the large suitcase in his hand, he smiled to himself. The harvest from this mission is quite substantial. Those thugs had rich life force, strong wills, and were vicious and cruel, perfect for awakening the dragon pattern spear. I can almost hear the breathing of the red dragon pattern. The soul-nourishing process for the red dragon pattern spear has begun. Suddenly, Lindsay came running from a distance, waving his hands. Brother Sheng! Approaching Lu Shang, he said happily, Brother Sheng, you're finally back. How was it? How was it? Was the mission difficult? Was it exciting? Lu Shang replied cheerfully, It was all right. Nothing too hard. Just taking out some bandits, that's all. Lindsay was shocked. Huh? Killing people? Brother Sheng, you killed people? Seeing Lindsay's reaction, Lu Shang worriedly thought, that's right. Although Lindsay's martial arts strength isn't bad, he's a genius in his own right. He's still just an 18 or 19-year-old kid. The concept of killing is probably quite harsh for him. So, he quickly explained, they were all extremely vicious bandits. Before he could finish, Lindsay suddenly put on a curious and excited expression. Brother Sheng, I can't believe you already killed someone. Does it feel good to kill? Damn it, I have to take on a criminal hunting mission next time too. I want to kill some guys and feel that rush. Lindsay sounded genuinely thrilled. We're martial artists. We need to eradicate evil, uphold justice, and act on heaven's behalf. I've wanted to do something heroic for so long. Seeing this, Lu Shang could only think to himself in frustration. Does this guy have a violence-seeking parasite in his system? Suddenly, sounds of panic erupted. Hey, did you hear? Chulan failed to defend the tower. Oh my god, there's no way we're holding the Marshal Saint Tower this time. We've got to go see for ourselves. Hearing this, Lu Shang turned his attention over and asked, by the way, what's a tower footing? And why is everyone running to the Marshal Saint Tower? Lindsay remembered the main point and replied, ah, right. Saint, while you were gone, something huge happened. Myunhan Hung, ranked 6th on the 7 Saint leaderboard, representing the 4 Saint Marshal University, came here to hijack the tower. Lu Shang asked, what is this 7 Saint leaderboard anyway? Lindsay started to explain. The 7 Saint leaderboard is basically the upgraded version of the senior leaderboard. The school's senior leaderboard includes every upperclassman from 2nd year to 4th year who hasn't graduated yet. It's considered the most prestigious power ranking in our 7 Saint Marshal University. The top 2 are Chen Yixuan and Tu Lan. The 7 Saint leaderboard, just as the name suggests, compiles the entire senior rosters from all 7 major martial universities, and after a rigorous screening process, forms one definitive ranking. It's the ultimate authority. Everyone on this list is a dragon among men, the absolute peak of the younger generation. But Lu Shang countered dismissively, if that's the case, our 7 Saint Marshal University's strength seems pretty underwhelming. We don't even have a single person in the top 10 of the 7 Saint leaderboard. Chen Yixuan, who is number 1 on our senior list, is only ranked 13th. We're definitely losing that tower. Sigh. This time the 7 Saint Marshal University is going to become a laughingstock. For an entire year, we won't even have the privilege to enter the Marshal Saint Tower. We'll have to be like students from other schools or independent martial artists, having to file requests and wait in line for at least half a year. Lindsay sighed while talking, not noticing that Lu Shang's face had darkened long ago. Lu Shang was so angry he could see veins bulging on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and challenged, what did you say? Wait in line for half a year? He immediately dashed off. Wait for what? Defending the tower, right? Leave it to me. He left Lindsay standing there, completely bewildered and unable to get a word in. Ah, he's gone. His expression shifted to one of joyful realization. Wait, what? What did Saint just say? He's going to defend the tower? Now that is the real main event. Meanwhile, at the 7 Saint Tower, a huge crowd had gathered. Everyone was cursing in anger. Damn it. Are we really going to be trampled by the 2 Saint Marshal University? This is such a disgrace. Are we seriously going to have to fight for spots with students from other schools in the future? No way. Suddenly, a hand pushed the door open. Hey look, someone's coming out. It's Chen Yixuan. Chen Yixuan had failed. A young man walked out, clutching his head, his expression a mix of pain and fury. A girl hurried over to support him, looking worried. The people outside became even more panicked, shouting, it's over. If even Chen Yixuan, the number 1 on the senior leaderboard, failed, who could possibly stand up to that Myunhan Hung guy? Another girl was also deeply distressed. If Myunhan Hung clears just one more floor, he's going to break Chen Yixuan's record. Up on the Marshall University's power leaderboard, the 315th year, top 50 national rankings showed the names, floor counts, and statuses. Number 1, Myunhan Hung, 21 floors, currently in progress. Number 2, Chen Yixuan, 20 floors, finished. The list went on with those who had finished. Everyone watched with growing anxiety, realizing the defense had failed. Marshall University Tower Power Leaderboard, Year 35, Top 50 National. Order, name, floor count, status, affiliation. Number 1, Myunhan Hung, 20 floors, in progress, 2 Saint Marshall University. Chen Yixuan, 20 floors, finished, 7 Saint Marshall University. And the other contestants were finished as well. Chen Yixuan gritted his teeth, staring up in anger, thinking, damn it. As a student of 7 Saint Marshall University, I've spent 4 years here. I know this tower better than anyone. But even so, I still couldn't beat that Myunhan Hung guy. Is the gap in our strength really that vast? Damn it, he thought to himself, teeth clenched. Nearby, 2 guys from the 2 Saint Marshall University, one blonde, one redhead, began to speak with contempt. Well, 7 Saint Marshall University has officially lost face today. Look at them, usually acting all high and mighty. The moment they run into someone actually capable, They just stand there looking helpless. Ha ha ha, tell me about it. Hey, who pushed me? Suddenly, a powerful aura surged from behind those two. They were forcibly pushed aside, along with everyone standing nearby. Hey, what's going on? What is this? Spirit pressure? They were completely bewildered. The massive crowd parted, making way for Lu Shang to appear. He walked forward with dignity. As soon as people saw him, whispers erupted. It's Lu Shang, #1 on the freshman leaderboard. He's the Dragon Ascent martial champion from this year. The violent freshman who beat a combat instructor on opening day. Is he a spirit master too? And what is he doing here? Don't tell me he's going to defend the tower? Those guys were initially startled, but then they started mocking him. Ha ha ha. You guys at 7 St. Martial University are honestly hilarious. Your top senior couldn't hold it, and now you're pinning your hopes on a freshman? That's pathetic. The top freshman challenging the top 6 of the 7 St. leaderboard? He's had 4 years less training than them. Does this kid really think he's a match? Ha 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 ha. But Lu Shang didn't pay any mind. He calmly walked to the door and asked the girl guarding it, "Do we not need to wait in line to enter the tower now?" Seeing him, the girl exclaimed in surprise, "Ah? Why is it you? I remember you're still a freshman who hasn't even entered the tower before. Why are you the one defending it?" She then slumped, saying, "Sigh. Whatever. Fine. You don't have to wait in line anymore. Is everyone else not coming? When you go out, remember to tell people to clear out. That Mew Non-Hung guy is breaking our records in the blink of an eye." As she said that, she pressed the button to open the door. Lu Shang smiled to reassure her as he stepped inside. "Don't worry, I'm more than enough." But voices of doubt rose from the crowd. There's no way he's going to beat that record. Outside, a girl with short hair and red clothes asked those running up, "How is it? Did you find him?" A girl in yellow looked worried and replied, "I asked around. He set out on an A-rank mission already." The girl in red was panicked. What? Why right at this moment? She hung her head in despair. It's over. Without him, 7 St. Martial University is definitely going to lose. The girl with orange hair asked, "Who are you trying to find? Anyway, you make him sound so impressive." The girl in red lowered her head and sighed. "It doesn't matter who it is anymore. He's not at school, so there's no chance for him to prove anything." The girl in orange retorted, "What? So mysterious. Look, everyone is going to defend the tower right now. Even that Lu Shang guy just went in. Looks like we really went looking for trouble for no reason." The girl in red was startled to hear that, then quickly shook her friend's shoulder and asked, "What did you say?" Lu Shang just entered the tower. Her friend pointed at the leaderboard and replied, "Yeah, that's right. He just went in. Look, his name is right there. 4 stone dogs, 13 floors cleared. 18, bean sprout, 12 floors cleared. 19, dog pack, 12 floors cleared. 20, Lu Shang, currently in progress." The girl in red cheered happily upon seeing this. "Oh wow. It's true." She was incredibly excited. "This is great. We're definitely going to win this time." Her friends behind her shared the same sentiment. The orange-haired girl asked in confusion, "Why are you so happy? Isn't Lu Shang just a slightly impressive top freshman?" The girl in red wiped the tears of joy from her eyes and responded, "You don't understand. I guess this is just the pride of a fangirl." "Ah, so this girl is a fan of our protagonist, brothers." Inside, Lu Shang was waiting calmly to be transported to his location. When the door opened once more, before him was a spacious room, containing only a single chair and a table. On the table, there was also a helmet, and this was the Martial Saint Tower. Picking up the helmet, he saw a sticky note reminding him, "Wear it only once. Please replace it yourself. Putting it on your head will immediately start the trial."